I am but an ordinary individual. Yet who could have anticipated that upon awakening, I would find myself traversing into a game realm as the object of relentless ridicule? A sycophant tormented by the women and the devilish Zhang Feng, who compelled me to kneel in humiliation, just as I believed my demise was imminent. The chime of the system echoed in my ears, bestowing upon me a chance for rebirth and unlocking boundless possibilities. A year ago, every individual on Blue Star unexpectedly found their mobile devices adorned with an archaic minigame, and before long, everyone was ensnared in this fantastical world. The original inhabitant, Lin Yuan, alongside his girlfriend Jiang Tingting, was also trapped here. Little did he know, Jiang Tingting would betray him. Over the course of a year, under his care, she ascended from the body refinement realm to the mountain-splitting realm, receiving the utmost priority in terms of techniques and resources, as well as opportunities and treasures. And yet, she chose to abandon him, entangling herself with Zhang Feng, the scion of one of the pinnacle families in Guangling City. Zhang Feng, a man with a twisted psyche, revels in the manipulation of others' women, showing no mercy, but rather deriving amusement from forcing them to slay their previous partners for his entertainment. In this very moment, Zhang Feng brazenly compelled me to kneel before Jiang Tingting, and the weight of such humiliation suffocated me, driving me to the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, it was precisely at this juncture that I arrived, seizing the opportunity to reclaim my life. As I regained my senses, I heard the shrill, piercing voice of Jiang Tingting, and could not suppress a cold, derisive laugh, fixing my gaze upon her. Jiang Tingting, you wretched creature, over the past year, I have shielded you through countless perils, prioritizing your techniques, opportunities, and treasures, only for you to satisfy that beast's perverse desires by forcing me to endure this indignity? My voice was as frigid as a blade, locking onto her as if she were already deceased. To my astonishment, she responded with a contemptuous laugh, utterly derisive. How absurd and foolish! In this world governed by the law of the jungle, a worthless being like you has no right to speak of emotions. Such sentiments are the sole domain of the powerful. Jiang Tingting leaned almost entirely against Zhang Feng, her face radiating disdain and indifference, devoid of any semblance of affection. Tingting, it is futile to converse with this trash. He is but a mere mountain-splitting realm. If he refuses to submit as a slave, then simply kill him. What? Are you reluctant? Zhang Feng, reveling in Jiang Tingting's softness, bore an expression of lewd satisfaction as he forcefully grasped her, before turning to regard me with the gaze reserved for the dead. Upon hearing this, a flicker of tension crossed Jiang Tingting's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a seductive smile, allowing Zhang Feng to manipulate her, pressing her chest against his. Zhang Feng could not contain his laughter. Ha ha! You dog couple! I shall flay your skin, strip your bones, drink your blood, and feast upon your flesh for my vengeance. Witnessing this scene, I gritted my teeth. Revenge? Ha ha! Trash! You shall have no chance. Attack! With a mere wave of his hand, the four spirit condensation realm guards behind him lunged at me like ravenous wolves, restraining me firmly. At that moment, Jiang Tingting approached me, sword in hand, her face brimming with mockery. Without hesitation, she thrust the blade through my heart. An exclamation of shock surged within me. What the hell? I am truly dead. I have only just arrived. Blood flowed incessantly, and I felt myself becoming increasingly disoriented. My body grew heavier, and my eyelids felt as if they were weighed down, threatening to succumb to slumber at any moment. The only things that anchored me were the unwillingness to perish so soon after my arrival and the simmering hatred I harbored towards Jiang Tingting and Zhang Feng. But wait, isn't it customary for a traveler to possess a golden finger? Is it possible that I lack this crucial advantage? System, if you do not make your appearance soon, I truly fear I shall meet my demise. At that moment, a delightful chime resonated in my mind, a sound that brought a sense of reassurance. Ding. Rest easy, rest easy. The system may be tardy, but it shall never be absent. System activation in progress. The infinite editing background system is at your service. My heart skipped a beat. Immediately, the voice of the system echoed. This system serves as an infinitely editable background platform. with its primary function being the limitless customization of one's background. You possess the ability to shape your connections with individuals and influence relationships with various powers. The editing background requires further refinement. There are two methods to acquire editing points. The first method, defeating adversaries, grants you rewards. The stronger the foe and the deeper their animosity towards you, the more editing points you shall acquire. Please note that individuals with whom you share a closeness rating of 100 may provide feedback on your editing points after vanquishing your foes. The system's voice resonated within my mind, repeatedly announcing, "The first method of acquisition yields double editing points for slaying players of the same realm. As for the second method, you may trade any treasure from this world with me in exchange for editing points. Be mindful, however, that there is a daily cap on the recovery of editing points. Currently, the limit for treasures in this version is set at 1,000 points per day. Feedback points not only enable you to edit your background, but also allow for the purchase of treasures in the system store." Upon hearing these words, an overwhelming excitement surged through me, filling me with sheer joy. This system is truly remarkable. It would be wise to grant me a substantial system gift package. In my current state, without such a boon, I fear I may meet my demise. I couldn't help but shout in my heart. I am bleeding profusely and on the brink of death. Naturally, I am frantic. I was nearly overwhelmed with rage, and upon hearing those words, I felt as though I might faint. Those who aspire to achieve great things must. Is it truly the end? The host of the lung fog cannot withstand such minor injuries. The initial gift package has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have received 5,000 editing points, and your physique has been upgraded to the chaotic body, chaos body, the supreme constitution of the myriad realms. Its possessor is bestowed with the fortune of the heavens, capable of nurturing unparalleled Tao patterns. It stands unrivaled among the heavens, able to transcend celestial taboos and attain supremacy across all realms. With the sound of chime, an announcement echoed. Due to the host's imminent peril, the celestial phenomena associated with the awakening of the chaos body has been automatically concealed. As the package was unsealed, I felt my body undergo a profound transformation. Surrounding me, a faint gray luminescence flickered with an enigmatic allure, and my injuries gradually began to mend. The sensation of impending death slowly dissipated, and my consciousness became clearer. A chaos body. I marveled at the thought. The very name evoked a sense of invincibility. In that moment, I hastily inquired of the system, "I wish to edit my background. Please reveal the options available for modification." With a chime, a lengthy list of background options materializes before my eyes. The illegitimate son of the head of the Ouyang family, one of the 4 esteemed clans of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, wanders in the outside world. The esteemed elder of the sacred land of Sunlight Domain, the Mount Sumru, is the distinguished disciple who guards the gates. The supreme empress of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, Feng Di Donglier, embarks on a quest to find her long-lost beloved, a cherished childhood companion, in the shining light of her youth. The sole heir of the esteemed Zhuge family, a unique force within the realm of the Sunlit Domain, has gone missing. Editor's note, 5,000. The supreme forbidden power of the heavenly realms, the reincarnation of the desolate emperor, with an edit point of 100,000,000. Gazing at this list, a tremor coursed through my heart. The background is overwhelmingly formidable. How do I choose? Shumi Mountain? What manner of place is that? I am aware that the Daylight Domain boasts 3 grand dynasties, yet Shumi Mountain stands as one of the sacred sites transcending these 3 empires. The Zhu family, led by the illustrious head. The Zhu family is a particularly distinguished lineage within our Daylight Domain, reputed to be the earthly emissaries of the heavenly Tao, with members inherently capable of comprehending the celestial mysteries and the profound truths of existence. Even more astonishing is the legend that the reincarnation of the supreme forbidden power, the desolate emperor, is concealed within their household. The prestige of both the supreme forbidden power and the desolate emperor is beyond question, truly fearsome. However, such an illustrious background certainly presents a challenge in terms of editing. Speaking of matters of substance, the most suitable background at present is that of the beloved of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty's empress, the Phoenix Empress. The Eastern Extreme Dynasty is one of the three great dynasties of our daylight domain, and this Phoenix Empress reigns above countless souls, a remarkable female sovereign who, upon ascending to the throne, revitalized the once declining Eastern Extreme Dynasty. Yet, this empress harbors a significant dilemma. Whispers abound in the court. She remains unmarried, without offspring, leaving the dynasty devoid of an heir, utterly lacking in foundation. Countless prodigies from the daylight domain have sought her affection, but the Phoenix Empress has coldly rebuffed them without a hint of mercy. It is said that her beloved possesses an exalted status of unparalleled worth, which fills me with excitement. To ally with the Eastern Extreme Empress would mean to wield dominion over the world alongside her. However, the cost and exchange points for such a background is staggering. 5,000 points, indicating its extraordinary value. Upon contemplating this, I hesitated not for a moment, softly murmuring to myself, "Select, exchange for the beloved of the Eastern Extreme Empress." A sudden voice resonated in my mind, announcing the successful exchange for the background of the Empress Dongji, accompanied by a rush of memories from many years ago with her. In an instant, I found myself within the imperial city of the Dongji Dynasty, at the heart of the grand Dongji Palace. The palace resembled a magnificent phoenix soaring through the skies, exuding an air of majesty and splendor. Upon the imperial throne in the Phoenix Hall sat the exalted empress, clad in a resplendent robe of gold and crimson, adorned with a phoenix crown. Her regal demeanor was accentuated by her striking phoenix eyes and ruby lips, embodying the essence of supreme authority. The blazing sun insignia upon her forehead radiated an extraordinary majesty, as if a celestial being had descended upon the mortal realm. She was none other than Dongji, the true sovereign of the Dongji Dynasty, the empress herself. Chapter 2. The Phoenix sings to the heavens, "Who dares to harm my brother Yuan? Execute without mercy." At this moment, the Empress of the Eastern Extremes squinted her phoenix eyes, lost in a reverie that spanned the skies. Behind her, 9 phoenixes bowed in homage, accompanied by the mystical presence of the golden crow ascending towards the sun. Suddenly, the Empress trembled, her eyes snapping open with an intensity that shifted from regal authority to one of astonishment and elation. "Brother Yuan," the voice of Dongji quivered with emotion. "After searching for you all these years, I have finally found you. You cannot fathom how weary I am. I do not wish to be the Supreme Empress. I yearn only to be by your side." Dongji murmured almost to herself, reflecting on her childhood. Following a catastrophic upheaval in the palace, she, the daughter of the Eastern Extreme Martial Emperor, had been cast into the world, homeless and destitute. She had endured nights on the streets, starved and alone. It was during this tumultuous time that she encountered a beacon of hope, Lin Yuan, who was also adrift. For 8 years, Lin Yuan shielded her from harm, standing resolutely before her in the face of danger, sacrificing his own sustenance so that she might eat. He tended to her when illness struck and brought joy to her when despair loomed. It was only when she awakened to her supreme constitution, the 9 Phoenix Golden Wand celestial body, that the martial emperor sought her return, severing the bond she shared with Lin Yuan. 13 years passed. Even as she ascended to become a revered empress and a formidable figure in the void realm, she could not locate the light that once filled her heart. For Dongji, the inability to find her brother Yuan rendered her status as a mighty empress with dominion over the world, and her strength in the void realm utterly meaningless. Now, as Dongji traversed the universe in her spirit, she sensed Lin Yuan's presence. Unable to contain herself, she rose abruptly, intent on tearing through space to reunite with him. "Your Majesty, you must not. As the Empress of the Eastern Extremes, how can you personally seek out a man? Such actions would incite rumors. And more critically, you are at a pivotal moment of breakthrough. If anything goes awry, all your efforts will be in vain." At that moment, a raspy voice interrupted beside her. Hearing these words, Dongji clenched her fists tightly. After a brief silence, she sighed and spoke. "Elder Shadow, dispatch the 13 guards of the eastern extremes to ensure they bring Brother Lin Yuan back to me. Yes, your majesty. Wait, Elder Shadow, you should also accompany them in secret to protect Lin Yuan. Should anyone dare to harm him, they shall face execution without mercy. As she uttered the words execute without mercy, a terrifying aura of murder radiated from Dongji. Behind her, the 9 phoenixes and the golden crow let out a resonant cry. In that instant, the heavens trembled with thunder. As the emperor of the eastern extremes, her very thoughts resonated with the cosmos. Yes, your majesty. The raspy voice beside Dong Liar faded into oblivion. In Guangling City, at this very moment, due to the chaotic body, Lin Yuan's injuries had miraculously healed. Slowly, he opened his eyes, gripping a dagger tightly, his crimson gaze fixed upon a few individuals nearby who were rummaging through his belongings. Ahead, he beheld Jiang Tingting and Zhang Feng, lost in their own world of affection. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's awakening, Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. You're not dead after all. This is rather intriguing. Yet, you worthless fool, you don't even possess a storage bag. As Zhang Feng observed the blood returning to Lin Yuan's face, a scornful expression crept onto his features. Hearing these words, Lin Yuan merely chuckled. A storage bag? How could he possibly lack one? The original owner had saved for 3 months to purchase one, which was now in Jiang Tingting's possession at her waist. Meanwhile, Jiang Tingting, astonished to see Lin Yuan awaken, approached him with a disdainful glance at his bloodied form. She spoke, Lin Yuan, since you've survived, consider yourself fortunate. You have one more chance. If you bow to young Master Zhang and acknowledge your faults as his servant, perhaps he will spare your life. Disgust surged within Lin Yuan as he gazed at Jiang Tingting, leading him to spit directly onto her face. Ah, Lin Yuan, how dare you? Jiang Tingting shrieked, her countenance twisted with rage. Spit on you? That will be an honor. Just wait. Soon enough, you'll be kneeling before me, begging. Lin Yuan's eyes, cold as ice, regarded Jiang Tingting as if she were already a corpse. Impudent! Zhang Feng exclaimed, stepping forward, his hand raised to strike Lin Yuan. However, at that moment, thunder rumbled above and a fierce wind howled. A terrifying pressure swept across the land, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. A chilling voice resonated through the atmosphere, sending Zhang Feng reeling backward, spitting blood. Who? Who is it? Zhang Feng's face contorted with fear and fury as he lay on the ground, frantically gasping. Lin Yuan, young master of the eastern extreme 13 guards, is to be escorted back to the palace. At that instant, 13 figures appeared in the heavens. The moment they manifested, the entire spatial realm felt as if it had solidified. Behind these 13 individuals loomed indistinct yet terrifying manifestations. The eastern extreme, 13 guards, formidable beings of the law manifestation realm. Lying on the ground, Zhang Feng's expression morphed into one of sheer terror as he beheld the sudden arrival of the eastern extreme 13 guards and the fearsome manifestations behind them. Impossible! How could the eastern extreme 13 guards be here? And how could they possibly be connected to this beast? Zhang Feng shook his head in disbelief, his eyes betraying an incredulous expression. The 13 guards of the eastern extremity, the personal protectors of the empress of the eastern extremity. Each member of the 13 guards possesses the formidable strength of the Dharma manifestation realm. The Dharma manifestation realm. Even his father, the head of the Zhang family, is merely at the inquiry realm. Any one of the 13 guards could single-handedly annihilate the Zhang family. Yet now, the 13 guards have inexplicably appeared in the humble city of Guangling, and most astonishingly, they have come for the useless Lin Yuan. Zhang Feng simply could not comprehend this. The 13 guards? Lin Yuan, bracing himself with his short sword, rose to his feet and gazed at the 13 guards. As a player in this world, he possessed a unique privilege, the ability to view the attribute panels of the ancient denizens. Name, 13 guards of the Eastern Extremity Realm. Dharma Manifestation Realm description. The 13 guards of the Eastern Extremity, the Death Guards of the Empress, serve solely the Empress and are willing to sacrifice everything for her. As Lin Yuan beheld the attribute panel of the 13 guards, his eyes gleamed. The Death Guards of the Eastern Empress. This was splendid. He was saved. Meanwhile, Jiang Tingting, also a player, could likewise see the attribute panel of the 13 guards. When she realized that these guards were indeed the death guards of the Eastern Empress, her vision darkened, and she stumbled backward. How could this be? How could Lin Yuan, this useless individual, possibly be connected to the Eastern Empress? The very death guards had come to escort him back to the palace. What was he hiding from me? Why? Why indeed? Jiang Tingting's gaze was fixed intensely on Lin Yuan, her heart a tumult of emotions. At that moment, one of the 13 guards stepped forward and presented a pill the size of a longan to Lin Yuan. Young Master Lin, shall I take care of these individuals for you? Subsequently, the Eastern Guard turned his icy gaze toward the sprawled Zhang Feng and his companions on the ground. Of course, they must be dealt with. However, it must be done thoroughly. Take them to the Zhang family in Guangling. I shall ensure that not a single one remains, even if it means slicing them in half like earthworms. Lin Yuan spoke with a frigid intensity. Most importantly, they must be exterminated. The more formidable the enemy, the greater the hatred they bore toward him, and thus, the more editing points Lin Yuan would accrue upon their demise. With the 13 guards at his side, encountering scum like Jiang Tingting and Zhang Feng, it would be a disservice to the original owner, who had suffered so unjustly, if he did not maximize his benefits. However, before that, Lin Yuan cast a cold glance at the several guards lying on the ground. He let out a disdainful snort and approached the moaning guards. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists. At that moment, a mysterious chaotic power enveloped his entire being. This was the power of the chaotic body. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt as though he had acquired the strength to obliterate heaven and earth. Certainly, it is merely an illusion. However, Lin Yuan unleashed a series of punches towards several guards, manifesting a few golden fist phantoms that exuded an overwhelming pressure, reducing the fallen guards to mere pulp. A notification echoed in his ears, congratulating him on the demise of 4 enemies at the spirit condensation stage, awarding him 400 editing points. Meanwhile, the Eastern 13 guards observed the remarkable strikes delivered by Lin Yuan, their expressions filled with astonishment. Being formidable cultivators at the Dharma manifestation stage, they could certainly discern the extraordinary nature of Lin Yuan's punches. As Lin Yuan dispatched the guards, he cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Tingting and Zhang Feng. You cannot kill me, Jiang implored. Kill you? There's no rush. The real spectacle has only just begun, Lin Yuan replied with a cold smirk. Chapter 3. The terrifying East Extreme 13 Guards, the day of Zhang family's doom. Guangling City. The Zhang family. The Zhang family stands as one of the dominant clans within Guangling City. The head of the Zhang family possesses the realm of inquiry, a status that is among the highest in Guangling City. On this bustling day, a resounding and chilling voice reverberated through the air, akin to a celestial proclamation. All members of the Zhang family, come forth. As this voice echoed, the inhabitants of Guangling City, including ordinary folk and lower-tier players, were shaken to their core. Subsequently, they looked skyward and beheld the formidable East Extreme 13 guards and Lin Yuan looming above. Isn't that Lin Yuan, the sycophant? How has he ascended to such heights? They murmured in disbelief. To their astonishment, standing beside Lin Yuan were the East Extreme 13 guards, the elite protectors of the Eastern Empress, raising questions about how Lin Yuan could associate with such formidable beings. Within the realm of the ancient era, 2 factions emerged, the indigenous natives and the players. Despite the ancient era closely mirroring the real world, remnants of gaming mechanics persisted. Players could discern one another, despite identical attire, distinguishing those from Blue Star from the native beings of the ancient era. Moreover, a communal chat channel existed among players, along with a trading store for transactions. Occasionally, whispers akin to heavenly edicts would resonate in players' minds, serving as a reminder of their status as outsiders, players who, upon death, would face a permanent severance from Blue Star. In Guangling City, Lin Yuan had garnered considerable notoriety. Renowned as a notorious sycophant, he was often ridiculed as being led around like a dog by women. Thus, when the players of Guangling City witnessed Lin Yuan standing alongside the imposing East Extreme 13 guards, their astonishment was palpable. Could it be that he had reached unprecedented heights as a sycophant? Who dared to provoke the Zhang family, a clan notorious for their heinous deeds? Would these formidable warriors bring the Zhang family to justice and alleviate the suffering they had inflicted upon the populace? The local residents of Guangling City echoed similar sentiments upon hearing the voice from above. The mere mention of the Zhang family stirred feelings of animosity and resentment among them. In that moment, as the East Extreme 13 guards unleashed a furious roar, the Zhang family reacted like a startled henhouse, scrambling out in a state of panic. At that instant, the East Extreme 13 guards, Lin Yuan and Zhang Feng Jiang Tingting, observed the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Yu. Witnessing Zhang Feng lying on the ground like a lifeless chick, pale and bloodied, Zhang Yu's countenance drastically changed as he cast a glance at Lin Yuan, then turned his gaze towards the East Extreme 13 guards. Upon witnessing the terrifying manifestations looming behind the guards, his eyes filled with an overwhelming fear. He subsequently clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, addressing them. "Esteemed guests, I am at a loss as to where my son has offended you. Are you the father of that wretched Zhang Feng?" At that moment, Lin Yuan stepped forward, directing a cold gaze toward Zhang Yu, exuding an icy demeanor. "Impudence! A mere Rift Mountain realm has no place to utter words here." However, before Lin Yuan could finish his statement, an elder from the Zhang family scoffed from behind. "Impudence! To insult young Master Lin is a death sentence." The East Extreme 13 guards, witnessing the elder's brazen disrespect towards Lin Yuan, let out a disdainful snort. Without hesitation, one of them unleashed a powerful strike towards the elder of the profound realm. Accompanied by a terrifying fluctuation of cosmic energy, the elder was instantly reduced to nothingness. Seeing this unfold, Zhang Yu's heart trembled, and his expression darkened significantly. "Gentlemen, this is rather tyrannical, is it not? You do not allow a single word to be spoken before taking a life before my very eyes." "Take a life?" The East Extreme 13 guards sneered. In the next instant, 3 of them leaped into the sky, standing majestically above. Suddenly, 3 distinct and terrifying manifestations coalesced behind the East Extreme 13 guards. As they formed a formation, the entire Zhang family, save for Lin Yuan, found themselves ensnared by a terrifying force, rendered motionless in place. At that moment, Zhang Yu, feeling the immense power of the East Extreme 13 guards, was overtaken by sheer terror. Who are you?" he stammered. "Father, they are the East Extreme 13 guards, the guards of the Phoenix Emperor." Zhang Feng, lying on the ground, groggily regained consciousness and screamed hysterically. "What? The East Extreme 13 guards?" The faces of Zhang Yu and the entire Zhang family paled in horror. They were genuinely flustered. The manifestation realm. While Zhang Yu was somewhat unfazed, he knew of the Zhang family's elder in the returning ruins realm, who possessed formidable influence within the sunlit domain, as well as a favor from the Changshan Gu family. Worst case, he could leverage this favor to elicit assistance from the Changshan Gu family, ensuring the survival of the Zhang family. However, if it were the East Extreme 13 guards, Zhang Yu's composure shattered. The East Extreme 13 guards represented the supreme authority of the current East Extreme Dynasty, serving the Phoenix Emperor, one of the most powerful entities in the entire sunlit domain. Offending the Phoenix Emperor could very well mean that even the Changshan Gu family would hesitate to assist the Zhang family. Though the Changshan Gu family was not intimidated by the East Extreme Dynasty, they were not fools either, and would not act on behalf of a mere small family like the Zhangs. Offending the formidable Eastern Extreme Dynasty, who is this young master? Zhang Yu gazed bitterly at Lin Yuan, and at that moment, clarity dawned upon him. The Eastern Extreme 13 guards existed solely to bolster Lin Yuan. Who is this young Master Lin? He is a distinguished individual whom His Majesty wishes to personally invite back to the palace. Young Master Lin. The Zhang family is now entirely restrained by his subordinates. Henceforth, the fate of the Zhang family rests in the hands of the young master. The Eastern Extreme 13 guards turned to Lin Yuan, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing their words, Lin Yuan nodded. "Bring me his sword," he commanded. Immediately, the Eastern Extreme 13 guards presented him with a precious sword, a sword of the earth grade, deemed excessive for dispatching such worthless foes. Gazing at the sword that shimmered with a cold light, Lin Yuan murmured to himself. He then approached, the terrified Zhang Feng. I told you, I will make you regret this. Fixating on Zhang Feng's horrified gaze, Lin Yuan spoke, his voice icy, casting Zhang Feng into a veritable hell. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yuan unleashed the precious sword, sending forth a chilling beam of sword light. In an instant, a member of the Zhang family found himself utterly defenseless beneath this luminous arc, his head severed. Congratulations! You have slain an enemy from the Zhang family at the Void Realm, earning 200 editing points. Current editing points, 600. This is just the beginning, Lin Yuan remarked, his face adorned with a cruel smile as he observed the petrified Zhang Feng. Moments later, in the span of mere minutes, dozens from the Zhang family had met their demise, including Zhang Feng's own kin. Lin Yuan's editing points surged to an impressive 500. As Lin Yuan executed Zhang Feng's mother before his very eyes, a familiar system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Currently, Zhang Feng's hatred towards you has reached 100. Killing Zhang Feng will trigger a critical hit, granting substantial editing points. Hearing this long-awaited notification, a radiant smile blossomed on Lin Yuan's face. He had awaited this moment. Turning to the red-eyed Zhang Feng, who was fixated on him, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Anger? I told you. I will ensure you regret this. With that, Lin Yuan plunged his sword into Zhang Feng's chest. At that instant, another system notification sounded. Ding! You have slain Zhang Feng of the Spirit Condensation Realm, earning 100 editing points. Ding! Due to Zhang Feng's hatred towards you reaching 100, a critical hit is triggered, granting 500 editing points. Current editing points, 3000. Chapter 4. The Arrival of the Gu Family from Changsheng. A powerful being of the Void Realm. Upon hearing this system notification, a faint smile graced Lin Yuan's face. Feng, my son, you are a true demon. Following Zhang Feng's demise, Zhang Yu, still imprisoned by the Eastern Extreme 13 guards, let out a desperate howl, gazing at Lin Yuan as if he were a fearsome specter. Ding! The hatred value of Zhang Yu towards you has reached 100. By slaying Zhang Yu of the Dao Inquiry Realm, a critical hit can be triggered. The Dao Inquiry Realm can trigger a critical hit? Such a high level of power is indeed formidable. How many editing points must one accumulate to achieve this? Lin Yuan's expression shifted upon receiving this notification. He then brandished his sword and slowly approached Zhang Yu. Do not be anxious. Soon you shall join your son. This young friend has claimed many lives. Might we not cease this bloodshed and leave my Zhang family a path for survival? However, at that moment, a voice resonated from behind the Zhang manor. Emerging from the shadows was an elder clad in gray. He approached Lin Yuan, his gaze imbued with an icy, murderous intent. Ancestor. Upon seeing this elder, Zhang Yu's face lit up with a glimmer of hope. The Eastern Extreme 13 guards, upon witnessing the ancestral figure of the Zhang family, experienced a momentary change in expression, swiftly positioning themselves beside Lin Yuan to guard him. Yet, Lin Yuan merely shook his head as he regarded the Zhang family ancestor. The enmity has already been forged. To eradicate the root of the weeds is to bury a landmine for oneself. My young friend, have you considered this carefully? The jade pendant in my possession is the bloodline emblem of the Changsheng Gu family. By merely shattering this pendant, a powerful being from the Gu family will arrive. Are you certain you wish to incur their wrath? The Zhang family ancestor gripped a white jade pendant, speaking through gritted teeth. However, before the elder could finish his words, Lin Yuan thrust his sword into Zhang Yu's chest. With a soft thud, he remained unconvinced and delivered another strike, severing Zhang Yu's head. Ding! Slaying a powerful being of the Dao Inquiry Realm has awarded you 1,000 editing points. Ding! Due to Zhang Yu's hatred value reaching 100, a critical hit has been triggered, granting you an additional 5,000 editing points. Current editing points, 8,000. Outrageous! The Zhang family ancestor, witnessing Lin Yuan slay Zhang Yu before his very eyes, let out an enraged roar. He then crushed the jade pendant in his hand. In the next moment, a spatial rift appeared in the heavens. From it, a terrifying figure emerged, breaking through the void and materializing above Guangling City. As this formidable presence manifested, Every living being within a radius of 10,000 miles felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, rendering them nearly breathless. It was indeed a powerful being of the Void Realm. In Guangling City, players beheld this figure, their hearts gripped by terror. They understood that the hallmark of a Void Realm being was the ability to tear through space, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. The jade pendant, shattered by the Zhang family, signified the arrival of a great power above. The terrifying figure bowed its head and, in an instant, vanished into the void, reappearing beside the patriarch of the Zhang family. It was the young scion of the Zhang family. The advisor from the Chongsheng Gu family, upon seeing the patriarch, nodded slightly. "Senior, please take a stand for my Zhang family." This young man, for reasons unknown, has allied himself with the Eastern Extreme royal family, intent on exterminating my entire clan. The patriarch of the Zhang family, upon witnessing the advisor, an elderly man, began to weep profusely. Meanwhile, the Eastern Extreme 13 guards, positioned beside Lin Yuan, turned pale at the sight of the advisor. "A master of the Dongshi realm. Master Lin, this is dire news. This person is a formidable foe from the Chongsheng Gu family. We are merely at the Dharma aspect realm, utterly incapable of standing against him." The Eastern Extreme 13 guards conveyed to Lin Yuan through telepathy, "What are your demands?" "According to our agreement, I shall only intervene once." At that moment, the advisor, maintaining a calm demeanor and devoid of emotion, addressed the patriarch's plea. "Senior, eliminate this young man and drive away the Eastern Extreme 13 guards. I only wish for a path of retreat for the Zhang family." Hearing these words, the patriarch immediately responded, "Kill this young man and ensure the survival of the Zhang bloodline. It is straightforward." The advisor nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then, the advisor's gaze shifted towards Lin Yuan. The moment their eyes met, Lin Yuan trembled, feeling a surge of paralysis, as if he were a mere ant before the advisor. The advisor, with a single hand, could obliterate him. At that instant, a panel detailing the advisor's attributes appeared before Lin Yuan. Name: Advisor Realm. Dongshi Realm Description: Advisor. A member of the Chongsheng Gu family. The Chongsheng Gu family, an ancient lineage that has overshadowed the three major dynasties for millennia, once received the blessings of the immortals, bearing the mark of reincarnation on their foreheads. Each member of the Chongsheng Gu family possesses a single opportunity for resurrection in their lifetime. After death, they can revive from the life lamp. Upon reading the advisor's description, Lin Yuan's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. How could such a formidable lineage exist in this world, equipped with their own resurrection mechanism? "Ha ha, you demon, I offered you a chance to flee earlier, and you chose to remain. Now, you shall pay with your life here." At that moment, the patriarch of the Zhang family glared at Lin Yuan with a malevolent expression, his voice filled with frenzy. Meanwhile, Jiang Tingting, lying on the ground, pale and trembling, secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the unfolding events. She then looked at Lin Yuan, her eyes betraying a cruel glint. "Lin Yuan, you dared to conceal your identity from me. Had you not hidden your connection to the Eastern Extreme royal family, would I have allied myself with that trash, Zhang Feng? Now we find ourselves in this predicament. It is all your fault. Your impending death is well-deserved. This is the price for deceiving me." Jiang Tingting's heart screamed. "Master Lin, flee quickly. Together we can hold off the Dongshi Realm Master for a brief moment." However, in the face of the murderous intent emanating from the advisor, the Eastern Extreme 13 guards stood resolutely before Lin Yuan, urgently imploring him. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and shook his head. With 8,000 editing points in hand, he remained unfazed in the face of the so-called threat posed by the members of the Chongsheng Gu family. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the system within his mind. "System, based on the editing points I currently possess, kindly recommend a few backgrounds for me." Ding. Opening the editing list, automatically selecting backgrounds. As the system's voice echoed, a list of backgrounds appeared before Lin Yuan once more. Son of the proprietor of the Reincarnation Pawn Shop, one of the three major business conglomerates in the Sunlit Domain. Required editing points, 7,000. Son of the Emperor Yin of the Tianqiong Dynasty, the third prince of the current Tianqiong Dynasty. Required editing points, 6,000. The supreme demon emperor Su Xingtian of the 10,000 Great Mountains seeks the long-lost savior. Required editing points, 6,000. One of the 3 sacred grounds in the sunlit domain, the current Buddhist disciple of Mount Xiumi. Required editing points, 8,000. As Lin Yuan contemplated the various backgrounds presented by the system, he fell into deep thought. A prince of the Dongji Dynasty, the young master of the reincarnation pawnshop, the savior of the demon emperor of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a Buddhist disciple of the sacred ground, and so on. The mention of the Buddhist disciple made Lin Yuan's lips twitch. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to exchange for the background of the young master of the reincarnation pawnshop. At the very least, it should help him avert the impending crisis. Chapter 5. The 9 Phoenixes arrive in person. At that moment, a chilling, hoarse voice suddenly echoed before Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yuan abruptly halted his actions. The Gu family has wreaked havoc in my Eastern Extreme Dynasty. Lin Yuan is a person we must protect. You cannot kill him. Just as the advisor was about to strike, a mysterious old woman, cloaked in black, materialized silently before him, concealing her true identity. At the sight of her, the advisor's expression shifted slightly. Granny Shadow, you have personally appeared. What is the relationship between this young man and the Eastern Extreme Empress? The advisor spoke with a grave tone. Though both were formidable figures in the Void Realm, there existed a hierarchy among them. The advisor understood that he was no match for Granny Shadow. Yet, he could not fathom why she, who had vowed to protect the Eastern Extreme Empress throughout her life, would leave her side to safeguard this young man. You need not concern yourself with that. Now, you must either leave immediately or engage in combat. Lin Gongzi, you shall not lay a finger on him. Granny Shadow's raspy voice emerged from beneath her cloak, imbued with an aura of intimidation. Upon hearing this, the advisor furrowed his brow, wavering slightly. Predecessor, do not forget our agreement. Meanwhile, the Zhang family patriarch, witnessing the hesitation on the advisor's face after Granny Shadow's arrival, was taken aback and hurriedly spoke. Silence. Just as the patriarch's words fell, Granny Shadow coldly responded, gesturing subtly toward the Zhang family patriarch of the returning ruins realm. In the next instant, he was transformed into a mist of blood. What the hell? Lin Yuan, observing this scene, felt his eyes redden. Is he truly dead? Such a powerful being. How many editing points would this waste? Lin Yuan's heart bled at the thought. The advisor, who had previously hesitated, now watched as the patriarch's body was reduced to nothingness, his lips twitching involuntarily. Very well. I shall take my leave. Please convey my regards to His Majesty. The advisor inclined his hand toward Granny Shadow and, upon finishing his words, tore apart the fabric of space to depart. With a life extinguished, why linger? Would one truly offend the Eastern Extreme Dynasty for a corpse? That would be sheer folly. As the advisor departed, the Zhang family was engulfed in a hushed silence following the deaths of the patriarch and the elder. The remaining members of the Zhang family trembled in fear, their lives resting entirely in the hands of the man before them. Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward Granny Shadow. Just as he prepared to bow in respect, he noticed that she made no effort to converse with him and simply vanished from sight. Lin Yuan could not help but twitch his lips at the sight. One aloof old woman. With Granny Shadow's departure, the atmosphere thickened with tension. As Lin Yuan gazed upon the remaining members of the Zhang family, he noted that most were either frail, elderly, or of low cultivation. Their demise would yield little in the way of editorial points. Thus, he felt no inclination to stain his hands with their blood. With a mere gesture towards the eastern extreme, 13 guards, he commanded, eliminate them all. In a single utterance, Lin Yuan sealed the fate of one of the prominent families in Guangling City. Yes, young master. The eastern extreme, 13 guards responded respectfully. In the next moment, a strong stench of blood permeated the entirety of Guangling City. At that moment, Lin Yuan turned to face Jiang Tingting, who lay on the ground. Her expression won a sheer terror as she looked at him. A cold smirk crept across Lin Yuan's face as he slowly approached her. It is not as you perceive. I still harbor love for you. Have you forgotten the sweetness of our past affection? Shall we reconcile? Jiang Tingting hastily crawled to Lin Yuan's feet, reaching out to grasp his pant leg, her face reflecting a pitiful expression. Unintentionally, she revealed her fair skin, her alluring fox-like eyes gazing at Lin Yuan. However, at that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Ding! Jiang Tingting's hatred towards you has reached 100. Eliminating Jiang Tingting will trigger a critical point boost. Upon hearing this notification and looking at the pitiable Jiang Tingting, Lin Yuan's heart filled with cold amusement. Her hatred had peaked, wishing to see him perish 1,000 times, all while feigning such a woeful and affectionate demeanor. This venomous woman was perfect. Her hatred would grant him even more editorial points. Lin Yuan muttered to himself, and as his words fell, chaotic energy coalesced within his palm. No, Lin Yuan, do not kill me, Jiang Tingting cried, her face contorted with fear as she repeatedly bowed her head to him. Yet, when she caught a glimpse of the murderous intent in Lin Yuan's eyes, she understood the truth. Lin Yuan had truly resolved to take her life. You useless fool. The current state of affairs is all because of you. If only you had revealed your connection to the Eastern Extreme Palace sooner, I would have shamelessly approached Zhang Feng. Jiang Tingting's words faltered, but a chilling glimmer sparked in her eyes. Suddenly, a flame-imbued dagger of profound rank appeared in her hand, viciously thrusting towards Lin Yuan. However, before the fiery dagger could make contact, Lin Yuan's palm struck forcefully against Jiang Tingting's chest. Bolstered by the chaotic energy of his chaotic body, a single strike shattered her internal organs, despite them being in the same realm of strength. Jiang Tingting emitted a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. In her final moments, her gaze, now tinged with a pallid hue, fixed upon Lin Yuan as she summoned her last ounce of strength to inquire. What is your true relationship with the Eastern Extreme Empress? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan merely smiled gently. You might interpret this as me being the beloved of the Empress of the Eastern Extremes. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Tingting's vision darkened, and she was utterly bereft of vitality. Ding! You have slain Jiang Tingting of the Shattering Mountain Realm, earning 500 editing points. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a critical hit, earning an additional 2,500 editing points. Ding! As you have defeated a player enemy, the editing points awarded are doubled, granting you an additional 5,000 points. Current editing points, 13,000. As the system notifications echoed in his ears, a smile graced Lin Yuan's face. 13,000 editing points, quite commendable. My lord, the Zhang residence has been thoroughly ransacked, leaving no trace behind. This is the bounty from the plundering of the Zhang estate. At that moment, the 13 guardians of the Eastern Extremes approached Lin Yuan with utmost respect, presenting him with a spatial ring. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and accepted the spatial ring. The 13 guardians understood its worth, even if it were of no personal use. Exchanging it for editing points through the system would prove beneficial. Then Lin Yuan spoke softly, let us depart. In the distance from the Zhang residence, numerous onlookers gathered from all directions. There were players from Blue Star and local cultivators of Guangling City, all intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. As the gates of the Zhang residence swung open, Lin Yuan and the 13 guardians emerged. In an instant, a pungent scent of blood surged forth from the estate. The players and local cultivators of Guangling City gazed at Lin Yuan and his entourage with flickering eyes, hesitant to utter a word. Yet, within their glances lay a mixture of curiosity and astonishment. Who exactly was Lin Yuan? What fortuitous events had transpired to warrant the protection of the Empress's personal guards? However, as Lin Yuan and his companions exited the Zhang residence, a sudden resounding chant reverberated through the heavens. In an instant, the sky transformed into a crimson hue. The crowd looked up to see 9 fiery phoenixes soaring through the firmament, trailing a magnificent chariot resembling a palace. The people of Guangling City and the 13 guardians of the Eastern Extremes were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they prostrated themselves on the ground in reverence and fear. Chapter 6. Supreme Bone, the Great Sun Incineration Technique. At this moment, Amidst the heavens and the earth, only Lin Yuan stood in place. The Nine Phoenix Chariot. Within the entire Eastern Extreme Empire, only one person is entitled to ride this chariot, the Empress of the Eastern Extreme herself. The arrival of the Nine Phoenix Chariot was akin to the Empress herself descending. The citizens of the Eastern Extreme did not bow. To do so would be considered treason. Just then, the Nine Phoenix Chariot slowly descended before Lin Yuan. By the command of His Majesty, I am to escort young Master Lin Yuan to the Imperial Palace. Please, young Master, step aboard. The foremost fire phoenix spoke, articulating human words. As the words fell, a phoenix throne materialized in front of Lin Yuan. The multitude of people in Guangling City, as well as the 13 guards of the Eastern Extreme, felt a tremor in their hearts upon hearing the fire phoenix's proclamation. The 13 guards had speculated that Lin Yuan's origins were extraordinary, but to have their emperor's personal guards escort him was beyond their expectations. The arrival of the Fire Phoenix Chariot made them realize they had underestimated Lin Yuan's standing in the Empress's eyes. They had dispatched a dedicated Fire Phoenix to fetch him. It is worth noting that throughout the Eastern Extreme Empire, aside from the Empress, no one else has ever ridden in her personal chariot. Anyone, upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan gazed at the Nine Phoenix Chariot with curiosity. Subsequently, he seated himself upon the throne that had appeared before him. The throne then soared directly into the chariot. With a gentle hum, accompanied by a series of long, melodious chants, the Nine Phoenixes soared into the sky, heading towards the Eastern Extreme Imperial City. Meanwhile, as Lin Yuan entered the chariot, he comprehended the true meaning of luxury. It was akin to a palace, replete with every amenity. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the chariot was extraordinarily abundant. Lin Yuan felt that cultivating within this chariot was several times more effective than outside. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan softly spoke, "System, open the system store." The editing points not only allow for background modifications, but also enable the exchange of corresponding treasures within the system store. Just as Lin Yuan's words fell, the system store appeared before him. Within the store, there were 10 treasures in total. Lin Yuan scanned the offerings. Special Physique, Supreme Bone, Exchange Requirement, 12,000 editing points. Celestial Technique, Great Sun Incineration Technique, Exchange Requirement, 12,000 editing points. Special Divine Ability, Xuanwu Si Suppression Seal, Exchange Requirement, 8,000 editing points. Celestial Treasure, Dragon Slaying Starbreaker Sword, Exchange Requirement, 12,000 editing points. System Treasure, Discount Treasure Chest, Exchange Requirement, 1,000 editing points. Observing the 10 slots within the system store, each containing a treasure, Lin Yuan sighed in resignation. All these treasures were indeed remarkable. Even the Supreme Bone was available. The issue, however, lay in their exorbitant prices. Each was enticing, yet beyond his means to acquire. System. The treasures within your store are excessively priced. In the realm of the system store, treasures are refreshed daily, with the updates being entirely random. The store comprises 10 slots for treasures, with the exception of the discount treasure box, which remains unchanged. Should one find the treasures in the system store excessively priced, they may opt to gamble on the discount box. Upon opening the discount box, there lies the chance to acquire treasures at a discount, potentially as low as 10%. Lin Yuan heard the alluring voice of the system whispering in his ear. Upon receiving this information, his gaze flickered with intrigue. Was there a possibility of an empty reward? Surely, if he expended 1,000 editing points to open the discount box, it could not still bear the original price. Rest assured, there are no empty rewards. It certainly will not be at the original price. The system assured confidently. With this assurance, Lin Yuan felt a surge of optimism. The discount box promised a substantial return. A satisfied smile graced his face as he boldly decided to gamble on a discount box. Congratulations! You have spent 1,000 editing points to successfully open a discount box. And this time, you have received a double editing points reward. Remaining editing points, 12,000. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Double points? That was quite favorable. However, Upon contemplation, he was struck with shock. What? Double? Upon hearing this news, Lin Yuan's body stiffened. He hastily accessed the system store only to find that the editing point cost for all treasures had indeed doubled. For instance, what once required 7,000 editing points now demanded 14,000. System. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth and growled. What is this? You assured me there would be no original price. Just admit it. Frustration surged within him. So this is how it is it? He struggled to suppress his rage, allowing a moment of anger to dictate his actions. In a fit of indignation, he decided to gamble once more. Open another discount box for me. With a heart full of trepidation, Lin Yuan spoke. Congratulations. You have successfully opened a discount box. This time, you have received a 50% discount. Remaining editing points, 11,000. Elation washed over him upon hearing this announcement. This discount effectively halved the costs. Satisfied, Lin Yuan subsequently accessed the spatial ring acquired from the Zhang family. Much like a storage bag, the spatial ring served as a vessel for holding items, yet far surpassed the capabilities of a mere storage bag. Diving into the depths of the spatial ring with his consciousness, Lin Yuan was met with a chaotic array of items. A cursory glance revealed a plethora of items, albeit with an abundance of useless clutter. Without hesitation, he commanded, System, convert all items within the spatial ring into editing points. Beep. This treasure can be exchanged for 4,000 editing points. Beep. The 4,000 editing points exceed the daily exchange limit of 1,000 points. However, as this is the host's first exchange, an unlimited privilege has been granted for this instance. Exchange. Lin Yuan paused momentarily upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, before his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he eagerly responded. To my astonishment, I was granted unlimited privileges, allowing me to redeem 4,000 editing points instantly. This far exceeded my expectations, representing the accumulation of a family legacy spanning hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Truly remarkable. Ding! Successfully redeemed 4,000 editing points. Current editing points, 15,000. Gazing at the remaining 15,000 editing points, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the various treasures available in the system store. After a moment of contemplation, he directly opted to exchange for the Supreme Bone and the Grand Technique, the Day-Burning Heaven formula. The Supreme Bone itself required 12,000 editing points, but with a discount, it came down to 6,000. The Celestial Grade Technique, the Day-Burning Heaven formula, also originally required 12,000 editing points, but after a discount, it too was 6,000. Together, they totaled 12,000, and now he possessed over 14,000 editing points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully redeemed the special treasure, Supreme Bone and Celestial Grade Technique. Day-Burning Heaven Formula. Remaining editing points, 2,000. Supreme Bone loading. Day-Burning Heaven Formula loading. Loading successful. Awakening the Supreme Bone will result in a manifestation of celestial phenomena. Would you like to conceal the awakening phenomenon? At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Celestial phenomena upon awakening? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The Supreme Bone, along with awakening celestial phenomena? If the powerful beings of this realm were to discover his Supreme Bone, they would undoubtedly attempt to seize it. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan swiftly responded. Conceal the awakening phenomenon. Ding! Successfully concealed the awakening phenomenon. Accompanied by the system notification, Lin Yuan successfully awakened the Supreme Bone and comprehended the Day-Burning Heaven formula. Suddenly, a golden radiance emanated from his chest, exuding an overwhelming and primal aura of supremacy. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan instinctively grasped the Day-Burning Heaven formula. Supreme Bone, a unique physique among the strongest in all realms. This Supreme Bone serves as a breastplate bone, inherently possessing a chaotic space, allowing one to delve into the mysteries of the universe. It also naturally includes celestial techniques, with the celestial technique being the hand of the heavens. Day-Burning Heaven Formula, a celestial grade technique, said to be derived from the blood of the ancient golden crow upon its fall, inscribed upon remnants of the divine tree of the eastern extremity. Those who reach mastery can transform into 10 suns soaring through the sky, incinerating all realms. Feeling the immense power bestowed upon him by the supreme bone and the day-burning heaven formula, Lin Yuan wore a radiant smile. Indeed, the expenditure of these editing points was worthwhile. Coming back to his senses, Lin Yuan, seated within this phoenix carriage, focused his thoughts and opened the player communication channel. Before him appeared a translucent panel. This player communication platform served as a reminder that they were individuals from Blue Star who had entered a genuine game world, embarking on a journey filled with uncertainties. The game panel was divided into several modules: the Ancient Channel, the Sunlit Domain Channel, the Eastern Extremity Dynasty Channel, and the Trading Channel. At that moment, only the Eastern Extremity Dynasty Channel was operational within the entire game panel. The other channels were shrouded in a dull gray, rendering them inaccessible. However, upon opening the chat channel of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, as realization dawned upon him. An expression of peculiar bewilderment crossed his face. An anonymous comment read, "Seriously, what does Lin Yuan, the sycophant, have to his name? The sycophant seems to have it all in the end." Another user chimed in, "You haven't seen it. The Empress herself is personally guarded by the Eastern Extreme 13 guards, and the 9 phoenixes are here to welcome him. What on earth is his relationship with the Empress?" A third voice lamented, "The Eastern Extreme Empress, my beloved. Could she truly have fallen for that sycophant Lin Yuan? I'm devastated." Yet another user questioned, "Wait, we're all just players. What gives him the right? Just because he is a sycophant?" As Lin Yuan scrolled through the relentless stream of anonymous comments in the Eastern Extreme Dynasty chat channel, he nearly succumbed to frustration. Was this truly the legacy left by the original owner? This sycophant's tarnished reputation that he now had to bear? After merely casting a glance at the chat, Lin Yuan swiftly closed the window, feeling the sting of their words. In the Eastern Extreme Dynasty's imperial city, within the royal palace at the Hall of Morning Phoenix, the Eastern Extreme Empress donned a resplendent yellow and red phoenix robe. Standing at the entrance of the hall, she gazed skyward. At that moment, the Empress, usually exuding an air of authority and a demeanor that commanded distance, displayed a rare mix of anxiety, anticipation, and a hint of trepidation. Chapter 7. The tenderness of the Empress at that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the heavens, as the 9 phoenixes let out their resounding call. The Empress of the Eastern Extremes trembled, her body involuntarily tightening into a fist, her lower lip caught between her teeth in anxious anticipation. "Brother Yuan," her voice quivered as she spoke. Just as the 9 phoenix descended, Lin Yuan emerged slowly from its majestic presence. The Empress gazed upon Lin Yuan's figure, recognizing a face that, while seemingly unfamiliar, resonated deeply within her heart, as though etched into the very fabric of her soul. In that instant, the light of her childhood and the present Lin Yuan intertwined. As Dong Lier witnessed Lin Yuan open his arms towards her, she could not contain a soft gasp of excitement and dashed towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Pressing her cheek against his warm chest, she felt the comfort of his familiar presence. "Brother Yuan, I'm so sorry. I apologize for my sudden departure. For all these years, I have been searching for you." Dong Lier spoke with a hint of nervousness, fearing that her forced abduction might anger him. "Foolish girl, I have never been angry with you. Seeing you now, having ascended to the esteemed position of the Empress of the Eastern Extremes, free from the struggles of childhood, fills me with joy," Lin Yuan replied, overwhelmed by her softness. His heart stirred. He realized that in his arms lay the supreme Empress of the Eastern Dynasty, a being of unparalleled influence. Yet here she stood before him like a mere girl. "No, Brother Yuan, I never wished to be an empress. You have returned, and I can trust you with the Eastern Extremes," she declared, her words rendering Lin Yuan momentarily speechless. Was it truly so straightforward? He sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. The Phoenix Empress could bestow such titles, yet he dared not claim them. Outside the Phoenix Hall, the numerous maidservants and guards, who were accustomed to the Empress's regal demeanor, were taken aback to see her, usually so dignified and proud, embracing Lin Yuan as if she were a child. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and they promptly turned away, lowering their heads in deference. Yet within their hearts, a tumultuous wave surged. For they understood that the Eastern Dynasty was on the verge of transformation. Within the Phoenix Palace, Lin Yuan sat upon the empress's throne, where maidservants presented him with the exquisite golden crow tea and an array of spiritual fruits and pastries. Observing Lin Yuan occupying Dong Lier's designated seat while she chose another beside him, her face lit up with childlike joy as she chattered away about the years gone by. Before Lin Yuan, the attributes of the Empress of the Eastern Extremes unveiled themselves. Name, Dong Lier, identity, Empress of the Eastern Extreme, realm, 9th level of the affinity, 100 note. Upon reaching an affinity of 100, one may engage in any form and degree of interaction with her, and the character will not resist. On the contrary, she will gladly acquiesce and fulfill any request. Introduction. Dong Lier, the Empress of the Eastern Extreme, is the sole daughter of the former emperor of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty. Due to a great upheaval in the palace during her childhood, she was cast into the streets, where she relied on Lin Yuan, a fellow beggar, for companionship. In Dong Lier's heart, Lin Yuan is her most trusted and intimate confidant, and she would do anything for him. At the tender age of 9, she accidentally awakened the 9 Phoenix immortal body, an event that caused a remarkable phenomenon throughout the world, attracting the attention of the former emperor of the Eastern Extreme. She was subsequently brought into the palace, severing her connection with Lin Yuan. Gazing at Dong Lier's attribute panel and noting the maximum affinity value, Lin Yuan sighed deeply, feeling as though he had latched onto a formidable ally. Lier, you truly do not wish to become the Empress of the Eastern Extreme, do you? Would you consider relinquishing the throne to me? I will be honored to have you as my Empress. At that moment, Dong Lier's earnest gaze, resembling a picturesque scene, brought Lin Yuan back to reality. She spoke with sincerity, yet Lin Yuan could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Lier, let's not dwell on this matter. I currently possess only the realm of. How could I expect the ministers of the court to submit to me as the emperor? How could the common folk possibly yield? Such a situation would incite great turmoil. But Brother Yuan, Dong Lier exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him with concern. You are older than I, and I have already attained the while you are still at. One can only imagine the struggles you have endured in this merciless world. I promise, no one shall bully you again. Dong Lier gazed earnestly at Lin Yuan, declaring, since you do not wish to be emperor, then let us make you the regent, standing equal alongside me. With a cheerful smile, she continued, you cannot refuse this, Brother Yuan. Otherwise, I shall truly be upset. Pouting playfully, she looked at Lin Yuan, who, after a moment of silence, finally nodded in agreement. Very well. That is splendid, Brother Yuan. Tomorrow, I shall convene the Grand Court Assembly to announce to the civil and military officials, and to the world, that you shall be the regent of the Eastern Extreme. Seeing Lin Yuan's acquiescence, Dong Lier's spirit soared. Come, Brother Yuan, I will show you the place prepared for your residence. I have been waiting for you to occupy it for years. Dong Lier took Lin Yuan's hand, leading him through the Eastern Extreme Imperial Palace, which was designed in the form of a phoenix, gracefully resting upon the earth. The palace boasts 2 crucial positions. One is the phoenix head, and the other is the phoenix heart. One is the dual positions of the phoenix's wings. Within the entire imperial palace, only the position of the phoenix's head is designated for the court officials during their audience. The numerous grand halls, led by the Phoenix Ceremony Hall, constitute the true nexus of power within the palace. Beyond the position of the phoenix's head lies the heart of the phoenix, represented by the intricate architecture of the Phoenix Tranquility Hall, which serves as the chambers of Dong Lier. Furthermore, the positions of the 2 wings are designated for Dong Lier's secluded cultivation and recreational garden. As for the architectural complex at the tail of the phoenix, it serves as the dwelling for the palace's servants. Dong Lier, hand in hand with Lin Yuan, traverse from the position of the phoenix's head to that of its heart. Along their path, any maidservants and guards who caught sight of them holding hands revealed expressions of terror, prostrating themselves on the ground, too fearful to raise their heads. In the central area of the palace, adjacent to the Phoenix Tranquility Hall, lies the Abyssal Heaven Hall, which stands in a defensive formation with the Phoenix Ceremony Hall. Flanking it on either side, a Upon arriving beside the abyssal heaven hall, Lin Yuan gazed at the magnificent structure, his eyes drawn to the plaque inscribed with the 3 characters of abyssal heaven hall. He was momentarily taken aback. "Brother Yuan, this palace has been waiting for you for several years, standing empty until now, finally awaiting its rightful master," Dong Liar remarked, her smile radiant as a flower. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yuan felt a tremor in his heart, a warm current coursing through his entire being. "All right, it is getting late. Brother Yuan, you should rest. I still have some state affairs to attend to. We convene at dawn, and I hope you will come, for I wish to decree your appointment as the Regent King Yuan," Dong Liar said, gazing at Lin Yuan. She then nodded at the 2 rows of maidservants standing at the entrance of the abyssal heaven hall before turning to leave. "Farewell, young Master Lin." As Dong Liar departed, the 2 rows of 8 maidservants, each possessing unique beauty, respectfully bowed to Lin Yuan. He exhaled deeply, realizing that these maidservants were indeed more formidable than himself, most of them at the spirit condensation realm or even the skyward realm. Upon entering the abyssal heaven hall, Lin Yuan was greeted by a fragrant aroma. As he stepped into the chambers, he sensed that the spiritual energy within was at least double that of the outside world, making cultivation here extraordinarily effective. A brief inspection revealed an opulent setup: a sleeping chamber, a study, a reception hall, a dining hall, and a secluded meditation room. Upon entering the meditation room, Lin Yuan felt a serene clarity and tranquility wash over him. The spiritual energy here was almost condensed to a liquid state, truly awe-inspiring. He had thought the energy within the abyssal heaven hall was unparalleled, yet the meditation room left him speechless. In the center of this room lay a meditation cushion, upon which Lin Yuan seated himself to reflect upon the day's revelations: the chaotic body, the supreme bone, and the great sun burning heaven technique. Subsequently, Lin Yuan began circulating the great sun burning heaven technique throughout his body. In an instant, he felt a tremor coursing through him and behind Lin Yuan. Gradually, a magnificent illusion of the great sun emerged. In an instant, the entire meditation chamber experienced a rise in temperature by several degrees. Within the meridians, the celestial energy of the great sun surged forth like a blazing inferno, coursing through Lin Yuan's body. His heart resembled a furnace of the sun, refining all things of heaven and earth. Surrounding Lin Yuan faintly flickered dark violet flames. As he practiced his techniques, he delved into the profound mysteries of the chaos body and the great sun devouring technique. After merely a few cycles, tumultuous emotions surged within Lin Yuan's heart. Chapter 8. The Regent of the Eastern Extremes, Prince Yuan. After acquiring the chaos body, Lin Yuan discovered that his meridians flowed like the mighty Yangtze River, ceaseless and turbulent. Moreover, the power of the great sun's spiritual energy was extraordinary in itself. However, after being refined through his chaos body, it manifested in a resplendent shade of purple gold. Its potency amplified significantly, exuding an unending aura. Lin Yuan faintly comprehended that the most immediate benefit of the chaos body was the enhancement of his physical strength and the purification of the great sun's spiritual energy. Following this purification, he sensed that the power of his great sun's spiritual energy had increased at least tenfold. Most importantly, he felt as if he possessed infinite endurance. The great sun's spiritual energy surged continuously. After merely a few dozen cycles, Lin Yuan experienced a rapid escalation of spiritual energy enveloping him, resulting in 365 luminous orbs of spiritual energy swirling around him. The surge of energy seemed poised to wreak havoc upon the heavens and the earth. Elated by this phenomenon, Lin Yuan realized it was a sign of breaking through to the condensing spirit realm. With renewed vigor, he swiftly activated the Great Sun Incineration Technique. After approximately 365 cycles, accompanied by the thunderous roar of his physical body and the burgeoning celestial manifestation behind him, red spiritual energy coalesced into a suit of spiritual armor around Lin Yuan. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the characteristics of the condensing spirit realm, spiritual armor shielding his form, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. The spiritual protection marked his achievement in the condensing spirit realm. Upon breaking through, Lin Yuan began to solidify his newfound status. Meanwhile, as Lin Yuan practiced, the Eastern Imperial City and the entire Eastern Empire were rife with undercurrents, for a shocking piece of news reverberated throughout the realm. The Eastern Empress, also known as the Phoenix Empress, had found her destined companion. This revelation ignited a frenzy across the Eastern territories. It is worth noting that within the Eastern Empire's 4 great families and 4 prominent sects, many unparalleled talents sought to align themselves with the Phoenix Empress. However, the Phoenix Empress remained as cold as ice, impervious to the allure of any remarkable individual or humble gentleman. In stark contrast, a seemingly ordinary man had unexpectedly garnered such fortune, inciting envy among others. The following day, during the Grand Court Assembly held every 7 days in the Eastern Empire, all civil and military officials gathered. Yet upon entering the Phoenix Hall and gazing toward the front, their expressions shifted dramatically, filled with alarm. For there, beside the Phoenix throne, symbolizing the utmost authority of the Eastern Empire, stood an additional dragon throne, positioned at equal stature. What could this signify? The officials buzzed with speculation. Prime Minister Ouyang, what does His Majesty mean by this? Do you have any insights? In the court, civil officials occupied the left, while military officials stood on the right, with the Duke of Zhenghua, the commander of the Eastern Jin Mountain, leading the military ranks. The civil officials, led by the right Chancellor Ouyang I, stood in solemnity. At this moment, the left Chancellor Fan Tian glanced at the dragon and phoenix throne above, his expression transforming dramatically. He then cast a tentative look toward Ouyang I, whose face mirrored shock and confusion. In that instant, Fan Tian felt a flicker of understanding within. It appeared that His Majesty was poised to make a significant announcement. Suddenly, a maid called out, "His Majesty has arrived." At that moment, the Eastern Empress, the Phoenix Emperor, Dong Liar, gracefully entered the hall. Her piercing phoenix eyes surveyed the assembly with an overwhelming aura of authority, silencing the previously bustling court in an instant. The Phoenix Emperor took her seat upon the throne, awaiting the proceedings. The civil and military officials turned their gaze toward the Emperor's maid, who, at this juncture, needed only to announce the commencement of court with a simple proclamation. Yet, this time, the maid remained silent, her eyes fixated on the great doors of the Phoenix Hall. Even the Emperor's commanding gaze was directed toward the entrance, revealing a hint of anticipation deep within her eyes. Thus, the court lingered in this awkward atmosphere for nearly the duration of an incense stick, leaving the officials bewildered. Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance, striding in with haste, exclaiming, "Liar, my apologies, I overslept." In disbelief, the officials watched as Lin Yuan casually walked into the Phoenix Hall. He then turned to the Phoenix Emperor, expressing his regret. "How audacious!" exclaimed Fan Tian, the left chancellor, his countenance paling as he realized Lin Yuan had addressed the Phoenix Emperor by her name. Enraged, he shouted, "How audacious!" However, as soon as his words fell, the Phoenix Emperor's expression hardened, and she cast a sharp reprimand toward him. Instantly, a chilling wind seemed to sweep through the hall, compelling Fan Tian to prostrate himself upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In the midst of the officials' terror-stricken gazes, the Phoenix Emperor approached the steps of the throne with a radiant smile, personally walking toward Lin Yuan. She then took his arm and led him to the dragon and phoenix throne. "Brother Yuan, it's quite all right. You must have been exhausted. You've arrived just in time." As the civil and military officials witnessed this scene, their faces paled in shock, and one by one, they knelt, unable to raise their heads. When the officials realized that Lin Yuan and the Phoenix Emperor were seated side by side on the throne, they were left in utter disbelief. "Your Majesty, this cannot be," they exclaimed. The court officials soon grasped the gravity of the situation, nearly rolling on the floor in despair. Yet, the Phoenix Emperor remained unfazed, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Lin Yuan upon the throne. At that moment, the Emperor's personal maid stepped forward. Upon unveiling the resplendent edict, the ministers of the court were rendered speechless as they beheld its golden radiance, accompanied by the ethereal resonance of dragons and phoenixes. Their expressions darkened. for they comprehended the gravity of the situation. This matter was beyond their jurisdiction. The Phoenix Emperor had not conferred with the ministers. Rather, he had taken decisive action, presenting the illustrious edict of the Eastern Extreme's fortune. This edict, a treasure of unparalleled significance, was forged from the very essence of the Eastern Extreme dynasty's destiny. The proclamations inscribed upon it soared toward the heavens, merging seamlessly with the divine dragon of the Eastern Extreme's fortune. Henceforth, Lin Yuan would be shielded and empowered by this celestial favor, wielding the might of the dynasty's fortune. Hence, none within the Eastern Extreme, from high-ranking officials to the common populace, would dare defy Lin Yuan's will. To do so would invite the wrath of the Eastern Extreme's fortune. At that moment, the Phoenix Emperor's attendant resolutely proclaimed the contents of the edict. By the grace of heaven and the mandate of the Phoenix Emperor, it is decreed, Lin Yuan, I am exceedingly pleased, and thus I bestow upon you the title of King Yuan, Regent, to sit alongside me. From this day forth, what Lin Yuan decrees shall be my decree, and what he commands shall be my command. Those who defy this order shall suffer the dire consequences of the national fortune. As the attendant's voice resonated through the court, the edict began to emanate a golden glow. In the astonished gazes of the ministers, the edict transformed into a golden dragon, leaping toward the heavens. Above the Eastern Extreme dynasty, a magnificent golden dragon, symbolizing the nation's fortune, soared through the sky. When the golden dragon materialized and merged with the divine dragon of fortune, it released a triumphant roar that echoed throughout the realm. At that moment, every inhabitant of the Eastern Extreme felt the echoes of the Phoenix Emperor's proclamation resonate in their ears. Eastern Extreme, Regent King, Lin Yuan. The realization struck them that the Eastern Extreme had undergone a monumental shift, for the nation now had two sovereigns. As the divine dragon of fortune gazed down, its eyes piercing through the fabric of space, it fixed its gaze upon Lin Yuan in the Phoenix Chamber. Then, the dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of golden fortune that traversed time and space, surging directly toward Lin Yuan. Upon receiving this infusion of the Eastern Extreme's fortune, Lin Yuan experienced a profound tremor, feeling his aura ascend dramatically. Having just broken through to the qi condensation stage, his pressure rapidly intensified, propelling him through the ranks, to the sky sovereign, the profound realm, the path of inquiry, the domain realm, and finally to the void realm. Lin Yuan, empowered by this celestial force, stood poised for greatness, directly reached the realm of the void every day. Chapter 9. The Sacred Land of the Underworld. At the same time, before Lin Yuan, the power of fortune coalesced into a golden seal inscribed with the emblem of the Regent King. This golden seal emanated a terrifying pressure. Surrounded by the manifestations of 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes, along with the faint appearances of mountains, rivers, the sun, moon, stars, and imperial phenomena. This was the symbol of Lin Yuan's authority, the Eastern Regent King seal. At this moment, Lin Yuan stood at the threshold of the void realm, acutely aware of the overwhelming power it bestowed. Surrounding him were shadows of spatial black holes and the void, a hallmark of a strong practitioner in the void realm. Then, as Lin Yuan extended his hand to grasp the Regent King seal, a shiver coursed through him, and in that instant, he comprehended everything. It turned out that his successive breakthroughs in realm were not due to his own true attainment. His actual level remained at the spirit condensation realm. However, as the Eastern Regent King, he held the pinnacle of supreme power equal to that of the Phoenix Emperor, receiving the feedback of fortune from the Eastern Dynasty. Within the territory of the Eastern Dynasty, he possessed the strength of a void realm expert. Yet, Lin Yuan's cultivation path still required gradual advancement from the qi condensation realm. Furthermore, this feedback of fortune, which temporarily elevated his realm, was not without limitations. Being newly appointed as Regent King, he would enjoy 3 days of the power of the void realm. After this period, Lin Yuan would revert to his original spirit condensation realm, but could utilize the Regent King seal to gain fortuitous enhancements, granting him an hour of void realm power. Each use of this fortuitous enhancement would incur a cooldown of 3 days. Nevertheless, this revelation filled Lin Yuan with immense joy. It was akin to possessing a protective charm. However, at that moment, upon Lin Yuan's ascension to the position of Regent King, players across the three great dynasties of the Daylight Domain, the Eastern Dynasty, the Celestial Dome Dynasty, and the Nine Nether Dynasty, heard a resounding celestial announcement echoing in their minds. Lin Yuan of the Eastern Dynasty has achieved the title of Eastern Regent King, triggering a transformation in the laws of heaven and earth, heralding an era of primordial inception for 1 year, concluding the novice protection period. Now, a new version, the Talented Confrontation version, has commenced. In the Talented Confrontation version, a heavenly gold list shall appear above the firmament. The heavenly gold list is established for players. Every day at midnight, it will rank the comprehensive combat power of numerous players in the Daylight Domain, listing the top 100. Every midnight, those ranked on the heavenly gold list have a chance to receive the nourishment of heavenly cultivation or insights from the heavens. The higher the rank, the greater the probability. Note, if one remains on the heavenly gold list for 30 consecutive days, they will receive a divine name from the heavens based on their cumulative ranking, along with exclusive title enhancements. Once 9 players in the Daylight Domain break through to the Dharma Form realm, the Talented Confrontation version will conclude, paving the way for the next version, the 9 Provinces Dragon Vein Calamity version. The 9 Provinces Dragon Vein Calamity version, also known as the Dynasty Strife, will grant the first player to break through to the Dharma Form realm in the Talented Confrontation version an early opportunity to foresee the fortunes of the 9 Provinces Dragon Vein Calamity version. In the Radiant realm of the Sunlit Domain, all players were enveloped in a resounding celestial melody. Lin Yuan, too, was clearly attuned to this vast echo. After absorbing its essence, an unusual expression surfaced on his face. Interesting, indeed, he mused, as his ascension to the position of regent of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty had culminated in the conclusion of the initial version's novice protection period. The entire Sunlit Domain had seamlessly transitioned into the subsequent phase, the contest of talents, the celestial rankings, the divine bestowal of names, the nurturing of cultivation. Furthermore, following the culmination of this contest of talents version, a brand new epic awaited. The cataclysm of the 9 Provinces Dragon Vein and the struggles of dynasties. All hail King Yuan. Long live the king. At that moment, within the imperial court, the esteemed officials and generals prostrated themselves before Lin Yuan, who had been endowed with the fortune of the Eastern Extreme. They bowed thrice and knelt in reverence. Regaining his composure, Lin Yuan gazed upon the dignitaries who submitted to him. Among them were the Duke of State, a formidable figure of the Void Realm, and the patriarch of the Ouyang family, the foremost of the 4 great families of the Eastern Extreme, Ouyang I, who also stood as a powerhouse of the Void Realm. Numerous others boasted strengths in the Dharma aspect and the returning ruins realms. Each of these individuals was a titan, standing one step below the sovereign, yet now they all lay prostrated before him, acknowledging Lin Yuan as the regent of the Eastern Extreme. They, the subjects of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, understood that any defiance against him, any treacherous thoughts, would invite the backlash of the dynasty's fortune. In this moment, as Lin Yuan faced the gathered powers bowing before him, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Slowly, he raised his hand and spoke gently. "Rise, my esteemed ministers." "Thank you, your majesty." The ministers replied as they stood, their gazes fixed upon Lin Yuan, who now stood on equal footing with the Phoenix Emperor. Their hearts were filled with a tumult of emotions. This man, who had suddenly ascended to power, akin to a sprout emerging from a crevice in a stone, had swiftly become the regent of the Eastern Extreme. What was his true relationship with the Phoenix Emperor? Suddenly, outside the Phoenix ritual hall of the Imperial City, a rift in space manifested. Beside Lin Yuan, the Phoenix Emperor, Dongji, noticed the breach and her countenance hardened, revealing her fury. "How audacious! Who dares to tear through the fabric of my Eastern Extreme Palace?" At this juncture, the Duke of State, Lu Jinshan, turned, his expression marred by anger as he declared with authority. Just then, 2 figures emerged from the spatial rift. One was a middle-aged man clad in a grayish-yellow robe, bearing an enigmatic mark upon his forehead. As he appeared, a terrifying spectacle unfolded behind him. a manifestation of the yellow springs, the dissolution of myriad worlds. Exuding a formidable. Beside him stood a young man with an unusual complexion, his elongated eyes and angular face framed by disheveled hair. Similarly adorned in a soiled yellow robe, distinguished by a bizarre yellow springs mark upon his brow. After the appearance of the enigmatic young man, his alluring eyes fixated intently on the Phoenix Emperor's companion, Lin Yuan, revealing a glimmer of avarice upon his countenance. The Grand Elder of the Yellow Spring Pavilion, Xie Yuming, accompanied by his son Xie Huangsha, arrived uninvited to extend their congratulations to the regent of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty. They sought the Phoenix Emperor's understanding for their intrusion. Upon their entrance, the middle-aged Xie Yuming, alongside Xie Huangsha, made their way toward the Phoenix Ritual Hall, greeting the Emperor with a jovial bow. In the court, the assembled ministers exchanged solemn glances at the sight of the two, while the Phoenix Emperor's gaze reflected a frigid disdain. The uninvited nature of their arrival was indeed irksome. With a voice as cold as ice, the Phoenix Emperor spoke. Yet before he could finish, the bizarre young man, Xie Huangsha, interjected, his tone dripping with a sinister undertone. Lear, you find me unworthy, yet you choose such a worthless individual instead? What do I lack compared to him? If only you were willing. The Eastern Extreme Dynasty shall receive the unwavering support of the Yellow Spring Pavilion, and then... Enough. The Phoenix Emperor's face contorted with fury as he abruptly gestured towards Xie Huangsha. A golden palm imprint, accompanied by a resounding phoenix cry, surged forth toward him. Xie Yuming swiftly intervened, absorbing much of the force, yet a residual surge struck Xie Huangsha, sending him hurtling away. Xie Yuming, while others may fear your Yellow Spring Pavilion, the Eastern Extreme Dynasty does not. This is not a place for your reckless behavior. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate your son for insulting the regent in my court? The Phoenix Emperor's voice brimmed with murderous intent as he glared at Xie Yuming. The moment the Phoenix Emperor heard Xie Huangsha label Lin Yuan a worthless fool, an inferno ignited within him. How dare he speak such word against his brother Yuan? No one shall utter such a slander. Those who do shall face dire consequences. In this moment of rage, 9 phoenixes roared behind the Emperor, and the spectral image of the golden crow burning the heavens shimmered in and out of view around him, infused with an enigmatic aura. Although the Phoenix Emperor was of the Void Realm, when bolstered by the fortune of the dynasty, he could rival even those at the Tribulation Crossing stage. The likes of Xie Yuming and Xie Huangsha, both of the Void Realm, could easily be extinguished by his might. Just as the Phoenix Emperor was poised to rise and retaliate, a firm hand clasped his own. Turning, he beheld Lin Yuan's gentle eyes, smiling and shaking his head in a gesture of restraint. Brother Yuan, the Phoenix Emperor murmured, captivated by Lin Yuan's gaze. Despite Lin Yuan's lesser strength, the mere sight of him brought an inexplicable sense of tranquility to the Emperor's heart. At that moment, Lin Yuan rose and observed Xie Huangsha, who had returned to his father's side. Xie Yuming produced a pill and administered it to Xie Huangsha, and in an instant, the injuries inflicted by the Phoenix Emperor were mended. Xie Huangsha, you claim that I am a waste. Lin Yuan fixed his gaze upon Xie Huangsha and spoke in a hushed tone. What else could I be but a waste? I am merely at the spirit condensation realm, and it is only through the blessings of national fortune that I possess the strength of the returning ruins realm. Were that fortune bestowed upon me, I would ascend directly from the returning ruins realm to the Dharma aspect realm, or even to the void penetrating realm. Xie Huangsha's slender eyes bore into Lin Yuan's with a sinister gleam. Even if you were granted the fortune of the nation to reach the returning ruins realm, I could still effortlessly defeat you. After a pause, Xie Huangsha continued, but what if I were to vanquish you? At this moment, Lin Yuan interjected. As his words echoed, the entire Phoenix Ritual Hall fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 10. The Battle Against Xie Huangsha, a Fight for Life and Death. After a moment of silence, Xie Huangsha erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. Lin Yuan, do you truly believe that merely possessing the strength of the Return to Ruins realm for a fleeting moment allows you to compare yourself with its genuine masters? Your understanding of the Tao, your combat experience, and all manner of techniques are utterly lacking. What use is strength without knowledge? So, Are you daring enough to engage in a life-and-death duel with me? With that, Xia Huangsha's sinister gaze bore down on Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, beside Lin Yuan, the Phoenix Emperor's expression shifted subtly upon hearing his words, and she prepared to intervene. At that moment, Lin Yuan's voice resonated throughout the Phoenix ceremony hall. A life-and-death duel it shall be. What of it? Hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor's countenance changed dramatically. Brother Yuan, you mustn't. Although the national fortune has blessed you, elevating you to the return to Ruin's realm, there remains a significant gap between you and true masters of that realm. Her beautiful eyes were filled with concern as they fixed upon Lin Yuan. Yet, Lin Yuan merely smiled at her. Lier, trust me. His confidence stemmed from the nearly limitless endurance bestowed upon him by his chaotic body, coupled with his formidable physique. Most importantly, it was the supreme bone that granted him supreme power, along with the unparalleled art contained within it, the hand of the heavens, with such tremendous advantages. The only difference lay in combat experience. Little did they know, sheer strength could trample over 10 techniques. In the face of true power, all skills are mere embellishments. Faced with Lin Yuan's unwavering gaze, the Phoenix Emperor, for reasons unknown, found herself nodding in agreement, as though his words were a decree from the heavens. Even she, the Phoenix Emperor, could not help but be swayed. In the court, the civil and military officials were taken aback by Lin Yuan's agreement to Xia Huangsha's challenge. Were they witnessing confidence or mere recklessness? In their eyes, it was likely that he had become overconfident after assuming the position of regent. The officials regarded Lin Yuan with skepticism, their trust waning. Let the life-and-death duel commence, Lin Yuan declared softly, facing Xia Huangsha. Ha ha, finally a man. Then let be a life-and-death duel. Xia Huangsha, momentarily taken aback by Lin Yuan's consent, felt an overwhelming joy within. The regent? He had caught the eye of the woman I desire? So what? When you become a lifeless corpse, the Phoenix Emperor shall still be mine. In the Eastern Extreme Royal Palace's training grounds, Lin Yuan and Xia Huangsha stood facing one another. Outside the arena, the Phoenix Emperor, along with the civil and military officials, and Xia Huangquan, observed. At that moment, the Phoenix Emperor sat upon her throne, her gaze fixed anxiously upon Lin Yuan in the arena, secretly resolving her thoughts. If Brother Yuan truly faces a perilous threat to his life, even if it means defying the heavens, I shall rescue Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, you must take the initiative. Otherwise, should it be revealed, it would appear as though I, Xia Huangsha, am bullying the weak. Opposite Lin Yuan, Xia Huangsha cast a disdainful glance at him and smirked. At this moment, Lin Yuan appeared to Xia Huangsha as little more than a specter of death. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. In an instant, the chaotic force coursed through his body, while the Grand Sun incineration technique activated, manifesting a magnificent solar phenomenon behind him, exuding an immense pressure that elevated the temperature of the entire arena by several degrees. Upon witnessing the radiant solar manifestation behind Lin Yuan, Xia Huangsha squinted, sensing an unsettling feeling within. The technique he practiced, the Huangquan Lupo Jing, was a revered sacred art among the finest in existence, infinitely approaching the celestial tier. Yet, for reasons unknown, in the face of Lin Yuan's technique, Xia Huangsha felt a profound inadequacy in his own powers. At that moment, Lin Yuan made his move. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, becoming a blur. The next instant, he reappeared before Xia Huangsha and unleashed a palm strike. This palm, imbued with the might of the radiant sun, ignited the void in flames, forming a colossal handprint of incineration that hurtled towards Xia Huangsha. As he sensed the approaching strike, Xia Huangsha's expression shifted. With all his might, he activated the Huangquan Lupo Jing, raising his palm in defense. A resounding boom echoed as their palms clashed, sending shockwaves that shook the very foundations of the arena. At the epicenter of the confrontation, both Lin Yuan and Xia Huangsha staggered back, with Lin Yuan retreating 3 steps, while Xia Huangsha was forced back 4, just a step's difference. Outside the arena, Xie Yuming sprang to his feet, astonishment etched upon his face. What rank of technique is that? Meanwhile, the Phoenix Emperor, observing the scene, wore a look of surprise, accompanied by a hint of a smile as he quietly sighed in relief. Within the arena, Xia Huangsha dared not let his guard down any longer. He poured every ounce of his effort into unleashing a barrage of techniques upon Lin Yuan. Yet, bolstered by his chaotic physique and the chaotic force, Lin Yuan remained undaunted, growing increasingly formidable with each exchange. After several hundred exchanges, Xia Huangsha was left panting, feeling the spiritual energy within him wane. In stark contrast, Lin Yuan still appeared vibrant and unexhausted. How can this be? Your spiritual energy is astonishingly robust, Xia Huangsha exclaimed in disbelief. You are worthless. You cannot prevail. Lin Yuan responded with a faint smile, laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, Xia Huangsha's expression darkened ominously. The next moment, he bellowed in defiance. Only then did Xia Huangsha's entire being appear, with waters of the yellow springs flowing around him. His eyes turned an inky black, resembling those of the deceased. At that moment, Xia Huangsha spoke in a haunting tone. Lin Yuan instinctively gazed into Xia Huangsha's eyes, and a shiver coursed through his body, as though his very soul trembled, plunging him into a state of bewilderment. In that instant, a cruel smile crept across Xia Huangsha's face. Subsequently, a celestial short sword materialized in his hand, thrusting directly into Lin Yuan's abdomen with a sickening sound. Oh no! Outside the martial arena, the Phoenix Emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively rose to his feet. Beside him, Xie Yuming erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "My son Huangsha possesses the Yellow Springs nether body, a unique constitution of the Yellow Springs Pavilion, destined to be the next master." Moments ago, he merely employed the innate treasure technique, the Nether Eye, to directly instill fear into the souls of others, rendering them blank and defenseless. A triumphant expression adorned Xie Yoming's face as he turned toward the Phoenix Emperor. "Your Majesty, my son embodies the stature of an emperor. With such a constitution, do you truly believe he is unworthy?" However, the Phoenix Emperor's visage was marred by concern, and he refrained from responding to Xia Huangsha, instead focusing on the martial arena. As Lin Yuan felt the sword pierce his abdomen, he regained his senses, acutely aware of the searing pain. Opposite him, Xia Huangsha wore a maniacal expression. D, he cried, lunging the sword toward Lin Yuan's chest. Inside the martial arena, the Phoenix Emperor's countenance paled, ready to intervene. Yet in the next moment, he found himself frozen, observing the transformation occurring within Lin Yuan, halting his own movements. Divider line piece. The ranking of divine treasures from lowest to highest is as follows: yellow grade, profound grade, earth grade, heaven grade, saint grade, immortal grade, divine grade. Chapter 11. The Chaotic Vortex. By the hand of the heavens. Just as Xia Huangsha aimed his sword towards Lin Yuan's heart, intending to deliver a fatal blow, an incredibly terrifying gray spiritual force erupted around Lin Yuan, emanating from his heart. This force coalesced into a colossal vortex surrounding him. The moment Xia Huangsha's sword made contact with this vortex of spiritual energy, it was utterly disintegrated into nothingness by the gray power. Witnessing this spectacle, Xia Huangsha was rendered utterly astonished. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Lin Yuan at the center of the vortex, fear gripping him. What kind of power is this? This is a heavenly treasure, yet your spiritual force can dissolve it. Xia Huangsha's voice trembled as he spoke. At that moment, within the gray vortex, Lin Yuan's previously grievous wound in his abdomen began to heal at an observable rate. Simultaneously, he sensed a transformation in his own strength, awakening the protective, spiritual energy of the chaotic body. The chaotic body, it is indeed the legendary chaotic body, Lin Yuan murmured to himself. Outside the arena, Xie Yoming's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed this, his heart tumultuous, his entire being trembling. The chaotic body, what is the chaotic body? If not the pinnacle of physical constitution in the cosmos, endowed with countless enigmatic enhancements and powers. Throughout the boundless ages of antiquity, there had never been a chaotic body, only lesser versions. The one who possessed a lesser chaotic body unified the entire ancient realm millennia ago, before tearing through space to depart. The chaotic body, however, far exceeds its lesser counterpart. Legends speak of the characteristics of the lesser chaotic body, which is surrounded by a gray chaotic force for protection, while the true chaotic body manifests a terrifying chaotic vortex. Under the ominous presence of this vortex, all things are rendered taboo, none daring to approach. How could a chaotic body possibly exist in this world, such a forbidden constitution? As Xie Huangsha beheld Lin Yuan's chaotic body, he seemed almost driven to madness, muttering to himself with a ghastly expression. Conversely, Feng Di, regaining his composure, beamed with a radiant smile. His heart filled with immense joy as he looked at Lin Yuan within the arena. The chaotic body. Brother Yuan possesses the legendary chaotic body, a terrifying constitution far surpassing my 9 Phoenix Golden Crow body. In that moment, Feng Di genuinely rejoiced for Lin Yuan. He then turned his gaze towards Xie Yuming. You claimed your son possesses the Yellow Spring Nether body, a figure of imperial stature. How does my easternly regent possessing the chaotic body compare to your son? Feng Di seized the opportunity to pierce Xie Yuming's heart with his words. Xie Yuming cast a deep, lingering glance at Lin Yuan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Before exhaling a long breath, Xie Yuming turned his head to glance at the Phoenix Emperor, speaking in a tone that was both indifferent and dismissive. Or the chaotic body. An immature chaotic body, whether it can survive and grow, is still an uncertainty. Furthermore, to defeat my son? That is nothing but a delusion. Is that so? Then I shall observe. The Phoenix Emperor retorted with a cold snort. At that moment, within the arena, the protective chaotic vortex surrounding Lin Yuan dissipated, and his injuries began to heal remarkably. As he looked towards Xie Huangsha across from him, Lin Yuan realized that while the chaotic body could ensure his invincibility against Xie Huangsha, overcoming him would still pose a significant challenge. No matter your constitution, today, your defeat is inevitable. Xie Huangsha, standing opposite Lin Yuan, let out a disdainful snort before charging at him once again. At that instant, a golden light of supreme power coalesced at Lin Yuan's chest. In an ephemeral moment, he found himself enveloped by this profound and enigmatic light. A scorching heat surged through his entire being, as if an immense force was brewing within his chest. Unable to contain himself, Lin Yuan let out a thunderous roar, and in that instant, the golden light soared towards the heavens. Across a vast expanse of 10,000 miles, the terrifying golden supremacy enveloped the entire sky. At that moment, countless individuals beneath the golden firmament felt an overwhelming pressure, as though a great terror had descended upon them. However, this golden light was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from the heavens. Yet, upon the arena, the formidable supreme light had condensed into a colossal golden handprint that obscured the sun. At this juncture, across the entirety of the sunlight domain, encompassing the 3 great empires, 3 sacred lands, and 4 forbidden zones, numerous powerful figures gazed upwards, their faces reflecting astonishment. The aura just now emanated from the supreme light, heralding a significant awakening of the supreme bone. In the Tianshij, an establishment nestled within the caverns of the sunlight domain, the master of Tianshij abruptly opened his eyes, astonishment etched across his face. Subsequently, employing the secret techniques of Tianshij to probe the name of the Supreme, his countenance turned pale, and he spat a mouthful of blood. A look of sheer terror crossed his features as he pondered, how can this be? The Supreme Bone, the Supreme Treasure Technique? This is simply monstrous. Not only is it a chaotic body, but it has also awakened the Supreme Bone. The Supreme Bone, known for its unparalleled lethality. Outside the arena of the Eastern Extreme Empire, the previously composed Xie Yuming, upon witnessing the immense golden handprint in the sky, was struck with alarm. He rose abruptly, his face betraying a look of horror. The Supreme Treasure Technique, a formidable art of destruction, was renowned for rendering its user invincible at the same level and capable of vanquishing foes of higher tiers. Such a reality was nothing short of extraordinary. Regardless of the prowess of Xie Huangsha's means or the multitude of life-preserving trump cards at his disposal, under the supremacy of this ultimate treasure, his life is utterly forfeit. Therefore, in this moment, Xie Yuming is truly in a state of panic. With a low roar, he is about to charge toward the martial arena to safeguard Xie Huangsha's life. However, at that instant, a haunting voice reverberates in Xie Yoming's ear, accompanied by a terrifying aura that constrains him, rendering him unable to act. Xie Yoming, do you comprehend the essence of a life-and-death duel? In such a contest, life and death are inconsequential, and no one may intervene. The Phoenix Emperor turns her gaze upon Xie Yoming, her countenance icy, yet her heart is filled with immense joy. She never anticipated that Brother Yuan would bestow upon her such an abundance of surprises. Following the awakening of the supreme physique, the chaos body, she now discovers the emergence of the supreme bone, a body of slaughter, truly fearsome beyond compare. Phoenix Emperor, do you truly wish to engage in a relentless struggle with my Huangquan sacred land and the Huangquan Pavilion? Xie Huangsha is the son of Huangquan, destined to be the next pavilion master. Should he perish, my Huangquan Pavilion shall never rest until justice is served. Xie Yoming turns, his expression dark as he gazes at the Phoenix Emperor. Though both are of the same realm, the Void Realm, it is evident that the Phoenix Emperor has been endowed with the fortune of the Eastern Extreme, elevating her own realm. Under such power, even he knows he would not stand a chance against her. Huangquan Sacred Land, Huangquan Pavilion, do you think others fear your Huangquan Sacred Land? The Eastern Extreme does not tremble before you. I only recognize that in a life-and-death duel, life and death are irrelevant, and no one may intervene. The Phoenix Emperor scoffs disdainfully. You. Upon hearing her words, Xie Yoming is consumed by an overwhelming fury. Chapter 12. The Lord of the Underworld slays Xie Huangsha. Subsequently, as he gazed upon the martial arena, a terrifying hand of the heavens had coalesced into a tangible form. Lin Yuan commanded this supreme skill. The hand of the heavens. Xie Huangsha felt an imminent, lethal threat. He understood that beneath this strike his fate was sealed, no matter how he attempted to evade. He was destined for death. In that moment, an instinctive urge to flee surged within him. However, he soon realized that he seemed to be ensnared by the celestial hand above, unable to escape its grasp no matter how he ran. Observing the terror etched upon Xie Huangsha's face, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. You deem me a mere waste. Yet I possess the chaos body and the supreme bone. What do you possess? A pitiful sense of pride, perhaps? You wish to seize my woman, but with that fragile pride of yours, not to mention your ghastly visage, who could look at you without feeling as though they were gazing upon a pig's head. With a cold sneer, Lin Yuan addressed Xie Huangsha. You. Upon hearing these words, Xie Huangsha's complexion fluctuated between pallor and green, ultimately culminating in a violent spurt of reverse blood. At that moment, Lin Yuan received a notification within his mind. Ding! Xie Huangsha's hatred value towards you has reached 100. Killing him may trigger a critical strike. A smile crept across Lin Yuan's face upon hearing this announcement. His objective had been accomplished. He then made a hand gesture towards Xie Huangsha. The hand of the heavens descended heavily upon him. No. Outside the martial arena, Xie Yoming witnessed this scene with immense fury, exerting every ounce of his strength to rush towards the arena. However, the formidable pressure from the Phoenix Emperor kept Xie Yoming immobilized. With a resounding crash, the hand of the heavens forcefully struck Xie Huangsha. In an instant, he was transformed into a mist of blood. The celestial hand dissipated, leaving a profound silence in its wake. Lin Yuan then received another notification. Congratulations. You have slain the powerful Xie Huangsha of the Returning Ruins realm, earning 3,000 editing points. Ding. Congratulations, critical strike triggered. Earned 15,000 editing points. Current total, 17,000. 17,000 editing points. Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Not only had Xie Huangsha, the arrogant interloper, been defeated, but he had also graciously bestowed upon Lin Yuan over 10,000 editing points. What a windfall! Regaining his composure, Lin Yuan exited the martial arena with an air of nonchalance, meeting Xie Yoming's furious gaze that seemed poised to rend him limb from limb. Regardless of your physique, chaos body, or supreme bone, having slain my son, you shall not live. Within a day, news of your chaos body and supreme bone will spread throughout the entire sunlit domain. At that time, countless prodigies and monstrosities will attempt to extract your supreme bone and seize your source of chaos. Xie Yuming spoke through gritted teeth. Yet Lin Yuan merely chuckled lightly upon hearing this. You need not concern yourself with that. Rather, consider how to retrieve your son's remains. It is quite embarrassing, for your son was reduced to mere mist by my hand. Upon hearing these words, Xie Yuming's eyes reddened with fury, his teeth clenched in rage. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Ding! Xie Yuming's hatred towards you has reached 100. Killing Xie Yuming may trigger a critical hit. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Yuan's expression shifted, his eyes igniting with fervor. This was a formidable being in the Void Realm. If he were to slay this individual and trigger a critical hit, would he not soar to new heights? With this thought, Lin Yuan turned to Dong Liar. Liar, have we truly offended the Yellow Springs Pavilion? He inquired. Indeed, Dong Liar nodded in affirmation. Does this mean we have incurred a deep-seated enmity? Precisely. Lin Yuan continued. If that is the case, why not eliminate Xie Yuming right here? We cannot allow a tiger to return to the mountains, can we? A smile graced Lin Yuan's face as he spoke. Excellent idea, the Phoenix Emperor exclaimed, his eyes brightening. Meanwhile, Xie Yuming's countenance paled at these words. You dare, he shouted, preparing to tear through space to escape. However, in that instant, a mirror appeared in the Phoenix Emperor's hand, reflecting towards Xie Yuming. The mirror emitted a myriad of colors, solidifying the space around Xie Yuming, making escape nearly impossible. In Granny, long Granny, the Phoenix Emperor called coldly. In a flash, two figures cloaked in mystery materialized before Xie Yuming. You truly dare to kill me? Xie Yuming's heart sank as he gazed at the Phoenix Emperor. Disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that the Eastern Extreme Dynasty seeks war with my holy land of Yellow Springs? He questioned. Kill. Yet, the response from the Phoenix Emperor was a chilling command. With that, two figures from the Void Realm lunged towards Xie Yuming simultaneously. Phoenix Emperor, this is excessive. Just as Xie Yuming found himself in a dire predicament, from the heavens above, water from the Yellow Springs descended. A nine-dragon coffin flowed through the river of Yellow Springs. And upon a strange coffin, an enigmatic figure cloaked in yellow, indeterminate in gender, waved a hand at Xie Yuming. Two Yellow Springs dragons intervened, blocking the fatal strikes from Granny and Long Granny. Subsequently, a Yellow Springs dragon soared, whisking Xie Yuming away to safety. The Lord of Yellow Springs. The Phoenix Emperor murmured, narrowing his eyes as he observed the figure in the sky. Phoenix Emperor, my holy land of Yellow Springs harbors no intention of enmity with your Eastern Extreme Dynasty. You have already slain my disciples and now seek to kill my elders as well. Do you wish to engage in a relentless feud with my holy land? The Lord of Yellow Springs spoke coldly. In response, the Phoenix Emperor merely chuckled derisively. It is you from the Hall of Yellow Springs, who has come to stir trouble in my Eastern Extreme Dynasty, recklessly intervening in a life-and-death struggle. Yet in your words, it seems as though I am the one guilty of heinous crimes. Yellow Springs Sovereign, know that this Eastern Extreme Dynasty is not a place for your wild antics. The Phoenix Emperor, with his piercing phoenix eyes, fixed a cold gaze upon the Yellow Springs Sovereign. All around him, the air resonated with the sound of a phoenix's lament. Above in the heavens, the Lord of the Yellow Springs, upon hearing the Phoenix Emperor's words, chose not to respond immediately. Instead, his attention shifted to Lin Yuan, who stood beside the Phoenix Emperor, the embodiment of chaos and the supreme bone, a remarkable prodigy indeed, deserving of the title of the world's foremost genius. Alas, it is often the case that such extraordinary beings do not endure long, prone to sudden demise. The gaze of the Yellow Springs Lord lingered on Lin Yuan, revealing a glimmer of avarice deep within his eyes. Then, he spoke again, Young man, if you are willing to join my holy land of Yellow Springs, you shall be regarded as my holy son. We will protect your path and assist you in reaching the pinnacle of power. As these words fell from his lips, the expression of Xie Yuming, standing behind him, changed dramatically. Below, the ministers and officials of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty also reacted with alarm. It is crucial to understand that the Hall of Yellow Springs, also known as the Holy Land of Yellow Springs, is one of the three great sacred lands of the Radiant Sun domain. In terms of comprehensive combat strength, these sacred lands surpass the three great dynasties. The title of Holy Sun essentially designates the next leader of the Holy Land. Therefore, the status of the Holy Sun of the Yellow Springs Holy Land is not significantly lesser than that of the regent of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, and it carries even greater weight. Consequently, the officials of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, upon hearing these words, exchanged worried glances towards Lin Yuan, fearing that he might genuinely abandon them to become the Holy Sun of the Yellow Springs. Initially, the court was vehemently opposed to Lin Yuan's ascension as regent. However, having witnessed his terrifying talent during the battle against Xie Huangsha, the embodiment of chaos and the supreme bone, a confluence of unparalleled gifts, they realized that if Lin Yuan could flourish, he, as the regent of the Eastern Extreme, held great promise in unifying the Eastern Extreme Dynasty and leading it to the pinnacle of prosperity. As the fate of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty was closely intertwined with the fortunes of its officials, they understood that if the Eastern Extreme thrived, they too would rise alongside it. Thus, many of the officials found themselves secretly revering Lin Yuan. Now, with the Yellow Springs sovereign enticing Lin Yuan with the allure of becoming a holy sun, they felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Lin Yuan might forsake the Eastern Extreme Dynasty and follow the Yellow Springs sovereign, thereby extinguishing their dreams of grandeur. Chapter 13. Comprehending the Art of Chaos. Below, as the unequivocal protagonist, Lin Yuan could not help but chuckle upon hearing those words. He raised his head to gaze at the Lord of the Yellow Springs, exclaiming loudly, "Are you foolish? This king would rather not be a person at all, let alone a ghost, in your Yellow Springs pavilion. Am I truly that despicable?" Beside him, the Phoenix Empress could not stifle her laughter at Lin Yuan's crude remarks, a soft chuckle escaping her lips as her beautiful eyes turned to him, filled with profound affection. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the Lord of the Yellow Springs was taken aback by Lin Yuan's audacity, his expression shifting dramatically. "Presumptuous," he coldly rebuked. In the next moment, he struck out at Lin Yuan with a mighty palm, summoning a yellow dragon formed from the waters of the Yellow Springs, which soared toward Lin Yuan with a resonant roar. "Umph!" The Phoenix Empress, witnessing this scene, let out a cold snort. Instantly, a golden vermilion bird appeared behind her, letting out a powerful cry as it flapped its wings, charging toward the yellow dragon. The two forces collided, causing the heavens to tremble, and, as the shock waves dispersed, the figures of the Lord of the Yellow Springs and Xie Yuming vanished from sight. Standing beside the Phoenix Empress, Lin Yuan felt a tinge of regret. It was evident that the Lord of the Yellow Springs had only appeared to rescue Xie Yuming and had no intention of antagonizing the Eastern Extreme Dynasty. What a pity! If only he could have slain that foe with the assistance of the Phoenix Empress, he mused, imagining the countless merit points that would accrue to him. Nevertheless, Xie Yuming had undoubtedly secured a place on Lin Yuan's list of enemies to be eliminated. As the Lord of the Yellow Springs and Xie Yuming departed, silence enveloped the world. Under the soft glow of the setting sun, Lin Yuan and the Phoenix Empress stood side by side, exuding an ethereal radiance akin to celestial beings. In the distance, the officials of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty witnessed this spectacle and were unable to contain their reverence, bowing deeply. "We humbly congratulate our king for vanquishing formidable foes, wishing him a prosperous path to greatness and the swift attainment of supreme sovereignty." The resounding voices echoed through the heavens, the sincerity of their homage far surpassing that of their previous accolades in court. It was a respect earned through Lin Yuan's prodigious talents. Observing this scene, Lin Yuan's face broke into a radiant smile. All ministers rise. Night fell, and the stars scattered across the sky, encircling the central jade disk of the Eastern Extreme Palace's imperial garden. Lin Yuan and the Phoenix Empress sat opposite each other, savoring tea. With a smile in her enchanting phoenix eyes, the Phoenix Empress gazed at Lin Yuan. "Brother Yuan, I never anticipated that you would awaken both the Chaos Body and the Supreme Bone. These two extraordinary physiques surpass even Xiao Li's 9 Phoenix Golden Lawn Body." With such formidable attributes by your side, your future achievements will undoubtedly eclipse those of Shaoli with ease. The Phoenix Empress felt an immense joy within her heart, witnessing Lin Yuan's unparalleled talents. This brings more joy than mere talent. However, at this moment, the Phoenix Emperor sighed. Brother Yuan, your extraordinary talent has come to the attention of the Lord of the Yellow Springs, and you have made an enemy. The people of the Yellow Springs will undoubtedly spread news of your capabilities far and wide. At that time, I cannot fathom how many will covet your supreme bone and source of chaos. You are in grave danger. I have arranged for Granny Ing to accompany and protect you. She is at the pinnacle of the Void Realm, a half step into the Tribulation Realm, and can ensure your safety. As the Phoenix Emperor spoke, a figure appeared silently behind Lin Yuan. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan felt warmth in his heart. It was evident that Granny Ing, like Granny Long, was truly a life-saving trump card for Dong Liar. Yet, the Phoenix Emperor had, for her own sake, drawn one of those life-saving cards to grant to him. Consequently, as the Empress of the Eastern Extreme, the Phoenix Emperor now faced even greater peril. Li'er, as the Emperor of the Eastern Extreme, your safety is paramount, for it concerns the stability of the Eastern Extreme. Every individual by your side is of utmost importance and should not be easily relocated. It would be best for Granny Long to remain with you. I do not intend to depart from the Eastern Extreme lightly, as I can draw upon its national fortune. My safety will not be an issue. However, Lin Yuan shook his head, firmly rejecting Dong Liar's good intentions. It was not that he was untempted by the formidable power of the Void Realm, but rather that he had the support of the system and was a transmigrator, harboring too many secrets. Having someone accompany him at all times, even if that person was the Phoenix Emperor, whom he was intimately bonded with, made him uneasy. Brother Yuan. Li'er, there is no need to dwell on this matter further. The night is already deep. You should rest, Lin Yuan said, rising with a resolute tone. With that, he turned and made his way toward the Yuan Tian Hall. Dong Liar watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, biting her lower lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears and a hint of grievance. But, Brother Yuan, I truly worry for your safety. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of little Li'er? Upon returning to the Yuan Tian Hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the mat, delving into his cultivation. After the battle with Xie Huangsha earlier that day, Lin Yuan gained many insights. Most importantly, he sensed that his chaos body still held many mysteries to be explored. For instance, the protective barrier of chaos he had manifested today. Furthermore, his supreme bone and Xie Huangsha's unique constitution possessed special abilities. His chaos body, comparable to the most supreme physique in the heavens, surely should not lack its own unique divine abilities. Lin Yuan focused his mind, turning his consciousness inward, channeling the power of chaos and contemplating the profundities of his chaos body. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. At that moment, countless rapidly spinning chaotic vortices appeared around Lin Yuan. He found himself in a remarkably profound state, clearly able to feel. He found himself in a critically pivotal state, merely awaiting a singular opportunity to unearth the chaotic treasures of the chaos body. At that very moment, just past midnight, a colossal golden leaderboard materialized above the vast expanse of the Radiant Sun domain. Remarkably, this golden leaderboard was visible solely to the players from Blue Star who had descended into this realm. The native inhabitants were oblivious to its existence. This was indeed the heavenly golden list, as prophesied by the resounding celestial sounds earlier that day. A multitude of eager players, who had been waiting with bated breath, witnessed the emergence of the heavenly golden list. Each player's heart raced with anticipation, pondering their own standing. As they laid eyes upon the list, the contents of the heavenly golden list instantly filled their minds. First place, Lin Yuan, Eastern Extreme Dynasty, Eastern Extreme Palace. Spirit Condensation Realm, First Layer. Second place, Zhou Changkong Celestial Dome Dynasty, Profound Transition Realm, 6th Layer. Third place, In Wu Yao, Nine Nether Dynasty, Yellow Springs Pavilion, Profound Transition Realm, 5th Layer. Fourth place, Zheng Yin, Eastern Extreme Dynasty, Mount Sumru, Profound Transition Realm, 3rd Layer. Fifth place, As the players from the Radiant Sun domain gazed upon the rankings of the heavenly golden list from top to bottom, they were momentarily stunned. In an instant, the player chat channels erupted with fervor. Is this a joke? How can the top combat power be a mere first layer of spirit condensation, while the second is a sixth layer of profound transition? The disparity is too vast. Lin Yuan, it truly is him, that man who struck the lottery of fate. Has he ascended to first place simply by becoming the regent of the Eastern Extreme? There must be some trickery involved. First place at the first layer of spirit condensation? With that, I could easily extinguish the top spot. Everyone, remain calm. Rumor has it that Lin Yuan may possess the legendary Chaos Body and Supreme Body. Chaos Body and Supreme Body? To possess both? You must think he is the child of fate. The discussion raged on in the communication channels, with Lin Yuan at the center of it all. However, he was currently engrossed in his retreat, seeking to comprehend the chaotic treasure arts of the Chaos Body, entirely unaware of the heavenly golden list and the fervent chatter unfolding. The heavenly golden list lingered in the sky for a mere 10 minutes before vanishing, transforming into several glowing orbs that dispersed towards the ancient corners of the sunlit realm. The players stood in bewilderment at the sudden disappearance of the heavenly golden list. Among the luminous orbs, the largest one was directed towards Lin Yuan, who was deep in meditation at the abyssal sky palace of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty. At this crucial moment of insight into the chaotic treasure arts, Lin Yuan felt that he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Just then, a resounding voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations! You have successfully achieved first place on the heavenly golden list and received the reward of profound enlightenment. Accompanied by this resonant sound, a radiant orb of golden light seamlessly merged with Lin Yuan's being. Once this enigmatic force intertwined with him, Lin Yuan sensed himself enveloped in a state of profound mystery. The chaotic treasure technique, which he had been striving to comprehend, yet had found elusive until now, suddenly unveiled its secrets at this moment. Chapter 14. The Mythical Zhang Fei. As Lin Yuan stood, countless chaotic vortices materialized around him, forming a chaotic iron pagoda that enveloped him entirely. Within this ethereal structure, he felt a profound sense of security, as if he were under the supreme protection of the heavens. The chaotic body S treasure technique was indeed the chaotic iron pagoda, Lin Yuan mused softly. At the heart of this pagoda, he sensed its intricate mysteries. It possessed the power to withstand any assault from adversaries. To breach the chaotic iron pagoda, one would need to be at least 2 major realms above Lin Yuan. Most importantly, within the sanctuary of the chaotic iron pagoda, Lin Yuan remained agile. During combat, it could mitigate half of the damage inflicted by foes. With this formidable shield, Lin Yuan felt invulnerable, akin to a tortoise with an impenetrable shell. His offensive capabilities were fortified by the supreme treasure technique, the Hand of the Heavens, while his defense was secured by the chaotic treasure, the chaotic iron pagoda. He had established a solid foundation for survival in this realm. Moreover, the rewards from the celestial gold list were astonishing. An instant comprehension of the heavenly mysteries allowed him to grasp the chaotic treasure technique immediately. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then, with a mere thought, his attribute panel manifested before him. Name, Lin Yuan. Realm, first layer of Ling, condensation realm. Editing points, 17,000. Technique, Great Sun incineration art. Physique, chaotic body, supreme bone. Divine powers, chaotic iron pagoda, hand of the heavens. Treasures, none. Identity, beloved of the Phoenix Empress Dongji of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty. Gazing at his attribute panel, Lin Yuan found it somewhat rudimentary. He sighed softly, acknowledging that he had ample time ahead. However, seeing his 17,000 editing points, a smile broke across his face. With another thought, the system shop appeared before him. The shop refreshed daily, and after midnight, it had reset once more. Upon opening the system shop, Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Celestial treasure, 8 desolations, and 6 harmonies sword. Exchange required editing points, 8,000. Divine power, heavenly gang star steps. Exchange required editing points, 5000. Special physique, heavenly flame body. Exchange required editing points, 8000. Special fate, child of fortune. Exchange required editing points, 300,000. Special treasure, token of mythical Zhang Fei. Exchange required editing points, 35,000. System exclusive treasure, discount treasure chest. Exchange required editing points, 1000. The token of mythical Zhang Fei, the special fate of being the child of fortune. Lin Yuan was taken aback by the exorbitant price of 300,000 editing points for the child of fortune. It felt like extortion. Yet, with another thought, he summoned the detailed information of the token of mythical Zhang Fei and the child of fortune before him. The mythical token of Zhang Fei, a divine treasure. The unparalleled 8th-section serpent spear, which grants the ability to summon the protector of the void realm, the mythical Zhang Fei, for safeguarding. The child of fortune, a special fate. Upon acquiring this destiny, one shall receive the protection of heaven and earth. Countless fortunes will bestow upon you, dispelling all malevolence and transforming misfortune into good fortune. Gazing at the intricate details of these two treasures, Lin Yuan's eyes glimmered. The fate of the child of fortune? Was he tempted? Naturally, he was. Who wouldn't he wish to be the child of fortune? However, at present, with 300,000 editing points required, was it even within his reach? Such thoughts felt utterly far-fetched. Yet, there was still the mythical token of Zhang Fei. Whether it was Zhang Fei or not mattered little. What truly enticed him was the protection from a powerful guardian of the void realm. Lin Yuan felt a genuine thrill. It is known that in this world, a master of the void realm is regarded as one of the pinnacle experts. Even the true realm of the Phoenix Emperor lies within the void realm. With such a guardian, would he still need to fear someone coveting his supreme bone? In this vast world, could he not roam freely? With this thought, Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He must find a way to acquire the mythical token of Zhang Fei. However, upon seeing the staggering 35,000 editing points required for it, he sighed. Currently, he held only 17,000 editing points. Moreover, treasures in the system shop refresh daily. What was available today may not be there tomorrow. With a deep breath, Lin Yuan considered that 35,000 editing points were still within reach. It would require a gamble. System, let me have a discount treasure chest, he nervously uttered. Ding! Congratulations, you have spent 1,000 editing points to purchase a discount treasure chest, granting a 10 discount on all items in the system shop. Current remaining editing points, 16,000. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Lin Yuan paused and slowly closed his eyes. A 10 discount? What good is that? One more. Lin Yuan hesitated but gritted his teeth and spoke again. Ding! Congratulations, you have spent 1,000 editing points to open the discount treasure chest, now granting a 5 times discount on all items in the system shop. Current editing points, 15,000. System, are you jesting with me? Lin Yuan nearly lost his composure upon hearing this, his eyes reddening as he exclaimed, Ding! The infinite editing background system would like to remind you, opening treasure chests carries risks. Please consume cautiously. Cautiously? Do you comprehend the worth of Brother Zhang Fei? Open another. Lin Yuan, now furious, bellowed. Ding! Congratulations. You have spent 1,000 editing points to open the discount treasure chest, now granting a 20 discount on all items in the system shop. Current editing points, 14,000. Again, ding! Congratulations, you have spent 1,000 editing points to open the discount treasure chest, now granting a 40 discount on all items in the system shop. Current editing points, 13,000. With a discount of 60%, what lies ahead? Lin Yuan took a deep breath upon hearing this, hesitating for a moment to calm his emotions before speaking. Ding! Congratulations on spending 1,000 editing points to unlock the discount treasure chest. The current discount for the entire system store is 30%. Current editing points, 12,000. Wait, 30%? Lin Yuan, having fully embraced the mindset of gambler, was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, only to quickly regain his composure. 30%? 35,000. At 30%, that amounts to 10,500 editing points. I still have 12,000 points left. Upon this realization, a radiant smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. That's enough. A true gambler ends up with everything they desire. Lin Yuan murmured to himself. However, at that moment, a beguiling voice echoed in his mind. Shall we open another? What if this time it's a mere 10%? System, go away. Don't lead me astray. I want to exchange for the mythic token of Zhongfei. Lin Yuan retorted, rolling his eyes. Congratulations. You have spent 10,500 editing points to successfully exchange for the mythic token of Zhongfei. Current remaining editing points, 1,500. As this announcement resonated, a golden light suddenly appeared before Lin Yuan, gradually coalescing into a formidable spear, the legendary 8-foot snake spear, exuding an overwhelming presence. Upon seeing this token, a brilliant smile illuminated Lin Yuan's face as he tightly grasped the spear in his hand. Then, Lin Yuan turned his gaze towards the system store, pondering how to utilize the remaining 1,500 editing points. He scanned the treasures left in the store, searching for something of value. The Heavenly Gangstar step was available for 5,000 editing points, now discounted to 1,500. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. With the Hand of the Heavens for offense and the Chaos Iron Pagoda for defense, acquiring an additional movement technique would indeed be complementary. With a flicker of thought, the detailed information of the Heavenly Gangstar step appeared before him. Heavenly Gangstar step. Utilizing the positions of the Heavenly Gangstars, it absorbs the power of the stars, rendering movement as elusive as the stars scattered across the sky, making it difficult for enemies to touch the user. When employed under the stars, this technique grants an enhancement of 50% to speed. After reading the detailed information regarding the Heavenly Gangstar step, Lin Yuan did not hesitate. With a decisive thought, he exchanged his remaining 1,500 system points for the Heavenly Gangstar step. Upon the successful exchange, Lin Yuan instinctively comprehended the intricacies of the Heavenly Gangstar step in his mind. Chapter 15. The Assassin Strikes, the Might of Zhongfei. Night. Above the Imperial Palace, Lin Yuan traverses the skies. Although he is merely at the spirit condensation realm, he is currently bolstered by the national fortune of the Eastern Extreme Kingdom. For 3 consecutive days, he has possessed the strength of the Void Realm. Under the starlight, Lin Yuan employs the celestial star steps above the heavens. In an instant, he has transitioned from within the palace to the mountains situated 1,000 miles away, beyond the Eastern Extreme Imperial City. This divine skill, illuminated by starlight, renders him invincible, allowing him to evade the grasp of his foes effortlessly. As he relishes the power of the celestial star steps, a faint smile graces Lin Yuan's lips as he murmurs to himself. Suddenly, a swift sound pierces the air. Instinctively, Lin Yuan turns his head, and in the next moment, a figure clad in a black bodysuit and adorned with a ghostly mask materializes before him. Locking eyes with this individual, Lin Yuan perceives a profound murderous intent emanating from beneath the mask. The regent of the Eastern Extreme Kingdom, Lin Yuan. The specter declares upon seeing him. In response, Lin Yuan's mind races, and the attributes of this figure materialize before him. Name, Ghostly Tian Lu Realm. Identity, Supreme Assassin Organization of the Sunlit Domain. Ghostly Tower's 6th Assassin. Ghostly Tian Lu, am I truly worth this much now? Lin Yuan chuckles softly upon hearing this. The Ghostly Tower, the fearsome assassin organization of the Sunlit Domain, is notorious for its saying, as long as you pay, there is no one the Ghostly Tower cannot eliminate. Knowing it is the Ghostly Tower, prepare to meet your end. Ghostly Tian Lu snorts coldly at these words. In the next moment, he vanishes like a wraith from the fabric of reality. Instantly, a shadow appears at Lin Yuan's side, brandishing a supreme treasure, the ghostly poison blade, aimed at Lin Yuan's chest. This ghostly poison blade is a paramount treasure of the Ghostly Tower, designed to bypass special physique effects, specifically crafted to slay geniuses with unique constitutions. The moment the blade makes contact with Lin Yuan, even a chaos body like his would likely suffer grievous injury. As Lin Yuan observes this scene, he distinctly feels the overwhelming pressure exuded by Tian Lu. The assassin must be at least a formidable expert of the Void Realm. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan focuses his thoughts, grounding himself with the celestial steps as stars align above him. In an instant, he vanishes from his original position. However, at that very moment, 8 eerily peculiar red treasures, resembling jade pendants, materialize around Lin Yuan, forming a circle that ensnares him within a 100-mile radius. No matter how Lin Yuan attempts to flee, he cannot escape this confinement. Meanwhile, he discovers that beyond this 100-mile barrier another silhouette emerged, donning a crimson ghost mask, its gaze fixed upon me like a serpent. Name: Ghost Tianba. Realm: Identity: Supreme Assassin Organization of the Sunlit Domain, Ghost Tower's 8th Assassin, Ghost Tianba. My word, they truly hold me in high esteem. Sending 2 of the top 10 assassins from the Ghost Tower. Lin Yuan found himself utterly bewildered by this scene. At that moment, beneath the battlefield in the heavens, amidst the mountains, a young man clad in white, wielding a folding fan, stood atop the peak. He gazed at Lin Yuan, who was being ambushed above, a look of exhilaration gracing his countenance. The Chaos Body, the Supreme Bone. Lin Yuan is merely fortunate should I eliminate you. Both your Supreme Bone and Chaos Body shall belong to me. With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, the young man spoke. Zhao Bao, also a player from Blue Star. Upon entering this fantastical realm, Zhao Bao saved the sole daughter of the president of the largest merchant guild in the Sunlit Domain, the Wanbao Guild. Before the president, he awakened the Wanbao Golden Body. This body is extraordinarily formidable, capable of refining precious treasures to elevate one's realm and heal injuries. Much to the delight of the guild president, who promptly declared his daughter as betrothal to Zhao Bao and appointed him as the next president of the Wanbao Guild. While other players struggled to gather spirit stones, Zhao Bao had already amassed the wealth of a nation through the Wanbao Guild, possessing both the Wanbao Golden Body and the terrifying riches of the guild. In just over a year, Zhao Bao ascended to the rank of a first-tier master in the Profound Realm. Frequently, he mused about being the favored son of fortune. However, upon learning that Lin Yuan had awakened the Chaos Body and Supreme Bone, Zhao Bao wasted no time. He employed the 2 top-tier assassins from the Ghost Tower, ranked among the top 10 experts in the Void Realm, to eliminate Lin Yuan, coveting his Supreme Bone and Chaos Body. Zhao Bao personally arrived to witness Lin Yuan's demise and claim the Supreme Bone for himself. At this moment, Zhao Bao looked up at Lin Yuan in the heavens, envisioning the moment when the Supreme Bone would be transplanted into himself, absorbing the essence of chaos. Coupled with his Wanbao Golden Body and the backing of the Wanbao Guild, he envisioned himself as the foremost being in the Sunlit Domain. Just then, as Lin Yuan realized 2 Void Realm assassins had come to eliminate him, he understood that this could not end well. Nevertheless, within this barrier, after evading a lethal strike from Ghost Tianlu using the Celestial Star Steps, Lin Yuan found in his hand the token of the legendary warrior Zhang Fei, the 8 Zhang Serpent Spear. With his blood staining the spear, it instantly radiated a black luminescence, propelling him skyward and emanating a terrifying pressure. In an instant, dark storm clouds gathered above, thunder rumbling, and purple lightning crackling throughout the tempest. A spatial vortex suddenly materialized. What is this? Such formidable power. Below, Zhao Bao's expression changed dramatically as he gazed at the shifting skies, an inexplicable dread blossoming within him. At that moment, an ominous premonition surged in Zhao Bao's heart. Meanwhile, high above in the firmament, the figures of Yuming Tian 6 and Tian 8 witnessed this scene, their expressions subtly shifting. The sixth sense of the powerful beings from the Dongji realm urged them to act swiftly and decisively. Death. In the next instant, both Tian 6 and Tian 8 let out a ferocious roar. Behind them loomed terrifying manifestations, towering 1,000 feet high, akin to ghostly phantoms. Simultaneously, an ethereal energy enveloped them as they launched their assault on Lin Yuan. 2 spectral, serpentine apparitions, filled with wrath, soared towards Lin Yuan, intent on devouring him whole. In the face of this lethal onslaught from the 2 Dongshi realm experts, Lin Yuan felt the true threat of death encroaching upon him. Yet at that critical juncture, A thunderous roar resonated from the heavens. "Who dares to harm my lord?" A magnificent figure, exuding immense pressure, materialized in the sky. A man with a leopard's head and round eyes, a hawk-like jaw, and a tiger's whiskers, clad in black dragon-scale armor and wielding an 8-foot serpent spear. He was flanked by 2 roaring black dragons. It was the legendary Zhang Fei, also known as Zhang Sanyi. Zhang Fei traversed the spatial vortex, appearing in the heavens. Bathed in thunder, his gaze descending upon Lin Yuan, who was ensnared in peril. His eyes widened in fury as he bellowed in wrath towards the ground. Instantly, the heavens and earth reverberated with Zhang Fei's earth-shattering roar. Concurrently, his voice transformed into 2 black dragons, charging downward to shield Lin Yuan from the lethal strikes of Yuming Tian 6 and Tian 8. Who was this formidable master? Yuming Tian 6 and Tian 8's expressions shifted as they beheld Zhang Fei in the sky. Though both were Dongji realm practitioners, they were merely at the 1st and 2nd levels, respectively, while Zhang Fei stood at the pinnacle of the Dongji realm, 9th level, a half-step into the tribulation stage. The disparity of 6 or 7 minor realms weighed heavily upon them, and they understood that they were no match for this individual. Moreover, the true strength of Tian 6 and Tian 8 lay in their covert assassination tactics. Once their identities were revealed, their various abilities could not be utilized, thereby having their combat effectiveness. At that moment, Zhang Fei descended upon Lin Yuan, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting. "I have met the Lord. I apologize for my tardiness and hope for your forgiveness." Lin Yuan gazed at Zhang Fei's imposing presence, and, upon viewing his attribute panel, a radiant smile blossomed on his face. Name: Zhang Fei Realm. 9th Heaven of Dongshu Affinity. 100 Introduction. A mythical rendition of Zhang Fei from the 3 kingdoms. He is the reincarnation of the ancient war god, Kwa Fu. Possessing an extraordinarily robust physique, he is accompanied by the celestial pet, golden-haired Roar, and wields the treasured Zhangba snake spear, evolved from the divine beast, the 8-footed celestial serpent. Mythical Zhang Fei is characterized by his deep loyalty and righteousness. It is indeed remarkable that Zhang Fei is the reincarnation of the legendary deity Kwa Fu. The arrival of the 3rd master is perfectly timed. Lin Yuan assists Zhang Fei to his feet. "My lord, enemies are near. Allow me to slay them and bring glory to you," Zhang Fei proclaims. He then turns, directing his gaze towards Tian Lu and Tian Ba. "Drink up, you 2 rascals. Receive a spear from your 3rd master," Zhang Fei asserts with commanding presence. Chapter 16. The Wanbao Merchants Association, Zhao Bao. As the specters Tian Lu and Tian Ba witnessed this scene, they exchanged a glance, and without further hesitation, they turned to flee. Their failure to eliminate their target dictated their code of conduct as assassins. Zhang Fei, upon observing the retreat of Tian Lu and Tian Ba, instinctively moved to pursue them. However, at that moment, Lin Yuan reached out to halt Zhang Fei, shaking his head. Fei, no need to chase them any further. There is something more intriguing ahead. Capture him," Lin Yuan said, looking down at a figure below, his expression turning icy. "Understood, my lord," Zhang Fei replied, nodding in acknowledgement before vanishing from sight in an instant. Lin Yuan, meanwhile, cast a cold smile as he watched Zhao Bao flee. As the regent of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, holding the precious regent seal of destiny, Lin Yuan realized that there were many aspects of this seal he had yet to explore. For instance, by wielding the regent seal, he could perceive everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. As long as the individuals were not of a realm vastly superior to his own, he could sense their intentions and hostility clearly. In fact, after the appearance of Tian Lu and Tian Ba, Lin Yuan had already felt a strong aura of murderous intent from below. However, at that time, he was unable to defend himself. Now, a chilling killing intent crossed Lin Yuan's face. On the mountaintop below, upon seeing Zhang Fei's arrival, Zhao Bao was momentarily stunned. Noticing the retreat of Tian Lu and Tian Ba, an ominous feeling gripped him, prompting him to flee. Yet, just after covering a mere 100 miles, a formidable figure, exuding an aura of terror, appear before him, baring its teeth with a menacing glare. "Boy, what do you think you're running?" Zhang Fei confronted Zhao Bao, resembling a fearsome specter. In contrast, Zhao Bao's heart raced at the sight of Zhang Fei, and he quickly forced a smile onto his face. "Esteemed senior, I was merely passing through. Do you believe me?" He stammered. "Passing through or not, we shall see the Lord first," Zhang Fei retorted with a cold snort. Seizing Zhao Bao as though he were a mere chick, within a concealed cave outside the imperial city, Lin Yuan gazed at Zhao Bao with a semblance of amusement. "You are merely at the first level of the transcendent realm. I surmise you are not an unknown figure. Have I wronged you in any way?" Lin Yuan spoke calmly, seated steadily upon a rock. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of terror emanated from Lin Yuan, a manifestation of his status as the regent of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, augmented by the dynasty's fortune. Coupled with the imposing Zhang Fei standing like a wall behind him, Zhao Bao felt a chill of fear creeping into his heart. Furthermore, the assassins that had just attacked were indeed sent by him, rendering Zhao Bao's pallor ashen. "I am but an ordinary player, encountering you for the first time, with no grievances or enmity." Zhao Bao managed a forced smile as he spoke. "No grievances or enmity." Lin Yuan, upon hearing these words, could not help but sneer. No grievances or enmity. Yet he summoned 2 top-tier Void Realm assassins from the Phantom Pavilion to eliminate me. Although lacking concrete evidence, the palpable murderous intent emanating from Zhao Bao was undeniable. Furthermore, he watched with great interest as the 2 assassins attempted to strike me down. Thus, Lin Yuan was certain that these assassins had been dispatched by him. However, Lin Yuan was curious about the background of this individual, who possessed the influence to enlist the top assassins of the Phantom Pavilion, the foremost assassin organization in the Sunlit Domain. Certainly not an ordinary character. No, brother. This has nothing to do with me," Zhao Bao exclaimed, instantly struck with terror upon realizing Lin Yuan had seen through him. He shook his head vigorously. Observing Zhao Bao's obstinate demeanor, Lin Yuan shook his head in response. "What background do you possess?" He fixed his gaze upon Zhao Bao, speaking in a low tone. "Brother, I'm truly just an ordinary person. Fei Ge, eliminate him and let us depart." Before Zhao Bao could finish his sentence, Lin Yuan rose, his expression icy. As he spoke, Zhang Fei brandished his 8-foot-long serpent spear, advancing menacingly toward Zhao Bao. "No, please, don't." Faced with Zhang Fei's impending approach, Zhao Bao felt the chilling breath of death and was overtaken by panic. "You cannot kill me. I am the son-in-law of the president of the Sunlit Domain's foremost merchant association, the Wanbao Association, and possess the unique Wanbao golden body. If you dare to take my life, the Wanbao Association will surely avenge me. The Wanbao Association is wealthier than nations and stands unparalleled among the 3 great dynasties of the Sunlit Domain, certainly not weaker than your Eastern Extreme Dynasty." Zhao Bao shook his head repeatedly, instinctively revealing all possible cards in the face of genuine death. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression broke into a slight smile. "The son-in-law of the Wanbao Association with the Wanbao golden body. You possess quite the fortune. However, even so, it shall not spare your life." Lin Yuan's smile deepened, for to him, Zhao Bao was a treasure. Slaying Zhao Bao would yield editing points, given that Zhao Bao was currently at the Transcendent Realm. His demise would grant 500 editing points. Should Zhao Bao's enmity towards him reach 100, a critical hit would trigger, resulting in a 5-fold increase of editing points, to 500 in total. Moreover, as a player, killing him would yield double the editing points compared to local inhabitants, amounting to 5,000 editing points. Most importantly, the Transcendent Realm could be exchanged for 500 editing points, and with various multipliers, a kill could yield 5,000 editing points. If a way could be found to elevate Zhao Bao's realm to the Enlightenment Realm, a kill would yield 1,000 editing points, which, with all enhancements, could lead to 10,000 editing points. A significant leap indeed. It was akin to raising a pig, feeding it well before the slaughter. What? You suggested eliminating Zhao Bao. Will the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce seek revenge for him? How absurd. One can even edit their identity to become the ancestor of the Wanbao chamber. Do you believe that? Revenge? Ridiculous. As the words fell, Lin Yuan waved his hand, searching his person, taking everything that could be taken, to bring back to the palace. Yes, my lord. In the eastern extreme palace, within the Phoenix resting hall, the Phoenix Emperor was currently in seclusion. At that moment, a haunting voice echoed around. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly opened his phoenix eyes. What? Two spectral assassins from the Phantom Realm attempted to assassinate Yuan, the regent. The Phoenix Emperor abruptly stood up, initially revealing an expression of fury, followed by profound concern. Your Majesty need not worry. The regent has already escaped from peril. Just as I was about to intervene, a powerful figure from the Phantom Realm suddenly appeared and rescued the Yuan. A chilling voice resounded once more. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor sighed in relief, though a look of confusion soon graced his face. A powerful figure from the Phantom Realm? Who could it be? At that moment, Lin Yuan, accompanied by Zhang Fei and the battered Zhao Bao, had returned to the palace. The Phoenix Emperor sensed Lin Yuan's aura and felt relieved, disappearing from his location. Brother Yuan. In the Yuan Tian Hall, upon seeing Lin Yuan, the Phoenix Emperor's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she hurriedly rushed towards him, embracing him tightly. Feeling the softness of the Phoenix Emperor and the enchanting fragrance of her words, Lin Yuan instinctively loosened his hold. There are others present. As Lin Yuan's words fell, the Phoenix Emperor regained her composure and glanced at Zhang Fei and the bruised Zhao Bao held in Zhang Fei's grasp. This is Zhang Fei, my brother, Lin Yuan introduced. Zhang Fei, clearly understanding the relationship between his lord and the Phoenix Emperor, chuckled and released his hold, performing a courteous bow towards her. Meanwhile, Zhao Bao fell to the ground with a thud, letting out a pained cry. Upon hearing Zhao Bao's lament, Zhang Fei furrowed his brow tightly, finding it bothersome. What are you yelling about? He exclaimed, then turned back to the Phoenix Emperor with a simple and honest expression. Chapter 17. The Slaying of Zhao Bao. The arrival of the Wanbao Merchant Association. Upon witnessing the comical demeanor of Zhang Fei, the Phoenix Emperor could not help but chuckle. However, as her gaze shifted to the prostrate figure of Zhao Bao, her brow furrowed slightly. This wretch had hired 2 assassins to eliminate me. The son-in-law of the Wanbao Merchant Association, a practitioner of the Transcendental Realm, Lier, is there any elixir available that could elevate his cultivation by a full realm? A smile graced Lin Yuan's face as he inquired. Meanwhile, Zhao Bao, overhearing Lin Yuan's words, was left utterly bewildered. Is he truly this benevolent? Seeking an elixir to elevate my realm? Upon learning that Zhao Bao was the one who had employed the assassins, a fierce glint of murder flashed across the Phoenix Emperor's face. How dare he harbor ill intentions towards Brother Yuan? Why waste effort in elevating his realm? He should be dealt with directly. The Phoenix Emperor spoke, her gaze towards Zhao Bao reminiscent of one addressing a corpse. Zhao Bao, upon hearing her words, was utterly flabbergasted, staring at her in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such a stunning beauty possessed a heart as venomous as a viper's, immediately resorting to death. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei, incensed that Zhao Bao dared to brazenly gaze upon his lord's woman, unleashed his fury with another punch to Zhao Bao's face. What are you staring at, you scoundrel? He roared. Zhao Bao stammered in response, I. Observing Zhang Fei's fierce demeanor, Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. He then turned to the Phoenix Emperor and shook his head. Lier, do not worry. This individual can be dealt with as you see fit. Lin Yuan said with a beaming smile. Zhao Bao, currently at the Transcendental Realm, would require a significant elevation to reach the Dao Inquiry Realm. The typical reward for defeating an enemy of the Dao Inquiry Realm is 1,000 editing points. If Zhao Bao's enmity towards Lin Yuan were to reach 100, combined with his status as a player, that would result in a 10-fold increase in points. Thus, it amounts to a staggering 10,000 editing points, a veritable boon. The Phoenix Emperor paused momentarily upon hearing this, then nodded thoughtfully. However, elixirs that can directly elevate one's realm typically possess considerable side effects. The severity of the side effects matters not, as long as it can elevate one's realm. I desire the elixir with the most pronounced side effects, Lin Yuan declared, waving his hand grandly. Zhao Bao, hearing this, was rendered completely dumbfounded. Am I not human? This is the bloodthirsty frenzy pill. Once consumed, it can elevate one by a full realm. However, the cost is that one's future cultivation will stagnate, and every night, one must endure the agony of blood coagulation. At that moment, the Phoenix Emperor, with a flicker of thought, produced a crimson elixir. Lin Yuan received the pill, a radiant smile illuminating his face. This is truly a treasure. He then turned to Zhao Bao, a smile still plastered on his face. This precious item is far too good for you. However, I am known for my benevolence, Lin Yuan stated. In stark contrast, Zhao Bao stood before Lin Yuan, utterly terrified of the elixir in his hand. No, I do not desire this elixir. I do not wish to find my cultivation progress impeded. I do not want. At this moment, Zhao Bao's words were abruptly interrupted. Beside him, Zhang Fei delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Bao. What nonsense are you spouting? With that strike, Zhao Bao instinctively cried out in pain. Just then, Lin Yuan swiftly forced the elixir down Zhao Bao's throat. Gag! As the elixir settled in his stomach, Zhao Bao was engulfed by terror, instinctively wanting to regurgitate it. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a surging and violent force wreaking havoc within his abdomen, compelling him to forcibly elevate his own realm. At this instant, Zhao Bao found himself bound by 3,000 golden chains, a manifestation of the law's restraint and a harbinger of his impending breakthrough into the Tao inquiry realm. Upon entering this realm, he would begin to grasp the power of the laws. Bang! With a resounding crack, the 3,000 golden chains shattered. Zhao Bao could not restrain his anguish as he howled to the heavens. At this moment, he could distinctly feel his blood congealing throughout his body. The suffocating agony, yet the refusal to succumb to death, tormented him immensely. Lin Yuan, I despise you. Zhao Bao glared fiercely at Lin Yuan, forcing out an icy declaration through gritted teeth. Hatred suits me well. I relish your disdain, Lin Yuan replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, it appears you do not yet hate me enough. As he spoke, Lin Yuan willed a sword into existence, slowly approaching Zhao Bao, his gaze fixated on Zhao Bao's lower half. The moment Zhao Bao met Lin Yuan's gaze, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, as he felt a chilling draft beneath him. Meanwhile, Feng Di, witnessing this scene, paused momentarily before comprehending Lin Yuan's intent. Her alabaster cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly turned away. What do you intend to do? No, please, Zhao Bao stammered, observing Lin Yuan wielding the gleaming sword, panic overtaking him as he struggled to retreat on the ground. Yet, Lin Yuan wore a radiant smile. Do not fret, it will be swift and painless. Swish! In the next instant, accompanied by a swift sound, Zhao Bao lay on the ground, his body contorted, emitting a harrowing wail akin to a lobster being boiled. Vivid scarlet blood streamed forth from beneath him. Lin Yuan, I loathe you. I wish for your demise. Bang! What nonsense are you uttering? Zhang Fei shouted in anger, rushing over to deliver another punch upon hearing Zhao Bao's cries. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! Zhao Bao's hatred towards you has reached 100. Eliminating him will trigger a critical editing point effect. Satisfied by this revelation, Lin Yuan nodded approvingly, then squatted down, casting a glance at the pale, howling Zhao Bao, and began to speak softly. The task is accomplished. Congratulations. You need not suffer any longer. Remember, the slayer will inevitably be slain. For your avarice, you shall pay the price. Lin Yuan spoke in a somber tone. As he spoke, the blade of his sword was poised at Zhao Bao's throat. Spare the life beneath the sword. Yet, just as Lin Yuan was about to deliver the fatal strike, a voice resonated from the heavens above. Subsequently, the previously dark night sky was illuminated with a resplendent golden light. Lin Yuan looked up to behold a magnificent three-legged golden toad beast descending from the horizon, showering countless gold coins in its wake. The creature was colossal, akin to a towering building. Upon its back stood two figures, a middle-aged man, radiating golden light, and whose rotund figure swayed with the jingling of coins, and a robust woman with a tiger's back and a bear's strength, who regarded Zhao Bao beneath Lin Yuan's sword with a look of concern. They were Jin Wanbao, the president of the Wanbao Merchant Association, and his only daughter, Jin Baibao. Upon seeing the scene above, Feng Di squinted, murmuring to himself, "Father-in-law, dear Baibao." Zhao Bao, upon recognizing the two, burst into tears, exclaiming that salvation had finally arrived. However, Lin Yuan merely cast a cold glance at the duo above, followed by a disdainful snort. In the next moment, under Zhao Bao's incredulous gaze, the sword descended. Ding! Successfully eliminated the Dao-asking realm player, Zhao Bao. Earned 2,000 editing points. Due to the hatred value reaching 100, a fivefold critical strike on editing points has been triggered. Congratulations, you have acquired 10,000 editing points. Current editing points, 10,000. Upon hearing the system notification resonating in his mind, a satisfied smile graced Lin Yuan's face. Yet, at that moment, a piercing scream pierced his ears. Observing the three-legged golden toad's back, Jin Baibao, with a robust physique, revealed a countenance of fury upon witnessing Zhao Bao's head fall. "My little darling." Her voice was akin to the sound of metal scraping against metal. As Lin Yuan heard her voice and beheld her pockmarked visage, he silently mourned for the recently deceased Zhao Bao. It seemed that his life of indulgence had not come easily. "Indeed, it was right to kill you. I did so to liberate you from your suffering." "How benevolent I am." "Feng Di, King Yuan, do you truly overstep your bounds? I personally come to redeem my kin. Yet you dare to slay my esteemed son-in-law before my very eyes? Do you truly believe that the Wanbao Merchant Association fears the Eastern Extreme Empire? With a mere command, all merchant associations in the Sunlight Domain will withdraw from the Eastern Extreme, plunging your commerce and economy into utter paralysis." Jin Wanbao spoke with rage upon hearing these words. Yet, Feng Di remained unperturbed. "Regardless of the outcome, Zhao Bao attempted to assassinate me, King Yuan of Dongli. There shall be no mercy. He is doomed to die. No matter who it is, death awaits." Feng Di stood resolutely beside Lin Yuan, yet behind him, 9 golden phoenixes soared into the sky, forming identical majestic figures of the Phoenix Emperor, each towering 1,000 feet high. The divine manifestations spoke softly, their voices resembling celestial melodies that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Chapter 18. He is the sole brother of my phantom. On the opposite side, Jin Wanbao could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing these words. "As a merchant, I have always shunned violence and conflict, especially with the authorities. However, should you attempt to harm my esteemed son-in-law, even if you are the king of Dongji, you shall meet your demise." As he spoke, 2 figures suddenly manifested in the heavens, clad in dark, shadowy robes. One bore a black mask while the other donned a white one. Most significantly, at the moment of their appearance, thunder rumbled across the sky, and an ethereal aura enveloped them, rendering them akin to celestial deities merely by their presence. Below, Lin Yuan felt a tremor within his heart upon witnessing these 2 figures. Instantly, their attribute panels materialized before him. Name: Ghost Realm. Tribulation Stage Description: the foremost assassin of the Phantom Tower, the first-ranked killer of the Sunlit Domain. Name: Spirit Realm. Tribulation Stage Description: the second-ranked killer of the Phantom Tower, the foremost assassin of the Sunlit Domain. Gazing at their attribute panels, Lin Yuan's heart quaked. The first and second-ranked assassins of the Phantom Tower. What formidable prowess they possessed. He turned to the side and addressed the Phoenix Emperor. "Tribulation Stage," he stated, a grave expression crossing the Phoenix Emperor's face. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan exhaled a long breath. Tribulation Stage. This truly poses a conundrum. "System, open the background editing list," Lin Yuan murmured. As his words fell, a background list panel unfolded before him. The reincarnation of Jin Wanbao, the patriarch of the Wanbao Merchant Association. Jin Wanbao's grandfather was a legendary figure, an ordinary being of the first tier, who founded the astonishing Wanbao Merchant Association and cultivated the Wanbao escort team, commanding a tribulation stage powerhouse and 6 void realm experts. ultimately passing away due to the depletion of his lifespan. Required editing points, 6,000. The sworn brother of Ji Yuling, the most enigmatic master of the Phantom Tower. The foremost assassin organization in the sunlit domain. Required editing points, 8,000. Contemplating the two fitting backgrounds before him, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and made a decision. He would become the reincarnation of Jin Wanbao's grandfather. Yet, he felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding this choice, fearing that Jin Wanbao might have forgotten ancestral teachings. In comparison, the option of being the sworn brother of the Phantom Tower's master seemed more reliable. Lin Yuan sighed deeply, assessing the current situation, ready to edit his background at the slightest hint of danger. Meanwhile, high above, the Phoenix Emperor, witnessing the first and second-ranked assassins of the Phantom Tower, displayed no signs of trepidation. The Wanbao Merchant Association truly deserved its reputation as the wealthiest in the sunlit domain, managing to summon both the first and second-ranked assassins simultaneously. If memory served him correctly, enlisting both would require at least one sacred treasure as a foundation. Yet, they were merely two tribulation stage powerhouses. Jin Wanbao, do you think I would fear you? The Phoenix Emperor faced the ghostly assassins with unwavering resolve, his piercing phoenix eyes directed at Jin Wanbao, radiating an icy demeanor. Although the Phoenix Emperor stood as a peak cultivator of the Void Realm, as the sovereign of the Eastern Extreme, he could manifest the prowess of a peak Tribulation Realm expert within the confines of his empire. Moreover, the Eastern Extreme Dynasty boasted a guardian who was also a peak Tribulation Realm powerhouse, alongside the formidable duo of Elder Ing and Elder Long, both at the pinnacle of the Void Realm. Their combined strength rivaled that of any Tribulation Realm expert. Upon hearing this, Jin Wanbao erupted into hearty laughter. Phoenix Emperor, who informed you that there are only 2 assassins from the Ghost Tower? Do you think that my Wanbao Merchant Guild and the Wanbao escort team lack capable hands? As these words fell, 3 formidable figures emerged behind Jin Wanbao. The sight of these 3 made the Phoenix Emperor's countenance darken, for they comprised 1 Tribulation Realm expert and 2 peak Void Realm cultivators. Old man, I'm not one to hold grudges unnecessarily. If we engage in battle, it will surely be a fierce clash, and regardless of the victor, both sides will suffer greatly. Hand over Lin Yuan to me, and I shall take my leave, Jin Wanbao proclaimed, standing atop the 3-legged golden toad, his gaze fixed intently on the Phoenix Emperor. However, the Phoenix Emperor's avatar merely smirked at this proposition. If that is the case, then let us fight. With that declaration, the Phoenix Emperor's avatar unleashed a terrifying aura, countless Tao symbols shimmering around him. Above, the golden crows and golden phoenixes sang in resonance, bolstered by the fortune of the dynasty. Yet, Jin Wanbao's eyes turned icy at the sight. Just then, a voice resonated from below. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze to meet Jin Wanbao's. Old Jin, I believe it would be prudent to avoid this battle. Otherwise, you will surely regret it later. It would not bode well for you. A faint smile graced Lin Yuan's face. Jin Wanbao scoffed at this remark. You impudent brat. Regret? I have traversed the world for many years and have never known regret. What if you truly do regret it? Lin Yuan, undeterred, maintained his serene smile. If I indeed regret it, I shall present 3 treasured artifacts to you. Jin Wanbao dismissed this with a scoff, yet Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. In that case, I have no further words. With that, Lin Yuan commanded, let us go. Upon hearing his command, a glint of murderous intent flashed across Jin Wanbao's face. In an instant, 2 Tribulation Realm assassins and 3 escort guards from the Wanbao escort team surged toward the Phoenix Emperor. At that moment, the Phoenix Emperor let out a cold snort. In the next breath, Elder Long and Elder Ing materialized beside him. Simultaneously, deep within the palace, in a humble thatched hut, an elderly man with flowing white hair suddenly opened his eyes. The instant he did, an overwhelming surge of sword energy traversed the heavens and earth, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. The elder swordsman, indeed, it is you. Upon the 3-legged golden cicada, Jin Wanbao, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the white-haired elder, revealed an expression of realization. An old relic from the previous era, I never anticipated that you still draw breath. Jin Wanbao declared. Kill. At this juncture, the white-haired elder extended his hand, and within the palace, a bamboo sword materialized in his grasp. He thrust the sword towards the 3 formidable members of the Wanbao escort. Observing the battle unfolding in the heavens, several peak experts clashed fiercely. In an instant, the surrounding expanse, stretching thousands of miles, trembled under the terrifying residual energy of their conflict. Countless frail beings could not help but prostrate themselves upon the ground. System. Edit the background of the ghostly brotherhood of ghostly G. Lin Yuan muttered as he beheld this scene. Ding! Congratulations. You have spent 8,000 editing points to acquire the background of G Ghostly's Brotherhood. Remaining editing points, 2,000. Background loading. Background successfully loaded. The moment the background loaded successfully in Lin Yuan's ears, in the farthest reaches of the sunlight domain, there lay a chaotic city sprawling over 10,000 miles. In this chaotic city, a black skyscraper pierced the clouds, resembling a sharp sword aimed at the heavens. This tower is none other than the Ghostly Tower. Located in the chaotic city, a forbidden ground within the sunlight domain. This city is a realm of disorder, rampant with evil, and is the most chaotic, wicked, and filthy place in the sunlight domain. The legendary headquarters of the Ghostly Tower is situated at the very center of this chaotic city. At this moment, within the Ghostly Tower, a suave man clad in white, holding a folding fan, was engaged in a tea-drinking affair with a bare-chested bald man seated opposite him. Who would have thought that this elegant man, resembling a gentleman, is none other than G. Ghostly, the most enigmatic and blood-stained leader of the Ghostly Tower? The bald man across from him is none other than the notorious tyrant of the chaotic city, Kwang Wuji. Both G. Ghostly and Kwang Wuji are transcendent beings, among the pinnacle of strength within the sunlight domain. Either of them, with a mere clap or stomp, could unleash a storm of bloodshed across the sunlight domain, causing countless lives to be stained in their wake. Ghostly, there emerges a prodigy from the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, endowed with both the chaotic body and the supreme bone. 2 unparalleled constitutions. What do you think? Are you intrigued? Kwang Wuji, in a hasty manner, gulped down a cup of extraordinarily precious spirit tea, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon Ji Chong Kong. The chaotic body and the supreme bone, if we join forces with your Ghostly Tower and my chaotic city, we shall certainly retrieve that prodigy from the hands of the Eastern Extreme Phoenix Emperor. At that time, the chaotic essence shall be yours, while the supreme bone shall belong to me. Upon hearing this, G. Ghostly merely smiled. The chaotic body and supreme bone do indeed pique my interest. Therefore, I have already dispatched my informants to investigate that young man's background, Ji Chong Kong remarked. The informants are G. Ghostly's trusted aides, responsible for gathering intelligence for him. However, just then, G. Ghostly's thumb, a skull-shaped ring glimmered subtly, emitting a flicker of light. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in Ji Yuling's mind. Master, the prodigy of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, Yuan Wang, is named Lin Yuan. Previously, he was known as Lin Shun, and long ago, he had an oath brother named Ji Chong Kong. The voice was raspy. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuling's expression changed dramatically as he slammed his hand on the table and stood abruptly. In an instant, the table crafted from 9 suns mysterious which shattered into pieces, while the exquisite tea set, meticulously polished from the rare 9 heavens cold essence, fell to the ground and disintegrated. What on earth are you doing, Ji Yuling? Have you lost your mind? Kwang Kvui exclaimed, startled by Yuling's sudden outburst. You just mentioned wanting to kill the Eastern Extreme Yuan Wang and seize his supreme bone and chaos origin. Ji Yuling gazed at Kwang Wuji, his eyes a fiery red, and replied softly, indeed, what of it? Listen, if you dare to harm even a single hair on him, Ji Yuling, I will not rest until we are at odds. He warned, his voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance. Have you gone mad? On what grounds? Kwang Wuji was left dumbfounded by this declaration, feeling utterly aggrieved. Because he is my sworn brother, the only brother I have sought for many years, Ji Yuling replied, his tone melancholic. Hearing this, Kwang Wuji's expression shifted subtly. Wait, if he is your only brother, then what am I to you? He asked in disbelief. You? Ji Yuling glanced at Kwang Wuji with disdain. a smile of derision gracing his lips. Just a familiar stranger. How dare you? Kwang Wuji could no longer contain himself. The illustrious and formidable chaos tyrant now felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Chapter 19. The Eastern Extremity Festival Spirit. The Golden Phoenix. Jie Yuling let out a long sigh, his mind drifting back to the past. It is said that he, Jie Yuling, is a prodigy of his generation, possessing the ethereal ghostly body, and has inherited the legacy of the ancient unparalleled assassin, the Phantom Shadow. At a mere 30 years of age, he had reached the tribulation stage. Yet, who could fathom the loneliness that plagued him? Due to his unique constitution, Jie Yuling had never known the companionship of friends or brothers, nor had he ever experienced warmth. A decade ago, he was known as Jie Chongkong. During an assassination mission against a formidable being at the returning ruin stage, he encountered a mishap and sustained grave injuries. Just as Jie Chongkong hovered on the brink of death, a young man named Lin Shun, merely in his teens, came to his rescue. Lin Shun expended all his spirit crystals to procure a sacred healing elixir to aid Jie Yuling's recovery. Jie Chongkong gazed at this unfamiliar young man, who selflessly sacrificed his entire fortune to save his life. For the first time, the icy heart of Jie Chongkong, who had never felt warmth, softened. He swore brotherhood with this man on the spot. However, as is often the case, all gatherings must eventually disperse. Jie Chongkong, unwilling to drag his brother into the life of an assassin, parted ways with him. Yet, after this farewell, the young man seemed to vanish without a trace, never to be found again. Even as Jie Chongkong ascended to become the master of the Netherworld Pavilion, transforming into Jie Yuling, he spent years scattering millions of spirit crystals in search of his sworn brother, yet to no avail. Now, at long last, he had received news of his brother's whereabouts. Overwhelmed, Jie Yuling could no longer contain himself. Regaining his composure, he softly inquired, "What is the current situation of Lin Shun?" "No, Lin Yuan? Master, currently you and Ling, along with Tian San and Tian Si, are on a mission, and their target is Lin Yuan." Upon hearing this, Jie Yuling's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "What?" Those four fools. Jie Yuling was on the verge of collapse. After years of searching for his sworn brother, he had finally found him, only to learn that his trusted allies were in the midst of an assassination attempt against him. In the next moment, Jie Yuling waved his hand, and a spatial vortex materialized in the void. He stepped into the swirling portal. Meanwhile, the increasingly aggrieved Kwang Wuji, witnessing Jie Yuling's abrupt departure, could no longer remain still. "I must see for myself who your only brother truly is, as I seem to be nothing more than a familiar stranger to you." At that moment, the chaotic and tyrannical Kwang Wuji emanated a potent scent of lemon. Subsequently, a blade known as the Wuji blade appeared in his hand. With a single swing, the fabric of space tore apart. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Extremity Dynasty's imperial city, the skies above were filled with the fierce battles of several tribulation stage warriors, causing all beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles to avert their gazes. Inside the palace, Lin Yuan beheld the chaotic melee above. Resembling the end of the world, the heavens roared, thunder flashed incessantly, and the earth trembled. In the void, countless spatial fissures emerged, causing the world to seem as if it were on the verge of shattering. Zhang Fei stood resolutely behind Lin Yuan, a steadfast soldier in his posture. Faced with Zhang Fei's stubbornness, Lin Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. "You need not guard me. Go assist the Phoenix Emperor and the others." "My lord, you fail to comprehend. Your safety is of utmost importance. I shall not leave your side, remaining here to protect you." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Zhang Fei shook his head, his tone resolute. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. In an instant, a chaotic vortex materialized around him as a shadowy assassin appeared behind Lin Yuan, wielding a deadly dagger aimed at his heart. However, upon encountering the chaotic vortex surrounding Lin Yuan, the dagger was instantly disintegrated. Yet, for the assassin, a failed strike was not the end. Another hand produced a silver needle, thrusting it towards Lin Yuan's temple. At this critical juncture, Zhang Fei regained his composure, letting out a furious roar. A frenzied, headless manifestation surged forth behind him. "You rodent, dare to assassinate my lord? How dare you?" Armed with an enormous serpent spear, Zhang Fei charged at the assassin. In the blink of an eye, they were embroiled in combat, while Lin Yuan, having narrowly escaped death, breathed a sigh of relief as he glanced at the assassin's attributes. Heavenly 3 from the Infernal Tower? Interesting. So, they're not only the first and second sequences of Ghost and Spirit, but also the heavenly ranked assassins from the Void Realm lurking in the shadows. What madness has the old coot Jin Wanbao succumbed to? Is it merely because he lost a son-in-law? How many treasures has he expended? Is he attempting to unearth the secrets of the ghostly tower? Surely, there cannot be more. Lin Yuan was utterly speechless. At that moment, while Zhang Fei battled Heavenly 3, another assassin stealthily emerged behind Lin Yuan, like a wraith, manifesting with the laws of existence, wielding a blade concealed within a folding fan, aiming directly at Lin Yuan's back. This sudden attack from the Void Realm stronghold pierced through Lin Yuan's heart, causing his complexion to pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "My lord." Not far away, Zhang Fei, engaged in combat with Heavenly 3, witnessed the folding fan penetrate Lin Yuan's back and emerge from his chest. His eyes turned bloodshot, unable to contain a howl that echoed to the heavens. In that instant, the headless manifestation behind Zhang Fei also cried out, a surge of violent, bloody power coalescing around him. Subsequently, the towering manifestation, measuring 100 feet, fused with Zhang Fei's true form. In an instant, Zhang Fei's flesh expanded rapidly, transforming him into a terrifying being, akin to a deity or demon, with crimson eyes and a bare torso, with a beard and hair billowing in the wind. He wielded a spear resembling a venomous serpent. He cast a fierce gaze towards the assassin who sought to take Lin Yuan's life. In an instant, Zhang Fei struck, sending Tian San flying. "You dare to harm my lord? Those who injure my sovereign deserve death." Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, the Phoenix Emperor, engaged in battle with the specter of the underworld, noticed Lin Yuan, whose chest had been pierced. In that fleeting moment, the Phoenix Emperor's eyes turned crimson. "Brother Yuan," she exclaimed through gritted teeth. The next instant, she sharply turned her head towards the depths of the imperial palace. "Fengjiu, come forth." Her voice reverberated through the cosmos. Suddenly, from the innermost sanctum of the palace, a golden phoenix soared majestically into the sky. Wherever it passed, all birds bowed in reverence. The guardian spirit of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, indeed, was of the Tribulation Realm. Having merged with the imperial fortune, it wielded powers far exceeding those typical for its realm. Upon the back of the three-legged golden toad, Jin Wanbao observed the golden phoenix gliding through the heavens, a look of trepidation crossing his features. He then glanced down at the toad. "Little Jin, can you defeat that phoenix?" Quack! The three-legged golden toad, upon hearing this, took 3 steps back, rolling its eyes at Jin Wanbao. Its frustration boiled over, and it retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Though we both belong to the Tribulation Realm, you've mentioned she is a guardian spirit, endowed with the nation's fortune and capable of unleashing powers far beyond the Tribulation Realm. Am I foolish, or are you?" The toad continued to express its grievances, while Jin Wanbao, upon hearing its words, let out a weary sigh. Chapter 20. The arrival of the Phantom Princess, shocking everyone. Trouble has escalated. It is merely a brash young lad. Yet the Phoenix Emperor has seemingly lost his mind, even summoning the guardian spirit of the nation, the Golden Phoenix. Jin Wanbao murmured to himself. Upon the entrance of the Golden Phoenix to the battlefield, the dynamics between the two sides shifted dramatically. On the side of the Phoenix Emperor, Zhang Fei raged like a madman, his 100-foot demonic form resembling a god of chaos, wielding the 8-zhong serpent spear with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Long Granny, Shadow Granny, and the Sword Elder unleashed their formidable abilities with abandon. Beside them, Jin Wanbao's only daughter, Jin Baibao, gazed at her father with tears in her eyes. "Father, you must avenge baby Zhao. My heart truly belongs to him. Now that Zhao baby has fallen to another's hand, my heart is shattered." She clutched Jin Wanbao's arm and continued, "Moreover, Zhao baby is your son-in-law, the heir you designated for the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Knowing Zhao Baby's background, the Phoenix Emperor still chose to slay him. This is a slap in your face, a disgrace to our Wanbao Chamber. Upon hearing these words, Jin Wanbao, who had been somewhat hesitant, now wore a resolute expression. Do not worry, my precious daughter. Though the Phoenix Emperor possesses immense strength, the Wanbao Chamber is not lacking in power. I have a dear friend, the Lord of the City of Chaos, the chaotic tyrant. I shall summon him, and Lin Yuan's demise will be assured. A determined look graced Jin Wanbao's face as he produced a jade pendant. Brother, I have arrived. However, amidst the intense battle raging around them, a vast and fervent voice suddenly echoed from the heavens. The first and second sequence assassins of the Phantom Tower, Yu and Ling, as well as the two heaven-ranked assassins, Tian San and Tian Si, paused momentarily upon hearing this familiar voice. Why does this voice seem so recognizable? Yu murmured, shaking his head to dismiss the thought, and resumed fighting alongside the Sword Elder. Below, Lin Yuan was gravely injured by Tian Si. In a furious retaliation, Zhang Fei faced off against both Tian San and Tian Si, formidable opponents in the realm. Observing Lin Yuan's wound, chaotic energy began to coalesce at the site of his injury. Miraculously, the wound healed at an observable rate. Accompanied by the celestial voice, the Phantom Princess, Ji Yuling, appeared beside Lin Yuan, her face alight with excitement. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's injury, her expression shifted to one of deep concern as she hastily produced a precious elixir, the 9-Fire Nirvana pill, placing it at Lin Yuan's lips. Lin Yuan gazed at Ji Yuling, a faint, strained smile breaking through his pale visage. Ji, brother Ji, it's been so long. I'm sorry to have worried you. With difficulty, he managed to speak. Hearing his words, the dignified 7-foot man, a transcendent being of the Tribulation realm and the most powerful assassin in the Daylight domain, felt tears welling in his eyes. His brother had endured so much suffering and injury in his absence, yet here he was finally reunited. After a long absence, a voice echoed, expressing concern. These words pierced through my heart like a sharp blade. Ji Yuling tightly grasped Lin Yuan's hand, a forced smile gracing her face. Brother, with me by your side, no one shall dare to harm you henceforth. As she spoke, Ji Yuling lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes upon her loyal companions, the notorious assassins who were the source of her brother's distress. In that moment, her eyes brimmed with tears, and through gritted teeth, she uttered a haunting decree that reverberated through the heavens. You wretches, cease this at once. As her voice echoed endlessly, the figures above, Yu Ling, and the two heavenly ones were momentarily stunned. Is that the boss's voice? Yu cautiously glanced at Ling, only to find him staring downwards, his expression frozen in disbelief. Instinctively, Yu followed Ling's gaze. Suddenly, Ling's face paled, for he beheld his leader, his greatest fear, clutching the hand of the very man he was tasked to assassinate. Witnessing this scene, Ling's throat tightened with anxiety. Was there still time to flee? Yu, Ling, and the two heavenly ones swiftly retreated from the battlefield, approaching Ji Yuling with utmost reverence. We pay our respects to the boss. What on earth compelled you to attempt the assassination of my brother? Ji Yuling's anger turned to incredulous laughter as she regarded the 4 incompetent fools before her. Had it been anyone else who harmed Lin Yuan, Ji Yuling would have dealt with them swiftly. Yet, it was her own trusted aides and assassins who had betrayed her. In that moment, her fury surged, causing an internal wound. Upon hearing Ji Yuling's words, Yu Ling and the two heavenly ones simultaneously pointed towards Jin Wanbao atop the 3-legged toad. Yi Yuling, noticing the wound on Lin Yuan's chest rapidly healing under the influence of chaotic energy, breathed a sigh of relief. She then exchanged a glance with Yu and Ling, as powerful beings in the tribulation stage, hurried to Lin Yuan's side, supporting him on either side. At that moment, Ji Yuling rose, her gaze icy as she regarded Jin Wanbao. Meanwhile, in the skies above, the fierce battle between the formidable Feng Di, Jin Lao Run, and Jin, one was abruptly interrupted by Ji Yuling's appearance. Yu Ling and the two heavenly ones had retreated, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Feng Di observed the tender interaction between the renowned Ji Yuling and Lin Yuan below and pondered, could they be brothers? Little did he expect the depth of their relationship. Though perplexed, Feng Di felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least Lin Yuan was safe. Yet, he wondered, what else about you remains unknown to me? Brother Yuan, from the realm of chaos to the pinnacle of supremacy, I had never fathomed that you would share such an inseparable bond with the most enigmatic master of the Phantom Tower. Casting a deep glance at Lin Yuan, the Phoenix Emperor felt that her elder brother was growing increasingly mysterious. Nevertheless, she found no cause for concern. Rather, she was elated for her brother. Observing that Jin Wanbao could not stir any significant turmoil, she waved her hand, leading the Sword Elder to silently retreat to the innermost thatched cottage of the palace. Granny Long and Granny Ing vanished into the void. The golden phoenix let out a resonant cry, transforming into a radiant golden light, merging with the destiny of the Eastern Extreme Kingdom. Subsequently, the Phoenix Emperor hurried to Lin Yuan's side, assisting him from the hands of the two phantoms. Brother Yuan, I am sorry for failing to protect you, she said, noticing the pallor of Lin Yuan's countenance, her voice choking with emotion. Meanwhile, Ji Yuling, hearing the Phoenix Emperor's words, paused, casting a complex glance in her direction before refraining from further speech. Instead, she leapt forward, appearing before the bewildered Jin Wanbao, whose mind was in a state of confusion. He was aware that Lin Yuan was the Eastern Extreme Sovereign and held a close relationship with the Phoenix Emperor. However, he never anticipated that Lin Yuan had such intricate ties with the mastermind behind the Phantom Tower. At this moment, Jin Wanbao felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the Wanbao Merchant Association was the foremost trading entity in the sunlit domain, commanding the economic lifeblood of the realm, it could not compare in absolute strength to the Eastern Extreme Dynasty or the Phantom Tower, particularly the latter. As the leading assassination organization, the Phantom Tower was a force that no dynasty or powerful faction in the sunlit domain would dare to offend. Thus, when he met Ji Yuling's frigid gaze, a shiver ran down his spine. Ji, my friend, it has been a while. I wonder what your relationship with that young man is. Jin Wanbao forced a smile, cupping his hands in greeting. He is my brother, a sworn brother, yet closer than a biological sibling. He is my only brother, Ji Yuling replied, enunciating each word with precision. Upon hearing this, Jin Wanbao's complexion paled, for he understood that once Ji Yuling articulated these words, there would be no turning back from this matter. Chapter 21. 3 Celestial Treasures. Jin Wanbao took a deep breath and respectfully clasped his hands towards Ji Yingling. My friend, I am unaware of this matter, and furthermore, I am indeed an employer of the Ghost Tower. As a killer organization, their professional ethics are well known throughout the realm. Fortunately, no great disaster has occurred, so how about we consider this matter settled? Jin Wanbao spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Ji Yingling inhaled deeply. It is fortunate that you are an employer of the Ghost Tower, and given that my brother, Yuan, is not in immediate danger. Otherwise, I would have certainly brought ruin upon your Wanbao Merchant Association, Ji Yingling replied, his voice as cold as ice. Both Jin Wanbao and the nearby Jin Baibao felt as if they had descended into hell upon hearing these words. However, I must warn you, if anyone from your Wanbao Merchant Association harms my brother Yuan in the future, the thousands of assassins from the Ghost Tower will undoubtedly pay a personal visit to your tens of millions of merchant associations in the daylight domain. Jin Wanbao, upon hearing this, managed a forced smile. In that case, I shall take my leave. He began to depart. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from below. Hold on. Accompanying this voice, Emperor Feng personally supported Lin Yuan, standing majestically in the sky. Ji Yingling instinctively moved closer to Lin Yuan, flanking him on either side with Emperor Feng to provide protection. Lin Yuan gazed at Jin Wanbao and chuckled lightly. You come to stir up trouble in my eastern extreme and now wish to leave so easily? Isn't that a bit too simplistic? Upon hearing this, Jin Wanbao's eyes narrowed, and he regarded Lin Yuan intently. Young friend Lin Yuan, how do you intend to proceed? Do you recall when I previously asked you if you truly wish to take action? You would surely regret it. You once claimed you would never regret it. If you do regret it now, I shall offer you 3 celestial treasures. Yet I wonder, do you truly regret it? Lin Yuan spoke softly. Beside him, Emperor Feng and Ji Yingling were momentarily taken aback by his words, then exchanged a meaningful glance at Jin Wanbao. It is important to note that treasures are classified from high to low as divine, celestial, holy, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. Generally speaking, heavenly treasures are already considered exceptional, capable of inciting countless individuals to compete for them, even at the cost of their lives. Holy treasures typically reside only with formidable beings in the law manifestation and void realm, reserved for the most extraordinary powers. The weak are unworthy to even touch them. Above this, celestial treasures are so rare that even many void realm experts cannot possess them. Within the 3 great imperial dynasties, sacred lands, and forbidden realms, these treasures are often the most valuable assets of a force. As for the highest tier, divine treasures, they are scarcely mentioned in the entire daylight domain. In fact, even sacred lands and imperial dynasties have never revealed the existence of divine treasures. It is rumored among the populace that divine treasures may not even exist. And now, Lin Yuan immediately presented 3 celestial treasures, which piqued interest. However, upon hearing this, Jin Wanbao's expression shifted slightly. Regaining his composure, Jin Wanbao glanced at Ji Yuling and the Phoenix Emperor, then exhaled deeply. As you stated, should I have regrets? Yet at this moment, I harbor none. Jin Wanbao, true to his mercantile nature, spoke without hesitation. Upon hearing such shameless words, Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment before turning to the Phoenix Emperor and Ji Yuling. Lier, elder brother, he claims not to regret inviting you to assassinate me. It appears there will be no opportunity this time. He will surely find a way to eliminate me next. Lin Yuan spoke candidly. As his words echoed, both the Phoenix Emperor and Ji Yuling revealed a terrifying murderous intent directed at Jin Wanbao. Though killing him would significantly impact the sunlit domain, it was not beyond the Phoenix Emperor's capacity to endure. Jin Wanbao, I am unperturbed by the consequences. Anyone who threatens my brothers shall meet their end, Ji Yuling stated coldly. Meanwhile, Jin Wanbao, facing the 3, gritted his teeth. Gentlemen, do not be overly oppressive. Celestial treasures are scarce, even within my Tongbao Merchant Guild. How could I part with them so easily? According to my knowledge, the Wanbao Merchant Guild possesses 8 celestial treasures, and likely even a nascent divine treasure. Ji Yuling's trusted aide interjected, their voice resonating through the realm. Upon hearing this, Jin Wanbao's complexion shifted between shades of green and purple. After a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly. Dear sirs, do not take me for a coward. Do you truly believe I fear you? The chaotic tyrant of the disorderly city, Quang Wuji, is my close friend, and I possess the spatial jade pendant that will summon him to my side instantly. Jin Wanbao exhaled deeply as he issued his threat. Oh! Ji Yuling raised an eyebrow at this proclamation. Just then, a rift in space appeared in the sky, emanating a brutal and bloody aura. When Quang Wuji emerged, wielding the celestial treasure, the disorderly blade, Jin Wanbao momentarily froze, only to break into a radiant smile. Behold, my brother Wuji sensed my peril and arrived without me needing to shatter the spatial jade pendant. At that moment, Jin Wanbao felt assured of victory, displaying no signs of anxiety. I was delayed by some matters on the way. I wonder if it will affect my enjoyment of the spectacle. I am curious to see who this brother of Yuling truly is, Quang Wuji murmured to himself upon his arrival. Just then, his gaze fell upon a fervent expression. Brother Wuji, I am right here, Jin Wanbao exclaimed with a brilliant smile. Upon seeing Jin Wanbao, Quang Wuji appeared momentarily taken aback. Turning his head, he cast a glance at the ethereal figure of Ji Yuling, who was gazing at him with penetrating eyes. Quang Wuji found himself bewildered by the current situation. Quang Wuji, I have heard that you are a close friend of Jin Wanbao. Is it true that you have come to support him in his vendetta against my brother? Ji Yuling's icy gaze bore down on Quang Wuji. Upon hearing these words, Quang Wuji felt momentarily disoriented, rubbing his temples in contemplation. Suddenly, the gravity of the situation dawned on him, and his complexion paled as he staggered backward. "Brother Ji, please do not speak such nonsense. You are my only brother. All that about being Jin Wanbao's close friend is mere fabrication. We are not acquainted." Kwang Wuji waved his hands frantically, then turned to Jin Wanbao, regarding him as if he were a harbinger of doom. "You rotund fool, do not slander me. When have I ever been your close friend? I have come here solely to assist my brother Ji. Offending him is tantamount to offending me." With his blade, the Wuji knife, in hand, Kwang Wuji glared at Jin Wanbao with fury. Jin Wanbao, taken aback by these declarations, stood frozen, trembling in disbelief as he stared at Kwang Wuji. "Brother Wuji, how can you say such things? Do you not remember 3 years ago when we drank together, discussing the heroes of the world, embracing as brothers? That was all a ruse, a scheme of mine, merely to acquire your elixir at a bargain. Had it not been for that, who would wish to embrace you as a brother?" Kwang Wuji interjected hastily. Jin Wanbao, incensed by the revelation, quaked with rage. You better return my lord's 3 celestial treasures." At that moment, not far off, Zhang Fei could no longer contain his laughter at Jin Wanbao's predicament. Jin Wanbao, hearing this, felt a wave of darkness wash over him. "How can there be such brazen scoundrels among you? When did my lord's celestial treasures become yours to return?" He stomped his feet in exasperation. "So, do you now regret your actions?" Lin Yuan spoke softly. Jin Wanbao glanced at Ji Yuling, then at Feng Di, and finally at the wary Kwang Wuji. He surveyed his own side, comprising his hefty daughter, a 3-legged toad, and merely a single high-tier warrior at the tribulation stage. After a prolonged silence, Jin Wanbao sighed deeply. "This time, I truly regret it. Now, return my 3 celestial treasures." Lin Yuan extended his hand toward Jin Wanbao. In response, Jin Wanbao trembled slightly, feeling the pangs of loss, and hesitantly produced a spatial ring, tossing it directly to Lin Yuan. Leaving? After relinquishing the spatial ring, Jin Wanbao and his entourage turned and departed. With Jin Wanbao's exit, tranquility was restored. Above the imperial city, Lin Yuan, observing the scene, exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 22. The Starry Soul Refining Pill and the Wandering Dragon Red Sky Sword. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to lighten. In the Imperial Palace's royal garden, Lin Yuan, the Phoenix Emperor, Ji Yuling, and Kwang Wuji were seated beneath a pavilion, savoring tea while admiring the dawn's glow. The Phoenix Emperor, with a beaming smile, watched Lin Yuan and Ji Yuling reminisce. For her, it brought immense joy to witness her brother Yuan's significant background, as it meant he could grow even stronger. Moreover, Brother Yuan, Shally truly takes pride in you. The Phoenix Emperor gazed at Lin Yuan, murmuring to herself, Yuan, I told you, my brother could never be an ordinary person. With a chaotic body and supreme bone, your constitution surpasses even my spectral power. In the future, your achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine." Ji Yuling observed his sworn brother, a radiant smile gracing his face. Who could have imagined that the one smiling so brightly before him was the legendary king of hell, the god of death, Ji Yuling? As Lin Yuan heard these words, a blush crept upon his cheeks, flattered by the praise. Turning to the side, he noticed Kwang Wuji, who had been intently watching him, and a look of curiosity blossomed on Lin Yuan's face. "Brother, this esteemed elder is..." Lin Yuan inquired, glancing towards Ji Yuling. This is Kwang Wuji, the lord of the city of chaos, known as the tyrant of disorder, and one of the most formidable beings in the sunlit domain. He is I am but a familiar stranger to him," Ji Yuling began, but before he could finish, Kwang Wuji interjected with a cold snort. Ji Yuling, hearing this, managed a somewhat awkward smile, which quickly faded. "He is my closest friend, your elder brother, so hurry, address him as elder brother to receive a greeting gift." Ji Yuling's face lit up with a smile as he urged. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled as he turned to Kwang Wuji, exclaiming, "Younger brother pays respects to elder brother." Faced with Lin Yuan's fervent gaze, Kwang Wuji exchanged a helpless glance with Ji Yuling, letting out a couple of huffs. He then produced a jade box, within which lay an extraordinarily mysterious pill. This was the Starry Soul Refining Pill, a concoction nearing the level of immortality. With a history spanning over 10,000 years, now impossible to refine. Utilizing this pill can channel the celestial energies of the cosmos to refine one's soul. And it offers the chance to merge a fragment of one's own soul with the cosmic stars. As long as these stars endure, one's soul shall remain eternal. Quang Wuji placed the pill in Lin Yuan's hands, speaking solemnly. Meanwhile, Ji Yuling, seeing Quang Wuji bestow the starry soul refining pill upon Lin Yuan, was momentarily taken aback. Yuan, quickly thank Brother Wuji. Although this starry soul refining pill is not immortal, it is genuinely profound and far exceeds ordinary celestial-grade pills. With your chaotic body and supreme bone, your constitution is secure. The only area where you remain somewhat weak is in your soul. And this pill will perfectly remedy your shortcomings, Ji Yuling stated. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, displayed a look of astonishment as he turned to Quang Wuji. The legendary tyrant of chaos, known for his prodigality, resides within the city of disorder, a place of great renown in the Radiant Sun domain. It stands as one of the most notorious forbidden zones, infamous for its chaos, wickedness, and bloodshed. The ruler of this city, the tyrant of chaos, Quang Wuji, maintains an iron grip over the realm, instilling fear in all who dare to cause mischief within its borders. To my astonishment, the bond between Ji Yuling and Quang Wuji is remarkably strong. Given my association with Ji Yuling, I have been graciously bestowed a treasure of immense value. Thank you, Brother Wuji. Your kindness shall be eternally remembered, I expressed with heartfelt gratitude. There's no need for thanks. After all, you are Ji Yuling's only brother, Quang Wuji replied, rolling his eyes at my words. Meanwhile, Ji Yuling, witnessing Quang Wuji's demeanor, could only cover his face in exasperation. Observing the two, I sensed an odd dissonance between them, an unmistakable tension that piqued my curiosity. At that moment, Ji Yuling turned to me and said, Yuan, please reveal the 3 treasures that the old man Jin Wanbao gave you. Let us see what you possess and what you may still require. I shall supplement your collection. Reacting to his request, I retrieved the spatial ring bestowed upon me by Jin Wanbao. With a thought, 3 treasures materialized in the air before us. A crimson pill, a jade pendant, and a tattered piece of leather. Ji Yuling examined each item with a discerning touch. After a moment, he let out a cold huff. Indeed, while all are treasures of celestial quality, they are of minimal worth and practicality. He continued, this pill, known as the Heart Demon Seed Pill, is notorious throughout the Radiant Sun domain. Although it is a celestial-grade elixir, it is feared by all, for consuming it will give rise to one's inner demons. Should one manage to conquer and consume this inner demon, their cultivation speed would increase tenfold, free from the torment of said demon. However, overcoming the inner demon is an arduous task. Statistically, not a single soul among 10,000 can achieve this. Failure to do so results in becoming a mindless killing machine. Ji Yuling's expression grew grave as he urged, Yuan, you must exercise extreme caution with this pill. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best to let it gather dust rather than be tempted. Nodding thoughtfully at his warning, I gazed at the blood-red pill, my mind racing. As for this jade pendant, Ji Yuling continued, it contains a celestial divine ability, the soul-devouring seal. Once activated, it consumes one's essence, unleashing a 100-fold increase in combat prowess. However, the cost is steep. Using the soul-devouring seal leads to the invasion of one's mind by inner demons, potentially transforming one into an otherworldly fiend. Dear Brother Ji, if I successfully utilize the Heart Demon Seed Dan and liberate my path of cultivation from the torment of the Heart Demon, would it not allow me to evade the side effects of the soul-devouring seal? As Ji Yuling's words fell, Lin Yuan exclaimed in delight. Upon hearing this, Feng Di, Ji Yuling, and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, Brother Yuan, the logic is sound. However, conquering the heart demon that consumes oneself is nearly impossible. Feng Di remarked, shaking his head. Lin Yuan merely chuckled at this statement, choosing not to elaborate further, while Ji Yuling also sighed in resignation. Setting aside the 2 treasures, The last item should be a fragment of the fabled treasure map belonging to the supreme being of the heaven mending, Ji Yuling stated, gazing at the seemingly mundane piece of beast hide. To be precise, this object may not qualify as a celestial treasure, yet in terms of rarity, it is comparable. However, its cost-effectiveness is lacking. Who knows how many fragments of this treasure map exist, and that rascal Jin Wanbao is not to be trusted. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan pondered deeply and nodded. These 3 celestial treasures offer little assistance to you. It seems you still lack a suitable weapon. I possess a celestial divine weapon, the Yulong Qishao sword. This sword is the Blade of Kings, an imperial sword. Each strike is imbued with the fortune of an empire, as the Eastern Extreme Abyss King. Wielding this sword would indeed be complementary to your status. Then, Ji Yuling produced a long sword, red and resembling a swimming dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura. At the moment the sword appeared, the long sword at Ji Yuling's waist could not help but emit a soft hum. In an instant, the air was filled with sword energy, shattering the clouds above. This is my celestial treasure, the Feng Wan Jinwu sword. As another celestial divine weapon. When kings face each other, a fierce contest is inevitable, Feng Di declared, gripping the golden sword at her waist. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, nodded and took hold of the Yulong Qishao sword. For reasons unknown, he felt an extraordinary affinity with this blade. Observing the smile on Lin Yuan's face, Ji Yuling returned a knowing nod. Subsequently, she presented him with a ghostly token. Aiken, wield this ghostly token, and you shall command all the assassins of my ghost tower. With this token in hand, you shall conduct your affairs with greater safety. Additionally, if you activate this token with your blood, no matter where I am, I will sense it and instantly tear through space to your side. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. This was akin to bestowing him with a formidable foundation. It was worth noting that the first and second sequences of the Ghost Tower contained 2 Tribulation Realm powerhouses, along with top-tier assassins, all of whom were Void Realm experts. With such support, would he not soar new heights? Chapter 23, Special Fate. The dragons roar in the 9th heavens upon witnessing Lin Yuan receiving the Phantom Token. Ji Yuling smiled and nodded. Well, seeing my brother's current situation brings me great relief. Being a regent in the eastern extremity is far superior to languishing as a shadowy assassin by my side. Thus, I shall refrain from dragging you into the Phantom Tower. At this juncture, Ji Yuling's tone bore a hint of resignation and sorrow. Rising to his feet, he continued speaking. Meanwhile, Kwang Wuji silently stood up beside him. After Ji Yuling finished speaking, he prepared to turn and depart. Lin Yuan, observing Ji Yuling's retreating figure, abruptly called out, "Brother Ji, if I ever miss you, where shall I find you?" Upon hearing these words, Ji Yuling's body trembled slightly, followed by a faint smile gracing his lips. "In the city of disorder, at the Phantom Tower. However, should my brother long for me, there is no need for you to seek me out. Merely call for me through the Phantom Jade Pendant, and I shall appear by your side, no matter where I may be." With that, Ji Yuling and Kwang Wuji vanished without a trace. Brother Ji, with his talents, even if he were to join the Phantom Tower, he would undoubtedly excel as an assassin, Kwang Wuji remarked, standing beside Ji Yuling in the void. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuling chuckled softly and shook his head, a glimmer of melancholy evident in his gaze. Individuals like us are destined to dwell in darkness. Even our names are but facades. This path is fraught with peril. I can only tread the shadows, yet I cannot drag my brother into this abyss. Therefore, I shall remain concealed in the darkness, safeguarding him. Whoever dares to harm him shall face my wrath. Ji Yuling spoke softly, his voice gentle, yet laced with an uncontainable murderous intent. Beside him, Kwang Wuji fell silent upon hearing these words. In the Yuantian Hall, after Ji Yuling departed, the Phoenix Emperor needed to attend court. Although Lin Yuan held the title of regent, he found little interest in such matters. Consequently, he retreated to the Yuantian Hall to process the events of the night. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei stood guard outside the gates of the Yuantian Palace, wielding his 8-foot-long snake spear like a guardian deity. His wide, piercing eyes could intimidate even the passing dogs, sending them howling in fright. At this moment, Lin Yuan opened his current attribute panel. Name: Lin Yuan Realm. First layer of the Condensed Spirit Realm editing points. 2000 Cultivation Technique. Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique Physique. Chaos Body. Supreme Bone Divine Abilities. Chaos Iron Pagoda. Hand of the Celestial, Stellar Steps Treasures. Regent King Seal, Wandering Dragon Red Sky Sword. Phantom Jade Pendant, Star Soul Body, Refining Pill. At Démon Cid d'Aopil, avant les démons sous le devouring s'il pendant, mystérieux héritage fragment. Identity. Beloved of the Phoenix, Emperor Dongji of the Eastern Extremity Dynasty. Blood brother of Ji Yuling, Master of the Phantom Tower. Gazing at his current attribute panel, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before the system shop materialized before him. Although he possessed only 2,000 editing points, he was nonetheless eager to see if the system shop had refreshed with any exquisite items today. The 9 Deaths Transcendence Elixir, the divine pet of the 8 Desolations, the unique treasure, the Great Luo Qianjian Box, the 9 Heavens Dragon S Roar Fate, and so forth. What exactly is the 9 Heavens Dragon S Roar Fate? Lin Yuan's curiosity was piqued upon seeing this treasure refreshed in the system shop today. 9 Heavens Dragon S Roar Fate, a special fate of the luck category, belonging to the dragon lineage. Acquiring this fate grants one the fortune of the 9 Heavens Dragon, bestowing divine luck, the ability to turn misfortune into fortune, and the daily occurrence of discovering treasures. Additionally, it naturally suppresses dragon-type, ferocious beasts, and monsters. Required editing points for exchange: 15,000. To put it simply, isn't this just immense luck? As Lin Yuan examined the detailed attributes of the 9 Heavens Dragon S Roar Fate, his eyes flickered with intrigue. Nevertheless, the requirement of 15,000 editing points was daunting, especially since he currently possessed only 2,000. The system shop refreshes daily, and if he wished to obtain this fate, he would need to acquire editing points swiftly. But how could he amass editing points quickly? Killing? Who to kill? It would be quickest to eliminate players for editing points, especially considering they yield double the points compared to the local realm. However, Lin Yuan's gaze drifted downwards in the system shop, where he encountered 2 treasure chests. Wait, isn't that just a discounted treasure chest? How did another one appear? What is this? Treasure chest blind box. Upon opening, there's a chance to obtain any treasure from this system shop. Of course, there is also a possibility of receiving a complimentary thank you note. Infinite Editing Background System kindly reminds: opening boxes carries risks. Gamble wisely. Required editing points for exchange: 2,000. A treasure chest blind box? Lin Yuan couldn't help but smirk at the detailed panel of this chest. He felt an unsettling notion that this blind box harbored a trap. With only 2,000 editing points remaining, this blind box required exactly that amount. Moreover, the possibility of receiving a mere thank you note raised a skepticism. What valuable item could possibly come from something that could yield such a note? Thus, with a dismissive smile, Lin Yuan decided to go all in. Ding! Consumed 2,000 editing points. Successfully opened the treasure chest blind box. Congratulations! You have successfully obtained the 9 Heavens Dragon S Roar Special Fate. Current editing points: none. What? No way. Did I really get it? Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned before realizing the magnitude of his fortune. A look of joy spreading across his face. As this special fate manifested, a translucent true dragon suddenly soared into the sky behind him, letting out a resounding roar. In the Fengyi Hall, the Feng Emperor, who was presiding over a morning assembly, noticed the sudden ascent of the transparent true dragon at Lin Yuan's location and was momentarily taken aback. Was this a manifestation of a special fate? The Feng Emperor murmured in astonishment. Could it be that Brother Yuan possesses another special fate that I failed to recognize before? Not only the Feng Emperor, the court officials, too, were struck by this extraordinary phenomenon, their faces reflecting surprise as they engaged in hushed whispers. Gentlemen, there is no need for further debate. Let's continue our discourse on the matter at hand. The Sunlit Secret Realm is on the verge of opening. Before that, the competition for entry into the Sunlit Secret Realm, known as the Sunlit Prodigies Tournament, will also be held in our eastern extremity. This tournament is bound to stir great excitement in our region. Thus, it is imperative that we finalize the regulations within 7 days. The Phoenix Emperor, seated with grace, cast a contemplative gaze upon the assembled officials and spoke in a melodious tone. As his words fell, the officials responded in unison with a respectful bow. Yes. Meanwhile, within the Abyssal Palace, Lin Yuan, having successfully acquired a unique destiny, felt no remarkable changes within himself. Shaking his head in contemplation, he pondered that perhaps he had not fully grasped the situation. With a deep sigh, he opened his eyes to behold the brightening sky. If he wished to refine the star soul tempering pill, it must be done at night. Although the heart demon seed pill posed dangers, it was said that the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Thus, while perilous, the rewards were substantial. Therefore, after successfully drawing the star soul into his body and refining his spirit, it would be most opportune to employ the heart demon seed pill when his spirit was anchored to the stars. At present, however, the pressing concern was the need for editing points. Yet to obtain such points, one must inevitably take lives. Surely, he could not indiscriminately slay the innocent. That was not his nature, was it? He considered himself a man of virtue. As Lin Yuan murmured to himself, a sudden idea surged forth in his mind. I shall not kill, but if others seek to end my life, I cannot simply present my neck for the slaughter. With this thought, Lin Yuan rose decisively and exited the Abyssal Palace, calling out to Zhang Fei, Brother Fei, come with me. Yes, my lord. Lin Shi City, a modest settlement far from the imperial capital, typically housed only those of the Dao Inquiry realm as its mightiest. Yet at this moment, Lin Shi City was anything but ordinary, for a legendary treasure, the Crimson Sky Sword, had manifested in a valley outside the city. This news spread like wildfire throughout Lin Shi City, prompting prominent figures, various factions, and numerous players to hasten towards the valley where the treasure lay. In the valley, where the treasure had emerged, a long sword, exuding radiant hues like a dragon in flight, hovered in midair. The terrifying pressure it emanated left the hundreds of onlookers awestruck, their eyes gleaming with fervor and their hearts tumultuous. Truly, it was a legendary treasure. Who could have anticipated that such a marvel would surface in this remote little town? If one could seize this treasure, would it not mean soaring to new heights? Chapter 24. The Alliance of the Path by Gu. At this moment, centered around the Qi Shao sword, the area within 100 meters was devoid of any presence. Beyond this radius, a multitude of hundreds had gathered, their numbers rapidly increasing. Yet, despite the palpable excitement among them, none dared to act recklessly, for the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. At this juncture, a middle-aged man, flanked by dozens, stepped forward and respectfully addressed the crowd. Esteemed friends, this celestial treasure rightfully belongs to the virtuous. Our Wang family has been a venerable lineage in Linshi City for a millennium, supported by our ancestral elder of the Domain Realm. My son is fortunate to have joined the Taichu Sword Sect, one of the 4 major sects of the Eastern Extreme Empire. Might we consider allowing this treasure to be bestowed upon the Wang family? I will be eternally grateful. As his words fell, a scarred-faced man wielding a large blade scoffed. Wang Qinsho, how shameless you are. You think you can just claim this celestial treasure for yourself? Do you really believe everyone will yield to your Wang family? Others may fear you, but I, the Qinglong gang, do not, nor do I. Hubba Tian boldly proclaimed, his words causing Wang Qinsho's expression to darken. Hubba Tian, do you truly wish to become a mortal enemy of the Wang family? To hell with that, who cares? As the 2 dominant factions of Linshi City exchanged heated words, a cloaked figure in black stealthily approached the Qi Shao sword from the crowd. The moment the figure made contact with the sword, the previously boisterous crowd fell utterly silent. Even Wang Qinsho and Hubba Tian, who had been hurling insults at one another, ceased their quarrel. Over 1,000 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the figure, who was none other than Lin Yuan. Having traversed to Linshi City through a teleportation array from the royal city, he had inadvertently misplaced the Yulong Qi Shao sword that his elder brother Ji had gifted him. Indeed, it was truly an unintentional loss. I must confess this sword actually belongs to me, but I lost it during my travels. There is no need for contention among you, lest we damage our camaraderie, Lin Yuan awkwardly interjected, waving his hand. The moment his words escaped, an uproar erupted throughout the crowd. A mere fledgling at the condensing spirit realm. How could he possess the legendary celestial treasure, claiming it to be lost? Does he take us for fools? Hubatian sneered. Hey, you cannot bully me like this. It was clearly I who lost it, Lin Yuan retorted, feeling extremely wronged, and in a bold move, he directly stowed the Qishao sword into his spatial ring. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd's expressions shifted, their eyes narrowing. In the next instant, the hundreds present surged towards Lin Yuan as if driven mad, their eyes blazing with fervor, wielding an array of weapons and treasures, recklessly hurling them at him. Lin Yuan witnessed this scene and cried out in despair. You shameless scoundrels! I am merely reclaiming my treasure, and yet you seek to take my life. What have I done wrong? If you continue this way, I shall summon help. However, the response from the approaching crowd was merely a growing intensity of hostile glares, as if they were ready to devour him alive. Fei Yi. At that moment, Lin Yuan let out a howl towards the heavens. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared in the sky, wielding a formidable 8-foot serpent spear, with 2 shadowy black dragons roaring behind him. The terrifying aura that emanated from him left the assailants below utterly bewildered. At this juncture, Zhang Fei charged into the throng, wreaking havoc with relentless fury. How dare you seize my lord's treasured possession? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Princess Fei plunged into the crowd, unleashing a flurry of slaughter. With a single thrust, several foes fell, blood splattering in all directions. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's mind was inundated with a series of system notifications. Ding. Zhang Fei has slain a condensed spirit realm cultivator. Due to a 100 intimacy rating, 100 editing points awarded. Ding. Slaying a skyward realm cultivator. 200 editing points awarded. Ding. Slaying a skyward realm player. Double editing points awarded, totaling 400. The incessant notifications brought an ecstatic smile to Lin Yuan's face. After Zhang Fei's appearance, the previously arrogant crowd displayed expressions of sheer terror and swiftly retreated. Within mere minutes, nearly 1,000 individuals had fled. Nevertheless, even with only a few hundred mesmerized by the allure of celestial treasures, Lin Yuan amassed a total of 8,000 editing points. Fei Gu, there's no need to pursue those who have fled. Let's return, Lin Yuan said, shaking his head to halt Zhang Fei's relentless pursuit. At this moment, he was in dire need of editing points, and such opportunistic tactics were indeed a necessity, albeit somewhat embarrassing. He resolved to refrain from such actions in the future, planning to seek alternative methods once his strength increased. Having secured the 8,000 editing points, Lin Yuan felt content. He utilized the teleportation array in Linxi City to return directly to the royal capital. However, just as he was about to enter the palace, a figure suddenly obstructed his path. Hold on, my friend. A young man in his 20s with white hair approached Lin Yuan, smiling amiably. Upon seeing this individual, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing him as a fellow arrival, a player from Blue Star. Remarkably, he had attained a profound realm, placing him among the elite of the arrivals. Wind and Rain Tavern. Lin Yuan and a white-haired man sat across from one another, the latter respectfully pouring a drink for Lin Yuan before speaking. Brother Yuan Wang, my name is Bai Gu, and I am the leader of the player faction known as the Slashing Path Alliance. In this moment, the silver-haired man introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Zhandao Alliance. He was somewhat familiar with this faction. Throughout the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, players formed their own organizations and factions. Among these, the 3 most prominent player factions were the Zhandao Alliance, the Wanxiang Sect, and the Zongxin Society. Although these factions were far inferior compared to their original sects, they were still renowned within the player community. We're all players, so just call me by my name, Lin Yuan said. The Zhandao Alliance has long been famous. What brings you to seek my assistance? Nodding, Lin Yuan got straight to the point. My brother from the Zhandao alliance has discovered a secret realm of the descended at the border of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, Bai Gu replied. Moreover, this secret realm is a large one, capable of accommodating thousands. However, the Zhongshan society has also discovered this realm and is now contesting its ownership with us. A bloody battle is sure to unfold outside the secret realm, and I would like to request your assistance, Brother Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. The so-called secret realm of the descended was a unique domain accessible only to players. Locals were unable to enter. Generally speaking, these secret realms held tremendous opportunities for players. In truth, Lin Yuan was genuinely inclined to assist in this matter. What did this imply? The prospect of combat. And what did combat entail? The possibility of killing, which in turn meant acquiring editing points, double points for players, no less. As Bai Ji's words settled in, Lin Yuan internally accepted his invitation, though he maintained a contemplative expression. What can I gain from assisting? Everything you obtain within the secret realm will be yours, Brother Yuan, Bai Gu assured him. As for what my brothers from the Zhandao alliance acquire, it will be evenly distributed once we exit the realm. At that time, 1/10 of what nearly 1,000 brothers from our alliance acquire will belong to you. Lin Yuan was taken aback by this response. To be frank, Bai Gu was quite generous. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan nodded. When and where exactly? Thank you, Brother Lin Yuan. In 3 days, at a specific location. We can add each other as friends to discuss further, Bai Gu replied, his face lighting up with delight upon Lin Yuan's agreement. Very well, Lin Yuan affirmed. The act of adding a friend allowed for frequent communication between players. After they exchanged friend requests, Bai Gu rose and cupped his hands in salute. In that case, Brother Lin Yuan, we shall meet in 3 days at Shihuang City. Until then, Lin Yuan said, bidding farewell to Bai Gu as he and Zhang Fei returned to the palace. Chapter 25. The Celestial Refinement of the Soul, Beneath the Protection of the Moon. The Eastern Imperial City is divided into the inner and outer cities. The outer city serves as the dwelling place for the common populace, while the inner city houses the imperial palace and the residences of the court's civil and military officials. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Lin Yuan was greeted with utmost respect by the guards, who bowed and hailed him as the Prince of Yuan. To be frank, Lin Yuan found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this level of reverence. After returning to the Yuan Tian Hall, Lin Yuan fell into deep contemplation. He realized that within this hall, apart from the guards, all the maidservants were well over 30 years of age. Each of them was quite mature. What does the Phoenix Emperor mean by this? Is there disdain for the youth? What harm is there in having a young and beautiful attendant? Nightfall. The celestial bodies twinkle in the night sky, and the ethereal power of the stars descends upon the earth. At this moment, Lin Yuan produced the Star Refinement Soul Pill and, seated cross-legged on the mat, swallowed the pill in one swift motion. Instantly, the essence of the pill transformed into a radiant light, enveloping Lin Yuan in a cocoon of stellar brilliance. To his astonishment, he found himself soaring uncontrollably through the skies. Indeed, he was flying without any semblance of control. Most astonishingly, as he looked down, he noticed his physical form diminishing in size. Could it be? Has my soul left my body? Lin Yuan's spirit was enveloped by the starlight emanating from the Star Refinement Soul Pill, propelling him upward toward the heavens. At that moment, an inexplicable tremor coursed through his heart as he raised his gaze to the myriad stars above. The so-called celestial refinement of the soul refers to the essence of starlight refining the spirit. Not all stars bestow their power. Rather, among the multitude, there exists a singular star that resonates with one's heart and understanding. When one perceives this star, its light flickers, indicating a bond. This star then grants its celestial power to refine the soul. Of course, this is only the first step. After refining the soul, one can control a small portion of their spirit to connect with a perceived star. This fragment of the soul ascends to the heavens and merges with the star, resulting in a profound unity. Through this fusion, the soul is granted the protection of the star. As long as the star endures, so too shall the soul. This is the terrifying aspect of the Star Refinement Soul Pill. Though it is a sacred elixir, it rivals the essence of celestial pills, and its method of concoction has long been lost to time. By sheer fortune, the reckless Wu Ji obtained one such pill, which he has now bestowed upon Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan tilted his head back, attuning himself to the stars in the firmament. The Big Dipper, the Breaker Star, the Martial Star, the Literary Star, the Greedy Wolf Star, the Giant Gate Star, the Purple Tenuity Star, the Seven Killing Star, each of these illustrious stars hung gracefully in the sky. At this moment, Lin Yuan's spirit earnestly sought to comprehend these celestial bodies, all in pursuit of the one that best suits him. Beginning with the Purple Tenuity Star, he traversed through the Seven Killing Star, and one by one, he absorbed the essence of the Big Dipper. Yet, regardless of the star, there exists no sensation of complete alignment. Which celestial body, then, could it possibly be? Lin Yuan murmured to himself. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the moon, surrounded by a multitude of stars, indeed the sun star. He was momentarily struck dumb. Of course, the moon is also one among the myriad stars, the Tine star. Why not give it a try? With this thought, Lin Yuan ceased his hesitation and concentrated his entire being upon the moon. In but the brief span of an incense stick's burning, he suddenly felt the Tine star bestowing upon him an extraordinarily gentle radiance. At this juncture, Lin Yuan's spirit trembled. He beheld the moon ablaze with a dazzling silver light. In the darkness of night, the potent energy of the Tine star surged forth like a radiant pillar towards Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, beneath the heavens, onlookers were astonished at the moon's astonishing brightness, rendered momentarily speechless. Moreover, the demon race exhibited heightened sensitivity compared to the human race. The 10,000 great mountains, the realm of the demon clan. The demons cultivate by absorbing moonlight. At this moment, they all sensed that the power of the Tine in the world had grown significantly more intense, and it was now in turmoil. Above, the immense power of the Tine star was refining Lin Yuan's soul. Initially, Lin Yuan's spirit existed in a feeble, translucent state. However, as the celestial energy flowed in ceaselessly, his spirit visibly solidified, resembling that of a physical body, rendering its ethereal state imperceptible. Approximately 2 hours later, Lin Yuan's spirit shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. He extended his hand and forcefully pushed forward. A resounding sound of air being shattered echoed forth. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's face displayed a look of astonishment. He realized that he was in a state of spiritual essence, and, despite merely being at the condensing spirit realm, he had unleashed such formidable power with his spirit. At this moment, the Tine energy imparted by the Tine star began to gradually wane. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, reached out with his right hand to grasp his left arm, and with a fierce cry, he forcefully tore his left arm asunder. Subsequently, this severed limb transformed into a silvery orb of light. This was the essence of Lin Yuan's spiritual power. At this juncture, he gently propelled a portion of his spiritual essence upward, allowing it to ascend along the moonlight, slowly making its way towards the Tine star. However, as time elapsed, Lin Yuan distinctly felt that the closer his spiritual essence drew to the Tine star, the greater the resistance became, imparting a sense of distant inaccessibility. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally comprehended the enigma. Whether this star soul refining pill could facilitate the fusion of his essence with the celestial bodies of the cosmos remained uncertain. It was an arduous endeavor. At this time, Lin Yuan even entertained thoughts of surrender. Yet, just then, the clock struck the witching hour. In a vast expanse of the sky, the heavenly golden list was unveiled once more. At this moment, countless players beheld the list, their faces illuminated with a glimmer of anticipation. However, when they laid eyes upon the rankings of comprehensive strength, they were left utterly astounded. First place, Lin Yuan, Eastern Extreme Dynasty, Eastern Extreme Palace. First layer of the Spirit Condensation Realm. Second place, Luo Yi, Yaoqi Sacred Land, 9th layer of the Transcendence Realm. Third place, Zhou, Chongkong, Sky Vault Dynasty, 7th layer of the Transcendence Realm. Fourth place, Yinwuyao, 9th Nether Dynasty, Huangquan Pavilion, 6th layer of the Transcendence Realm. Fifth place, Zheng Yin, Eastern Extreme Dynasty, Mount Shumi, 4th layer of the Transcendence Realm. Sixth place. The instant the rankings of the Heavenly Golden List were revealed, The entire chat channel erupted in chaos. What on earth? Is this a joke? Yesterday, Lin Yuan was at the first layer of the spirit condensation realm, and his comprehensive strength ranked first. Today, he remains at the first layer, yet still holds the top position. Most importantly, the second place, Luo Yi, has made an astonishing leap. I recall she was in 56th place on yesterday's list. But now, she has advanced to the 9th layer of the Transcendence realm. What incredible fortune has she encountered? No matter how great her fortune, it cannot compare to Lin Yuan's prodigious talent. His comprehensive strength surpasses that of any first-layer spirit condensation realm practitioner. No, Lin Yuan is truly extraordinary. By what means? At this moment, players engaged in fervent discussions. After the heavenly golden list had existed in the sky for a mere 10 minutes, it transformed into numerous golden rays of light, scattering across the realm. During this time, Lin Yuan stood resolutely in the heavens. He could distinctly feel that his soul's power could no longer reach the Tying Star. It seemed that merging his soul power with the Tying Star would be a formidable challenge. Lin Yuan sighed, a look of resignation crossing his face, as he came to terms with this realization. Yet, just then, from the distant horizon, a golden light surged into Lin Yuan's soul. In that fleeting moment, his soul's power surged as if rejuvenated by an elixir of vitality, propelling him swiftly toward the Tying Star. Chapter 26. Qilin. In but a few fleeting moments, Lin Yuan's spiritual power made direct contact with the Tying Star. At that instant, his essence seamlessly merged into the celestial body. In that very moment, Lin Yuan's spirit trembled violently, his face illuminating with astonishment. The power he had encountered was that of the heavenly golden list. He expressed his gratitude, feeling as though his life had been spared. As part of his spiritual energy integrated into the Tying Star, Lin Yuan's consciousness gradually descended, merging harmoniously with his true self. His spirit returned to its rightful place. At this juncture, Lin Yuan felt a profound transformation, though he was merely at the spirit condensation realm. His essence was not inferior to that of the profound realm. Most significantly, a sudden urge to cultivate surged within him, for he sensed that this was the opportune moment to practice, effortlessly yielding great results. With his heart directed toward the heavens, he activated the Great Sun Incineration Technique. An ethereal manifestation of the blazing sun flickered behind him, while fiery spiritual energy coursed through his meridians like a dragon, seeking to transcend the barriers of his current realm. At this moment, the metamorphosis of his spirit bestowed upon him an added impetus for breaking through. When the spiritual fire dragon successfully traversed the threshold, Lin Yuan's state transformed dramatically, achieving a breakthrough to the second level of the spirit condensation realm. Time flowed swiftly as the night passed, and by dawn, Lin Yuan had ascended to the 4th level of the spirit condensation realm, accomplishing 3 minor breakthroughs in a single night. Although this pace could hardly be deemed rapid, his cultivation was complete. Upon resuming his daily routine, Lin Yuan opened the chat channel, observing the lively discussions among players. Much of the discourse revolved around him, for while other dynasties remained oblivious, in the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, the name Lin Yuan, or the Lord of the Abyss, was well known. At that moment, he noticed an urgent message from his friend channel. Xin. Hey Lin, impressive. You truly have everything you could wish for now, becoming the Lord of the Abyss. By the way, how did you manage to entice the Phoenix Emperor? Xin. I heard that Jiang Tingting was personally killed by you. Is that true? This isn't the Lin I know. Could you really bring yourself to do that? Xin. Never mind. I'm off to seek the great tomb. One day, I shall discover the burial site of an immortal and inherit their legacy, soaring to great heights. When that time comes, I'll take you with me. Xin, whoa. Lin, I've found a tomb of an ancient and terrifying beast. Are you in or out? Xin. This could genuinely be the tomb of an ancient ferocious beast. Xin. What's up? Now that you're the Lord of the Abyss, you're ignoring your old friends? Huh? Fine, Lin, is this how it is? Reading through Xin rapid-fire messages, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Xin was also a player, a decent friend Lin Yuan had made months prior. A chubby fellow with a family legacy as a treasure seeker on Blue Star. Since arriving in this fantastical realm, He had developed a passion for unearthing tombs and had once extended an invitation to Lin Yuan for an expedition. Subsequently, the two men sustained severe injuries and narrowly escaped from the tomb. However, observing Qin Yinshan's earnest demeanor, Lin Yuan did not hesitate and promptly responded, "Where are you?" "At the halfway point of Bear Peak, outside of Qingtian City." "Hurry." Upon hearing this location, Lin Yuan wasted no time. Grasping Zhang Fei's arm as they exited the palace to head towards the teleportation array. Qingtian City, located in the southwestern direction of the eastern extreme dynasty, is a relatively large city. Within its vicinity lies a mountain range, and nestled within that range is an inconspicuous peak known as Bear Peak. At this moment, on the slope of Bear Peak, a small, stout man clad in tight leather garb anxiously awaited with a shovel in hand. Upon spotting Lin Yuan and Zhang Fei approaching through the air, the stout man let out a sigh of relief. When Lin Yuan appeared before him, Qin Wuxin embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Old Lin, you've finally arrived." His gaze briefly flickered to Zhang Fei, but he was momentarily taken aback. The figure seemed so familiar. Who was this formidable individual? The stout man's eyes, resembling green beans, revealed a hint of confusion. "Zhang Fei," Lin Yuan spoke. Upon hearing this name, Qin Yinshan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, is that really you, Third Master? The legendary Zhang San who repelled 1,000,000 troops at Changban Slope? As a fellow arrival from the Blue Star, how could Qin Yinshan not have heard of Zhang Fei's name?" Initially, he felt a sense of familiarity towards Zhang Fei. And now, with Lin Yuan mentioning his name, it all suddenly clicked. Enough about Brother Fei for now. What is the situation on your end? What is this ferocious beast tomb? Lin Yuan inquired with a slight frown. Hearing this, Qin Yinshan led Lin Yuan to the entrance of a cave. "Old Lin, there is undoubtedly a grand tomb within this cave. However, it is likely that a monstrous beast lies in slumber inside, and it won't be easy to deal with," Qin Wuxin explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan cast a glance at the stout man and then exchanged a knowing look with Zhang Fei. Without hesitation, Zhang Fei strode boldly into the cave. "Roar! Leave my lair! You black dog, who do you think you are?" The sounds of chaos erupted from within. "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me!" Lin Yuan and Qin Yinshan exchanged glances before entering the cave. They soon witnessed Zhang Fei atop a ferocious beast, standing 5 to 6 meters tall, pummeling it with his fists, causing the creature to screech in distress. This beast appeared extraordinarily peculiar, resembling a large black dog. It was covered in dark fur and bore a faint horn upon its forehead. It was a formidable creature, possessing a questioning realm of power. However, in the hands of Zhang San, it was merely a black dog. "Enough, I concede, please don't kill me." The great black dog spoke, its words startling Lin Yuan, who waved his hand dismissively, gazing at the beast lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Lin Yuan exchanged a glance with the stout man. "It possesses the realm of aerial mastery, even stronger than myself." Subsequently, Lin Yuan waved his hand at Qin Yinshan. "This large black dog shall serve as your steed. Its cultivation level is quite commendable." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yinshan was momentarily taken aback. Then his face blossomed with delight. "Really, old Lin, truly, you are like a father to me. I assure you, I, Qin Yinshan, am a man of my word." No one could dispute that. The chubby boy was nearly leaping with excitement. Lin Yuan, observing the scene, shook his head as he watched the lad rush to the ailing black dog, administering healing pills. Approaching, Lin Yuan produced a heavenly-grade healing elixir and fed it to the black dog. After consuming the elixir, the creature's injuries visibly began to mend. "From now on, you shall serve as my brother's mount. Do you understand?" Lin Yuan addressed the fierce beast, which was covered in black scales. I understand, it replied. "All right, chubby, what about the tomb you mentioned?" Lin Yuan inquired, turning his gaze towards Qin Yinshan. Upon hearing this, Qin Yinshan, with a shovel in one hand and a compass in the other, made his way to a dark pool of water. There, he began to inscribe golden runes in the air. With a gentle push, the golden symbols merged into the water, causing the inky surface to swirl and form a vortex. "Father, if we jump in, we shall enter the tomb," Qin Yinshan declared. Lin Yuan cast a skeptical glance at him. Meanwhile, a voice piped up, "My lord, allow me to scout ahead." Zhang Fei leaped directly into the vortex. Following suit, the chubby boy pulled the black dog along and jumped in as well. Finally, Lin Yuan took the plunge. As he entered the swirling waters, a wave of dizziness washed over him. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a dimly lit space. Lin Yuan gazed ahead, stunned. Before him stood what appeared to be a stone altar, upon which lay a translucent crystal. Encased within this crystal was a jet-black Qilin cub, its body covered in scales, each etched with profound runes. With a dragon's head and tail, its young horns appeared still tender. Chapter 27. The Treasure of the Qilin. As Lin Yuan beheld the small Qilin, he instinctively glanced at the large black dog beside Qin Yanxin. To his surprise, there was indeed a resemblance. Could it be that this black dog possessed the bloodline of the Qilin? Was the ancient tomb they stood before the resting place of a Qilin? Lin Yuan pondered these thoughts. At that moment, he noticed a throne in front of the wild ritual altar. Suddenly, a black radiance coalesced upon the throne, manifesting as a towering figure clad in black armor, adorned with two Qilin horns upon his forehead, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. This being was surrounded by the awe-inspiring spectacle of countless beasts bowing in submission, with glimpses of a celestial battle flickering in and out of view. Beside Qin Yanxin, the large black dog, upon seeing the armored giant, let out a mournful howl, prostrating itself on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yuan turned to witness this scene and raised his gaze to the semi-transparent figure before him, narrowing his eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to him, this translucent presence evoked an extraordinary sensation, as if with a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate an entire world. At that moment, the black-armored giant cast a gentle glance at the small Qilin sealed upon the altar, shifting his gaze from the rotund figure to Zhang Fei, and finally settling upon Lin Yuan. Upon meeting Lin Yuan's gaze, the giant's expression sharpened, and he fell into deep contemplation. "Young one, a chaotic body is supreme bone, and such formidable fortune. No wonder you have stumbled upon the sealed resting place of my progeny." The giant spoke slowly, directing his attention towards Lin Yuan. Behind Lin Yuan, Qin Yanxin, having overheard this, widened his eyes in astonishment. He hastily attempted to interject, but found himself at a loss for words. Flailing about in a futile effort to clarify, "It's not him. It's not old Lin. It's me, Qin Yanxin, who discovered this place." At that moment, panic surged within Qin Yanxin, yet his urgency proved fruitless. Lin Yuan, having heard the giant's words, was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. "Senior, it is not I, but my brother Qin Yanxin who found this place." He quickly pushed Qin Yanxin forward. Upon hearing this, Qin Yanxin's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. Yes, it's me. Look at me." However, the black-armored giant's expression darkened. "You need not elaborate. It is you who has uncovered the sealed resting place of my progeny," he intoned with greater gravitas, fixating his gaze on Lin Yuan. "No, it truly isn't me," Lin Yuan protested, feeling quite aggrieved. For heaven's sake, the black-armored giant could no longer contain himself. With a single thought, a chain of laws materialized in the void, binding Lin Yuan tightly. Following this, Lin Yuan found himself rendered speechless, just like the rotund figure before him. Seeing that Lin Yuan had finally ceased his protests, the black-armored giant nodded in satisfaction. "I am the primordial Qilin, the progenitor of the Qilin clan in the celestial realm. Countless eons ago, darkness invaded the celestial realm, unleashing chaos and nearly annihilating my clan. With my profound powers, I sealed my offspring within this world to preserve their life. Now, you have entered the sanctuary of my son. Upon breaking his seal, assist him in reclaiming the pinnacle of the celestial realm and reviving our Qilin clan." The figure before me, clad in black armor, is none other than the primordial Qilin. Upon hearing this proclamation, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. It was indeed the Qilin clan, and he was the offspring of the primordial Qilin. The Qilin, alongside the true dragon and the phoenix, is renowned as a fearsome and formidable being, capable of cataclysmic destruction. Such a terrifying race had nearly faced extinction. What the dark invasions? And what of the celestial realm? These were realms Lin Yuan had never even heard of. Moreover, the expectation was for him, a mere mortal, to assist the young Qilin in ascending to greatness and restoring the Qilin lineage. How could one possibly bear such a burden? Lin Yuan contemplated rejecting the offer, but the primordial Qilin, a cunning entity, afforded him no opportunity for refusal. Sensing Lin Yuan's hesitation, the primordial Qilin spoke once more. However, I assure you, my son shall not be a burden without recompense. As he matures under your guidance, he will undoubtedly provide you with rewards. Our Qilin clan possesses the potential to reach the heights of celestial emperors. Furthermore, I can bestow upon you our unparalleled divine art, the Qilin treasure technique. With this technique, you shall be empowered to vanquish adversaries of your own generation and even transcend boundaries with ease. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Qilin treasure technique was indeed a treasure of immense value. Thus, the prospect of aiding the young Qilin in his growth did not seem insurmountable after all. The primordial Qilin, perceiving Lin Yuan's shifting thoughts, nodded in agreement. In that case, you need only to merge your blood with my son Esperal, thereby establishing an equal contract. Do not worry. This is merely a contract of equality, binding you not to betray my son, just as he shall not betray you. With a wave of his hand, the primordial Qilin shattered the translucent stone that sealed the young Qilin. The tiny creature, still in slumber, breathed faintly. Lin Yuan hesitated, but soon realized he could move and speak again. Casting a glance at the primordial Qilin, he approached the sleeping young Qilin, biting his index finger to draw forth a drop of blood. He gently anointed the young Qilin's forehead with it, and suddenly, the blood burst forth into intricate crimson runes, which the young Qilin absorbed, vanishing from sight. At that moment, Lin Yuan inexplicably felt a profound connection with the young Qilin, as if he were its father. The realization startled him. Goodness, I truly have become a father, and to a Qilin offspring, no less. Meanwhile, the primordial Qilin observed the contract being forged between Lin Yuan and the young Qilin, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He then gestured, and a stream of black light surged toward Lin Yuan's brow. In that instant, Lin Yuan felt a surge of immense power flowing into the very cells of his being, simultaneously within his mind. Additionally, a supreme treasure technique, known as the Qilin treasure technique, has emerged. This Qilin treasure technique embodies the fusion of defensive divine powers, offensive grand arts, and the primordial essence of healing. Its formidable skills include Qilin Fist, Qilin True Fire, and Qilin Hornfire. The Qilin Fist strikes with the might of a Qilin traversing the heavens, merging the brilliance of dawn and the ferocity of thunder. Capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a single blow, the Qilin Horn releases a specter of the Qilin from the void, unleashing devastating beams of light that penetrate physical defenses. The Qilin True Fire represents a sacred flame that incinerates all while remaining untouched by karmic ties, exhibiting a profound restraint against dark beings. For defense and healing, there exists the Qilin Armor and the Auspicious Light. The Qilin Armor, forged from grand runes, manifests a protective light armor capable of withstanding countless assaults. The Auspicious Light heals the self, instantaneously mending severed limbs and spiritual wounds, and can even purify taints upon the soul. Moreover, this auspicious light can be utilized to heal others. Additionally, the Qilin Step and Celestial Auspice enrich the repertoire. Each step taken in the Qilin Step harnesses the power of the Earth's veins, creating a domain that impedes the movement of foes. The Celestial Auspice summons an ethereal Qilin to envelop the battlefield, bolstering the morale of allies while diminishing the resolve of enemies, a formidable enhancement indeed. However, the pinnacle of the Qilin treasure technique lies in the Qilin Nirvana and the power of invulnerability to all laws. The Qilin Nirvana ignites the essence, briefly resurrecting the primordial Qilin form. The lower the realm, the higher the potential elevation, albeit this method bears a substantial cost. Furthermore, upon achieving mastery of the Qilin treasure technique, the runes of the Qilin path circulate around the body, rendering one immune to the majority of law-based corruption. Lin Yuan comprehended the profundities of the Qilin treasure technique, his heart tumultuous with emotions. Upon regaining his composure, he glanced back at the primordial Qilin, feeling an overwhelming sense of worth in this endeavor. He aspired to embody the same virtues. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Lin Yuan's understanding of the Qilin treasure technique, the primordial Qilin nodded subtly, casting a lingering glance at the small Qilin lying upon the altar, his gaze filled with affection and reluctance. Turning back to Lin Yuan, he solemnly declared, "I entrust my child to you. I beseech you to treat him well." This is a father's earnest plea. He then glanced at Qin Yanxin behind Lin Yuan and spoke softly, "You too are an intriguing individual. However, your path does not align with the Qilin clan. I hope your resolve in seeking the way remains steadfast, though your future may not match Lin Yuan's. There remains a chance for you to reach the pinnacle of your potential." The primordial Qilin then regarded the large black dog beside Qin Yanxin, shaking his head. "This creature has contributed to the protection of my child's sealed domain, absorbing Qilin energy and acquiring a Qilin-like form. Yet he lacks true Qilin blood. Nonetheless, I shall grant you an opportunity. By remaining at the side of this little one, your future prospects are limitless, and you may even have the chance to transform into a true Qilin." With that, another fragment of black Qilin essence surged into the large black dog, who lay prostrate on the ground. Subsequently, a profoundly intricate rune crystallized at the center of the dog's brow, and a tremendous transformation surged through its entire being. Just as the primordial Qilin prepared to depart, Lin Yuan suddenly interjected, "Predecessor. The little Qilin, what is its name?" Lin Yuan cast a glance at the small Qilin on the altar, then turned to the primordial Qilin and inquired. Chapter 28. The gluttonous little Qilin wait. "You truly call me father?" Upon hearing these words, the primordial Qilin fell into a momentary stupor, soon shaking its head. "The name of my child holds no significance now. Rather, it may invoke unforeseen consequences. Henceforth, whatever you choose to call him shall be his name." The primordial Qilin spoke with a hint of bitterness. As its voice faded, it dissipated into the ether, leaving only Lin Yuan, Qin Yanxin, and the slumbering little Qilin on the altar. "Whatever I name him shall be his name." Gazing at the little Qilin resting on the altar, covered in black scales resembling a tiny black dog, Lin Yuan mused, "Then I shall name you Little Black." Adoptive father. This cannot be. Little Black is indeed his name. Qin Yanxin, now able to speak following the primordial Qilin's departure, reacted with urgency to Lin Yuan's words. He patted the large black dog beside him, who promptly interjected, "Boss, since Little Black is the young master's name, I dare not take it for myself. I shall change my name." It was evident that this large black dog had encountered the primordial Qilin and had thus received unimaginable fortune, directly referring to the little Qilin as young master. Qin Yanxin, upon hearing this, could only facepalm in disbelief at such a lack of ambition. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan extended his hand to gently caress the tender Qilin horns atop the little Qilin's head. The little black's eyelids fluttered slightly before it slowly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of shiny, dark orbs that curiously regarded Lin Yuan. Unable to contain its affectionate demeanor, it sprang from the altar and leaped into Lin Yuan's embrace. "Father, Daddy!" the little black exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm. Lin Yuan, taken aback by the little Qilin's call of daddy, found himself momentarily at a loss. However, looking into the innocent and trusting gaze of the little Qilin, he couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. He merely held the little Qilin close to his chest. "Are you hungry, Little Black?" "Yes, Little Black is very hungry. He wants to drink milk." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a thunderclap within him as he noticed the little black's gaze scanning his chest. In the background, Qin Yanxin could not help but burst into laughter. "Old Lin, Little Black wants milk. You should feed him your milk. Get lost." Lin Yuan shot a blank stare at the chubby boy, then awkwardly reached out to pat Little Black's head. "Little Black, apart from milk, is there anything else you wish to eat?" "Something else." The little Qilin pondered for a moment before slowly responding. "Anything with high spiritual energy will do." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan instantly understood. With a mere thought, dozens of exquisite spirit crystals materialized in the air. The moment Little Black laid eyes upon the spirit crystals, its eyes sparkled with delight, and it dashed forward, devouring them eagerly. Meanwhile, Qin Yinshin watched in astonishment as Little Black consumed the spirit crystals as if they were mere meals. Not at all, Lao Lin. You truly mean it. You're giving the precious spiritual crystals to Xiao He as if they were mere food. Do you even comprehend the immense value of these exquisite spiritual crystals? As Qin Yinshin's voice faded, Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a mountain of 100,000 exquisite spiritual crystals appeared before the chubby boy. Take them. They are for you. For me? Qin Yinshin exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. No, I cannot accept this, Lao Lin. Though I'm not one to feign politeness, this is far too valuable. He gulped as he gazed at the towering pile of exquisite spiritual crystals, but, steeling his resolve, he shook his head. Lin Yuan, hearing this, chuckled heartily. Listen, fatty, this time it's because of you. Not only did I gain Xiao He, but I also acquired a divine ability. The value of Xiao He and that ability far surpasses even 10 million exquisite spiritual crystals. I owe you a tremendous favor. You must accept these crystals. If you ever find yourself in need again, just ask me. Lin Yuan spoke earnestly. He had no shortage of exquisite spiritual crystals, having received millions from the Phoenix Emperor just days prior. Yet, upon hearing this, the chubby boy hesitated. Lao Lin, I cannot accept these, regardless of what you have gained. It was merely your good fortune. Lin Yuan laughed at his response. To be honest, ever since acquiring the Nine Heavens Dragon Chant Destiny, I do feel my luck has improved. However, that aside, I am quite insistent. What is fair is fair. If you consider me a brother, you will accept these. Otherwise, our friendship may falter. After a moment of contemplation, the chubby boy gritted his teeth and nodded. If that is the case, then I thank you, my adoptive father. With that, he stored the 100,000 spiritual crystals in his spatial ring. Seeing this, Lin Yuan smiled. If you truly feel grateful, then call me adoptive father a few more times. Adoptive father, I adore you. Qin Yinshin replied with a silly grin, scratching his head. Lin Yuan shook his head, then turned to see Xiao He devouring one exquisite spiritual crystal after another. Soon, Xiao He finished eating, his little belly round and full, letting out a satisfied burp before leaping into Lin Yuan's arms. Gazing at the snoozing little creature, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of affection and couldn't resist ruffling Xiao He's head. Afterward, Lin Yuan, cradling the little Qilin and accompanied by Qin Yinshin and the large black dog, departed from the spatial vortex, returning to the cave. Hey, fatty, would you like to accompany me back to the Imperial City? Your adoptive father is now the king of the Eastern Extreme Abyss and the regent. My word carries weight. You'll enjoy a rich and indulgent life by my side. Lin Yuan inquired, looking at the chubby boy. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy's face lit up with longing, but he soon shook his head. No, Lao Lin, while I do wish to be by your side and cling to your success, my path lies elsewhere. My path lies amidst the verdant mountains and flowing waters, accompanied by the land itself. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, I will not press you. Should you require my assistance, feel free to message me anytime. Certainly, foster father, the chubby boy replied, beaming brightly. In the eastern capital, after Lin Yuan returned to the Imperial City with the little Qilin in his arms and Zhang Fei by his side, he fortuitously encountered the Phoenix Emperor. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the Phoenix Emperor was momentarily taken aback by the latter's remarkable cultivation level. Brother Yuan, when I saw you yesterday, you were still at the first level of the spirit condensation realm. How is it that you have ascended to the 4th level overnight, breaking through 3 minor realms? The Phoenix Emperor exclaimed, his enchanting phoenix eyes wide with a delightful mix of confusion and innocence. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, merely smiled and nodded. Last night, after consuming the Star Soul Refinement Pill, my consciousness underwent a transformation. When I practiced that night, I experienced remarkable efficiency. To my astonishment, I broke through 3 minor realms in a single evening. The Phoenix Emperor, upon hearing this, let out a long breath and nodded in understanding. It seems this transformation of the soul has granted a feedback of power. What is this? So adorable. The Phoenix Emperor's gaze fell upon the charming little Qilin nestled in Lin Yuan's arms, a smile appearing in her eyes. She extended her delicate finger and gently poked the little Qilin's head. The slumbering little black Qilin stirred slightly, instinctively smacking its lips, shaking its head before returning to sleep in Lin Yuan's embrace. This is a Qilin. A friend of mine sought me today and inadvertently discovered this little Qilin. The Qilin clan? Is this a pure-blood Qilin? The Phoenix Emperor raised an eyebrow, her expression revealing astonishment. A pure-blood Qilin? It should indeed be a pure-blood. Lin Yuan responded with a grin. It is the offspring of the progenitor of the Qilin. If it were not a pure-blood Qilin, it would be quite strange indeed. Truly a pure-blood Qilin. Brother Yuan, you possess immense fortune, the Phoenix Emperor remarked, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she regarded Lin Yuan. She found her brother Yuan to be remarkably extraordinary. In just a few days, he had allowed her to witness one astonishing event after another. Chapter 29, Blood Bodhi and Dragon Blood Fruit. Is there any lore regarding this pure-blood Qilin? Lin Yuan inquired with curiosity upon hearing these words. Indeed, there's a legend. Among the myriad creatures of this world, the most formidable three are the true dragon, the phoenix, and the Qilin. However, since ancient times, pure-blood manifestations of these three have become exceedingly rare. Most are merely diluted in lineage. Nevertheless, even those with a trace of the three's bloodline possess extraordinary innate talents. The Phoenix Emperor elaborated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Shaoli, your 9 Luans, and the Eastern Extreme National Guardian Spirit, the Golden Phoenix, are both phoenixes. Are they not? Are they not pure blood? Certainly not, the Phoenix Emperor replied. The Golden Phoenix possesses a relatively strong bloodline. But the 9 Kingluans of the 9 Luans only contain a mere wisp of phoenix blood. Even so, they are considered top-tier demonic beasts. The Phoenix Emperor then gazed affectionately at the little Qilin nestled in Lin Yuan's arms, who was sleeping soundly. Realizing the immense value of this pure-blood Qilin, Lin Yuan felt a wave of comprehension wash over him. Suddenly, the Phoenix Emperor snapped back to reality and produced a spatial ring. I almost forgot the main matter. Brother Yuan, I ventured to the royal treasury and found some items that might suit you. Take a look, she said. Lin Yuan paused momentarily before accepting the spatial ring without hesitation, immersing his consciousness within to explore its contents. He was taken aback. Brother Yuan, your cultivation level is still too low, but there are items that can directly elevate your realm. Generally, they come with significant risks. After much research, I found a compromise that allows for a swift breakthrough without any side effects, the Phoenix Emperor stated with a smile. Within the spatial ring lay a blood bodhi, the fruit of the ancient immortal Bodhi tree. Consuming this blood bodhi can elevate one's cultivation by 2 major realms if one is below the tribulation stage. However, after its use, the blood will boil and merge with a type of heavenly poison, causing excruciating pain each night as the blood seethes like fire. Lin Yuan squinted upon hearing this. A direct elevation of 2 major realms? That seems exaggerated. If I am currently at the spirit condensation stage, would I not leap directly past the void ascendant stage into the profound understanding stage? However, the side effects of this item deter many from using it lightly due to the immense suffering it inflicts. Furthermore, I discovered a true dragon blood fruit in the treasury. This fruit is birthed from the essence of true dragon blood. Upon consumption, one's blood transforms with a dragon's essence, rendering one immune to any bloodborne toxins. The synergy between these 2 fruits allows for a safe breakthrough into the profound understanding stage, the Phoenix Emperor asserted confidently. Hearing this, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Shaoli, is this reliable? Well, it should be trustworthy, the Phoenix Emperor replied, momentarily taken aback before lowering her head slightly and speaking softly. Actually, after a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan nodded, acknowledging that directly breaking through 2 major realms was indeed quite commendable. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Moreover, do you recall one of the fragments of the Inheritance Secret Realm map given to you by Jin Wanbao? I found another fragment while rummaging through the palace. With this, we now possess 2 pieces. Perhaps we might truly gather all the fragments of the Inheritance Secret Realm in the future the Phoenix Emperor joyfully remarked. Lin Yuan, taken aback by this statement, almost forgot about the map entirely. He had not anticipated that by sheer coincidence, he would acquire yet another piece. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within him regarding the possibility of uniting the inheritance secret realm map. After bestowing a spatial ring upon Lin Yuan, the Phoenix Emperor excused himself to attend to pressing state affairs. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan immersed himself in the treasures contained within the spatial ring. Besides the 2 fruits and the fragment of the secret realm map mentioned by the Empress, he discovered several million premium spirit crystals. These exquisite spirit crystals were highly coveted. Wielding them for cultivation would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. However, given that the Phoenix Emperor had already gifted him a substantial number of these crystals, he had yet to exhaust their potential. What astonished Lin Yuan even more were the thousands of dragon crystals nestled within the spatial ring. Upon seeing the dragon crystals, he was momentarily stunned. What are dragon crystals? They are formed from the dragon veins of the earth, crystallizing over countless millennia. Within the entire Eastern Extreme Empire, there exist 9 dragon veins, all under royal control. Each dragon vein produces only a handful of dragon crystals annually, approximately 900 from all 9 veins combined. These dragon crystals can be considered the ultimate evolution of premium spirit crystals. Cultivating with dragon crystals accelerates one's progress at a rate 100 times greater than that with premium spirit crystals. Furthermore, the power of the dragon veins within these crystals subtly refines one's physical form during absorption. Such invaluable treasures are always in demand, yet seldom available at a price. Lin Yuan was astounded to receive 1,000 of them from the Phoenix Emperor, knowing that this amount far exceeded the annual yield of the entire Eastern Extreme Empire. He exhaled deeply. While it would seem disingenuous to express excessive gratitude, given his relationship with the Phoenix Emperor, the weight of this gesture was not lost on him. In the Yuantian Hall, Lin Yuan resolved to enter seclusion for a couple of days, utilizing the Blood Bodhi and Dragon Blood Fruit in hopes of breaking through to the Xian realm. Upon exiting his retreat, he intended to fulfill his appointment with the Dao-slashing alliances by Go, not merely to collect editorial points, but to engage in the proceedings at hand. Before entering seclusion, he perused the system shop, noting a plethora of valuable items, yet nothing suitable caught his eye. Although he possessed 8,000 editorial points acquired through fishing enforcement, he decided against their immediate use, considering that they might prove essential in a future emergency. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan opted to expend 100 premium spirit crystals. Having exchanged 1,000 editing points with the system, Lin Yuan was reminded of the daily limit of 1,000. This exchange was not to be forgotten, for in 10 days, it would accumulate to 10,000 editing points. With 9,000 points in hand, Lin Yuan promptly retrieved the Dragon Blood Fruit. The fruit was as vividly colored as fresh blood and bore a heart-like shape. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan consumed the Dragon Blood Fruit, feeling its power ignite like a flame, burning in the vicinity of his heart. In that moment, his entire being underwent a transformation, a process fraught with excruciating pain. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, trembling uncontrollably. After several hours, he was drenched in sweat. Yet at that moment, his complexion flushed crimson, surrounded by a dense aura of black blood. A few hours later, upon opening his eyes, Lin Yuan witnessed the blood that had pooled behind him suddenly coalesce into the form of a blood dragon, which let out a long roar and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. As Lin Yuan attuned to his own state, he distinctly sensed a trace of draconic essence within his blood. He drew forth the Yulong Qishao sword and casually sliced his arm, watching as the vibrant, golden-tinged crimson blood dripped to the ground. To his astonishment, it seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, twisting and curling into the shape of a small dragon as it slithered across the earth. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Yuan suddenly grasped the true value of the Dragon Blood Fruit. It had successfully transformed his blood. Meanwhile, the little black creature, nestled beside Lin Yuan and blissfully asleep, awoke upon catching the scent of the blood dripping to the ground. With a dazed expression, it drooled and eagerly licked the crimson droplets. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this sight. "Little one, why are you drinking blood?" "Father, it smells delightful. This blood is fragrant and brimming with energy, far more potent than those stones." The little Qilin replied in a soft voice. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, beginning to understand the little Qilin's thoughts. After all, he was a being of chaos, known as the supreme constitution among the heavens. The blood of a chaotic entity was indeed more enticing than any premium spiritual crystal. However, he mused, "I cannot feed you my blood every day." Rubbing the little creature's head, he expressed his reluctance. "I won't drink it, father. Little Black can endure." The little Qilin responded, shaking its head and wagging its tiny tail. Chapter 30. Breakthrough to the Profound Realm. Upon hearing these words and gazing into the innocent, watery eyes of the little Qilin, Lin Yuan could not help but clutch his chest. Drawing out the Qishao sword, he made a cut across his palm and offered it to the little Qilin. "Drink, my child, drink deeply. There is more where that came from." "Daddy." The little Qilin's eyes brimmed with tears, watching as the blood from Lin Yuan's palm threatened to drip down. Unable to contain itself, the little Qilin leaned forward and began to lick Lin Yuan's hand. After about a minute, the little Qilin reluctantly withdrew from Lin Yuan's palm. Then, two Qilin horns began to emanate a black light, which converged and flew towards Lin Yuan's wounded hand. Remarkably, Lin Yuan's palm visibly healed at an astonishing rate. "My little one," Lin Yuan chuckled, gently ruffling the little Qilin's head. He was quite familiar with the light emitted by the Qilin's horns. It was the auspicious light from the Qilin's treasure technique. Not only could it heal one's own wounds, but could also mend the injuries of others. A true panacea. With a thought, he produced 10 dragon crystals. "Look, do you like these?" "Meow. Little Black loves them. Thank you, Daddy." The moment the little Qilin laid eyes on the dragon crystals, its eyes sparkled with delight as it pounced onto the ground, clutching and licking the crystals with glee. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt a puzzling sensation and instinctively dug at his ears. Something was amiss. There was an unmistakable discord. "Did I just hear meow? That cannot be Little Black. It's the little Qilin. Surely, it must be an illusion." Not dwelling further on the matter, he observed the little Qilin happily gnawing on the dragon crystals. Lin Yuan then took out the blood bodhi, determined to break through 2 major realms, hoping that with the foundation of the dragon blood fruit, he could achieve a smooth ascension. He sighed deeply, gritting his teeth as he prepared to consume the blood bodhi. Staring at the oddly shaped red fruit, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, and with a single decisive motion, swallowed the blood bodhi whole. As the blood bodhi entered his stomach, it unleashed a terrifying surge of power that coursed through Lin Yuan's limbs and bones. Under the force of this violent impact, he let out a muffled groan, experiencing excruciating pain, and hastily activated the day, sun-burning heaven technique to break through his current realm. Meanwhile, the little Qilin, which had been happily munching on the dragon crystals, paused in alarm at Lin Yuan's anguished sound. Startled, it dropped the crystal and hurried over to Lin Yuan's side. Observing Lin Yuan's flushed complexion and the terrifying power raging within him, the little Qilin mewed anxiously. With a sudden surge of determination, the little Qilin directed its 2 tender horns, enveloped in auspicious light, towards Lin Yuan, surrounding him in a protective embrace. Once enveloped by the auspicious light, Lin Yuan indeed felt a significant relief from his pain, even noticing that his cultivation speed had dramatically increased. Though the power of the blood bodhi sought to invade Lin Yuan's blood, however, upon merging with the dragon blood fruit, Lin Yuan's blood seemed to possess a sentience of its own, autonomously resisting the insidious toxins of the blood bodhi. Harnessing the ferocious power of the blood bodhi, Lin Yuan swiftly ascended through the realms. After a mere half an hour, he reached the 5th level of the spirit condensation realm. Another half hour passed, and he advanced to the 6th level, then the 7th, the 8th, and finally the 9th level. In just a few short hours, Lin Yuan had successively broken through several minor realms, attaining the 6th level of the spirit condensation realm. Upon reaching the 9th level, a subtle force of spatial energy began to manifest behind him, forming ethereal wings, a hallmark of the void traversal realm. Once he entered this realm, he would be able to traverse the air with ease. Meanwhile, the might of the blood Bodhi remained undiminished, its terrifying power propelling him swiftly into the void traversal realm, achieving the first level. Following this, his progress showed no signs of waning as he ascended through the second level, then the third, and ultimately to the ninth level of the void traversal realm, all within a matter of hours. As the clock struck midnight, the celestial golden rankings reappeared in the sky, and Lin Yuan found himself once again ranked first in overall strength at the ninth level of the void traversal realm. The second position was held by a practitioner at the ninth level of the profound understanding realm. Witnessing Lin Yuan's meteoric rise, the onlookers of the radiant domain were left in utter disbelief. Initially, his dominance at the first rank of the spirit condensation realm was already astonishing. Yet his rapid advancements were beyond comprehension. After the golden rankings lingered in the heavens for a brief 10 minutes, they transformed into dozens of golden orbs, the largest of which soared towards Lin Yuan, merging into his being. Following the assimilation of this power from the golden rankings, Lin Yuan's rate of advancement accelerated once more. Beside him, the little Qilin swayed precariously, having continuously emitted auspicious light for several hours. Struggling to maintain its balance, the little Qilin watched Lin Yuan break through yet again. Gritting its teeth, it shook its head, and the auspicious light intensified, enveloping Lin Yuan once more. At this moment, elements of water, fire, wind, and thunder began to coalesce around Lin Yuan, signifying his impending breakthrough into the profound understanding realm. Upon achieving this realm, he would be able to summon the forces of nature, water, fire, wind, and thunder, with a mere gesture commanding storms and thundering roars. Lin Yuan then ascended through the first level of the profound understanding realm, progressing swiftly to the second, third, and finally the fourth level. As he reached the fourth level, the power of the blood Bodhi began to wane. At that moment, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and the little Qilin, having tirelessly radiated auspicious light, exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing him awaken. With a gentle closing of its eyes, it collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Silly little black, witnessing the Qilin's weakened state, could only watch in concern. Lin Yuan was unaware of the continuous release of auspicious light by the little Qilin that aided him. However, at that crucial moment of breakthrough, he could not utter a word to the little creature. With a sigh, Lin Yuan sliced his palm, allowing his crimson blood, as vibrant as a dragon, to flow into the mouth of the slumbering Qilin. The little fellow twitched his nose in his sleep, then licked his tongue, savoring the taste. At that moment, the Qilin's injuries began to heal rapidly. Observing that the Qilin was nearly recovered, Lin Yuan once again entered seclusion to consolidate his current realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Upon opening his eyes, after 2 days of unwavering focus, Lin Yuan felt a profound transformation within himself. Exhaling deeply, he summoned his current attribute panel, which materialized before him. Name: Lin Yuan Realm. Fourth layer of the Transcendent Realm. Edit points: 11,000. Cultivation Technique. Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique. Physique: Chaotic Body. Supreme Bone. Fate: 9 Heavens Dragon Chant. Fate: Divine Powers. Chaotic Iron Pagoda. Hand of the Celestial. Heavenly Gang. Star Steps. Qilin Arcane Arts. Divine Pet. Qilin Xiao Hei Treasures. Regent King Seal. Wandering Dragon Red Sky Sword. Phantom Jade Pendant. Heart Demon Sea Dao Pill. Celestial Demon Soul. Devouring Seal. Mysterious Heritage. Fragment Identity. Beloved of the Phoenix. Empress Dongji, heir of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty. Sworn brother of the Ghost Tower. Lord Ji Yuling. Gazing at his attribute panel, Lin Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. It had finally transformed from its rudimentary state to a far more opulent one. Over the past 3 days, he had accrued 1,000 edit points each day, elevating his total from 8,000 to 11,000. It was time to head to the West Wilderness City. Rising to his feet, Lin Yuan spoke as the chat channel buzzed with messages from Baigu, the leader of the Slashing Dao Alliance, who had sent him several notifications. West Wilderness City. Situated on the northwestern border of the Eastern Extreme Royal City, was adjacent to one of the forbidden areas of the Sunlight Domain, the 100,000 Great Mountains. At the foot of a tributary of these mountains lay a shallow blue spatial vortex emanating a rich spatial energy, marking the entrance to the realm of the Descenders. This entrance was visible only to the Descender players, inaccessible to the native beings. Moreover, this realm was categorized by levels: small, medium, and medium large. The small realm appeared as a white vortex, the medium small as yellow, and the medium and medium large as blue. The deep blue vortex represented a medium large realm, capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals. However, this vortex had yet to spin, indicating that the realm had not yet been activated. At that moment, two factions stood in confrontation before the realm, each comprising thousands of individuals. They were the two prominent forces among the Descenders of the Sunlight Domain, the Slashing Dao Alliance and the Burial Immortal Society. Baigu, the leader of the Slashing Dao Alliance, stood alongside Tuoba Myron, the leader of the Burial Immortal Society. One was at the 6th layer of the Transcendent Realm, while the other was at the 5th layer. In the grand scheme of the Descenders, the Transcendent Realm held significant weight. Certainly, it is undeniably among the very best. Tuoba, this secret realm was first discovered by my alliance of Path Severance, and I shall never allow you to entertain such vain hopes. The forefront of the alliance of Path Severance is unwavering. Baigu spoke with resolute conviction, while across from him stood Tuoba Myron, a robust man clad in a tiger skin coat, sporting a full beard. Baigu, why speak so soon? It is well known that this is a medium to large secret realm, capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals. Thus, we, the Burial Immortals, propose 700 slots, while your alliance of Path Severance receives 300. What do you think? Tuoba's face bore a rather cruel smile as he spoke. Hey, Tuoba, do you even have any shame? On what grounds? Baigu retorted, his anger flaring. Shame? On what grounds? Tuoba merely laughed heartily. On the grounds that Brother Su is present. With that, Tuoba raised his head and bellowed, Brother Su, it is your time to shine. As his voice echoed, a terrifying sword intent coalesced in the heavens above, instantly cleaving the clouds asunder. Around them, countless trees rustled, and even the mountains bore deep scars, 2 feet in depth, from the lingering sword intent. In the midst of such a spectacle, a celestial figure clad in green, radiating an ethereal aura, descended gracefully, soaring on a sword and landing before Tuoba. In response to this moment, a smile of flattery stretched across Tuoba's face. Chapter 31, 60,000 editing points. Entering the secret realm. Brother Su, this is that young man, Baigu. Across from them, Baigu narrowed his eyes upon seeing the individual. Through the system panel, they gleaned a brief introduction of the person. Su Jian, the esteemed disciple of the Grand Elder of the Taichu Sword Sect, one of the 4 great sects of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, is a formidable figure at the domain level. The Taichu Sword Sect, renowned among the 4 great sects, gathers numerous prodigies from the Eastern Extreme Dynasty. Su Jian, the contemporary genius of the Taichu Sword Sect, ranks just below the sect's chief disciple and, at a tender age, has already attained the domain level. You are Baigu. I suggest you show some respect to Su and withdraw from this matter, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Su Jian remarked with an arrogant expression. Upon hearing these words, Baiji's countenance darkened significantly. However, at that moment, a resounding voice echoed from the heavens. Su Jian, is it? If you wish to show respect to my grandfather Lin, then kneel and bow thrice. Leaving behind a celestial treasure, I shall consider this matter settled. With the utterance of this voice, the scene erupted in commotion. Su Jian and his companion, Tuoba, turned pale, their heads snapping upward. They beheld Lin Yuan, cradling a small black dog, descending gracefully before Baigu. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Su Jian's expression soured. King Yuan. Su Jian was well aware of Lin Yuan. The moment Lin Yuan ascended to the position of king of the Eastern Extreme, and subsequently as regent, word of it spread throughout the entire Eastern Extreme Dynasty in mere hours. The name of King Yuan was known by all. Call me Grandfather Lin, Lin Yuan commanded, gazing at Su Jian. Hearing this, Su Jian's face darkened even further. King Yuan, you are exceeding your bounds. I respect you as King Yuan. Yet you are nothing but a mere waste of the profound realm. Although the four great sects reside within the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, there existed an agreement with the former emperor that disciples of the four sects need not bow before the Eastern Extreme royal family, placing them on equal footing. Su Jian declared, yet Lin Yuan merely cast a sidelong glance at him. You mentioned the former emperor's agreement. However, we are now in the era of the Phoenix Emperor. Such words may no longer hold weight. You all should leave quickly, or none of you will escape. Gazing at the thousands of arrivals before him, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming urge. These were editing points, and not just any, but double editing points. Conversely, upon hearing Lin Yuan's proclamation, Su Jian laughed derisively. How arrogant! Tuoba, advance. Today, I stand here, and I shall see who dares to make a move. Su Jian coldly commanded Tuoba, who hesitated momentarily. It should be noted that Lin Yuan, as a player, had directly dominated the Celestial leaderboard, not just within the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, but across the entire Radiant domain. To be honest, upon Lin Yuan's arrival, Tuoba was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that Bai Ge would manage to summon Lin Yuan. Yet, just as Tuoba hesitated, he found himself confronted by Su Jian's icy gaze. Tuoba clenched his teeth, wielding the heavenly treasure as he pointed it towards Lin Yuan. With Su, my elder brother. Here, he bellowed, charge, and was the first to rush forward. Behind Tuoba, thousands of players gritted their teeth and charged ahead. Meanwhile, Bai Ge, witnessing this scene behind Lin Yuan, glanced at him and upon receiving a nod, shouted onward. In an instant, nearly 10,000 warriors engaged in battle. At that moment, Su Jian directed his sword towards Lin Yuan and lunged at him. Lin Yuan, however, lightly stepped forward, and the little qilin in his arms adeptly leaped atop his head. Subsequently, the infinite veins of the earth empowered Lin Yuan, allowing him to effortlessly evade Su Jian's most formidable strike with a mere step. What kind of divine technique is this that allows him to dodge my attack? Su Jian's face displayed astonishment at Lin Yuan's seemingly effortless maneuver. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled, pondering the worth of the qilin's treasure art and the significance of the qilin step. At this juncture, Lin Yuan, unwilling to squander time, resolved to swiftly acquire the editing points and sought means to delve into the secret realm for treasures. He clapped his hands, and, from the heavens, Zhang Fei appeared wielding his 8-foot serpent spear. Fei Ge, come and clean up the battlefield, Lin Yuan called out. At that moment, Zhang Fei, with a spear aimed at Su Jian, descended rapidly. Take this, you brat, from your third uncle. Su Jian, confronted by the terrifying aura emanating from Zhang Fei, whose Kua Fu avatar loomed behind him, turned pale and retreated repeatedly. However, a formidable domain enveloped Su Jian, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, Fei Ge thrust his spear, instantly slaying Su Jian. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding. Killed a domain realm expert, earning 2,000 editing points. Current editing points, 13,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a tinge of regret. If only my hatred value had reached 100, I could have triggered a critical hit. Nevertheless, reaching 13,000 editing points was commendable. Meanwhile, within the sprawling mountains of the Eastern Emperor Dynasty, numerous grand halls nestled among the peaks, where ethereal mists swirled and celestial cranes soared. This was the abode of the Taichu sword sect. Atop a mountain peak, an elder was engrossed in seclusion. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his expression darkened. This man was He Feng, the grand elder of the Taichu sword sect. Who is it? Who has slain my disciple? He Feng exclaimed, rising abruptly. A holy grade sword materialized beneath his feet as he soared into the air, vanishing from sight. This old man is in the Avatar realm, not yet at the Void realm, unable to tear through space for instantaneous traversal. Yet even flying on a sword, his speed is astonishing, almost instantaneously covering thousands of miles. At this moment, outside the entrance of the secret realm in Shihuang City, the leader of the Burial Immortal Society, Tuoba Myron, appeared amidst the chaos of battle. After swiftly eliminating Su Jian with a single strike, Tuoba was rendered speechless, his face paling in shock. Subsequently, he let out a thunderous roar, retreat. Everyone retreat. With that, Tuoba turned and fled. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan scoffed coldly. Now you wish to escape? It's too late. Fei Harya. With that proclamation, Lin Yuan plunged into the fray, stepping forward with the steps of a Qilin, wielding the Qishao sword, clad in Qilin armor. His body enveloped in the flames of true Qilin fire. Where Lin Yuan tread, it was akin to a wolf among sheep, accompanied by the anguished cries of the members of the Burial Immortal Society. Meanwhile, the continuous notification from the system echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. At that moment, Zhang Fei also joined the battlefield, resembling a demonic deity. Within mere moments, the entire Burial Immortal Society was reduced to chaos, leaving only Tuoba, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. At this juncture, Lin Yuan's editing points had astonishingly reached 60,000. It was undeniable that to swiftly acquire editing points, one must rely on the descendants of the Blue Star. They were indeed benevolent individuals. Now, only Tuoba remained, lying in a pool of his own blood. As he gazed at Lin Yuan approaching him, fear evident on his face. Spare me, Tuoba pleaded, shaking his head repeatedly. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan merely shook his head, slowly directing the Qishao sword towards Tuoba. However, just then, a furious roar resonated from the skies above. Who dares to kill my disciple? With this voice, the previously despondent Tuoba's face rekindled with hope as he screamed hysterically, "Senior!" It was Lin Yuan who killed Brother Su. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan swiftly dealt with Tuoba, and yet another notification regarding his editing points resounded in his ears. At this moment, a figure named He Feng appeared before Lin Yuan. Zhang Fei, upon seeing He Feng in the realm of, stood protectively in front of Lin Yuan. Who is this old man shouting so loudly? Zhang Fei retorted with annoyance. As He Feng beheld Zhang Fei, his eyes narrowed, and turning to Lin Yuan, he squinted. King Yuan, what is this? Is your disciple attempting to kill me? Should I simply allow him to do so? Lin Yuan chuckled lightly in response. Hearing this, He Feng took a deep breath and nodded. It is my foolish disciple who has provoked King Yuan. He deserves punishment, and I have no words to defend myself. However, King Yuan, pride often invites calamity. This world is not as simple as you perceive, nor is the Taichu sword sect. Your tribulations lie ahead. He Feng cast a deep glance at Lin Yuan before departing on his sword. Who do you think you are, acting so mysteriously? Zhang Fei cursed loudly and attempted to pursue, but was halted by Lin Yuan. Let him go. We must not delay our important matters, Lin Yuan stated. At this moment, I possess over 60,000 editing points in hand. This endeavor can be considered a success. Moreover, the spatial vortex beside me is swirling rapidly, indicating that the secret realm has been unlocked and can be entered at any time. Lin Yuan then turned to Bai Ge and said, All right, all matters have been settled. I shall enter first. Bai Ge responded with a respectful gesture. Brother Lin, you may proceed. Once you emerge, our brothers from the Path-Cutting Alliance will enter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan cast a profound glance at Bai Ge. This brother certainly knows the art of negotiation. It is evident that within this secret realm lies some valuable treasures and opportunities meant for him to seize first. He would enjoy the feast and allow his comrades from the Path-Cutting Alliance to partake in the leftovers. However, since Bai Ge has expressed this sentiment, Lin Yuan naturally would not be impolite and nodded in agreement. Thank you. Fei, you may not be able to enter, so wait for me outside. Xiaohei, you should stay with Fei. I suspect you won't be able to enter this secret realm either. Lin Yuan patted the little Qilin's head and handed it to Zhang Fei, then looked toward Zhang Fei and spoke. Zhang Fei accepted the little Qilin and nodded in understanding, witnessing Lin Yuan stride towards the entrance of the secret realm. Wait, father. Xiaohei can go in. The little Qilin murmured pitifully in Zhang Fei's embrace. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan stepped into the swirling spatial vortex, only to feel a sudden rush of rotation. By the time he regained his composure and observed the circumstances within the secret realm, his expression changed dramatically. He exclaimed in shock and promptly turned to flee. What the hell? This is a deadly secret realm, and it's a medium to large-sized one at that. This is perilous. Chapter 32. The Divine Treasure, the Shen Nong Tripod. Within the secret realm, Lin Yuan had just entered when he was confronted by a terrifying creature, a three-headed golden bull, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. A brief glance was enough for Lin Yuan to ascertain that this formidable beast possessed strength not inferior to that of the returning ruins realm. This secret realm, known among the arrivals as a deadly realm, was notorious for presenting immediate and lethal dangers, leaving no room for reaction. Although the likelihood of encountering such a realm was low, the misfortune of stumbling upon one was a dire fate indeed. As the fearsome beast charged towards him, Lin Yuan, at the mere level of the profound realm, realized he stood no chance against it. Thus, he activated the Qilin step, encased in the protective Qilin armor, and swiftly turned to flee. The environment of the secret realm was a dense forest, with towering trees reaching towards the heavens. Meanwhile, outside the realm, the little Qilin nestled in Zhang Fei's embrace suddenly perked up its ears, a look of urgency crossing its face. "Father is in danger," it murmured to itself, before breaking free from Zhang Fei and leaping into the secret realm. "Hey, little pup, the Lord said you can't go in," Zhang Fei called after it. But the only response was the flick of the little Qilin's tail. Back within the secret realm, Lin Yuan was desperately fleeing, growing increasingly despondent as more and more beasts emerged in pursuit. 5 or 6 terrifying creatures were now hot on his heels. Were it not for his chaos body and Qilin techniques, his current state would surely spell disaster. At this moment, Lin Yuan cast his gaze upward towards the entrance of the secret realm, yearning to escape. However, he was met with the daunting sight of several formidable golden-winged Dapeng guarding the entrance. This was nothing short of a cruel predicament. Suddenly, a fearsome white tiger with horns let out a thunderous roar from behind, unleashing a terrifying pressure that enveloped Lin Yuan. He felt an onslaught of menacing sound waves transform into lethal wind blades aimed at him. The Qilin armor around him morphed into protective scales, deflecting the brunt of the assault. At that moment, a youthful yet imposing roar resonated from above, filled with terrifying authority. As this roar echoed, the once agitated beast chasing Lin Yuan let out shrieks of despair, instinctively bowing to the ground in trembling fear. Lin Yuan, instinctively looking up, beheld a small black Qilin soaring on clouds, proud and defiant. Behind it, a terrifying bloodline aura coalesced into a translucent red blood Qilin, howling at the sky, shaking the very foundations of this secret realm with its overwhelming presence. At this moment, gazing upon the young Qilin, though somewhat tender and lacking in strength, its status as the progenitor of all beasts emanated an aura that instilled fear in the ferocious creatures lurking behind Lin Yuan. Upon seeing the little Qilin, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. How could Xiao He enter this realm of the descendants? Could it be that Xiao He is also a descendant? Daddy, at that moment, the little Qilin spoke with a hint of concern and then leapt directly into Lin Yuan's embrace. Holding the little Qilin, Lin Yuan sighed in relief as he felt the creature nuzzle against his chest. "Xiao He, how did you manage to come here? I sensed that you were in danger. So I came." Lin Yuan nodded upon hearing these words. The bond established between him and Xiao He was akin to a blood connection, making such a sense of bloodline resonance quite natural. However, given Xiao He's limited strength, he pondered how could this be. As Lin Yuan gently stroked the little Qilin's head, he turned to face the 6 or 7 terrifying beasts that were prostrate before him. These ferocious beings possessed formidable powers, yet in the presence of the seemingly frail little Qilin, they appeared as though they were in the presence of divinity. "Daddy, I recall my previous father telling me that our Qilin clan is the progenitor of all beasts. Every ferocious creature on this earth must submit to our lineage. This is an intrinsic power embedded within our bloodline, unresistible." The little Qilin elucidated, and upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's understanding deepened. "Ah, I see." He turned his gaze back to the beast sprawled before him and contemplated for a moment before speaking softly. "Is there any treasure within this secret realm? Lead me to it." Upon Lin Yuan's words, the beasts remained unresponsive, still trembling as they lay on the ground like dice. "Hey, you creatures! My father is speaking to you. What treasures lie here? Show my father the way." At that moment, nestled in Lin Yuan's arms, the little Qilin spoke in a fierce yet endearing tone. As soon as the words left its mouth, the beasts, one by one, trembled as they stood up, casting a glance at Lin Yuan before hastily leading the way. Following these formidable creatures, Lin Yuan traversed through the secret realm. Along the way, he observed that the ground was teeming with precious herbs, each more valuable than the last. Xianhuang grass, millennium red fruit, thorny celestial vine. Each of these extraordinary herbs in the outside world could incite fierce competition among countless powerful beings, leading to rivers of blood. Yet here, in this secret realm, they were in abundance. As Lin Yuan walked, his eyes dazzled by the sight, his hands never ceased their motion. Wherever he went, not a blade of grass remained. As he collected all the precious herbs into his spatial ring, when Lin Yuan and the beasts arrived at the edge of a precipice, he beheld a large cauldron floating above. This cauldron, dark green and black in hue, with 3 legs and 2 ears, was intricately engraved with depictions of mountains, rivers, and celestial phenomena. A rich fragrance of herbs wafted subtly from within the cauldron, captivating Lin Yuan as he inhaled the aromatic essence emanating from it. Yet he felt a surge of spiritual energy within him, becoming notably more vibrant. This is indeed a marvelous treasure. Upon gazing at the grand cauldron, Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Stepping forward, he placed his hand upon the cauldron, and before him appeared a detailed account of its attributes. Name: Shenong Cauldron Grade. Divine Treasure Description: the Shenong Cauldron, reputed to be the ultimate treasure of the celestial king of medicine, Shenong, is entirely hued in dark green and black, featuring 3 legs and 2 ears. The body of the cauldron is inscribed with the markings of the 3 realms of the universe, and within it exists a microcosm of heaven and earth. When concocting elixirs, it can summon the divine herbs of Shenong. The immortal Emperor Shenong once refined the 9-turn golden elixir within this cauldron, the consumption of which could instantly grant one immortality. Eons ago, during a dark invasion, the immortal emperor prepared 2 potent elixirs, one of Yin and one of Yang, to forge the Tao elixir of Yin and Yang, forcefully birthing an immortal to combat the darkness. However, he was assassinated by dark beings. In his final moments, Shenong exerted all his strength to hurl the Shenong cauldron into a spatial rift, preventing it from falling into the hands of darkness. As he absorbed the description of the Shenong cauldron, a look of astonishment illuminated Lin Yuan's eyes. This was, astonishingly, a divine treasure, previously only spoken of in legends, never before witnessed by any soul. Lin Yuan's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Chapter 33. The 9 Revolutions Rebirth Herb and the 9 Nether Phoenix Flower gently caressing the divine Shenong cauldron. Lin Yuan endeavored to stow it within his spatial ring. However, at that moment, he discovered the cauldron stood resolutely between heaven and earth, unmoving. No matter how hard he tried, he could not compel it to enter the ring, nor could it budge even by a fraction. Why can't I take it? Lin Yuan mused, his brow furrowing slightly, a hint of frustration creeping in. Father, this extraordinary treasure, as Little Black recalls, recognizes its master autonomously. Only the one deemed worthy by the divine treasure can wield its power, spoke the diminutive Qilin perched upon Lin Yuan's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's frown deepened. A divine treasure requires its own master? If the Shenong cauldron does not acknowledge me, I would merely be a passerby, unable to utilize its might? At this thought, despair washed over Lin Yuan. The sensation was more unbearable than death itself. Subsequently, he employed various methods, bloodletting to claim mastery, gentle coaxing, and an array of other tactics. Yet, the Shenong cauldron remained steadfast, as immovable as a mountain. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan was left in a stupor. After a prolonged silence, the background system unexpectedly manifested in his mind. System, do you possess any means for the Shenong cauldron to recognize its master? Lin Yuan inquired silently. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within him. Ding! Host, it is quite simple. You merely need to establish some connection with the cauldron's master. A bit of fate, and the cauldron will readily acknowledge you. Upon hearing the system's somewhat cheeky tone, Lin Yuan instinctively clenched his fists, then exhaled deeply, shaking his head in understanding of the system's implication. It seems I can now edit my background, he thought. System, do you have any suitable backgrounds available? I wish to undergo a transformation. As his words fell, a list of backgrounds unfurled before him. The reincarnation of the foremost alchemist of the ancient celestial realm, the divine King Shinnong. Required editing points, 10,000,000. Descendant of the foremost alchemist of the ancient celestial realm, the divine King Shinnong's direct disciple. Required editing points, 100,000. The reincarnation of the direct disciple of the foremost alchemist of the ancient celestial realm, the divine King Shinnong. Required editing points, 200,000. Background discount treasure chest. Open to randomly receive a discount on any background. Required editing points, 5,000. Gazing at the editing points listed by the system, Lin Yuan clenched his fists in silence. A background requiring 10 million editing points seemed to mock him. The least expensive option demanded a staggering 100,000 points. Yet he possessed only 60,000. Who could endure such a burden? Moreover, there was a discount treasure chest for backgrounds. Lin Yuan realized the system was compelling him to gamble. System, this is excessive. You are forcing me to become a gambler. Furthermore, why does the discount treasure chest in the system store require only 1,000 points, while the background discount treasure chest demands 5,000? It's a veritable pitfall. The system shop's treasure discount chest and background discount chest hold immense value. A gentle reminder from the system. Opening chests carries risks. Gamble wisely. Do I have a choice? Lin Yuan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with determination. This divine artifact, the Shinnong Ding, was a prize he was resolute to obtain. Moreover, within this Shinnong Ding, there lay 2 celestial herbs prepared by the Shinnong for concocting the Yin-Yang Dao pill. How could the precious concoctions prepared by the Shinnong be anything less than extraordinary? As Lin Yuan's words faded, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Background discount chest opened, spending 5,000 editing points, acquiring a 50 discount on all backgrounds. Remaining editing points, 58,000. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, his gamble had once again succeeded. The background of a direct descendant of the Shinnong, a revered disciple, was valued at 100,000 editing points. With a discount, it would cost 50,000. With over 50,000 editing points still at his disposal, he was perfectly poised to redeem this background. Yet, it was regrettable that the 60,000 editing points he had just acquired had barely begun to warm his hands before they were spent. However, there was no alternative. These editing points were worth the expenditure. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan proceeded with the redemption. I shall redeem the background of the Shinnong's direct disciple, he murmured. As his words fell, another system notification resonated in his ears. Ding! Spent 50,000 editing points. Successfully redeemed the background of the Shinnong's direct disciple. Remaining editing points, 8,000. Ding! Background loading. Ding! Background loaded successfully. Accompanied by these system notifications, memories regarding the descendant of the Shinnong's direct disciple materialized in Lin Yuan's mind. Yet, these recollections became trivial in the face of his focus on the Shinnong Ding ahead of him. He exhaled deeply, hoping that this time it would work. Lin Yuan softly spoke to himself before gently placing his hand upon the Shinnong Ding. In that instant, the ding erupted in a radiant green light, enveloping him. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan felt a profound connection arise from the depths of his soul. He began to comprehend the formidable nature of the Shinnong Ding. Its most significant capability, of course, was the alchemical refinement of elixirs. Utilizing the Shinnong Ding for concocting potions guaranteed a 100% success rate. Furthermore, there existed a 50% chance that the potion would ascend a tier in quality. For instance, if one aimed to refine a sacred-grade elixir, the Shinnong Ding could elevate it to a celestial-grade potion with a 50% probability. This aspect alone was nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, the Shinnong Ding possessed its own boundless realm, with an internal space stretching across countless miles. In comparison, a spatial ring felt insignificant, beyond alchemy and storage. The possibilities were endless. The divine Shinnong cauldron rests upon the crown, serving as an invaluable defensive treasure, its protective capabilities exceedingly formidable. When wielded as a weapon, it becomes an offensive marvel, capable of unleashing the force equivalent to the simultaneous descent of myriad mountains. One must ponder, do you not feel trepidation? Of course, this represents the pinnacle of the Shinnong cauldron's potential. However, with Lin Yuan's current prowess, he remains unable to fully manifest such overwhelming strength. Nevertheless, it still provides a significant enhancement. As Lin Yuan immersed his consciousness within the cosmic essence of the cauldron, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Within this celestial vessel, beyond the initial elixirs of yin and yang left by the immortal Shinnong, which had yet to be refined, there existed another extraordinary potion. The two primary elixirs were the 9 revolutions soul revival herb and the 9 nether phoenix flower. These two potent remedies transcended even the highest echelons of divine treasures. Name: 9 revolutions soul revival herb grade. Description: this formidable herb flourishes in the endless abyss, having absorbed the essences of countless souls and negative energies. Consuming this herb allows the deceased to return to life. As long as their corporeal form remains intact, their spirit can be restored. Name: 9 nether phoenix flower grade. Description: in ancient mythology, there existed a dire omen known as the Nether Phoenix, a pure-blooded phoenix clan that wielded the powers of the underworld. Angered by the forces of fate, it met its demise through divine retribution. From the ground where its body fell, the 9 nether phoenix flower emerged. Utilizing this flower grants one the supreme physique known as the 9 nether phoenix body, along with the potential to inherit the bloodline of the phoenix. Chapter 34. The 7 Apertures Linglong Pill. A fearsome enemy approaches. Within the divine Shinnong cauldron, 2 potent elixirs of yin and yang are preserved, the 9-turn resurrection herb and the 9 nether phoenix flower. Each of these treasures ignited a spark of excitement in Lin Yuan's eyes. The 9-turn resurrection herb is akin to a resurrection artifact, a supreme treasure that brings the dead back to life. Then there is the 9 nether phoenix flower, which, upon consumption, bestows the bloodline of a phoenix and grants the 9 nether phoenix physique, an unparalleled constitution not to be underestimated. Yet aside from these 2 extraordinary herbs, what astonished Lin Yuan the most was the presence of a single pill amidst the cosmos within the Shinnong cauldron. 7 Apertures Linglong Pill. Name: 7 Apertures Linglong Pill. Rank: Divine. Description: this divine pill was forged by merging the divine grade herb, 7 Apertures Linglong Grass, with the heart of a celestial king, 7 Apertures Linglong Heart. Consuming this pill grants one the 7 Apertures Linglong Heart, which connects to the laws of heaven and earth, transcending the 3 realms of the underworld. This endows one with supreme comprehension and a path of cultivation unimpeded by bottlenecks. The speed of cultivation may reach 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. A cultivation speed 100 or even 1,000 times faster, along with an unimpeded path to breakthroughs. This is indeed a passport to cultivation. Little did Lin Yuan expect that his journey into this secret realm would yield such divine treasures. The Shinnong cauldron, 2 formidable herbs, and the 7 Apertures Linglong Pill. At this moment, a radiant smile illuminated Lin Yuan's face. Regaining his composure, Lin Yuan turned to the fearsome beast trembling at the sight of the little Qilin on his shoulder. A smile crept onto his face. You lot, listen closely. Soon, others will enter this secret realm. Behave yourselves and stay in your lairs. Do not harm anyone, understood? Lin Yuan threatened these fierce beasts. After all, upon his departure from this secret realm, Bai Gu and the others would still need to enter. Although he had already secured the most significant opportunities, there remained rare and precious herbs that would be monumental for Bai Gu and his companions. As the saying goes, if one feasts on meat, one should at least allow their brothers a taste of the broth. Upon hearing this, the fierce beasts nodded obediently. Seeing this, Lin Yuan shook his head and gently patted the little Qilin's head. Little Black, let us depart from this secret realm. With those words, Lin Yuan and the little Qilin swiftly exited the secret realm, soaring towards the swirling vortex in the heavens. Outside the entrance of the secret realm, Zhang Fei by Gu and the players of the slashing Dao Alliance awaited in silence. As Lin Yuan appeared, Zhang Fei let out a sigh of relief. "My lord," he acknowledged. Lin Yuan nodded and then turned to Bai Gu and the others. "Esteemed friends, enter the secret realm. The greatest opportunities within lie in the form of various rare herbs. I assure you, you shall not return empty-handed." Upon hearing this, Bai Gu and the others' eyes gleamed with excitement. "Thank you, brother. Very well, we shall proceed. Should we encounter another secret realm, do let me know." Lin Yuan's smile was particularly radiant. After all, if it were not for Bai Gu, I would not have garnered so many editing points and treasures. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ji's face lit up with excitement. "Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you." For Bai Gu, this was akin to clinging to the thigh of the Eastern Extreme regent. As they bid farewell, both parties felt immensely satisfied, convinced they had struck a profitable deal. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan cradled the little Qilin as he and Zhang Fei soared across the celestial expanse, gazing down at the 10,000 Great Mountains. The 10,000 Great Mountains, one of the forbidden realms of the Sunlit Domain, was now the territory of the demon clan, teeming with myriad demons and ruled by the demon emperor, who commanded the mountains with authority. The mountains stretched in a north-south direction, with the Eastern Extreme Dynasty to the east and the Heavenly Dome Dynasty and the Nine Nether Dynasty bordering it to the west, the latter two situated in the northern part of the Sunlit Domain. As Lin Yuan and Zhang Fei traversed above the Eastern Extreme Dynasty toward the Imperial City, Lin Yuan suddenly paused, his expression shifting to one of vigilance. "Fei Gu, do you sense anything?" he inquired. "What do you mean? Sense what?" Zhang Fei scratched his head, perplexed. Just then, a resounding chime echoed from above, sending a shiver down their spines. Alongside this sound, they both felt as if their very souls were ensnared. In the next moment, an enormous bell descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Yuan and Zhang Fei entirely. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yuan instinctively tossed the little Qilin aside. An instant later, he was engulfed in darkness. At that moment, Zhang Fei reacted, reaching out to tear through the fabric of space, only to discover that in this realm of darkness, no spatial laws existed. He found himself utterly incapable of rending the space. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan wasted no time. He produced the ghostly jade pendant gifted by Ji Yiling, which granted him command over all the assassins of the Underworld Tower. However, even this pendant yielded no response, remaining utterly inert. "Do not resist." A voice echoed ominously in the darkness. "This is the Yellow Springs space of the celestial treasure, the Yellow Springs Bell. Within this great bell, all connections to the outside world are severed. Attempts to traverse space or invoke various old talismans are rendered futile." Amidst the oppressive darkness, a faint voice emerged, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Soon, several figures materialized around Lin Yuan and Zhang Fei. Upon recognizing them, Lin Yuan paused momentarily, a bitter smile crossing his lips. "I never anticipated that you would all converge here. Your Majesty, the respectful King Yuan, I have mentioned before that this world, it is not as simple as you might imagine. The tall tree in the forest will inevitably be uprooted by the wind. You possess the supreme bone of chaos, and yet you are so audaciously reckless. If you do not perish, who will?" At this moment, one among them, an elder wielding a sword, spoke up. This individual was none other than He Feng, the Grand Elder of the Taichu Sword Sect, whom Lin Yuan had encountered just prior to entering the secret realm. Lin Yuan, however, did not respond to He Feng's words. Instead, he gazed at the others before him. Xie Yuming from the Huangquan Sacred Land, President Jin Wanbao of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and the escort from the Dongshi realm, He Feng of the Taichu Sword Sect. "And who might you be?" Lin Yuan addressed the man whose features were shrouded beneath a wide-brimmed hat. As his words fell, the man removed his hat, revealing a rather charming middle-aged figure. "Dong Yanhao, it is an honor to meet your highness, the Prince of Yuan," the man spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "With the surname Dong, what is your connection to the Phoenix Emperor?" Lin Yuan inquired. To this, Dong Yanhao's face broke into a faint smile. "Dong Lier is my niece." As his words lingered in the air, Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, realizing the complexities surrounding the affairs of the Dongji royal family. A situation that left him with only a bitter smile. Chapter 35. The Fierce Battle. The Phoenix's Roar. It seems, dear friends, that today you are determined to take my life. Lin Yuan spoke with a somber tone. Lin Yuan, you are exceedingly arrogant. Indeed, you are an unmatched prodigy, both brash and extraordinary. You shall not live long, Xie Yuming replied softly. And what of you, President Jin? Are you not concerned that should I perish, my elder brother Ji will have your Wanbao Merchant Association systematically assassinated? Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to Jin Wanbao. Upon hearing these words, Jin Wanbao erupted into laughter. Young man, you are exceedingly naive. In this world, there exists no monumental wealth that cannot achieve its ends. He retorted calmly. Stop dilly-dallying. He is stalling for time. Kill. At this moment, Xie Yuming's eyes glinted with icy resolve. In the blink of an eye, Xie Yuming surged towards Lin Yuan, followed closely by the Void Realm's Wanbao bodyguards, Dong Yinhao of the Void Realm, and He Feng of the Dharma Aspect Realm, all charging at Lin Yuan. Master, I can only fend off 3 Void Realm experts for an hour, Zhang Fei declared as he positioned himself before Lin Yuan, wielding an imposing spear. Behind him roared 2 black dragons, exuding an aura of terrifying brutality and bloodlust. As for you, He Feng of the Dharma Aspect Realm, I shall see for myself what prowess lies beyond several major realms. Lin Yuan's gaze turned frigid. Moments later, the Yulong Qishao sword materialized in his hand, surrounded by a formidable chaos energy coalescing into a Qilin armor. The ground trembled. In the next instant, Zhang Fei engaged in battle alongside Dong Yinhao, the Wanbao bodyguards, and Xie Yuming. Accompanied by Zhang Fei's furious roars, he transformed into a colossal demon god, striking fear into all. His wrathful voice echoed throughout the space. 3 mere Void Realm experts? You think yourselves invincible? Boy, you possess great confidence. How dare mere Transcendental Realm challenge me, one-on-one? At that moment, He Feng lunged at Lin Yuan with his sword, malice gleaming in his eyes. For the sake of my beloved disciple, you shall die. Oh, is that so? Let us see who survives until the end. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, then boldly counterattacked. In the void, a terrifying chaos energy converged into a Qilin horn apparition, unleashing a beam of black destructive light aimed at He Feng. This was the Qilin horn light from the Qilin's treasure technique, capable of shattering physical defenses. Yet, as He Feng faced this Qilin horn light, surprise etched across his features. This power is indeed not to be underestimated, even by me. You are truly a prodigy. However, no matter how remarkable, today you shall meet your end, He Feng growled. Subsequently, countless primordial sword energies surged forth, colliding with the Qilin horn light. The ensuing massive explosion reverberated through the air as both forces dissipated in their clash. Lin Yuan and He Feng were both forced to retreat 10 paces. As He Feng regained his composure, terror flashed across his face. In this fierce encounter, both sides astonishingly reached a stalemate. It must be noted the disparity in their realms. Lin Yuan was at the Transcendent Realm, while he faced a formidable opponent from the Law Manifestation Realm. At this moment, He Feng finally comprehended the true essence of a prodigy. You shall perish. Subsequently, behind He Feng, a manifestation of the law coalesced into a long sword exuding a terrifying aura, and He Feng charged towards Lin Yuan like a razor-sharp blade. However, Lin Yuan sensed an overwhelming threat from this strike. He swiftly executed the Qilin step, narrowly evading the attack. Yet, despite his efforts, a trace of blood marred Lin Yuan's visage. Indeed, what a prodigy he was, capable of contesting so fiercely with a mere Taoist. How could such a being exist in this world? He Feng ground his teeth, then thrust his sword once more at Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan was enveloped by a resplendent 9-colored radiance, which coalesced into an ethereal Qilin apparition. The Qilin roared, casting an enigmatic domain over the entire battlefield. Within this realm of kaleidoscopic light, both Lin Yuan and Zhang Fei felt bolstered, while their adversaries, He Feng and Dong Yinhao, were immediately beset by a sense of oppression from the profound power. What is this? A domain? No, you are merely at the Transcendent Realm. You have yet to attain a domain, he Feng remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile, for this was the Qilin treasure art. Heavenly Auspice. Heavenly Auspice summons the Qilin apparition to envelop the battlefield, enhancing the morale of allies while diminishing the will to fight in enemies. Presently, Lin Yuan unleashed various techniques to barely withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, on Zhang Fei's side, he valiantly battled 3 formidable opponents from the K-Void realm. With the support of Heavenly Auspice, he managed to hold his ground against them. Across the battlefield, Dong Yinhao and Xie Yuming were equally astonished. Where did such a powerful being emerge from? Such divine might. The sunlight domain cannot be inconspicuous. Could it be that they sprang forth from the cracks of stones? Xie Yuming murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei gritted his teeth, his face contorted with ferocity. You shall taste my spear. Boom! Within the exquisite Huangquan immortal bell, the sole observer was Jin Wanbao, standing atop the 3-legged golden toad. As the leader of the Wanbao Merchants Association, Jin Wanbao, like his grandfather, possessed no cultivation, being merely immortal. This was indeed hard to fathom. As Wanbao observed Lin Yuan in the transcendent realm battling a law manifestation expert, and Zhang Fei single-handedly contending with 3 from the K-Void realm, he let out a deep sigh. Such a prodigy, defying the span of life. How could he remain unscathed? At that moment, the battle within the Huangquan immortal bell raged on. Outside, the small Qilin hurled by Lin Yuan in a desperate moment soared upon clouds, frantically heading towards the royal city. The little creature, exhausted, opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue, panting heavily. Little Black, you must persevere, strive harder, be swifter. Father is in danger. You need to move even faster. The young Qilin raced desperately, murmuring to itself in a self-soothing manner. In the Eastern Imperial City, within the palace, the Phoenix Emperor, who was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, slightly furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. He placed a hand over his heart, revealing a look of confusion in his phoenix eyes. What is the matter? Why do I feel such unrest? Could something be amiss? As the thought crossed his mind, the expression on his face shifted subtly. No, that cannot be right. Brother Yuan is not in the palace, nor is he in the imperial city. Suddenly, the Phoenix Emperor stood up and spoke softly. In the next moment, he appeared above the palace, standing upon the vast sky. He surveyed his surroundings. Just then, a figure shot towards him like a shooting star. Recognizing the silhouette, the Phoenix Emperor rushed forward. It was the young Qilin. In an instant, he found himself beside the Qilin, which was engulfed in Qilin flames, desperately running as its body blazed. Upon seeing the Phoenix Emperor, the young Qilin let out a sigh of relief. Father is in danger, the little one gasped. Hearing these words, the Phoenix Emperor's expression changed drastically. In an instant, the sky above darkened as thunderclouds gathered, rumbling ominously, accompanied by the fierce cries of the Phoenix. The Phoenix Emperor, sovereign of the Eastern Empire, was enraged, and when the Emperor's wrath was unleashed, the very heavens trembled. Chapter 36. The Tragedy of Zhang Fei. Experience card for the Celestial Realm. Jin Wanbao. Time is of the essence. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Urge your toad to assist in resolving Lin Yuan's predicament swiftly. Meanwhile, at Fengdi's side, upon receiving news of Lin Yuan's peril, within the Huangquan immortal bell, Lin Yuan, He Deng, Zhang Fei, and Xie Yuming were engaged in a fierce battle. However, at this moment, both Lin Yuan and Zhang Fei were retreating while fighting, their bodies drenched in blood and covered in wounds, yet they persisted in holding on. Observing Jin Wanbao, who was idly watching the commotion from atop a 3-legged golden toad, Xie Yuming spoke with irritation, suggesting that the toad join the fray and eliminate Lin Yuan. After all, the 3-legged golden toad was a formidable demon of the void-transcending realm. Dispatching Lin Yuan would be a trivial endeavor. Upon hearing this, Jin Wanbao sighed and turned to the 3-legged golden toad. Old friend, the situation is quite urgent. Your assistance is required. The toad croaked in response and immediately departed from Jin Wanbao, charging towards Lin Yuan. In the process, a multitude of gold coins and ingots appeared around the 3-legged golden toad, each exuding an overwhelming pressure, raining down upon Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan, already gravely injured from his struggle against the foe of the Dharma aspect realm, found himself in a dire predicament. With a bitter smile, Lin Yuan lamented, "This truly offers no chance at all." In that instant, the Shinnon cauldron manifested above his head, while the chaotic body technique enveloped him in a protective layer of chaotic iron. He braced himself against the impending assault of the three-legged golden toad. With a resounding thud, Lin Yuan withstood a blow from the toad, but the protective chaotic iron shattered. Countless gold ingots and coins then rained down upon the Shinnon cauldron. In response to this strike, the cauldron emitted a clear, resonant sound and burst forth with a spectrum of 9 radiant colors, managing to withstand the onslaught. Yet despite this, Lin Yuan still bore the brunt of the toad's might. It is essential to note that the three-legged golden toad was a terrifying demon on the brink of transcending the void, while Lin Yuan was merely at the celestial realm. Even a fraction of the toad's power left Lin Yuan's body torn and bleeding from his 7 orifices, his bones shattered beyond count. At that moment, within the Huangquan immortal bell, as everyone beheld the 9-colored radiance erupting from the Shinnon cauldron above Lin Yuan's head, they were left in utter disbelief. 9. The 9-colored divine light. This cauldron is a treasure of divine quality. Nearby, Jin Wanbao stared at the Shinnon cauldron in astonishment, his face trembling with excitement. Meanwhile, Dong Yinhao, Xie Yuming, and others also took note of the divine treasure manifesting above Lin Yuan. Expressions of disbelief etched on their faces gradually transformed into an unmistakable glimmer of greed and madness. One by one, they relinquished their focus on Zhang Fei and surged towards Lin Yuan. Observing the tide of adversaries converging upon Lin Yuan, Zhang Fei, bloodied and gravely wounded, widened his eyes in horror. "My lord, I have come to save you," he bellowed in a fit of desperation. In that instant, a resounding roar akin to a black dragon echoed beneath Zhang Fei's feet, propelling him beyond his limits. Just as the spears and swords wielded by Xie Yuming and Dong Yinhao were about to pierce Lin Yuan, Zhang Fei's colossal form materialized protectively before him. With a sickening sound, Xie Yuming's blade pierced Zhang Fei's heart, while a powerful strike from the master of 10,000 treasures shattered his core. Dong Yinhao's spear penetrated his neck. Despite the grievous injuries and the imminent specter of death, Zhang Fei's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, "Get away from my lord." With that frantic cry, he drew upon the last vestiges of his life force, igniting a fearsome strength that sent Xie Yuming and Dong Yinhao sprawling. With great effort, Zhang Fei turned his head toward Lin Yuan, a sinister smile etched across his face. "My lord, this is where my protection ends." As those final, fragmented words escaped his lips, the last flicker of life faded from Zhang Fei's eyes. "Brother Fei," Lin Yuan, equally battered, stared in shock as Zhang Fei sacrificed himself to absorb the final blow. In a moment of instinct, Lin Yuan reached out to support the still warm figure of his fallen comrade. At that moment, Lin Yuan's mind was a void. He had never anticipated that the indomitable third master would perish before him in such a heart-wrenching manner. Clenching his fists tightly, he gazed at the advancing throng, their faces alight with avarice. With a silent plea, he lowered his head. "System, I still possess 8,000 editing points. I beseech you, assist me." Lin Yuan's heart screamed in desperation. It was then that the system's store manifested before him, revealing treasures of immense worth. Special physique, Eye of Reincarnation, required editing points for exchange, 50,000. Celestial technique, 9 nether nerves, required editing points for exchange, 20,000. Special treasure, Celestial Realm Experience Card. Required editing points for exchange, 20,000. Mystery Box. Required editing points for exchange, 2,000. Discount Box. Required editing points for exchange, 1,000. The Celestial Realm Experience Card. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Celestial Realm Experience Card, a special treasure. Shatter the card to temporarily gain the power of the Celestial Realm for 1 hour. The Celestial Realm. What a magnificent state of being, the pinnacle of existence. Is it not? Yet the thought lingered, what truly lies within the celestial realm. It must be a realm even more formidable than the tribulation stage. With this thought, Lin Yuan did not hesitate. System, grant me a blind box treasure chest. Make it worthwhile. Lin Yuan spoke with a sense of urgency. Congratulations. You have successfully exchanged for a blind box treasure chest. The treasure within is a celestial being realm experience card. Remaining editing points, 6,000. As this notification echoed in his ears, Lin Yuan exhaled in relief. In his hands, a jade pendant suddenly materialized. Lin Yuan, you possess the legendary divine treasure. Such a divine item. By what virtue do you come to own it? Xie Yuming approached Lin Yuan, his gaze fixated on the divine Shinnong cauldron above him, his face betraying a glint of greed as he murmured to himself. Shortly thereafter, Dong Yinhao and Jin Wanbao also arrived before Lin Yuan, their eyes firmly locked on the Shinnong cauldron, their hearts tumultuous with emotion. As for He Feng of the Dharma aspect realm, although he was equally stirred, he found himself devoid of the opportunity to speak. Hearing their words, Lin Yuan, his eyes tinged with crimson, let out a cold chuckle. He then carefully laid Zhang Fei's corpse upon the ground. Turning his gaze towards the individuals before him, Lin Yuan spoke in a voice as chilling as the depths of the underworld. There is but one divine treasure. How shall you three factions divide it? Chapter 37. The Might of the Celestial Beings, the Shattered Bell of the Underworld. Ha ha ha. At this moment, still sowing discord, this matter is no longer your concern. As these words were spoken, Dong Yinhao could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, cast a meaningful glance at Dong Yinhao. Sowing discord, is it? As the words fell, Lin Yuan gently applied pressure with his fingers, and the Celestial Realm Experience card in his hand cracked with a sharp sound. At that moment, an immensely terrifying power erupted within Lin Yuan's being. He exhaled softly, and a pale dragon-shaped entity soared forth. Simultaneously, the space around Lin Yuan began to shatter, and the bell of the underworld groaned ominously. Behind Lin Yuan, a fearsome Qilin phantom began to coalesce imperceptibly, letting out a thunderous roar to the heavens. In this instant, boundless pathways surged forth from Lin Yuan, and terrifying runes converged into a chaotic Qilin, emanating an overwhelming pressure. On the opposite side, Xie Yuming and his companions were taken aback by the sudden transformation of Lin Yuan, their faces paling with fear. What is happening? The power you possess. Xie Yuming trembled, acutely aware that at this moment, if Lin Yuan desired to slay him, it would be an effortless endeavor. It is worth noting that Xie Yuming stood at the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the Void Realm, a half-step to transcendence. Even against a transcendent being, he could endure for hundreds of exchanges. Yet now, facing Lin Yuan, he felt an indescribable horror, as if he were destined to be extinguished by Lin Yuan's mere hand. What kind of power is this? It cannot possibly surpass the realm of transcendence, the legendary celestial realm. Not only Xie Yuming, but at this moment, all within the bell of the underworld sensed an overwhelming intent to kill brewing. Fij, watch closely. Lin Yuan is about to avenge you. Lin Yuan spoke softly. Then, he moved. The chaotic Qilin leaped into the void behind him, unleashing an extraordinarily terrifying force. Outside the bell of the underworld at that moment, the Phoenix Emperor, accompanied by Shadow Granny, Dragon Granny, and the little Qilin, had already appeared outside the bell. Simultaneously, the head of the Phantom Building, the foremost assassin organization in the Daybreak Domain, Ji Yuling, and the chaotic tyrant of the City of Disorder, Quang Wui, also emerged. At this moment, Ji Yuling and the Phoenix Emperor beheld the towering bell of the underworld against the sky, their expressions darkening considerably. The bell of the underworld in the sacred land. Ji Yuling gritted his teeth, his eyes reddened with fury. Beside him, the Phoenix Emperor remained silent, his hand clutching his sword, which burst forth with a phoenix's cry, aiming towards the bell of the underworld. At this instant, a singular thought consumed the Phoenix Emperor's mind, to shatter this bell and rescue his brother Yuan. Boom! Just as the sword was about to make contact with the bell of the underworld, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the bell, shaking the heavens and the earth. A terrifying force of pressure loomed ominously. At that moment, the celestial treasure, the Huangquan Immortal Bell, began to manifest a multitude of cracks. The Phoenix Emperor, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered speechless and immediately ceased her actions. The esteemed celestial artifact, the Huangquan Immortal Bell, a hidden gem of the Huangquan sacred land, was fracturing. What kind of power could cause such a phenomenon? At this moment, both the Phoenix Emperor and Ji Yuling exchanged glances, their faces reflecting profound shock. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the Huangquan Immortal Bell shattered into countless fragments. In the instant of its destruction, a beam of golden light surged towards the heavens. The Phoenix Emperor and Ji Yuling squinted, feeling the immense power emanating from it, their expressions filled with astonishment. This was the power of the celestial realm. Ji Yuling spoke, her face paling. The celestial realm? A being from the celestial realm seeks to assassinate Brother Yuan? Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor's countenance dramatically shifted, her fist tightening in anxiety. In her eyes flickered a sense of helplessness and dread. She feared, after 13 long years of searching for her brother Yuan, she had finally found him, only to be faced with the prospect of yet another separation, perhaps even a final farewell. Yet, just as the Phoenix Emperor and Ji Yuling were engulfed in worry, the golden light above the firmament erupted with a commanding roar. As the light dissipated, Lin Yuan emerged, standing upon the ethereal figure of a Qilin, cradling the corporeal form of Zhang Fei. Brother Yuan. The moment she laid eyes upon Lin Yuan, the Phoenix Emperor's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. At this instant, she cared not about how Lin Yuan had acquired such celestial power. All that mattered was that her brother Yuan was alive. This young man possesses something extraordinary. Ji Yuling breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Yuan, a faint smile gracing her lips. At that juncture, Lin Yuan, still holding Zhang Fei, lifted his gaze to observe Xie Yuming and the others attempting to flee. With a mere thought, an intricate chain of ethereal power materialized, ensnaring Jin Wanbao, Xie Yuming, Dong Yinhao, and the others within its grasp. However, upon spotting Dong Yinhao, the Phoenix Emperor froze momentarily, her senses igniting with realization. Dong Liar, her eyes reddening, tightened her fists, glaring at Dong Yinhao with murderous intent. Brother Ji, keep a close watch on him, Lin Yuan instructed softly as he approached Ji Yuling and cautiously entrusted Zhang Fei's lifeless body to her. Yi Yuling, seeing the absence of life in Zhang Fei, paused momentarily before letting out a deep sigh and gently embracing him. Yuan, though I do not comprehend how you have attained such power, if you possess it, then act upon it. As she uttered the word kill, a chill permeated the air surrounding Ji Yuling. Lin Yuan, upon hearing her words, chuckled softly and nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to the Phoenix Emperor. Liar, within this matter lies your royal uncle. I apologize, Brother Yuan. I'm truly sorry. I took his life with my own hands. Upon hearing these words, the Phoenix Emperor could no longer maintain his composure, and tears streamed down his face. In the next instant, the Nine Phoenix Immortal Sword was in hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he thrust it towards Dong Yinhao, who was bound by Lin Yuan's earthly chains. However, at that moment, Lin Yuan firmly grasped the Phoenix Emperor's wrist. Looking into the Phoenix Emperor's eyes, filled with remorse, Lin Yuan shook his head. Lear, it is not your fault. He is my target. At the very least, I cannot allow your hands to be stained with the blood of your own kin. Brother Yuan, upon hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor felt an unparalleled sense of trust in Lin Yuan, as if his mere presence could grant him immense peace of mind. At that moment, Lin Yuan turned and slowly walked toward Dong Yinhao. I'm sorry, but today it is you who will perish, not I. Lin Yuan extended the Yulong Qishao sword, its tip resting against Dong Yinhao's throat as he spoke softly. At that moment, crimson blood began to trickle down from Dong Yinhao's neck. Kit, abeti sabet. But I must say, you are truly extraordinary. With such a legendary treasure in your possession, if you cannot protect it, you will inevitably meet your demise. Dong Yinhao, at this moment, felt an immense sense of relief. He let out a light chuckle, his voice hoarse as he responded. Chapter 38, Celestial Treasures, the Death-Substituting Celestial Puppet. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yuan let out a light chuckle. Even if I were to perish in the future, at the very least, you shall not witness it." Before he could finish his sentence, he exerted a slight force on the hand gripping the Qishao sword. Subsequently, the blade pierced through Dong Yinhao's neck. Lin Yuan twisted the sword with a ghastly expression, and in an instant, crimson blood gushed forth onto the ground. The light of life faded from Dong Yinhao's eyes. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Beep enemy of the Void Realm eliminated. Gained editing points, 6,000. Current editing points, 12,000. As the notification resounded in his ears, Lin Yuan exhaled. The hatred value had not reached 100. Thus, a critical strike for editing points had not been triggered. However, his thoughts were occupied with Zhang Fei, leaving him no inclination to provoke further hatred. He decided to resolve one matter at a time. Turning his attention back, Lin Yuan sheathed the Qishao sword and glanced at Xie Yuming, who was bound by the chains of the laws of heaven and earth. Under the restraint of these chains, Xie Yuming had no opportunity for resistance or struggle. As Lin Yuan approached him, a look of terror spread across Xie Yuming's face, and he shook his head repeatedly, pallid and trembling. "Please do not kill me. Do not kill me." Accompanying his desperate plea, Lin Yuan's Qishao sword had already positioned itself against Xie Yuming's throat. "Last time, it was your Hades sovereign who saved you. This time, I shall see who can rescue you. Even if the Hades sovereign of your Hades sacred land arrives, I shall still strike him down." Lin Yuan's voice dripped with chilling intent. "Please no. I realize my mistakes." At that moment, the Void Realm powerhouse, Xie Yuming, faced the imminent specter of death, and to his utter humiliation, he found himself wetting his trousers. Observing this scene, Lin Yuan let out a cold snort. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Xie Yuming's head fell to the ground. Beep enemy of the Void Realm eliminated. Gained editing points, 6,000. Current editing points, 18,000. The second one. Following this, a third and fourth would soon follow. Next came He Feng of the Taichu sword sect from the Law Phase realm, as well as a Void Realm bodyguard from the Wanbao Merchant Association, all of whom met their demise on the spot. Simultaneously, He Feng contributed 5,000 editing points to Lin Yuan, while the Wanbao bodyguard added another 6,000. At this juncture, Lin Yuan's editing points had surged to 29,000, nearing 30,000. Soon, only one individual remained, Jin Wanbao. Lin Yuan approached him slowly. As Jin Wanbao beheld the sword poised at his neck, this plump merchant, renowned as the foremost in the sunlight domain, calmly closed his eyes, confronting death with remarkable composure. Lin Yuan, lacking the inclination for further discourse, executed a swift stroke. With a single sweep, Jin Wanbao's head too fell to the ground. However, upon the demise of Jin Wanbao, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. For within the recesses of his mind, there was no notification of an editing point reward regarding Jin Wanbao's death. What could this signify? It implied that Jin Wanbao had not truly perished. Hence, no notification had been issued. With this thought, Lin Yuan cast his gaze downward at Jin Wanbao's lifeless form, his brow furrowing and a look of confusion overtaking his countenance. At that moment, Kuang Wuji, standing beside Ji Yuling, approached Lin Yuan, his chaotic blade sweeping across Jin Wanbao's corpse. Suddenly, the body erupted with a radiant green light, transforming into a headless humanoid wooden figure. This was an exquisite treasure, the heart of the Tree of Life, forged into a remarkable substitute life puppet. Jin Wanbao, indeed, lived up to his reputation as the wealthiest man in Rieo, possessing innumerable treasures, including such a precious artifact. Kuang Wuji regarded the wooden figure with a disdainful snort and spoke. Hearing his words, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Then I shall observe how many substitute life puppets he possesses, slaying him countless times until he meets his end," Lin Yuan declared. At that juncture, Lin Yuan's eyes fell upon the three-legged golden toad, similarly shackled by celestial chains at Jin Wanbao's feet. A faint smile graced Lin Yuan's face. "Ribbit, ribbit. Whether it be execution or dismemberment, this frog submits to your will. Nevertheless, I am a frog of integrity, vowing to remain unyielding until death." At this moment, the three-legged golden toad's eyes darted about, and it began to plead, "Master, The plight of this frog is dire. You see, I was once a free frog, yet I was ruthlessly coerced into servitude by the despicable Jin Wanbao. I yearn for his demise at every moment. Master, we share a common enemy. The three-legged golden toad rolled over, weeping profusely before Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, merely smirked. Very well, from now on, you shall be called Little Jean. Go report to your elder brother, Little Hay, he instructed, gesturing toward the nearby Qilin. Yes, master. The three-legged golden toad beamed with joy, bouncing eagerly toward the Qilin. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan turned and approached Ji Yuling, exhaling deeply as he beheld Zhang Fei before her. He then produced the 9-return resurrection herb. Name, 9-return resurrection herb grade. Description: a terrifying herb that flourishes in the depths of the endless abyss, absorbing the souls and the chilling essence of countless spirits to coalesce into a formidable elixir. Consuming this herb ensures that as long as the physical body remains intact, it could restore the deceased to life, reviving their soul and spirit. Here, from the divine cauldron of Shinnong, lies an unparalleled elixir of unknown rank. Yet, it is fleeting, its warmth dissipating swiftly. However, this is a trivial concern. All that matters is rescuing Princess Fei Fei. Lin Yuan promptly placed the 9-turn resurrection herb into Zhang Fei's mouth. As the herb entered, it transformed into a grayish luminescence that enveloped Zhang Fei's form. Moments later, his fingers began to tremble slightly. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan's face broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Ji Yuling and Emperor Feng, upon witnessing Zhang Fei's miraculous revival, were rendered utterly speechless. Ah Yuan, what extraordinary elixir was that, capable of such profound resurrection? Ji Yuling exclaimed, bewildered, to which Lin Yuan responded softly. The 9-turn resurrection herb. As his words fell, a golden radiance emanated from Lin Yuan's hand, enveloping Zhang Fei, a manifestation of the auspicious light from the Qilin's treasure technique. Chapter 39. The Radiant Champions Tournament. This auspicious light not only possesses the power to heal one's own wounds, but also extends its restorative abilities to others. The effectiveness of the healing, however, is contingent upon one's strength. At this moment, Lin Yuan's experience card for the Celestial Realm had yet to reach its full hour. Drawing upon the might of the Celestial Realm, Lin Yuan invoked the auspicious light, and it was evident that Zhang Fei's injuries on his neck and chest visibly began to mend. Yet, the shattered dantian remained irreparable. This indicated that upon his revival, Zhang Fei, with a broken dantian, was effectively reduced to a mere mortal, stripped of his former prowess in the Void Realm. Observing this scene, Ji Yuling and Quan Wuji, among others, comprehended Zhang Fei's predicament. Ji Yuling sighed and spoke softly. Ah Yuan, by utilizing such a precious treasure, you have brought back someone devoid of any cultivation, who will offer you no further assistance. Do you believe it was worth it? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan chuckled. Brother Fei sacrificed himself for me. Just as Brother Ji is my kin, Brother Fei is also my brother. For the sake of my brother, even if it were a single 9-turn resurrection herb, or even 10 or 100, what does it matter? Lin Yuan's voice was soft, yet Ji Yuling and Quan Wuji felt a tempest of emotions stirring within them, particularly Ji Yuling, who gazed at Lin Yuan with pride illuminating his countenance. This is my brother, a sworn brother, yet closer than blood. Meanwhile, Quan Wuji patted Lin Yuan's shoulder with a firm hand, exclaiming, Good brother, you are truly a man. In this moment, bolstered by the power of the 9-turn resurrection herb and Lin Yuan's auspicious light, Zhang Fei regained his breath and gradually opened his eyes. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, his expression shifted dramatically, and he struggled to rise from Ji Yuling's embrace. My lord, this place is perilous. I shall hold them off while you escape. Zhang Fei warned urgently. Observing Zhang Fei's anxious demeanor caused Lin Yuan's throat to tighten with emotion. Brother Fei, we are safe now. Safe? Zhang Fei paused, momentarily taken aback. As he glanced around and recognized familiar faces, he released a sigh of relief. However, just then, he froze in place, acutely aware of his current condition, his shattered dantian and the absence of power. My lord, what has happened to me? Zhang Fei's expression turned particularly bitter as he looked at Lin Yuan. His lips quivered as he spoke with difficulty. My lord, I can no longer protect you. Brother Fei, rest assured, I will find a way to restore your dantian. I still rely on you for protection in the future, Lin Yuan responded, his tone serious after a moment of silence. Hearing this, Zhang Fei's eyes reddened and a smile broke across his face. Then I shall continue to protect my lord. In the Eastern Imperial Palace, within the Imperial Garden, Lin Yuan, the Phoenix Emperor, Ji Yuling, and Quang Wuji were leisurely enjoying their tea. At that moment, the voice of the enigmatic Ji Yuling was laced with lethal intent as he spoke. A Yuan, from this moment on, my ghost tower shall hunt down every member of the Wanbao Merchant Association, one by one, until they are utterly eradicated from the Radiant Sun domain. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Brother Ji, as well as Brother Wuji and Lier, regarding today's matter, all those involved and the powers behind them need not intervene. The vengeance owed will be settled by me personally. This blood debt I shall meticulously reclaim, one account at a time. Though Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, it resonated with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, akin to a chilling whisper from the depths of the underworld. Beside him, Ji Yuling and the Phoenix Emperor Quang Wuji were momentarily taken aback by Lin Yuan's words. Regaining his composure, Ji Yuling patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. Very well. If my brother possesses such ambition, then let us not hesitate. Let us strike with unparalleled ferocity. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Brother Ji. However, there is one more matter. You must grant me this favor. I will assign the foremost assassin from my ghost tower to be your protector, ensuring your safety at all times. He is a formidable being of the Tribulation Realm. No, Brother Ji, listen to me. I already have a protector in the Tribulation Realm. The three-legged golden toad has yielded to me. He is a powerful beast and can safeguard me well enough. As Ji Yuling finished speaking, Lin Yuan shook his head in refusal. Goodness, always wanting to arrange someone by your side, with the secret of my system. That simply cannot be. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuling sighed and nodded in understanding. In that case, let us set this matter aside for now. In half a month, the Radiant Sun Talent Competition will be held in the Eastern Extreme Dynasty. Phoenix Emperor, how are your preparations coming along? Ji Yuling turned to inquire of the Phoenix Emperor, while Lin Yuan was left in a state of confusion. What Radiant Sun Talent Competition? Did the Phoenix Emperor not inform you? Ji Yuling was surprised at the perplexed expression on Lin Yuan's face. Not at all, Lin Yuan replied, looking towards the Phoenix Emperor, who then chuckled softly. I was just about to tell you, Brother Yuan. The so-called Radiant Sun Talent Competition is an event held based on the Radiant Sun Void Secret Realm. This realm is the largest secret domain in our Radiant Sun domain and opens once every decade. It is said to be filled with countless opportunities, with legends of chances to attain immortality. A millennium ago, a sovereign emerged from our Radiant Sun domain after obtaining the ancient immortal's legacy within the Void Secret Realm. As Lin Yuan absorbed this information, astonishment spread across his face. This Void Secret Realm is truly extraordinary. The prospect of achieving immortality and inheriting the legacy of immortals is remarkable. He pondered further, yet only 10,000 individuals may enter each time it opens. And the three great dynasties, three sacred places for forbidden zones, and various extraordinary factions within the Radiant Sun domain all vie for entry. In light of fair competition for the coveted entries into the Void Secret Realm, a grand tournament known as the Celestial Heroes Contest will be held prior to each opening of the realm. Each faction shall dispatch their formidable champions to compete against one another, ultimately vying for positions based on their rankings. The higher the rank, the greater the number of entries granted into the secret realm. At this moment, the Phoenix Emperor spoke slowly, and upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan experienced a sudden realization. Thus, it appears that our Eastern Extreme Dynasty shall serve as the host for this celestial tournament. Indeed, the Phoenix Emperor affirmed with a nod. In due course, various factions and powerful beings from the Sunlit domain will converge upon our Eastern Extreme Dynasty, where they shall witness the array of celestial prodigies. At that time, Brother Yuan, you too may partake in the contest and compete alongside the prodigies of the Sunlit domain. This shall serve as a trial and a remarkable opportunity for you. Dear Brother Yuan, Chapter 40, The Heart of the Seven Apertures. The Phoenix Emperor began to elucidate. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan squinted his eyes. Competing alongside the unrivaled prodigies of the sunlight domain? What a tempting prospect. Most importantly, the champion of this prodigious contest would be rewarded with 3 celestial treasures. At that moment, the Phoenix Emperor spoke again, and Lin Yuan, upon hearing his words, straightened with determination. I shall undoubtedly participate in this prodigious competition. No one can impede me, Lin Yuan declared resolutely. Beside him, the Phoenix Emperor, along with Ji Yuling and Quang Wujia, exchanged faint smiles upon hearing his declaration. That evening, Ji Yuling and Quang Wujia departed from the eastern extremity, while Lin Yuan returned to the Abyssal Sky Hall. In the Phoenix Rest Hall, the Phoenix Emperor narrowed his eyes, revealing a chilling demeanor. Now that my 6th uncle, Dong Yinhao, has re-emerged, it is clear that this assassination attempt on the Abyssal King surely bears the mark of my 3rd uncle, Dong Yinqing. Investigate. Trace the whereabouts of my 3rd uncle and identify which factions among the 4 great sects and 4 prominent families of the eastern extremity harbor his influence, particularly the primordial sword sect. After a brief pause, the Phoenix Emperor reiterated his command. As his words echoed, a hoarse voice resonated from the void. Yes, your majesty. With that, the Phoenix Emperor sighed, his thoughts drifting to Lin Yuan, and a gentle expression graced his visage. Brother Yuan, rest assured, Shaoli will eliminate all dangers that lie ahead for you. You need only forge ahead boldly. The rest shall be entrusted to me. Your Shaoli has matured and will share your burdens, unlike before when you endured hardships merely to provide for me. As she spoke, the Phoenix Emperor's eyes glistened with tears, her voice choked with emotion. Ah, foolish child, Shaoli, you are now on the verge of a breakthrough. All other matters are merely trials for you. At that moment, a golden light coalesced in midair, forming a small golden bird. If Lin Yuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this golden bird as the recently emerged guardian spirit of the eastern extremity, the Golden Phoenix. Aunt Phoenix, Brother Yuan, means everything to me. He is not just anyone. Moreover, I can sense that I am on the cusp of transcending to the tribulation realm, and I only require a catalyst, an opportunity. I believe Brother Yuan can assist me. The Phoenix Emperor spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the Golden Phoenix fell into silence for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, within the Abyssal Sky Hall, Lin Yuan stood before the system store, searching for treasures capable of restoring Zhang Fei's Dantian. However, after perusing the meager selection of fewer than 10 items, he discovered none that could mend a Dantian. Lin Yuan could only exhale a sigh of disappointment. System. It's nearly dawn, and the system store is due for a refresh. Surely, when the store refreshes, there will be treasures available to restore Dantian, right? Lin Yuan inquired. The voice was soft yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. Here, as Lin Yuan's words fell silent, the system chose to ignore him completely, leaving him to shake his head in resignation. Lin Yuan then produced the 9 Nether Phoenix Flower and the 7 Aperture Linglong Pill, 2 extraordinary treasures from the Divine Cauldron. Name, 9 Nether Phoenix Flower Grade. Description: in ancient times, there existed a great calamity known as the Nether Phoenix, a pure-blood phoenix lineage that wielded the power of the underworld. Angered by the Tao, it met its demise through heavenly tribulation. In the place where its body fell, the 9 Nether Phoenix Flower was born. Utilizing this flower grants one the supreme physique of the 9 Nether Phoenix body and the ability to inherit the bloodline of the Phoenix. Name: 7 Aperture Linglong Pill Grade, Divine. Description: crafted by the Divine Farmer from the Divine Herb 7 Aperture Linglong Grass, combined with the heart of a celestial king. This divine pill offers extraordinary benefits. Consuming it bestows the 7 Aperture Linglong Heart, enabling one to comprehend the laws of the universe across the 3 realms of the underworld, thus facilitating an unparalleled path of cultivation devoid of bottlenecks. The speed of cultivation can reach 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Both the 7 Aperture Linglong Pill and the 9 Nether Phoenix Flower can be deemed as extraordinary physiques. The former enhances one's comprehension, while the latter grants the 9 Nether Phoenix body the 7-aperture Linglong pill can be utilized. However, Lin Yuan sensed that the 9-nether phoenix flower might be more suited for the Phoenix Emperor, given that the Emperor himself possesses the 9-phoenix golden wand body. Should he consume this potent herb and gain the 9-nether phoenix body, the fusion of these two physiques could result in a transformative metamorphosis for the Phoenix Emperor. Most importantly, Lin Yuan found little interest in the 9-nether phoenix body himself. After all, with the chaos body enhancing his abilities, all other physiques seemed trivial and unappealing. With this thought, Lin Yuan decided to store the 9-nether phoenix flower away. He then held the 7-aperture Linglong pill and swallowed it whole. Subsequently, the pill transformed into a radiant orb of 7 colors, merging with Lin Yuan's heart and continuously reshaping it. About an hour later, a faint shimmering of 7-colored light began to emanate from the area of his chest. If one were to gaze upon Lin Yuan's heart at that moment, they would see it resembling a crystal, translucent and radiating a kaleidoscope of hues. At this moment, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented clarity as he perceived the entirety of the world around him. It was as if the world had unveiled its secrets, and his thoughts were clearer than ever before. Is this the power of the 7-aperture Linglong heart? Lin Yuan murmured to himself. By this time, the early morning had passed. In the vast sky, the celestial gold list materialized above. Lin Yuan, feeling a sense of enlightenment, stepped out of the abyssal sky palace and gazed at the celestial gold list. It was rather unremarkable, as he found himself still in the first position, having achieved the rank of the top brother with his cultivation at the 4th level of the transcendental realm. However, it is intriguing to note that the 2nd place on the heavenly rankings is held by Zhou Chongkong of the Celestial Empire. He has now ascended to the 1st level of the Dao-seeking realm. Yet, the overall combat prowess of a 1st-level Dao-seeking expert pales in comparison to his own 4th level of the profound understanding realm. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan could not help but smile. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the system channel. However, when Lin Yuan beheld the module for the Eastern Extreme Empire, he was momentarily taken aback. Dear friends, Lin Yuan remains in 1st place, even though Zhou Chongkong of the Celestial Empire has reached the Dao-seeking realm. He is still no match for my esteemed Lin. Truly, I bring honor to the Eastern Extreme Empire. Brothers above, have you not heard the news? It has long been spread that Lin Yuan possesses a divine-grade treasure. With such a legendary artifact by his side, how could he not be in 1st place? To speak of his true strength, he is rather mediocre. If it weren't for the enhancement of the Divine Farmer's Cauldron, would he even make the rankings? Goodness, a divine-grade treasure, is that true? Wasn't it said that the strongest treasures in this world are the immortal-grade ones? Perhaps it is merely luck on his part, having latched onto the leg of the Phoenix Emperor and unexpectedly acquiring a divine-grade treasure. I have heard that throughout the entire sunlight domain, countless powerful beings are eyeing Lin Yuan. After all, a commoner is innocent, but possessing a precious gem brings trouble. A divine-grade treasure is not easily obtained. Has the news of the Divine Farmer's Cauldron spread? Observing the stream of messages in the communication channel, Lin Yuan murmured to himself. Chapter 41. The Celestial Mending Ointment. The Supreme Rebirth Eye. It is only natural to ponder this. Having survived through the death substitute immortal, Jin Wanbao would undoubtedly proclaim his possession of divine treasures throughout the entire sunlit domain, inviting trouble upon himself. The allure of such divine treasures is simply irresistible. A tempest is brewing. Lin Yuan gazed up at the night sky, shrouded in dense clouds, and sighed deeply. He could already envision the multitude of assassination attempts that awaited him. After all, the temptation of divine treasures is one that no one can withstand. Yet let them come. That which cannot vanquish me will ultimately render me stronger. They are merely gifts of opportunity sent my way, Lin Yuan murmured to himself. At that moment, in the heavens above, the celestial golden list transformed into dozens of golden orbs of varying sizes. Among them, the largest orb merged into Lin Yuan's body, directly entering his dantian. Upon experiencing this, a smile graced Lin Yuan's face. How considerate. Not only can I utilize it now, but I can also store it within my dantian. The golden orbs formed from the celestial golden list are indeed valuable, comparable to any elixir or miraculous medicine. As the celestial golden list dissipated, Lin Yuan returned to the abyssal heaven palace. System, open the system shop. The hour had passed, and the system shop had refreshed. As the shop opened, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the treasures within, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Celestial mending ointment. Inatetaisu vitali. Dao pill. Yin yang immortal body. Supreme rebirth eye. Amidst the dazzling array of treasures, Lin Yuan's attention was irresistibly drawn to the celestial mending ointment. Celestial mending ointment. A pinnacle treasure of celestial quality. The celestial mending ointment allows for the integration of the powers of heaven and earth, formed over countless millennia. Refining this ointment can heal all bodily harm, perfecting the physical form and granting a thread of mending energy. Required editing points for exchange. 60,000. Upon reading the detailed description of the celestial mending ointment, Lin Yuan realized this was a backdoor opportunity provided by the system. With this ointment, he could fully restore Zhang Fei's damaged Dantian, and perhaps even elevate his strength to new heights. The dilemma lies in the editing points, which amount to a staggering 60,000. Currently, Lin Yuan possessed merely 29,000 editing points. Moreover, within this system shop, there is also the special constitution of the Supreme Rebirth Eye, which greatly intrigued Lin Yuan. Supreme Rebirth Eye, one of the supreme special constitutions of the myriad realms. The possessor of the Supreme Rebirth Eye is inherently supreme, embodying the visage of an ancient sage. With this eye, one can perceive the essence of all illusions and unravel the laws of existence. Required editing points for exchange. 60,000. The Supreme Rebirth Eye. Lin Yuan's heart raced with excitement. If the Supreme Bone is a divine gift of rebirth, then the Supreme Rebirth Eye is the omniscient gaze, an invincible eye capable of discerning all illusions. However, once again, the requirement stands at 60,000 editing points, leaving Lin Yuan in a state of despair. This was not the price when he previously exchanged for the Supreme Bone. Why is the price of the reincarnation eye so exorbitant compared to the Supreme Bone? System, do you hold the Supreme Bone in disdain, or are you simply exploiting familiarity? Lin Yuan ground his teeth in frustration. The system store's pricing is fair and transparent. Purchase at your discretion. If you choose not to buy now, the next refresh may see a price increase. Damn it, it's not that I don't want to buy it. It's that I lack the funds. Lin Yuan's inner voice screamed. Then, the response from the system was mere silence. After a prolonged pause, Lin Yuan sighed. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the discount treasure chest and the blind box treasure chest. What if I gambled a little? The discount treasure chest costs 1,000 editing points, while the blind box treasure chest costs 2,000. If only the system were a bit more considerate, there might still be a chance to obtain both the Heavenly Restoration Ointment and the Reincarnation Eye today. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan resolved to take action. One blind box treasure chest, please. Spending 2,000 editing points to open the blind box treasure chest. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired. Thank you for your patronage. Current remaining editing points, 27,000. Damn it. Lin Yuan felt momentarily dazed. Rubbing his temples, he pondered for a moment, and his eyes turned slightly red. Open again. Discount treasure chest. Spending 2,000 editing points to open the blind box treasure chest. Congratulations. You have successfully acquired. Thank you for your patronage. Current remaining editing points, 25,000. Is this never-ending? This is the last time. If I get thank you for your patronage again, I shall never open another blind box. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. Spending 2,000 editing points to open the blind box treasure chest. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired Heavenly Restoration Ointment. Current remaining editing points, 23,000. Huh, what? Did I actually get the Heavenly Restoration Ointment? Realizing this, a smile crept onto Lin Yuan's face. Subsequently, with a mere thought, a fist-sized, translucent, milky white ointment appeared before him. It was indeed the Heavenly Restoration Ointment. The ointment emanated an incredibly enticing fragrance. Lin Yuan caught a whiff of it and instinctively wanted to swallow it whole. Shaking his head, he quickly dispelled that notion. This is for Brother Fei's cultivation recovery. I must not consume it. Lin Yuan now regarded his remaining 23,000 editing points, alongside the special physique of the reincarnation eye. To be honest, Lin Yuan felt a rush of excitement. The Heavenly Restoration Ointment is worth 60,000. I managed to obtain it for merely 6,000 editing points. This means that even if I were to spend the remaining 23,000 editing points on blind boxes and receive nothing in return, I would still not be at a loss. With the Heavenly Restoration Ointment as a safety net, any treasure I might casually acquire would be a gain. If by chance I were to obtain the reincarnation eye, I could only conclude that I am truly the chosen one. With this thought firmly in mind, Lin Yuan hesitated no longer. I shall open another blind box treasure chest. Ding! System kindly reminds you, opening boxes carries risks. Please consume cautiously. Cautious? Just open it for me. Ding! Spending 2,000 editing points to open the mystery box. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained. Thank you for your patronage. Current remaining editing points, 21,000. Open again. Ding! Spending 2,000 editing points to open the mystery box. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained. Thank you for your patronage. Current remaining editing points, 19,000. Open again. Lin Yuan's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth. Ding! Spending 2,000 editing points to open the mystery box. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained. Thank you for your patronage. Current remaining editing points, 17,000. Open again. Thank you for your patronage. Open. Thank you for your patronage. Again. He had lost count of how many times he had received thank you for your patronage. When Lin Yuan's editing points dwindled to a mere 2,000, he found himself in a daze. His flushed face was glistening with sweat. Wiping his forehead, Lin Yuan felt a darkness encroaching on his vision. This time, it seemed he had truly gone a bit overboard. Only 2,000 editing points remained. Lin Yuan let out a soft sigh, feeling a wave of hesitation wash over him. After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Open again. After so many attempts, what was 2,000 editing points? What if this time he struck gold? Lin Yuan spoke. As his words fell, the system's voice echoed once more in his ears. Upon hearing this system prompt, Lin Yuan paused for a moment. Then a radiant smile spread across his face. Chapter 42. The Divine Light of Annihilation. Ding! Spending 2,000 editing points to unlock the blind box treasure chest. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained Supreme Rebirth Eye. Current remaining editing points, 0, at last. With a final gamble, utilizing the last of my 2,000 editing points, I have finally unveiled the Supreme Rebirth Eye. What does this signify? It signifies that a gambler, persevering until the very end, can acquire all that they desire. Congratulations. You have obtained the Supreme Rebirth Eye. Loading Supreme Rebirth Eye. Supreme Rebirth, I loaded successfully. Ding. Do you wish to conceal the awakening celestial phenomenon of the Supreme Rebirth Eye? The system notifications echoed incessantly in Lin Yuan's ears. Upon hearing the mention of the awakening phenomenon, Lin Yuan exhibited no hesitation and chose to conceal it. Goodness, I am almost akin to a treasure trove myself. Setting aside the supreme bone of chaos, let us consider the divine artifact, the Shinnon Cauldron. I cannot fathom how many eyes are fixated upon me. Should I allow the awakening celestial phenomenon of the rebirth Eye to be made public, it would not only attract treasure seekers and bone collectors, but also a new wave of those who would seek to pluck my very eyes from their sockets. Who could withstand such a fate? Meanwhile, as the rebirth Eye awakened, Lin Yuan felt a powerful tremor coursing through him. A searing pain overwhelmed his eyes, as if boundless energy was reshaping them. It felt as though an infinite number of needles were piercing through his vision. Lin Yuan clasped his hands tightly over his eyes, sensing an unbearable heat emanating from them. As he murmured through the surging waves of dread that brewed within, time became indiscernible, and eventually, Lin Yuan felt that the power within his eyes had reached a critical threshold. Unable to endure any longer, he opened his eyes. In that instant, Two beams of light, imbued with an essence of annihilation, erupted forth from his gaze, surging ahead and leaving desolation in their wake. In a heartbeat, they pierced through half of the imperial palace. Quickly, Lin Yuan regained his composure and shut his eyes once more. After a moment of respite, he cautiously reopened them. At that moment, his eyes revealed two enigmatic pupils, reminiscent of ancient celestial sages, exuding an aura of divine authority. Deep within the rebirth eye, the laws of the cosmos and golden radiance flickered in and out of view. Is this the power of the rebirth eye? Lin Yuan mused. Upon awakening the rebirth eye, the terrifying beams he had unleashed were indeed its exclusive divine technique, the divine light of annihilation. This divine light possesses the capacity to obliterate an enemy's soul, exerting a crushing effect on opponents of equal rank. Even when confronting foes beyond one's level, the divine light of annihilation could still inflict grievous wounds upon them, rendering it an unfathomable terror. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly perceived that the Supreme Bone and the Rebirth Eye seemed to be a pair destined to complement one another, two extraordinary physical attributes. The exclusive divine technique of the Supreme Bone is the Hand of the Celestial, which primarily targets the physical form of the enemy, while the divine light of annihilation focuses on the soul. Furthermore, the Supreme Bone enhances one's strength, defensive capabilities, and physical recovery. In contrast, the Rebirth Eye grants the power of profound perception, with the ability to perceive the flaws in an opponent's techniques, trace the trajectory of their mystical arts, and even replicate certain divine abilities. It primarily serves as an unparalleled aid. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Supreme Bone cultivation, one possesses the power of reincarnation, capable of reversing the very fabric of causality. Meanwhile, mastering the double pupils grants the ability to suspend time and distort space in a wondrous manner. The synergy between the two is indeed extraordinary, leading to the complete annihilation of the enemy's body and soul. It was worth the gamble. This double pupils is invaluable, Lin Yuan murmured to himself. Seizing the power awakened within his double pupils, Lin Yuan directed his energy skyward, practicing the Great Sun incineration technique. A radiant spectrum of colors enveloped him, and significantly, the speed of the technique's execution accelerated by several hundredfold compared to before. What does this signify? It indicates that Lin Yuan's cultivation speed has surged by the same magnitude. This is the essence of the 7 apertures Linglong Heart. The Great Sun's spiritual energy surged rapidly through Lin Yuan's meridians. At that moment, the golden orb derived from the heavenly golden list, stored within his dantian, dispersed into profound energies, merging with Lin Yuan's Great Sun spiritual power, propelling him to transcend his current realm. 2 hours later, Lin Yuan directly broke through to the 5th layer of the Tongxian realm. After another 3 hours, as dawn illuminated the sky, Lin Yuan had ascended to the 6th layer of the Tongxian realm. Stepping out of the Grand Hall, he noticed the little Qilin sprawled atop the 3-legged golden toad, snoring contentedly. Upon seeing Lin Yuan emerge, the little Qilin leaped into his arms with a joyful expression. "Oh dear, come now, little black. You're all grown up, yet still so clingy." Lin Yuan affectionately patted the little Qilin's head and set it down. Just then, Zhang Fei approached Lin Yuan. "Greetings, my lord," he began, but before he could finish, his gaze fell upon Lin Yuan's double pupils, causing a shiver to run down his spine. "My lord, you..." Zhang Fei was at a loss, but he was profoundly shaken. The double pupils. Indeed, it is the double pupils. I sensed a tremendous surge of power from you last night, which compelled me to conceal it promptly. It appears you have awakened the legendary Saint Physique, the unparalleled double pupils. At that moment, the Phoenix Emperor arrived at the Yuantian Hall. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan's double pupils, disbelief flickered in the depths of her phoenix eyes. Lin Yuan, observing her astonishment, revealed a slight smile. "Last night, while I was cultivating, I felt an intense heat in my eyes, and then the double pupils awakened effortlessly," he explained. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor burst into laughter, covering her mouth. "Brother Yuan, if others were to hear that, they would surely be exasperated. To awaken the unparalleled double pupils with such ease, Possessing such a formidable saint physique would undoubtedly incite envy and resentment in many. Lin Yuan smiled at her words. Gazing at the Phoenix Emperor, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and the 9 Nether Phoenix pill materialized in his hand. As this elixir emerged into the world, its violet-red essence transformed into a diminutive phoenix, eager to soar into the heavens. However, it was swiftly grasped by Lin Yuan. Utilizing the power of the sun, he confined the essence of the 9 Nether Phoenix pill, preventing its escape. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Emperor stood astonished upon witnessing this pill. At the very first glance, she comprehended the significance of this elixir to her. Not only could it facilitate her breakthrough to the tribulation stage, but it also held the potential to alter her constitution. The 9 Phoenix Golden Wand body might evolve into a far more formidable celestial form. Brother Yuan, the Phoenix Emperor began, her crystalline eyes fixed upon Lin Yuan. Lier, take it, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. This pill holds little value for me, yet it should be of immense importance to you. Upon hearing his words, the Phoenix Emperor felt a warmth swell within her heart. With teary eyes, she embraced Lin Yuan tightly. Brother Yuan, I know that many in the court whisper behind closed doors, claiming that you rely on me. Yet deep down, little he understands that it is I who have always depended upon you. The Phoenix Emperor murmured softly. Chapter 43, Breakthrough. The heavenly tribulation of the crossing of the tribulation realm. The Phoenix Empress pressed her face against Lin Yuan's chest, while he savored the softness and tenderness of the Phoenix Empress, whose presence echoed the resounding authority of millions in the eastern extremity. A sweet fragrance lingered in the air. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, gently patting the back of the Phoenix Empress. Shaoli, fear not. Regardless of what others say, I shall always be your pillar of support, he declared. Reluctantly, the Phoenix Empress parted from Lin Yuan, glancing at the Juyo Minghuang Dan that he had firmly placed in her hands. Biting her lower lip, she accepted the elixir. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and the Phoenix Empress exchanged tender glances, while the little Qilin lay on the back of the golden toad, curiously observing the closeness between Lin Yuan and the Phoenix Empress. Yet, Zhang Fei turned his back, seemingly indifferent. Once Lin Yuan and the Phoenix Empress separated, he turned to the robust back of Princess Fei, smiling as he spoke. Fei Ge, I have a gift for you. What do you think this is? My lord? What do you mean by that? I am a man, and such things are not appropriate. Zhang Fei, with his back to Lin Yuan, felt a sudden tension upon hearing those words. His expression shifted dramatically as he turned to find Lin Yuan smiling at him. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and he instinctively took 3 steps back, muttering in disbelief. Lin Yuan, who had been smiling, felt his expression stiffen at Zhang Fei's reaction. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Empress could not contain her laughter, covering her mouth. It can restore any damage to your physical body and soul. Would you like it? Lin Yuan produced a jade box containing a milky white paste. Zhang Fei, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, froze momentarily. His eyes turned red as he gazed at a tempest of emotions surging within him. Having become a cripple, the pain he felt was indescribable, yet now, hope for restoring his dantian seemed within reach. Looking at Lin Yuan, who was smiling at him, Zhang Fei suddenly knelt down. I thank you, my lord. Hey, Fei Ge, what are you doing? What kind of relationship do we have? Besides, you were injured for my sake. I must take full responsibility for you. Here, quickly take it and refine the now. I shall protect you. Lin Yuan hurriedly helped the kneeling Zhang Fei to his feet and placed it in his hands. Yes, my lord. Zhang Fei nodded earnestly, then sat down cross-legged, opening the jade box. In a few gulps, he consumed the fist-sized. As it entered his mouth, it transformed into a tremendous force of nature, filling Zhang Fei's entire being. Most of this celestial energy surged toward his shattered dantian, rapidly initiating its restoration. Observing the ethereal energy surrounding Zhang Fei, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. In this moment, Lin Yuan fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Fei, while the Phoenix Emperor regarded Lin Yuan with a gentle expression. Noticing the Phoenix Emperor's watchful eyes upon him, Lin Yuan's own gaze faltered slightly. What's the matter? He stammered. It's nothing, Brother Yuan. We have been apart for 13 years. For 13 years, Shaoli has not seen you. Now, I wish to make up for the time lost, the Phoenix Emperor replied with a sweet smile. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan found himself somewhat at a loss. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had been quite the seasoned romantic, yet the women he had encountered were merely players in a fleeting game of affection. While he excelled in the art of performance, in this moment, faced with such pure and fervent emotion, he felt like a mere novice. Thus, Lin Yuan and the Phoenix Emperor stood side by side, guarding Zhang Fei. The world around them was enveloped in tranquility, a rare luxury for both Lin Yuan and the Phoenix Emperor. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Here, Zhang Fei's dantian had been successfully restored. Most importantly, the dantian he now possessed had undergone a transformation far beyond its previous state. If it could be said that his former dantian resembled a tranquil lake, the current one was akin to an expansive ocean. Crucially, after the celestial restoration power of the had completed the repair of Zhang Fei's dantian, a substantial amount of this restorative energy remained. This residual power directly propelled Zhang Fei's cultivation from the Dongji realm towards the Tribulation realm. At that moment, the skies above the imperial palace darkened as thunderclouds gathered, lightning crackling ominously, a clear indication that a breakthrough to the Tribulation realm was imminent. Beside Lin Yuan, the Phoenix Emperor's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this scene. Without hesitation, she leaped into action, summoning a massive golden seal that appeared above the palace. This golden seal transformed into 9 golden phoenix apparitions, enveloping the entire imperial city to contain the impending thunder tribulation, lest it attract the attention of other formidable beings. Just then, Zhang Fei suddenly opened his eyes and, tilting his head toward the thunder tribulation above, broke into a grin that bore a hint of ferocity. Thunder tribulation? Your third uncle fears it not. Come. With these words, Zhang Fei brandished his 8-foot-long serpent spear and leaped skyward, charging directly into the path of the thunder tribulation. Lin Yuan, witnessing Zhang Fei's bold approach toward the impending storm, could not help but twitch his lips in surprise. Is this Princess Fei so audacious? She confronts the thunder tribulation head-on. With a deafening roar, the thunderclouds above coalesced into a thunder dragon, roaring furiously as it surged toward Zhang Fei. Yet, undaunted, Zhang Fei raised his spear in defiance. Accompanied by the resounding thunder, he stood bathed in the storm, his figure illuminated by arcs of lightning, resembling a thunder god. Behind him, 2 black dragon phantoms roared, further enhancing his overwhelming presence. As a bolt of heavenly tribulation descended, the second bolt began to gather, heralding the arrival of the third. The 4 trials of the heavens, up until the 6th trial. At this moment, Zhang Fei was enveloped in darkness, his body stained with dried blood. Yet, the pressure emanating from him grew increasingly formidable, resembling a terrifying demon of the world. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm above, the Phoenix Emperor, the Dragon Matriarch, the Shadow Matriarch, the Sword Elder, and the guardian spirits of the Eastern Realm observed Zhang Fei as he faced his tribulations. Having reached the 6th trial, this was the minimum threshold. Only by overcoming these 6 trials could he successfully transcend into the realm of tribulation. Next, it would be a test of his innate potential. They pondered, how many trials could Zhang Fei withstand? At this moment, the Phoenix Emperor spoke, prompting the Sword Elder and Dragon Matriarch to fall into deep contemplation. Perhaps 7 or 8 trials. The Golden Phoenix interjected with a tone of unwavering certainty. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on the Phoenix Emperor's face. Thunderous roars echoed as the 7th trial descended. Zhang Fei let out a mighty roar, bracing himself against the 7th bolt of lightning. At this juncture, his physical form was nearing its limits. However, a dense aura of blood began to coalesce around him, as if forming a blood-red armor that enveloped his entire being. Below, Lin Yuan gazed at Zhang Fei, his eyes flickering with realization, and a smile crept onto his face. What a delightful surprise. Chapter 44. The Chaos of the 3 Kings. At this moment, Zhang Fei was engulfed in a surging aura of blood, which upon merging with the power of the heavens, began to awaken a unique constitution within him. Following this awakening, he fortuitously encountered a thunder tribulation. The awakening of his special physique underwent a transformation at this critical juncture, infused with the might of thunder. Consequently, Zhang Fei's body, on the verge of collapse, experienced a remarkable metamorphosis. The thunder tribulation from the heavens struck him, miraculously mending the injuries he had sustained. As the seventh and eighth bolts of lightning descended, after the ninth strike, Zhang Fei stood radiating with a fusion of blood, energy, and thunderous power, hair disheveled, wielding an imposing 8-foot serpent spear. A terrifying manifestation coalesced behind him. In that moment, Zhang Fei resembled an unrivaled deity or demon. "Is that all you've got? You're not even close," he exclaimed, baring his teeth in a disdainful grin as he gazed upward at the dissipating tribulation. Observing the scene, Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips, acknowledging Zhang Fei's characteristic bravado. At this juncture, Zhang Fei landed beside Lin Yuan, bowing respectfully. "My lord, I have become exceptionally powerful. Thank you," he exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Lin Yuan, upon witnessing Zhang Fei's innocent smile, found himself unable to suppress a chuckle. Indeed, the more one beheld the spirited warrior, the more endearing he appeared. Lin Yuan patted Zhang Fei on the shoulder. "Now that you've surpassed the tribulation, let's settle some scores. No one from the Taichu sword sect, where He Feng resides, or from the Huangquan sacred land, where Xie Yuming is, as well as the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, can escape their fates from weak to strong." Lin Yuan's expression turned cold as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei licked his lips, a cruel smile appearing on his face. "Those who dare to assassinate my lord must perish." Just then, the Phoenix Emperor descended beside Lin Yuan. "Brother, please listen to me first," she implored, her brow slightly furrowed. Lin Yuan paused, taken aback by her request, looking at her in confusion. 5 years ago, our father passed away, and one by one, the princes under him met with untimely demise. This signifies a power vacuum within the court. At this juncture, my third uncle, Dong Yanchen, seeks to ascend the throne with the support of my sixth uncle, Dong Yinhao, and my eighth uncle, Dong Yinlin, alongside numerous court officials. I am acutely aware that the untimely deaths of my brothers are no mere coincidence. They are orchestrated by Dong Yanchen and his cohorts. Their objective is to eliminate all heirs, allowing them to seize power once our father is gone. The Phoenix Emperor spoke slowly, and Lin Yuan's gaze flickered with intensity as he listened attentively. "I cannot allow the murderers of my brothers and father to ascend to power. To seek vengeance and ensure my own survival, with the support of the Golden Phoenix and the Dragon and Shadow Matrons, I turned the imperial city into a river of blood, stepping upon the corpses of my enemies to claim the throne of the Eastern Extreme Phoenix Emperor. However, at that time, Dong Yanchen and Dong Yinhao managed to escape under the protection of a mysterious figure. This upheaval within the royal court is referred to as the Rebellion of the Three Kings." The Phoenix Emperor spoke softly, and upon hearing this, Lin Yuan sighed, gently enveloping the Phoenix Emperor in his embrace. Although the Phoenix Emperor spoke lightly, Lin Yuan understood the immense difficulty she faced in quelling the rebellion of the Three Kings while being a woman of the first rank. A few days prior, Dong Yinhao had conspired with the disciples of the Taichu sword sect to assassinate his brother, prompting me to initiate an investigation. The results revealed that Dong Yanchen was currently at the Taichu sword sect, having allied with the Sima family, one of the 4 great families of the Eastern Extreme. With the support of the Yellow Spring Sacred Land and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, preparing to instigate further turmoil. In Lin Yuan's embrace, a tender expression graced the Phoenix Emperor's face. She looked up at him, her brow furrowed with concern. "Thus, Brother Yuan, we cannot approach the Taichu sword sect. It is likely that formidable individuals from the Yellow Spring Sacred Land and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce will be present." Realizing the historical significance behind this, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he mumbled the names: Sima family, Taichu sword sect, Yellow Spring Sacred Land, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Dong Yanchen, Dong Yinhao. At this moment, these names began to form a coherent thread in his mind. The Sima family is one of the 4 great families of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, controlling a significant portion of its spiritual veins. The staggering quantity of spirit crystals they produce renders the Sima family wealthier than nations. The Taichu sword sect, one of the 4 sects of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, ostensibly falls under its jurisdiction but operates independently. These sects and families resemble parasitic leeches, sucking the lifeblood from the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, which is utterly repugnant. Meanwhile, the Yellow Springs Sacred Land and the Wanbao Chamber Commerce are unique forces that transcend the 3 major dynasties, perpetually stirring chaos in the daylight domain, with their peak experts rivaling those of the 3 great dynasties. As for Dong Yanchen, in that case, let us begin with the weakest. Tackling them one by one, Lin Yuan mused. He then turned to the Phoenix Emperor, Shaoli. We shall start with the Sima family. For Lin Yuan, this matter was quite manageable, primarily driven by the need for strategic positioning. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor nodded. The Sima family should be feasible. Their highest combatant is the ancestral figure, Sima Chusheng, a 9th-level Void Realm expert. The current head of the Sima family is merely a 1st-level Void Realm expert, and with Zhang Fei's presence, it should be relatively straightforward. Lin Yuan acknowledged her words with a nod. Sima City is named after the Sima family, which underscores their esteemed status. At this moment, within the depths of the Sima family's underground chamber, the ancestral figure Sima Chusheng, the family head Sima Zhu, and a cloaked mysterious figure were deep in conspiracy. Once again, Lin Yuan has evaded capture, resulting in the loss of several formidable experts of the Void Realm. Presently, Lin Yuan possesses a supreme treasure, and with the imminent genius competition approaching, countless individuals across the Radiant Sun domain are fixated on him. At that juncture, it will be exceedingly difficult to seize him. Therefore, it is imperative to resolve the Lin Yuan matter before the competition, seizing his supreme bone, chaotic physique, and divine treasure. A mysterious figure remarked, casting his gaze upon Sima, Chusheng, and Sima Zhu. Upon hearing these words, the silver-haired Sima, Chusheng, narrowed his eyes. Third Prince, you must be aware that our Sima family's highest combat strength is only at the Void Realm, which is hardly sufficient. At that moment, the mysterious figure removed his cloak. If the Phoenix Emperor were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as the core of the previous Third Prince rebellion, Third Prince Dong Yanchen. Upon hearing this, the Third Prince chuckled. News from the palace indicates that during the ancient immortal era, the map to the Supreme Being's legacy for mending the heavens was divided into 3 parts. 2 of those portions are in Lin Yuan's possession, while the third conveniently resides within your Sima family. Dong Yanchen spoke slowly. Chapter 45. Assembling the Supreme Treasure Map for Mending the Heavens. You need only to release the news of this third map, and Lin Yuan will surely be unable to remain still. And when that time comes, you shall still meet your demise. At this moment, Dong Yanchen had yet to finish his words when a chilling voice echoed from an unknown direction. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Sima Chusheng, Sima Zhu, and Dong Yanchen shifted dramatically. The 3 turned to see Lin Yuan and Zhang Fei entering the secret chamber. One after the other, their eyes filled with a playful glint as they regarded the trio. Lin Yuan, Dong Yanchen seethed upon spotting him, gritting his teeth. Third Prince, upon seeing this prince, why do you not kneel? Lin Yuan's gaze, upon meeting Dong Yanchen's, revealed an icy demeanor as he spoke, his words striking like a resounding slap across Dong Yanchen's face. You speak of the King of the Abyss as if it holds any weight. That position in the Eastern Royal Palace rightfully belongs to me. Dong Yanchen, in a fit of rage, glared at Lin Yuan. If it weren't for that shameless woman, Dong Liar, do you think you could ever claim the title of regent? That disgrace who squandered our family's honor. Before Dong Yanchen could finish his tirade, Lin Yuan's expression turned frigid. Behind him, Zhang Fei bared his teeth, ready to strike. What nonsense are you babbling about? As Zhang Fei prepared to unleash his power against Dong Yanchen, the latter's face paled in terror. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared behind Dong Yanchen, and in an instant, he vanished into it. Within the secret chamber, Sima Chusheng and Sima Zhu were left dumbfounded as they witnessed Dong Yanchen's abrupt escape. My lord, do not leave. If you go, what shall we do? Sima Zhu exclaimed, panic-stricken. They understood that while Sima Chusheng could flee, they could not. Their roots lay firmly within the Sima family. Lin Yuan, unperturbed by Dong Yanchen's retreat, turned his cold gaze towards Sima Chusheng and Sima Zhu. Gentlemen, the very first decree issued after the Phoenix Emperor's ascension was that any person or faction associated with the third prince shall be treated as traitors. Now, what explanations do you have left? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words and sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Zhang Fei, Sima Chusheng and Sima Zhu were rendered speechless, unable to muster any thoughts of rebuttal. Zhang Fei's strength was overwhelming, and they were no match for his power. Lord Abyss King, we were coerced. Please allow us to explain. Sima Zhu pleaded in sheer terror. At this, Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Where are the fragments of the supreme treasure map for mending the heavens? Present them to me. He stepped closer to Sima Zhu, his tone almost a whisper. Truthfully, Lin Yuan was somewhat astonished. His visit to the Sima family was originally intended for settling accounts. Who would have thought that they would witness these two plotting against Sima Chun, intending to assassinate him? Furthermore, they inadvertently acquired news regarding fragments of the supreme map of heaven's restoration. Such fortuitous discoveries are indeed a pleasant surprise. Upon hearing this, Sima Zhu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, if I surrender the map, will you spare my life? He inquired. Surrender the map, and I shall not take your life, Lin Yuan replied. At these words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Sima Zhu's eyes as he prepared to present the fragment of the inheritance map. However, at that moment, Sima Chusheng, the ancestral elder of the Sima clan, grasped Sima Zhu's arm and shook his head. Then, turning to Lin Yuan, he spoke slowly, my lord. It is not that I distrust you, but this matter concerns the lives of countless members of the Sima family. I wonder if you might swear upon the golden seal of the Lord of Abyss, allowing us to present the inheritance map in good faith, and in return, you would spare my clan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression turned icy. Beside him, Princess Fei Fei noticed Lin Yuan's countenance and gestured with a swift motion. In an instant, a dragon-shaped chain infused with the essence of blood and thunder surged forth, ensnaring both Sima Chusheng and Sima Zhu, leaving them with no room for resistance. At that moment, Lin Yuan wielded the Qishao sword and thrust it toward the groin of Sima Chusheng. The room echoed with the piercing, fearful scream of the elder. You are an old fool. Keeping this is futile. Allow me to relieve you of it. Moreover, you have no bargaining power at this juncture, Lin Yuan stated calmly. At this moment, Sima Chusheng, his eyes aflame with rage, glared intensely at Lin Yuan, wishing to devour him whole. Yet, Lin Yuan bore a faint smile, realizing that inciting hatred was indeed the most expedient method. For he heard the long-awaited system notification. Ding. Sima Chusheng's hatred toward you has reached 100. Killing him may trigger a critical hit. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan approached the terrified Sima Zhu. To witness the humiliation of his ancestor was a sight that left Sima Zhu feeling cold. Trembling, he stammered, the fragment of the inheritance map is in my spatial ring. Release me, and I shall retrieve it for you. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the thunderous chains binding Sima Zhu loosened, and he, still shivering, produced a fragment of the inheritance map. Lin Yuan took this piece, which was made of an unknown material, and retrieved the other two fragments from his spatial ring. When assembled, they formed a complete piece of the inheritance map. Observing this, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, securing the fragments. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Fei. Upon receiving the cue, chuckled and turned toward Sima Chusheng. You insolent fool, your incessant babbling is insufferable. With that, he launched a spear forth. Only a moment later, the unfortunate Sima Chusheng, left screaming in agony, met his demise. At this juncture, a notification from the system resonated in Lin Yuan's ears. Ding! Successfully eliminated a strong opponent from the Cave Void Realm, earning 6,000 editing points. Ding! Due to Sima Chusheng's hatred value reaching 100, a critical hit is triggered, earning an additional 30,000 editing points. Current editing points, 30,000. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Yuan's face lit up with satisfaction. 30,000 editing points, what a delight. He pondered how to elevate Sima Zhu's hatred value to 100 for upon his death. Another 30,000 editing points would be his, totaling a staggering 60,000. Truly exhilarating. You deceived me. You promised that if I handed over the inheritance map, you would spare us. At this moment, Sima Zhu, witnessing the scene before him, momentarily froze. Yet, his expression swiftly contorted into a grotesque mask of rage as he charged towards Lin Yuan. However, he was once again ensnared by Zhang Fei, rendered powerless to act, consumed by impotent fury. As for me, I assure you, I do not kill. It is my brother Fei who does the deed. Did I lay a hand on you? Lin Yuan replied with a grin, his demeanor unfazed. You shameless wretch, Sima Zhu retorted, nearly choking on his indignation. I may be shameless, yet I am no scoundrel, Lin Yuan murmured to himself, a smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 46. The Ancient Forbidden Ruins. Shameless. You are not only shameless, but also a petty individual. Sima Zhu roared in fury upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. Yet, Lin Yuan's face betrayed a wicked smile at this outburst. With a swift motion, he drew his blade. Accompanied by a swift sound, Sima Zhu felt a chilling sensation beneath him. Soon after, excruciating pain erupted, causing him to unleash a hysterical scream. Shameless, despicable, petty. Ding. Sima Zhu's hatred towards you has reached 100. Killing him will trigger a critical strike for editing points. Upon hearing this notification, a smile graced Lin Yuan's face. To be honest, Sima Zhu's temper was rather mild. It took a stab to elevate his hatred to 100. Nevertheless, it was a minor issue. Just a mere stab. Brother Fei, send him to meet his ancestors. Lin Yuan spoke. Hearing this, Zhang Fei grinned widely. With a single thrust, Sima Zhu collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, Lin Yuan's ears were met with another system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the expert Sima Zhu, earning 5,000 editing points. Ding! Due to Sima Zhu's hatred reaching 100, a critical strike for editing points has been triggered, earning you an additional 30,000 points. Current editing points, 60,000. With 60,000 editing points in his possession, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He swiftly removed the spatial rings from Sima Zhu and Sima Chusheng, and then exited the secret chamber of the Sima family. At this moment, within the vast Sima estate, no one was aware that their ancestor and family head had already met their demise. Lin Yuan and Zhang Fei strolled leisurely out of the Sima residence, seemingly unbothered. At this juncture, Lin Yuan clapped his hands, declaring, the rest is up to you. Seize the Sima family's assets and spiritual veins, all of it. The charges, collusion with the three kings. Lin Yuan spoke enigmatically. Yes, Lord Yuan, came the hoarse, low voice from the darkness, followed by the sound of shuffling. In an instant, the entire Sima estate erupted in cries of despair. Those hidden in the shadows were the Aisluan guards, subordinates of the Phoenix Emperor. Apart from the dead guard of the eastern extreme, 13 guards. There were also 2 units directly responsible for the Phoenix Emperor, the Fire Luan Guard and the Aisluan Guard. Similar to the Jinui of the Ming Dynasty on Blue Star, the Fire Luan Guard managed overt affairs while the Aisluan Guard dealt with unsavory deeds in the shadows. It could be said that wherever the Fire Luan Guard and Aisluan Guard passed, the entirety of the Eastern Extreme dynasty trembled in fear, for their presence signaled impending doom for someone. After leaving the Sima residence, Lin Yuan did not return to the palace, but instead headed to the Yuan Wang mansion within the inner city of the imperial capital. This was the residence arranged for Lin Yuan by the Phoenix Emperor, as he had requested. After all, one cannot reside in the palace indefinitely. As a system owner, he valued his privacy greatly. Upon returning to the residence of the King of Abyss, Lin Yuan produced 3 fragments of a map, pieces of the map leading to the legacy of the Supreme Being of Heaven's restoration. It could be deemed as having gathered them all. According to the secret transmissions Lin Yuan had received about the royal palace's library, there existed records regarding the Supreme Being of Heaven's restoration. Eons ago, during the ancient era, the world was comprised solely of a singular vast domain, known as the primordial domain. The Supreme Being of Heaven's restoration emerged as an unparalleled prodigy of the primordial domain. In merely a few millennia, he ascended to the realm of the utmost supremacy. Before departing from the primordial domain, with a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved the entire domain into 3 parts, which now correspond to the sunlit domain, the moonlit domain, and the starry domain. This singular stroke bifurcated the entire world into 3 segments. As Lin Yuan contemplated this, his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. What a terrifying power it was, capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. As he pieced together the 3 fragments of the map, they erupted in a radiant white light, subsequently merging into a singular, complete map. Lin Yuan, scrutinizing the densely packed details of the map, exerted considerable effort to locate the fabled resting place of the supreme being of heaven's restoration, the primordial forbidden ruins. He murmured to himself, a complex expression crossing his face. The primordial forbidden ruins could be deemed the most fearsome, perilous, and enigmatic existence within the sunlit domain, or indeed, the entire primordial cataclysm. Situated at the northernmost point of the sunlit domain, it is said that to the north lies the moonlit domain, to the west the starry domain, to the east the chaotic sea, and to the south the sunlit domain. The primordial forbidden ruins are shunned by all living beings, harboring immense terrors within. Statistics have shown that among 1,000 individuals who venture into the primordial forbidden ruins, only one manages to emerge alive. Even then, death often claims them within days under mysterious circumstances. Thus, it can be said that even those at the tribulation transcendence realm, and even those above it, such as the celestial being realm, dare not enter lightly. Ironically, the legacy of the supreme being of heaven's restoration resides precisely within the depths of the primordial forbidden ruins. Lin Yuan felt a headache coming on. What on earth should he do? Venturing into the primordial forbidden ruins would be tantamount to courting death. What, Brother Yuan, you wish to enter the primordial forbidden ruins? That is out of the question. The forbidden ruins are fraught with immense dangers, forbidding all living beings from approaching, exclaimed the Phoenix Empress. Her face paling at Lin Yuan's words, her eyes brimming with concern as she hurriedly refused. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could only manage a wry smile and shook his head. Shaoli, listen to me. The legacy of the supreme being of heaven's restoration lies within the primordial forbidden ruins. He spoke earnestly. The Phoenix Empress fell silent, contemplating. Brother Yuan, the legacy of the supreme being of heaven's restoration is indeed more important than life itself. After a prolonged silence, she spoke in a low voice, of course. Life takes precedence. However, I have always regarded myself as a gambler, one who relishes taking risks. Had I been unaware of the legacy's location, it would have been one thing, but now that I know, I feel an insatiable itch within me to go. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Upon hearing these words, the Phoenix Emperor found himself at a loss for how to respond to Lin Yuan. I shall accompany you, he declared after a moment of contemplation, his tone resolute. Very well, both I and Wu Ji will accompany Yuan. As the eastern extreme Phoenix Emperor, and with only the Void Realm at our disposal, it is best that my brother and I accompany you to the ancient forbidden ruins. It is fortuitous, as we have long desired to explore that place. At that moment, Ji Yuling and Kwang Wu Ji, inseparable as ever, arrived at the Yuan Wang mansion. With smiles illuminating their faces, they approached Lin Yuan, their expressions full of warmth. We heard that you have moved into a new residence, Yuan. Wu Ji and I were just thinking about inviting you for a drink. And then we learned of your intention to venture into the ancient forbidden ruins. The allure of the celestial repairing legacy is indeed quite compelling. If you wish to go, we shall accompany you, Ji Yuling said. Upon hearing Ji Yuling's words, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. As he processed the offer, he looked at the smiling faces of Ji Yuling and Kwang Wu Ji, and a warmth spread through his heart. The dangers of the ancient forbidden ruins were well known to all, yet Ji Yuling and Kwang Wu Ji were willing to brave such perils alongside him. Such camaraderie was truly touching. Chapter 47. The Secrets of the Zhuge Family. However, upon realization, Lin Yuan merely nodded solemnly at Ji Yuling and Kwang Wu Ji. He then turned to face the Phoenix Emperor. Shaoli, as my elder brother Ji has stated, being the Empress of the Eastern Extremes, it is difficult for you to extricate yourself. With the company of both Brother Ji and Brother Wu Ji to the ancient forbidden ruins, you shall be safe. Lin Yuan spoke. Hearing these words, The Phoenix Emperor glanced at Lin Yuan, then at Ji Yuling and Quang Wuji. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and nodded with difficulty. Very well, Brother Yuan. I shall await your return here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan beamed with radiant joy. That evening, the trio of Lin Yuan, Ji Yuling, and Quang Wuji raised their cups to toast the bright moon, reveling in joyous laughter. None utilized their cultivation to alleviate the effects of alcohol, allowing themselves to indulge to the point of inebriation, oblivious to the celestial golden light from the heavenly golden list merging into their bodies above the vast sky. The Zhuge family, known for their celestial insights, resides in the northern vicinity of the 8-trigram city within the Radiant Sun domain. 8-trigram city does not belong to any nation but solely to the Zhuge family. Although removed from the mundane imperial courts, it is perpetually bustling with activity. This is because countless lost souls, extraordinary talents, and unparalleled prodigies from across the Radiant Sun domain flock here, seeking the Zhuge family to decipher the heavenly secrets, hoping to unveil the path to their futures. It is well known that the Zhuge family is reputed as the voice of the heavens, capable of divining celestial secrets and conversing with the divine. They can discern events thousands of years past and foresee futures stretching millennia ahead. Beyond the walls of 8-trigram city, Lin Yuan, Zhang Fei, Ji Yuling, and Quang Wuji, after merrily exchanging pleasantries, paid the exorbitant entry fee of 40,000 supreme spirit crystals to enter the city. Indeed, to seek the Zhuge family for divination, one must first contend with the staggering admission cost, which has deterred countless individuals. It is important to note that these are supreme spirit crystals. The quartet ventured to 8-trigram city with the intention of consulting the Zhuge family to divine their fates and discern the path leading into the ancient forbidden ruins. However, upon entering the city, they did not proceed towards the central Zhuge residence, but instead made their way to a more secluded thatched cottage. Observing the ancient plaque above the cottage, Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. This place is, he queried, turning to Quang Wuji with a hint of confusion. Within this humble abode resides the venerable ancestor of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Ming. Logically, the esteemed elder no longer engages in divination for others. Nonetheless, I previously rendered a favor to Zhuge Ming concerning the lives of our 3 brothers. It seems prudent to call upon this debt, Quang Wuji asserted. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. At that moment, a frail voice emanated from within the thatched cottage. A distinguished guest has traveled from afar. Please come in. Accompanied by the sound of an ancient voice, the door of the thatched cottage opened of its own accord. The 4 of them, Quang Wuji, Lin Yuan, and the others, stepped inside and beheld an elderly man with white hair, seated cross-legged on a hard bed, his piercing gaze fixed upon Lin Yuan. Beside him, Zhang Fei was taken aback upon seeing Zhuge Ming, who wore a feather fan and a silk cap, exclaiming, "He looks so much like the Prime Minister." It was not only Zhang Fei who noticed the resemblance. Lin Yuan, too, felt a sense of familiarity with this ancestor of the Zhuge family. Yet, he dismissed it as mere coincidence. How could this Zhuge Ming from the ancient calamity possibly be related to the Prime Minister of the 3 kingdoms of Blue Star? Esteemed guests, having traveled from afar, please take a seat, Zhuge Ming began. The 4 of them clasped their hands in greeting. Old Zhuge, let's get straight to the point. We 3 are preparing to venture into the ancient forbidden ruins. Could you assist us in deducing the heavenly secrets to uncover our path to survival within? Quang Wuji spoke boldly, showing no restraint. However, upon hearing this, Zhuge Ming merely shook his head. There is no need for divination. This time, as you venture into the ancient forbidden ruins, every direction will present opportunities for survival. Follow your hearts and proceed. The 4 were momentarily stunned. But old Zhuge, that is the ancient forbidden ruins. Previously, you nearly perished there, and I was the one who saved you. How can it be that this time, there are paths to survival everywhere? Quang Wuji expressed his confusion. Because of this young friend Lin Yuan, he is a variable in the world. Wherever Lin Yuan is, there lies the path to survival, Zhuge Ming replied. Casting a complex gaze upon Lin Yuan, the ancient man's eyes, filled with the weight of years, now revealed a multitude of emotions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a tremor within himself. For some reason, he sensed that Zhuge Ming could see through to his very essence as a traveler from another world. This feeling instilled in him a sense of unease. Young friend Lin Yuan, might I trouble you for a favor? I assure you, I have great fortunes to bestow in return. Zhuge Ming spoke slowly. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with curiosity. A favor? What could the esteemed ancestor of the renowned Zhuge family, known throughout the sunlit domain, possibly require of me? However, great fortune. I wonder what you mean by that, senior? He inquired. Zhuge Ming waved his feather fan, declaring, this great fortune concerning the ancient forbidden ruins is undoubtedly no less significant than the inheritance of the celestial sovereign. In fact, it may even surpass it. Lin Yuan's heart surged with tumultuous emotions upon hearing this. The Zhuge family, indeed, lived up to its reputation, being aware of his intent to seek the inheritance of the celestial sovereign within the ancient forbidden ruins. Yet, the prospect of an opportunity greater than that of the celestial sovereign piqued his curiosity immensely. I am eager to hear what you would like to entrust to me, senior, Lin Yuan expressed. In the illustrious family of Zhuge, there exists a descendant named Zhuge Qingru. I wish for you to forge a brotherly bond with my kin. Thus spoke the venerable Zhuge ancestor. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, exclaiming, what madness is this, Zhuge elder? Zhuge Qingru is the cherished jewel of your family, coddled as if he might shatter in the palm of one's hand. He possesses an unparalleled physique and the celestial 8 trigrams body. Are you truly willing to allow him to swear brotherhood with me, Lin Yuan? At that moment, Kuang Wuji's expression shifted dramatically as he interjected. Lin Yuan, however, merely raised an eyebrow. What relevance does Zhuge's precious gem have in the context of our brotherhood? The Zhuge ancestor sighed deeply, replying, indeed, Qingru is the most prodigious talent of the Zhuge lineage in millennia. While the world recognizes his 8 trigrams body, few are aware that he also possesses an extraordinary physique known as the 7-star yin-yang body. The Zhuge elder sighed once more, and the expressions of Kuang Wuji, Ji Yuling, and others subtly altered upon hearing this revelation. Chapter 48. The Ancient Bronze Coffin, possessing 2 distinct physiques. One a celestial mechanism body, and the other a 7-star yin-yang body. Both are intertwined with the wisdom stolen from the heavens. Such an extraordinary constitution is destined for a short life. Ji Yuling's eyes flickered as she spoke softly. Indeed, to wrest wisdom from the heavens invites divine retribution, leading to a brief existence. I, in my old age, once ventured to decipher the heavenly mechanisms and deduced that one would live no more than 30 years. Now, 27 have already passed. Zhuge Laozu sighed as he spoke. However, upon further divination, I sought to unveil the lifeline of my grandson, and, to my astonishment, I did uncover a glimmer of vitality. Yet, it is intertwined with the fate of young Lin Yuan. Pausing, Zhuge Laozu directed his gaze towards Lin Yuan, his eyes revealing a plea. Hearing this, Lin Yuan was utterly bewildered. What does this have to do with me? Young friend Lin Yuan, I do not require you to assist that gentle one excessively. As for forming a brotherly bond, there is no need for such formalities. Simply having her follow you as a humble aid would suffice, Zhuge Laozu articulated slowly. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of conflict upon hearing this. This opportunity is even greater than inheriting the legacy of the Supreme of mending the heavens. Naturally, Lin Yuan was quite tempted. However, the thought of having a constant shadow trailing him was somewhat bothersome. Young friend Lin Yuan, my grandson possesses both the celestial 8 trigrams body and the 7-star yin-yang body, granting him the profound ability to discern the future and avert calamity. Having Qingru by your side would undoubtedly benefit you, Zhuge Laozu continued, observing Lin Yuan's hesitation. Yet, Lin Yuan sighed in response. Elder, whether we are to be sworn brothers, or if he merely serves as a subordinate, I do not wish for it to be forced. Let Qingru accompany me on our journeys. If we find camaraderie, a brotherly bond will naturally form. However, if our energies do not align, then neither brotherhood nor servitude holds any significance. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Laozu smiled broadly. Your words suffice, young friend Lin Yuan. Our purpose in venturing to the ancient forbidden ruins is indeed to seek the legacy of the Supreme of mending the heavens. But tell me, do you know how this Supreme achieved unparalleled supremacy? Zhuge Laozu suddenly mentioned the Supreme of mending the heavens, causing Lin Yuan's expression to turn serious. Please, Elder, enlighten me. The path to the zenith was paved when the Supreme, during a moment of vulnerability, inadvertently entered the depths of the ancient forbidden ruins. Within a world encased in a bronze coffin. Inside this coffin, by sheer chance, the Supreme obtained a divine artifact. Nay, it is said to be a transcendent weapon. The mending sword. With the mending sword, the Supreme soared to greatness, achieving the status of the unparalleled sovereign. Zhuge Laozu spoke with measured cadence, and Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes, his heart surging with tumultuous thoughts. Merely stumbling into a bronze coffin within the ancient forbidden ruins and acquiring the mending sword opened the path to supreme transcendence. This bronze coffin is the supreme opportunity one speak of, surpassing the legacy of the Supreme of mending the heavens. The young friend must first acquire the legacy of the heavenly restoration. After obtaining this legacy, he should then seek the ancient bronze coffin. I believe that by that time, young Lin Yuan will not return empty-handed. Observing Lin Yuan lost in contemplation, Ancestor Zhuge once again spoke to clarify. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. Thus, the junior comprehended, and he expressed his gratitude to the ancestor with a respectful gesture. In the Zhuge residence of Bagua City, Zhuge Qingru gently addressed Lin Yuan as Brother Lin Yuan. Ancestor Zhuge tenderly patted the shoulder of a shy young man beside him, whose eyes flickered with timidity. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qingru shyly glanced at Lin Yuan, quickly averting her gaze and lowering her head, softly uttering, Brother Lin Yuan. Chuckling softly, Lin Yuan regarded the introverted and melancholic youth before him, a rare expression of bewilderment crossing his usually assertive countenance. He innocently looked at Ancestor Zhuge and the others from the Zhuge clan. So, you all have entrusted me with an introverted and melancholic child? You want me to take care of him? Ancestor, are you not concerned? I see that Qingru is merely at the Dao realm. Lin Yuan spoke up. Hearing this, Ancestor Zhuge chuckled, stroking his beard. As long as he stays by your side, young Lin Yuan, I have no worries at all. Qingru, you must listen to Brother Lin Yuan, understand? Subsequently, Ancestor Zhuge earnestly advised Zhuge Qingru as a doting father would. Ancestor, Qingru understands. I will definitely listen to Brother Lin Yuan, Qingru replied softly, nodding gently while fiddling with his fingers. Then, Qingru let us depart. Lin Yuan forced a smile and turned to leave. Without hesitation, Qingru followed closely behind him. The group traversed the air, with Zhuge Qingru closely trailing Lin Yuan. Head bowed and speaking little, Lin Yuan would pose a question, to which Zhuge Qingru would respond. Nearby, Ji Yuling, Kuang Wujin, Zhang Fei, and others observed Lin Yuan's demeanor, stifling their laughter at the presence of a seemingly simple-minded younger brother. Lin Yuan felt as though he had been sold into this predicament. As they distanced themselves from Bagua City, they were merely a short distance from the ancient forbidden ruins, set to arrive in approximately 2 hours. At that moment, Zhuge Qingru, who had been following Lin Yuan, took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for what was to come, and spoke. Brother Yuan, soon someone will seek you for a duel. He possesses a valuable item, a bronze shard related to the ancient bronze coffin deep within the forbidden ruins. You must obtain it. Taken aback by Zhuge Qingru's initiative in speaking to him, Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he turned in surprise to look at Zhuge Qingru, who was still playing nervously with his fingers. Qingru, how do you know this? Lin Yuan inquired, astonished. The gentle whisper of uncertainty enveloped me, as vivid images inexplicably manifested in my mind. Upon hearing these words, Zhuge Qingru lowered her head and spoke in a timid voice. Lin Yuan fell silent at her utterance. It was a peculiar convergence of the heavenly mechanisms and the 8 trigrams, alongside the formidable 7 stars and yin yang. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and his companions continued their journey towards the ancient forbidden ruins. After approximately an hour, a voice suddenly echoed from behind Lin Yuan. Brother Lin Yuan, please hold on. Accompanied by this voice, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and beheld a figure clad in black, wielding a folding fan, materialize before him. Upon recognizing this individual, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, for this person, like him, was also an arrival from Blue Star. However, astonishingly, he possessed the Tao-seeking realm. According to the rankings of the Heavenly Gold List, the sole arrival in the entire Daylight Domain who had attained the Tao-seeking realm was Zhou Changkong of the Celestial Dome Dynasty. Chapter 49. The Three-Headed Golden Lion, a terrifying beast beyond the Tribulation Realm at this moment. Lin Yuan's mind was suddenly flooded with the words spoken to him earlier by Fifth Qingru. No, this is indeed serious. However, Brother Zhou Changkong sighed softly. Lin Yuan began to speak. Indeed, it is Changkong. Brother Lin Yuan, I never expected to encounter you in the Tianxiong Dynasty. Are you preparing to venture into the ancient Forbidden Ruins? Zhou Changkong looked at Lin Yuan and confirmed his intentions to explore the ancient forest domain. Brother Lin, you possess great courage. You are the strongest among my kind. To be honest, I have long admired you. In this meeting, I wonder if Brother Lin might share some insights. Zhou Changkong expressed. Hearing this, a smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. I am unworthy of such praise, but I do have a penchant for gambling. It would be remiss to engage in this exchange without a wager. Lin Yuan replied cryptically. Zhou Changkong paused for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face. I happen to possess a fragment of bronze, which I acquired by chance while wandering into the ancient Forbidden Ruins. How about we use this as our stake? Zhou Changkong said, revealing a bronze fragment in his hand. Upon seeing the bronze piece, Lin Yuan's heart surged with excitement. So, Zhuge Qingru truly has the ability to glimpse the future. At this moment, Lin Yuan realized that having Zhuge Qingru by his side might not be a bad idea after all. However, Zhou Changkong was indeed formidable. It was no wonder he consistently ranked second on the Heavenly Golden List. He had ventured into the ancient Forbidden Ruins and returned unscathed and without empty hands. Perhaps Zhou Changkong's remarkable strength stemmed from some gains within the ancient Forbidden Ruins. At this time, Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted and 1,000 dragon crystals materialized before him. How about wagering 1,000 dragon crystals against Brother Zhou's mysterious bronze fragment? 1,000 dragon crystals? Brother Lin is indeed generous. Zhou Changkong's eyes gleamed at the sight of the dragon crystals, and he nodded eagerly. Lin Yuan acknowledged this with a nod and waved his hand, causing the 1,000 dragon crystals to float in the air. Zhou Changkong did the same, placing the bronze fragment alongside the dragon crystals. Subsequently, Lin Yuan and Zhou Changkong distanced themselves from Zhang Feiji and the others. Brother Zhou, please. Brother Lin, after you. As the words fell, Zhou Changkong suddenly moved, conjuring a saintly sword in his hand and thrusting it towards Lin Yuan from afar. 3 terrifying beams of sword light surged from behind Lin Yuan. Realizing the danger, Lin Yuan cursed inwardly. What a cunning move. With that, Lin Yuan executed the Celestial Star Step, swiftly evading Zhou Changkong's sword strike. Then, he performed the Qilin Step and instantly appeared behind Zhou Changkong. In the next moment, a radiant light gathered at his chest, and a colossal hand of the heavens materialized above, preparing to strike down upon Zhou Changkong. As Zhou Changkong sensed the formidable power of the celestial hand, his countenance underwent a drastic transformation. He could distinctly perceive that should he confront this divine technique head-on, he would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. With this thought, a mysterious sword embryo materialized, emanating an enigmatic beam of sword light. Subsequently, Zhou Changkong seamlessly merged with this radiant glow. In an instant, his figure vanished from the realm of existence. Lin Yuan, witnessing this spectacle, felt a slight shift in his expression as he gazed at the enigmatic sword embryo, prompting him to charge forward. However, at that moment, Zhou Changkong's presence manifested around him, appearing in 8 distinct forms. In response, these 8 manifestations simultaneously launched an assault on Lin Yuan. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming situation, Lin Yuan's visage bore a subtle smile. As the dual pupils emerged in Lin Yuan's eyes, it became apparent that among the 8 figures, only one was corporeal, while the remaining 7 were but translucent illusions. In that moment, a formidable force of annihilation coalesced within Lin Yuan's dual pupils, transforming into a terrifying beam of annihilating divine light that surged toward Zhou Changkong's tangible form. Realizing the dreadful potency of this annihilating divine light, Zhou Changkong's expression shifted to one of sheer terror upon witnessing it hurtling directly toward his true self. How could this be? How could you see through my Xianming sword art? This is an ancient sword technique, a legacy from a bygone era that no one has been able to decipher. Zhou Changkong hastily attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The annihilating divine light pierced through his shoulder, severing his arm instantly. The sword light dissipated, leaving the divine light to vanish as well. Calmly, Lin Yuan stood in place while Zhou Changkong clutched his severed limb, blood gushing forth. At that moment, Lin Yuan displayed a look of regret. Brother Zhou, I sincerely apologize. I did not intend to exert such force. I concede. Zhou Changkong, pale and dazed, cast a glance at Lin Yuan before turning away in a daze, leaving without uttering another word. Observing Zhou Changkong's retreating figure, Lin Yuan rubbed his nose, directing his gaze toward the dragon crystal and bronze fragments suspended in the air. With a mere thought, he collected them all. What purpose do these serve? Lin Yuan mused while toying with the bronze fragment. At that moment, Zhuge Qingru gently approached Lin Yuan from behind, her head bowed. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally spoke. Brother Yuan, you are quite wicked. Lin Yuan, startled by her words, turned to her with a bewildered expression. In what way am I wicked? However, after uttering her remark, Zhuge Qingru fell silent once more. Lin Yuan shook his head, choosing not to engage further with the reserved child, and stored the bronze fragments away. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei and the others resumed their journey toward the ancient Forbidden Ruins. Is this truly the ancient Forbidden Ruins? Beyond a dense forest, they ventured forth. Lin Yuan and his companions gazed towards the densely packed forest, murmuring softly. At that moment, beside Lin Yuan, Ji Yuling and Kuang Wuji surveyed the ancient Forbidden Ruins before them, their faces betraying a sense of trepidation. Lin Yuan then turned to Zhuge Qingru and inquired, "Which direction shall we proceed?" Taken aback by his question, Zhuge Qingru hesitated for a moment before slowly gesturing towards a specific path. "This way," she replied. "Very well. Let's move forward," Lin Yuan declared, no longer hesitating, and took the lead into the depths of the ruins. Zhang Fei, Yi Yuling, and the others promptly followed in Lin Yuan's footsteps. 10 minutes later, what the hell? A ferocious beast surpassing the Tribulation Realm. Can you believe it? We've barely entered this ancient forbidden ruin and already encountered a beast of such caliber. Are we insane? If we venture deeper, will there be any way out? Lin Yuan's frantic screams echoed from the edge of the ancient forbidden ruins. Before them, a golden three-headed lion loomed, towering at nearly 30 meters high, its body adorned with shimmering golden runes of strength. The piercing gaze of the lion fixed upon Lin Yuan and his companions, an unmistakable bloodthirst glinting in its eyes. Beside Lin Yuan, Ji Yuling, Zhang Fei, and Kuang Wuji all bore expressions of grave concern. Chapter 50. The Eternal Lion Clan. This fearsome beast, although merely at the 12th tier, corresponding to the Tribulation Realm of ferocious beasts, possesses an actual strength that rivals that of beings in the Celestial Realm. Beside Lin Yuan, Ji Yuling spoke in a haunting tone. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yuan's gaze flickered. 12th tier. The ranking of ferocious beasts differs from that of humanity. It is quite straightforward. The tiers from 1 to 12 correspond to the body refinement realm up to the Tribulation Realm. Above the Tribulation Realm for humanity lies the Celestial Realm, which for ferocious beasts translates to the terrifying 13th tier. However, celestial beings are so named because they exist in a profound state between heaven and man, capable of wielding the laws of nature and having brushed against the threshold of immortality. Consequently, within the entire sunlight domain, there may not be even 2 or 3 celestial beings. Yet, the three-headed golden lion before them possesses a terrifying power comparable to that of celestial beings. Yi, what should we do? If we strike together, can we prevail? Lin Yuan inquired as he fled. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuling turned to glance at the three heads of the lion pursuing them ferociously and clenched her teeth. In this ancient forbidden wasteland, dangers abound. Rather than passively fleeing, it is more prudent to take the initiative. After all, it is merely a 13th tier ferocious beast. We, three beings of the tribulation realm, are not inferior to it. Let's attack. At this moment, Ji Yuling halted her steps. Lin Yuan, Zhang Fei, and the others, seeing her stop, also came to a standstill. Thereupon, Lin Yuan, Zhang Fei, and the others radiated an aura of terrifying pressure as they charged towards the three-headed golden lion with a roar. Hey, three-headed dog, take a shot from your grandpa. Meanwhile, beside Lin Yuan, Zhuge Liang raised his head slightly, a puzzled expression gracing his face. Why must we fight, Brother Yuan? Huh? Lin Yuan was momentarily bewildered by the innocent child's question. If they don't fight, will they not be slaughtered? However, this lion, is it not afraid of the Qilin? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Zhuge Liang lowered his head and softly replied, Boom! Ah! In the distance, on the battlefield, Zhang Fei of the Tribulation Realm faced the three-headed golden lion, only to be struck by a terrifying roar that caused him to spit blood and fly back 1,000 meters, landing beside Lin Yuan. In that instant, Zhang Fei, upon hearing Zhuge Liang's words, was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, this unfortunate child is afraid of the Qilin. Why must I risk my life for that? This terrifying beast is afraid of the Qilin? Lin Yuan was equally taken aback by this revelation. Regaining his composure, he bit his fingertip and began inscribing intricate runes in midair. Soon, the exquisite blood-colored runes transformed into a choice of blood-red essence. From this vortex, a small Qilin emerged from the spatial whirlpool. This is a minor divine ability that Lin Yuan acquired after forging a blood pact with the little Qilin. In moments of peril, he can summon the little Qilin by conjuring a blood-red vortex. The little Qilin appears groggily by Lin Yuan's side, excitedly mewing before leaping into his embrace. All right, little black, the situation is urgent. Take a look at the three-headed lion in the distance. Lin gently ruffled the little creature's head. Upon hearing this, the little Qilin turned and gazed at the rampaging golden three-headed lion, displaying a look of surprise. Ah, this creature seems to possess the bloodline of my Uncle Jean, and its lineage is quite potent, the little Qilin remarked. Then it sprang into the air, soaring towards the frenzied golden three-headed lion. In mid-flight, it let out a youthful roar. Accompanied by this resounding cry, the golden three-headed lion, which had been mercilessly overpowering both Jiang Yuling and Kuang Wuji, trembled violently before emitting a terrified wail and prostrating itself on the ground. Wait, Jiang Yuling and Kuang Wuji, who had been retreating in defeat, were taken aback at the sight of the once dominant golden three-headed lion now displaying such submissiveness. They looked up at the proud little Qilin in the sky, who, addressing the golden lion below, spoke in human language. Hey, little lion, how dare you possess the bloodline of the eternal lion, one of the 4 guardian clans of my Qilin lineage? Encountering me, little black, is your fortune. From now on, you shall stay by my side, guarding both me and my father. Do you understand? The little Qilin's voice, still somewhat juvenile, was sweet and tender. The three-headed golden lion, upon hearing this, prostrated itself repeatedly, responding, To meet the young master is indeed my fortune. I am willing to serve and protect him. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Yuan, Zhang Fei, Jiang Yuling, and the others were left utterly bewildered. Is that all it takes to resolve this? Lin Yuan commanded, Come here, shrink down a bit, and serve as a mount for me and my father. The three-headed golden lion nodded vigorously, and soon transformed into a smaller version, approximately 2 meters tall, humbly approaching Lin Yuan and prostrating itself on the ground. Seeing this transformation, and with the little Qilin now perched on his shoulder, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smirk. Is this the intimidation of the Qilin clan? With just a few words, the fearsome beast has turned into a docile creature. Little black, what do you mean by guardian clans and eternal lion? Lin Yuan inquired curiously as he settled onto the back of the golden lion, finding it surprisingly comfortable. The little Qilin shook its head and slowly explained, Father, our Qilin clan has 4 major guardian clans: the Qiangqi, the eternal lion, the the nine-tailed celestial fox, and the dual-winged immortal tiger. The four great races serve as the guardians for my Qilin clan, existing solely to protect us. The three-headed golden lion, possessing the bloodline of the eternal lion clan, boasts an exceptionally high concentration of this lineage. The young Qilin spoke slowly, and upon hearing this, Lin Yuan experienced a moment of clarity. He had not anticipated that the legendary Qiongqi and the nine-tailed celestial fox were also guardian races of the Qilin clan. However, he had indeed never heard of the eternal lion and the winged tiger clans. Observing the golden lion cautiously situated beneath him, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. "Are you a native of this ancient and forbidden land?" "Roar. Master, I have dwelled in this realm for thousands of years. The territory within a radius of 10,000 miles is mine," the golden lion responded. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, as Lin Yuan prepared to continue speaking, a cracking sound echoed from beneath his feet. Frowning slightly, he glanced down, and in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. "Today has been rather busy, and the update is somewhat delayed. I will post this chapter for my dear readers first, and the second chapter will require another half an hour." Chapter 51. The Elder in White, the Mysterious Bone Flute. Beneath the earth, a plump, muddy hand suddenly emerged. Soon, two hands struggled to break free from the soil. Lin Yuan stood transfixed at the sight, bewildered by the presence of another being underground. Could it be a case of a corpse rising? At that moment, he summoned the Qishao sword into his grasp, while nearby, Zhang Fei and Ji Yuling exhibited expressions of caution. "Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. Where on earth have I ended up?" Just then, a head broke through the surface, swaying slightly as it groaned and spoke. Beside this chubby figure was a large black dog. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing the dirt-covered boy. "Qin Wuxin," he ventured tentatively, for the figure emerging from the ground was indeed the notorious grave looter, Qin Wuxin. It was with him that Lin Yuan had once entered the realm of the little Qilin and obtained its legacy. "Ah, boss, what are you doing here?" Qin Wuxin exclaimed, his chubby face lighting up with surprise. "I was just about to ask you. This place is the ancient Forbidden Ruins. How did you end up here alone? Are you trying to court death?" Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in response. "What? The ancient Forbidden Ruins? Is this truly the ancient Forbidden Ruins?" Upon hearing this, a look of terror spread across Qin Wuxin's face. What else could it be? Lin Yuan sighed deeply. At this, Qin Wuxin extended his hand, revealing an irregular bronze fragment. Lin Yuan squinted at the peculiar piece, intrigued. "I have no idea how I ended up here either. I discovered a grand tomb, entered with great difficulty, and found an altar with this bronze fragment. After I took it, the world spun around me, and I ended up here," Qin Wuxin explained, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Lin Yuan regarded the bronze fragment thoughtfully before nodding. "In that case, stay close to me. Let's explore the ancient Forbidden Ruins together." "All right," Qin Wuxin agreed eagerly, and soon, alongside Zhiliang and the Golden Lion, their group now included the chubby boy and his large black dog as they ventured deeper into the ancient Forbidden Ruins. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous terrifying beasts. Yet they were effortlessly subdued by the Golden Lion and Ji Yuling, whose strengths rivaled that of celestial beings. Their path, though perilous in appearance, was surprisingly devoid of true danger. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion and Ji Yuling once again engaged a colossal stone giant, akin to a mountain, crafted from rock and comparable to celestial might. The Golden Lion suddenly halted its steps, gazing ahead with a look of concern etched upon its face. "What troubles you?" Lin Yuan inquired, taken aback by the scene. "Master, the territory ahead harbors great peril. If we recklessly venture forth, it could lead to dire consequences. A significant crisis awaits us," the Golden Lion articulated. Hearing these words, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he turned to the demure Zhuge Qingru, who had been keeping her head lowered. At that moment, the chubby boy, Qin Wuxin, was incessantly buzzing around her, asking questions despite her evident reluctance to engage. His persistent inquiries caused Zhuge Qingru's fists to clench tightly. "Enough, chubby boy. Are you ever going to quit?" Lin Yuan rolled his eyes at the spectacle. He then addressed Zhuge Qingru. Qingru, the golden lion warns of great danger ahead. Do you believe we should continue our journey? Yes, Zhuge Qingru replied softly, nodding her head. After uttering these words, she continued, Yuan Gu, could you please keep him away from me? She gestured towards the bothersome Qin Wuxin. Lin Yuan sighed in resignation. Chubby boy, if you're this restless, why don't you scout ahead? Upon hearing this, the chubby boy shuddered and fell silent. The group pressed on. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan sat upon the back of the golden lion, playfully ruffling the little Qilin. However, at that moment, Zhuge Qingru, who had been trailing closely behind Lin Yuan, suddenly lifted her gaze and spoke softly to a white-haired elder standing behind Lin Yuan. Are you truly certain of this decision? He is a villain. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Zhuge Qingru's abrupt declaration. What decision? What villain? Not only Lin Yuan, but even the Golden Lion and Ji Yuling appeared equally bewildered. I was speaking to the old man, Zhuge Qingru clarified gently, leaving Lin Yuan and the others even more perplexed. What old man? Lin Yuan questioned. He is sitting behind you, she replied. Instinctively, Lin Yuan turned around, and in that instant, his expression shifted dramatically. For behind him, unbeknownst to him until now, sat a white-haired elder with an impassive demeanor. Nearby, Zhang Fei and the others also discovered the presence of the white-haired elder, their faces paling in shock. It was known that everyone present, including Zhang Fei and Ji Yuling, were formidable cultivators capable of sensing vast distances. Yet, they had failed to detect the elder's arrival. Where did this old man come from? Surely, he means to harm our master. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Fei lunged forward, his spear poised to strike the venerable elder with white hair. Yet, as the spear pierced the elder's form, an astonishing sight unfolded. The elder's body became ephemeral, allowing the spear to pass through him without inflicting any harm. Observing this spectacle, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the identity of this enigmatic figure. Save my Wu clan! Save my Wu clan! The elder implored repeatedly. Taken aback by these words, Lin Yuan pondered. Wu clan? Esteemed elder, where is the Wu clan? What troubles them? How can I assist? His curiosity deepened as he gazed at the mysterious elder. Save my Wu clan. They are beyond the heavens. The elder intoned once more. With this final utterance, he dissipated into the ether, leaving behind an ancient bone flute. Staring at the flute, Lin Yuan stood transfixed, lost in contemplation. Gradually, he extended his hand and gently grasped the artifact. However, the moment his fingers made contact, a tremor coursed through him, and a surge of overwhelming blood energy erupted around him. Chapter 52. The Blood Flute of the Witch Ancestor. This aura, surrounding figures such as Zhang Fei and Ji Yuling, sensed the dense blood energy emanating from Lin Yuan, along with an indescribable and unfathomable presence. A serious expression graced their faces. What an extraordinary aura this was. It did not belong to humans or beasts and was profoundly alien, yet terrifying. Ji Yuling could not help but speak. Which clan? Which clan? Which clan? At that moment, Zhuge Qingru gazed at the blood energy enveloping Lin Yuan, her expression frozen in realization. Which clan? Just as that mysterious elder mentioned. Hearing this, Kuang Wuji paused for a moment, lost in contemplation. Qingru, what manner of race is the witch clan? Ji Yuling inquired, looking toward Zhuge Qingru. Upon hearing the question, Zhuge Qingru bowed her head, falling into deep thought, choosing not to elaborate further. Witnessing this exchange, Ji Yuling and the others refrained from pressing for more answers. At this juncture, Lin Yuan, radiating a dreadful blood energy and an aura of primal ferocity, gazed at the mysterious bone flute in his hand, instinctively bringing it to his lips. He gently blew into the flute, producing a melodious sound that resonated through the heavens and the earth, imbued with a sense of murderous intent and wild ferocity. As the haunting melody permeated the air, those around Lin Yuan, Zhang Fei, Ji Yuling, Kuang Wuji, and even the 3 golden lions under Lin Yuan's command, felt their eyes turn crimson. A terrifying battle fervor surged through their minds. Only Lin Yuan, Zhuge Qingru, and the little Qilin remained unaffected. Most importantly, Ji Yuling and the others were incredulously aware that, in this state, not only was their battle spirit considerably heightened, but their physical strength was also rapidly amplifying, potentially several-fold. Kill! Damn it, kill! Zhang Fei bellowed, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on a formidable beast in the tribulation stage in the distance, charging forth with fervor. He mounted the beast, unleashing a barrage of devastating punches that struck with the ferocity of an invincible demon. In mere moments, his fists rained down hundreds of blows, reducing the once mighty 12th-tier beast to a state of bloody ruin, its wails echoing in defeat, utterly powerless to retaliate. Not only Zhang Fei, but Ji Yuling, Quan Wuji, Qin Wuxin, and even Lin Yuan's three lions were similarly consumed by a crimson haze, scanning their surroundings with insatiable bloodlust and battle fervor, overwhelmed with the urge to wreak havoc. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan felt a tumultuous surge within him, hastily placing the mysterious bone flute aside. As the haunting notes faded, the overwhelming bloodlust within Zhang Fei, Ji Yuling, and the others finally began to subside, allowing them to regain clarity and composure. What just happened? Zhang Fei, perched atop the severely injured beast, looked down at the creature, now moaning in agony beneath him. Confusion etched across his face. Not only Zhang Fei, but Ji Yuling, Quan Wuji, and the others were equally astonished, their gazes fixed on the bone flute in Lin Yuan's hand, their hearts filled with awe and astonishment. What a treasure this is, capable of igniting boundless martial fervor in others and enhancing physical strength. If unleashed upon the battlefield, it would be an invincible artifact of extraordinary power, murmured Quan Wujin. Lin Yuan, with a complex expression, gazed at the enigmatic bone flute in his hand. Before him appeared the detailed attributes of this mysterious artifact. Witch Ancestor Blood Flute, a special treasure, a token of the Witch clan. When the Witch Ancestor Blood Flute is played, it can unleash endless battle spirit for its allies and significantly enhance their physical strength, rendering them fearless of death and pain. By wielding the Witch Ancestor Blood Flute and locating the ancestral land of the Witch Ancestors, one can attain the heritage of the Witch clan. The Witch Ancestor Blood Flute. Studying the intricate details of the bone flute, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. After a moment of silence, he smiled and stowed the mysterious flute away, retrieving the map to the Supreme Celestial S legacy. Let's proceed. We are nearing the site of the Supreme Celestial S inheritance, Lin Yuan announced. Subsequently, the group set aside the recent events and continued their journey toward the Supreme Celestial S legacy. After roughly 3 more hours of travel, Lin Yuan and his companions arrived at the bank of a meandering stream. Lin Yuan examined the inheritance map in his hand and surveyed the surroundings, a look of confusion crossing his face. According to the map, it should be here, yet there are no signs of any anomaly, he murmured in astonishment. At that moment, Qin Wuxin patted his chest and declared, "Leave it to me, Brother Lin." With that, he bit into his own fingertip, using the blood as ink to inscribe profound runes in the air. The runes took shape in the void, transforming into a crimson light that swirled momentarily before descending into the stream. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in the water. "This is it, the entrance to the inheritance site?" Qin Wuxin exclaimed, observing the manifestation in the stream. Lin Yuan, witnessing this scene, cast a glance at the chubby figure and nodded. Without hesitation, he leaped into the whirlpool. Seeing this, Qin Wuxin stepped forward, intending to follow Lin Yuan into the depths. However, at that moment, Zhuge Qingru silently advanced 2 steps, positioning himself in front of the chubby boy. "Hey, Qingru, what are you doing? I'm most familiar with places like this. The legacies of these great figures are essentially tombs, fraught with danger and laden with traps. I am well versed in such matters and can surely assist Brother Lin." The chubby boy, momentarily taken aback by Zhuge Qingru's obstruction, voiced his thoughts. "No, your path does not lie here. It leads in that direction," Zhuge Qingru replied, shaking his head and pointing westward. "Where's my path?" Qin Wuxin asked, momentarily stunned by Zhuge Qingru's indication. He then found himself instinctively walking toward the west. Meanwhile, as Lin Yuan entered the entrance of the inheritance, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Once it subsided, he began to survey his surroundings. Amidst the precipice, Lin Yuan found himself confronting a cliff's edge. Perched upon this very brink sat a man clad in green, wielding a sword. He was quietly savoring his tea. Upon noticing Lin Yuan, a faint smile graced the man's countenance. He set down his teacup, extended a hand, and gently spoke, "Young friend, you have arrived. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea." Taken aback by this scene, Lin Yuan instinctively sat down opposite the esteemed figure. "Esteemed senior, might you be the revered Master Lin Yi of the Heavenly Restoration?" Lin Yuan ventured cautiously. The man in green, upon hearing this, nodded with a smile. "The title of Master Lin is merely a name bestowed upon me by others. My true name is Lin Yi," he replied. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow at this revelation. "So it is indeed a family connection. I am Lin Yuan, a junior of the Lin clan, and it is an honor to meet you, Senior Lin Yi." He offered a respectful bow. Lin Yi, seemingly unperturbed by this introduction, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 53. The Sword of Mending the Heavens, the Chaotic Sword Body. Tea. Lin Yi spoke once more. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan involuntarily lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. As the tea cascaded down his throat, Lin Yuan felt a jolt coursing through his entire being. In that moment, a terrifying sword intent erupted around him, an infinite array of sword energy coalescing, fracturing the very fabric of space into myriad rifts. Seated across from Lin Yuan resembled a sharp, long sword, while behind the supreme being of mending the heavens, Lin Yi, the long sword he bore seemed to tremble in response. Observing Lin Yuan's current state, Lin Yi's face broke into a slight smile, entirely unfazed by the unfolding spectacle. At this juncture, boundless sword intent was reshaping Lin Yuan's physical form. Suddenly, chaotic energy began to brew around Lin Yuan, intertwining with the infinite sword energy enveloping him. Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly as he witnessed this scene unfold. A chaotic body? This child dares to possess a chaotic body? Lin Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Initially, his intent was to transform this child into the supreme sword body, but he never anticipated that Lin Yuan harbored a chaotic body. Now, this chaotic body was forcefully augmenting the supreme sword body, resulting in the emergence of the chaotic sword body. Lin Yi's heart surged with tumultuous waves, his astonishment palpable. It is essential to recognize that the supreme sword body and the chaotic sword body are two distinct concepts. Possessing the supreme sword body signifies being the supreme among swords, capable of commanding all swords under heaven. Any swordsman, upon encountering the supreme sword body, would feel diminished even before the battle commenced. In contrast, the chaotic sword body stands on an entirely different plane. Even those endowed with the supreme sword body would find themselves humbled before the might of the chaotic sword body. To put it simply, the chaotic sword body wields dominion over all swords of the world. Any sword technique can be mastered with unprecedented finesse, transforming tenfold power into 20-fold. Meanwhile, as Lin Yuan's chaotic energy fused with the supreme sword qi, a grayish chaotic sword energy manifested. Confronted by this chaotic sword energy, he felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. As the supreme of swordsmanship, even he sensed an ominous urge to yield before Lin Yuan's chaotic sword body. Such terror in the chaotic sword body. This Lin Yuan truly possesses the demeanor of an emperor, Lin Yi remarked, his expression a tapestry of complexity. While Lin Yuan was immersed in the fusion of the supreme sword qi, outside in the ancient forbidden wasteland, Qin Wuxin, having listened to Zhuge Qingrou's words, felt an inexplicable pull towards the west, sensing the presence of something profoundly significant. Unconsciously, Qin Wuxin embarked on a solitary journey westward. After traversing less than 100 miles, he arrived before a towering ancient tree, its stature akin to a pillar of heaven. Above the towering tree, there existed an eerie visage resembling a human face formed by the tree's bark. Qin Yin squinted his eyes, biting his fingertip once more, and began inscribing strange runes upon the colossal tree. As the mystical symbols took shape, the bizarre face upon the tree stirred to life, opening its massive maw and swallowing Qin Wuxin whole. "What on earth?" I have been devoured by a tree in the realm of the celestial restoration. As Lin Yuan successfully fused with the supreme sword body through the chaotic energy, he felt a surge of power within him. He extended his palm, and with a mere thought, gray, chaotic sword energy surged forth from his hand. At that moment, the ancient sword upon the back of the celestial restorer emitted a joyful long cry, detaching itself and flying into Lin Yuan's grasp. Lin Yuan stood in stunned silence, his expression somewhat awkward. After all, he had inadvertently claimed another's treasured sword. The celestial restorer, witnessing this, displayed a complex expression. Old friend, do you too feel that accompanying young Lin Yuan allows you to unleash your full potential? Very well then, follow young Lin Yuan. Lin Yi responded with a shake of his head. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a pang of guilt. Senior, this may not be appropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Since you have appeared before me, these items are inherently meant for you. This sword is named the Celestial Restoration Sword, a supreme treasure I stumbled upon in the depths of the forbidden ruins of antiquity countless years ago. It was through this sword that I ascended to become the supreme of the sword path. Regrettably, the power of the Celestial Restoration Sword is unfathomable. In my lifetime, I have never been able to wield its full strength. I owe it to this old companion, Lin Yi lamented, gazing at the Celestial Restoration Sword in Lin Yuan's hand. Our encounter today offers little to give you, aside from the supreme sword body. No, your current chaotic sword body and this Celestial Restoration Sword, as well as the techniques contained within it. After a pause, Lin Yi continued. Upon hearing about the forbidden ruins of antiquity, Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with intensity. Senior, may I inquire about your knowledge of the depths of the forbidden ruins? At this, Lin Yi shuddered, fear evident in his gaze. He shook his head. The depths of the forbidden ruins cannot be spoken of. To do so would invite the attention of the indescribable, heralding great calamity. Lin Yuan fell silent at these words. However, whether you can come into contact with this item depends on your fate. Lin Yi regarded Lin Yuan, then extended his hand. With a thought, an irregular bronze fragment materialized in Lin Yuan's palm. Upon seeing the fragment, Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. The third fragment of bronze has appeared. One rests in my hand, and another in the hands of the chubby boy. Astonishingly, even the Supreme of Reparation possesses a fragment. What, one wonders, is the essence of these shards, and how many are there in total? Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Yuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head. What they are, I cannot disclose, but I can reveal that there are 9 fragments in total. Should one succeed in gathering all 9, then, here. Lin Yi began to speak slowly. However, before he could finish his thought, a look of terror crossed the face of the Supreme of Reparation. In the next moment, he became translucent, his body gradually dissipating until he vanished entirely from the realm. Only the bronze fragment fell to the ground. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan acted swiftly, seizing the third fragment of bronze. What, indeed, is the nature of this fragment? Lin Yuan questioned, perplexed. Furthermore, what was the Supreme of Reparation about to convey? His words, it seemed, were abruptly scattered by an unfathomable terror. Chapter 54. The Annihilation of Qi Shao. However, the Supreme Being of Heavenly Restoration was shattered. Lin Yuan arrived at the sacred site of the Supreme Being of Heavenly Restoration, acquiring 2 artifacts. 1, the Sword of Heavenly Restoration, and 2, a fragment of bronze. Moreover, he partook in a cup of tea with the Supreme Being, thus obtaining the chaotic sword body and mastering the chaotic sword qi. At this moment, Lin Yuan, wielding the Sword of Heavenly Restoration, focused his mind, and the intricate attributes of the sword materialized before him. Sword of Heavenly Restoration, a divine-grade treasure of unknown origin, likely derived from the celestial kings or emperors, subsequently acquired by the Supreme Being from the forbidden lands of the ancient ruins. The sword possesses the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Eons ago, the Supreme Being wielded this sword, and with 2 strikes, the entire ancient realm was divided into 3 domains. The sword contains the divine swordsmanship of the Heavenly Restoration sword technique. Mastery of this technique can lead to ultimate prowess. Gazing at the detailed attributes of the Sword of Heavenly Restoration, Lin Yuan's eyes shimmered. It was indeed true that the sword was obtained by the Supreme Being from the forbidden lands of the ancient ruins. However, he had not expected it to be as unparalleled as the Divine Farmer's Cauldron, a supreme divine artifact. Furthermore, the sword harbored the divine swordsmanship of the Heavenly Restoration sword technique. With the Sword of Heavenly Restoration in hand, Lin Yuan enveloped it with his divine consciousness, delving into its profound powers. Approximately a day later, a chaotic sword intent coalesced around him, enveloping the sword, which resonated in harmony with his chaotic sword intent, emitting a jubilant hum. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt a shiver course through him as he found himself in a white expanse. Within this ethereal realm stood a figure clad in white robes, wielding the Sword of Heavenly Restoration, obscured from view. In an instant, countless fiery sword auras began to brew within the space, causing the temperature to soar dramatically. Above, 9 celestial rivers of crimson flames manifested in the heavens. The fiery phoenix-like sword energy emanating from the white-robed figure resonated with a terrifying pressure. It was then that the mysterious figure spoke. The Heavenly Restoration sword technique comprises 9 forms. One must thoroughly master each form before proceeding to the next. The first form, known as Qishao Annihilation. Qishao Annihilation is a primordial sword technique forged from the entropic power of the core magma of the Qishao heavens. A single strike incinerates 300 miles of terrain, causing those struck to experience a cataclysmic explosion of miniature solar flares within their bodies, carbonizing their organs from within. When Qishao Annihilation is executed, the sky rends apart, revealing 9 fiery seas, while the phoenix-like laws manifest within the sword's trace, resounding for 7 days unextinguished. As the resonant voice of the white-robed figure echoed, Lin Yuan focused intently, observing the demonstration of the first form of the Heavenly Restoration sword technique. At this moment, the entire white space transformed into a realm of flames. The terrifying sword intent morphed into a fiery phoenix, ravaging the cosmos. Around Lin Yuan, the chaotic sword Qi coalesced, forming a spectral sword. He instinctively followed the movements of the white-robed figure, executing Qishao Annihilation for the very first time. A mesmerizing spectacle of flames coalesced, as a terrifying sword intent transformed into a fiery phoenix, encircling Lin Yuan with an elegant dance. Merely an hour had passed, yet Lin Yuan had already begun to master the first form of the celestial sword. At that moment, the ethereal white space dissipated, and Lin Yuan found himself once more at the edge of the cliff, the sacred site of the celestial emperor's legacy. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Lin Yuan summoned his current attribute panel. Name: Lin Yuan Realm. 6th Heaven of the Transcendental Realm. Editing points: 61,000. Cultivation techniques: Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique, Celestial Sword Technique. Physique: Chaotic Body, Supreme Bone, Heavy Eyes, 7 Apertures. Lingering Heart, Chaotic Sword Body. Fate: 9 Heavens Dragon Chant. Fate. Divine Abilities: Chaotic Iron Pagoda, Hand of the Celestial, Annihilation. Divine Light, Heavenly Prowess. Star Steps, Qilin Treasure Technique. Divine Pets: Little Qilin, 3-legged golden toad, 3-headed golden lion. Treasures: Regent King's Seal, Wandering Dragon. Red Sky Sword, Phantom Jade Pendant, Heart Demon Seed Pill, Heavenly Demon Soul. Devouring Seal, Shinon Cauldron, Witch Ancestor. Blood Flute, Celestial Sword, Mysterious Bronze Fragments. X2 Identity: Beloved of the Phoenix, Empress Dongji, heir of the Eastern Extreme Dynasty, sworn brother of the Ghost Tower, S. Master Ji Yuling, descendant of the Celestial King, and direct disciple of the Divine Shinon. Gazing at the opulent attribute panel before him, Lin Yuan nodded appreciatively. At that moment, he addressed the Celestial Sword in his hand softly. Celestial Sword, it is time for us to depart. As his words faded, the Celestial Sword emanated a brilliant white light. Lin Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When he regained his senses, he found himself beside the babbling brook in the ancient forbidden ruins. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed Zhang Fei, Ji Yuling, Huang Wuji, and Zhu Qingru waiting for him. The little Qilin, nestled atop the 3-headed golden lion, spotted Lin Yuan and mewed excitedly, leaping into his arms. "Little one, calm down. I did not expect you, a small Qilin, to meow like that. Have you turned into a cat?" Lin Yuan affectionately ruffled the little Qilin's head. He recalled the first time he had heard the little creature meow, doubting his senses and never suspecting that the sound could originate from the Qilin. "Meow, little black has always sounded like this," the little Qilin chimed in, its adorable demeanor eliciting a smile from Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, Ji Yuling exhaled in relief upon Lin Yuan's safe return. "It is good to see you back unharmed," she whispered as she approached him. Behind her, Kwang Wuji rolled his eyes at Ji Yuling's tender demeanor towards Lin Yuan. "Brother Ji, I have obtained the Celestial Sword's legacy," Lin Yuan declared, holding the Celestial Sword aloft. A smile spread across Ji Yuling's face upon hearing this. "That is splendid. However, it would be wise to keep your possession of the Celestial Sword a secret. With such a divine treasure in your possession, you are now a target for many covetous eyes. Fear not. Who would dare to harm my master? I shall deal with them decisively. Whoever approaches shall perish." Came a voice from his side. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fei let out a cold snort and spoke with anger. Lin Yuan, upon listening to Zhang Fei's remarks, could only shake his head in helplessness. Where's that little chubby one gone? At that moment, Lin Yuan glanced around but could not spot Qin Wuxin, prompting him to inquire. Qing Ro gently indicated a direction, and Qin Wuxin proceeded towards it, disappearing from sight. Ji Yuling then spoke up, and Lin Yuan, taken aback by her words, gazed at Zhuge Qingru in confusion. In response to Lin Yuan's puzzled look, Zhuge Qingru timidly replied, He should be out soon." Just as Zhuge Qingru's words fell, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from a distance. "Help! Help!" Accompanied by this cry, Lin Yuan and his companions turned their attention towards the source of the sound. They beheld the little chubby one, screaming in terror as he frantically ran towards them, pursued by a bizarre red coffin with 2 wings trailing behind him. Chapter 55. The Bronze Ancient Coffin, the Dragon, the True Dragon. What in the world? A flying coffin? Lin Yuan was utterly astonished at this scene. What kind of operation is this? Which esteemed figure's grave has this little chubby fellow disturbed? To be pursued by a coffin. What the pradikamin? "Help me, Brother Lin, gently. Over here." The chubby boy exerted every ounce of his strength to reach Lin Yuan's side. At that moment, Zhuge Qingru silently extended her foot, causing the chubby boy, in his frantic dash, to trip over it. With a resounding thud, he fell to the ground, crying out in pain. "Zhuge Qingru, you have betrayed me. I despise you," the chubby boy exclaimed, having landed unceremoniously. Just then, the ominous coffin, now enveloped in a cloud of ash, caught up with them. The lid of this coffin swung open and swallowed the chubby boy whole. With a loud bang, the coffin executed a sharp turn and flew away. Nearby, Lin Yuan and his companions were left in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding drama. What on earth just happened? Zhang Fei scratched his head, perplexed. Did it just get abducted by a flying coffin? Lin Yuan, equally baffled, cast a questioning glance at Zhuge Qingru. That kick of hers was perfectly timed. Who would have thought that beneath her seemingly introverted demeanor lay a cunning strategist? That was his fortune. It was inescapable. Zhuge Qingru responded weakly, under the weight of Lin Yuan's meaningful gaze. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan paused, then shook his head in disbelief. "Brother Lin, save me." But at that moment, the coffin that had made a hasty retreat suddenly returned. From within, the terrified voice of the chubby boy could be heard as the coffin approached Lin Yuan with alarming speed. Lin Yuan, in utter confusion, thought, "Is it aiming for me? What does his fortune have to do with me?" Bang! Before Lin Yuan could finish his thought, the coffin collided forcefully with him, propelling him into the air. In the blink of an eye, both Lin Yuan and the flying coffin vanished from sight, leaving only the echoes of Lin Yuan's voice lingering in the air. "Wait, Qingru. Does this coffin also hold my fortune?" Zhuge Qingru stood rooted in place, scratching her head, her innocent eyes revealing a hint of confusion. "I have no idea," she replied timidly. As her words fell, the surrounding companions, Kong Wuji, Zhang Fei, and Ji Yuling, were left utterly bewildered. "What do you mean you have no idea?" Zhang Fei exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. "Father." At that moment, a small Qilin leaped gracefully from atop the 3-headed lion. They soared directly towards the direction where Lin Yuan had vanished. Meanwhile, the three golden lions, witnessing the departure of the little Qilin, let out a thunderous roar and hastily pursued it. Back at the original spot, Ji Yuling and her companions exchanged glances. In the next moment, they too sprang into action, eagerly following suit. At this juncture, Ji Yuling extended her hand, gently uttering the words of Zhuge Qingru. Bang! Over here, Lin Yuan was sent flying by a coffin. It was unclear how long he had been airborne, but with a resounding thud, he descended from the coffin. At that moment, the coffin opened and the chubby boy climbed out, panting heavily. Subsequently, the flying coffin transformed into a streak of crimson light, converging into the palm of the chubby boy, forming a unique rune. "Brother Lin, where are we?" the chubby boy queried, bewildered. Just then, he noticed Lin Yuan, his face a mix of shock and terror, staring intently behind him. The chubby boy quickly turned around, only to find a realm of darkness behind him, pierced by two glowing red eyes, reminiscent of a blood-red moon, fixated on him and Lin Yuan. Confronted by that gaze, both Lin Yuan and Qin Wuxin felt an icy shiver run down their spines, as if at any moment they could be reduced to mere ashes. "What is this?" the chubby boy whispered, retreating timidly behind Lin Yuan. "What is this? How should I know? And what was up with that coffin earlier?" Lin Yuan shot a sidelong glance at the chubby boy. "How would I know? I followed Zhuge Qingru's directions westward, encountered a colossal tree, and was swallowed by it. Then, I found myself in a realm filled with coffins. Before I could comprehend anything, this flying coffin came at me. Terrified, I ran for an indeterminate time until I stumbled upon you all. You're already aware of the events that followed." The chubby boy spoke in utter disbelief. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Nevertheless, he turned his gaze towards the two eyes that resembled a blood moon. Looking left and right, he realized that aside from those ominous red eyes, the surroundings lay desolate, save for a massive bronze coffin stretching hundreds of meters behind him. Upon sighting this bronze coffin, Lin Yuan's eyes flickered. After casting another glance at the terrifying pair of eyes ahead, he exhaled deeply. "Follow me," he instructed, making his way toward the enormous bronze coffin. The chubby boy, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, followed closely in his footsteps. Upon reaching the side of the bronze coffin, Lin Yuan scrutinized the enigmatic artifact with great care. He circled it once, and at that moment, he discovered a gap at the lower end of the coffin's rear. Observing the shape of this gap, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, his mind racing. Subsequently, the bronze fragment obtained from Zhou Chong Kong appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. He carefully compared the fragment with the corresponding gap. Meanwhile, the chubby boy beside him trembled upon seeing the bronze piece in Lin Yuan's grasp. "Brother Lin, you have one too," he exclaimed, revealing that he too possessed a bronze fragment. Lin Yuan glanced at the chubby boy's piece and then shook his head. "Yours is not the same. It should belong to me." As his words fell, Lin Yuan placed the bronze fragment into the vast opening of the bronze coffin, completing its form. Upon doing so, the coffin suddenly erupted with a blinding, terrifying light. Simultaneously, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the lid of the immense coffin swung open. From within, a stream of gray light surged forth. Just then, a chilling, resonant howl echoed from the direction of the pair of crimson eyes in the distance. As darkness loomed, those red eyes grew increasingly larger, revealing their true nature to Lin Yuan. It was a dragon, a genuine red dragon, previously concealed in the shadows. The magnificent creature let out a long, resonant cry as it surged towards the luminous beam that had emerged from the coffin. Chapter 56. Are you the ferocious true dragon? But I am your father. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly grasped the situation. The true dragon had concealed itself here to vie for the treasure within this ancient bronze coffin. With this realization, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated. He leaped into action, propelling himself toward the treasure atop the coffin. At that moment, both the true dragon and Lin Yuan were in fierce competition for the coveted item. Yet, in terms of speed, Lin Yuan was no match for the dragon. As Lin Yuan approached within 100 meters of the treasure, the dragon was a mere 10 meters away. Just as the dragon seemed poised to seize the treasure, Lin Yuan's face betrayed a sense of urgency. Surely, he thought, it could not be for naught. However, at that instant, a dark figure emerged in the distance. Just as the true dragon was about to claim the treasure, this shadowy figure bit down on it and swiftly raced toward Lin Yuan. "Father!" Lin Yuan exclaimed, as he beheld the small Qilin spirit suddenly appear and successfully obtain the treasure, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the true dragon, frustrated by the interruption, paused upon seeing the Qilin, its face contorting with rage as it let out a mighty roar. How could the Qilin clan possibly manifest in this realm? "You, wretched mudfish, how dare your clan exist while we Qilins cannot? I will remember you. When the little black one matures, I shall come to extract your tendons." The small Qilin leaped into Lin Yuan's embrace, turning its head to disdainfully address the red dragon. Hearing this, the dragon's eyes flared with anger as it seethed. "You shall all perish now. The ancestral dragon's manifestation shall be mine alone." With a thunderous roar, the true dragon unleashed an overwhelming aura of draconic might. In the face of this power, Lin Yuan and his companions trembled uncontrollably. The dragon charged toward Lin Yuan, who was left aghast at the sight. "Run!" he shouted, clutching the small Qilin as he turned to flee. The chubby boy, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hurriedly followed behind Lin Yuan, panting heavily. Yet, the true dragon possessed terrifying strength. Lin Yuan could not discern its true realm of power. How could he and his companion possibly outrun such a formidable foe? As the dragon closed the distance between them, panic spread across the chubby boy's face. "Boss, what should we do? Are we to be devoured by this vile dragon?" he exclaimed. At that moment, beads of sweat appeared on Lin Yuan's forehead. He inwardly called upon the system, provide me with suitable backgrounds to resolve my current predicament. Just then, a series of background options materialized before Lin Yuan. Brother of the ancestral dragon, heir of the candle dragon. Required editing points for exchange. 2,000,000. The reincarnation of the ancestral dragon. Required editing points for exchange. 3,000,000. The reincarnation of the crimson dragon, the father of the red dragon before me. Required editing points for exchange. 300,000. Observing the editable background list before him, Lin Yuan chose to disregard the requirements for the ancestral dragon's reincarnation and the inheritor of the ancestral dragon's brother, the candle dragon. Instead, he focused on the reincarnation of his father, the fiery dragon, who was pursuing him. 300,000 editing points, still beyond his reach. Currently, he possessed only 60,000 editing points. In light of this, he resolved to go all in. System, grant me a discount treasure chest. Ding! 1,000 editing points consumed. Successfully opened a discount treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a 50% discount. Current remaining editing points, 59,000. A 50% discount. 150,000, just enough. Open again. Ding! 1,000 editing points consumed. Successfully opened a discount treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a 20% discount. Current remaining editing points, 58,000. Curse it, open again. Ding! 1,000 editing points consumed. Successfully opened a discount treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a 60% discount. Current remaining editing points, 57,000. Open again. Open again. After consecutively opening 9 times, Lin Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. He had yet to obtain a suitable discount within his means. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon was merely 100 meters away from Lin Yuan, likely to catch up within seconds. In this critical moment, with desperation fueling his fervor, Lin Yuan screamed, "Open again." Ding! System reminder. Opening treasure chests carries risks. Consumption should be approached with caution. Gamblers often end up with nothing, losing their families. It is not worth pitying. Stop stalling and open it for me. Ding! 1,000 editing points consumed. Successfully opened a discount treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a 10% discount. Current remaining editing points, 50,000. Upon hearing the melodious system prompt, Lin Yuan's face broke into a radiant smile. 300,000 editing points at a 10% discount amounted to 30,000. With 50,000 editing points remaining, he had more than enough to edit the background of his father, the Crimson Dragon, and still retain 20,000. As the saying goes, a gambler who perseveres until the end possesses everything. Edit the background of my father, the fiery dragon's reincarnation, Lin Yuan internally commanded. As his words fell, the system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding! Successfully edited the background of the fiery dragon's reincarnation, consuming 30,000 editing points. Remaining editing points, 20,000. Ding! Background loading. Ding! Background loaded successfully. As the successful loading prompt resonated in his ears, Lin Yuan shuddered, gaining the memories of his true dragon father, the fiery dragon, who was in pursuit of him. It turned out that the fiery dragon belonged to the true dragon lineage, originating from the supreme celestial realm. The True Dragon Clan is one of the three calamities, alongside the Qilin Clan and the Phoenix Clan. Eons ago, a cataclysmic war erupted between the celestial realms and the demonic forces. The three sinister races suffered devastating losses, wandering aimlessly across the myriad worlds. Amidst this turmoil, the severely injured Flame Dragon, burdened with the young Crimson Dragon, endured countless hardships to arrive at this ancient desolate realm. Upon reaching the ancient domain, the Flame Dragon succumbed to its grievous wounds, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, leaving behind the Crimson Dragon, who was subsequently imprisoned by an unparalleled existence deep within the Forbidden Ruins, tasked with guarding the ancient bronze coffin. Upon absorbing these memories, Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, casting his gaze upon the nearby Crimson Dragon. "Halt, little dragon. I am your father," he declared, turning to face the resplendent red dragon. As his words echoed, both the young Qilin and the plump Qin Wuxin stood beside him, utterly bewildered. "Boss, you're just claiming to be its father right off the bat. Taking advantage of it. Are you intent on making your demise particularly dramatic?" The incredulous chubby figure exclaimed. However, in that moment, he suddenly observed the once terrifying dragon eyes of the true dragon, resembling a blood moon, now revealing an expression of disbelief. The colossal dragon, stretching over 1,000 meters, trembled uncontrollably due to the surge of emotions. Chapter 57. The Vision of the Ancestor Dragon and the Mysterious Runes. "What did you just call me?" The Crimson Dragon's voice trembled as it gazed at Lin Yuan, its eyes revealing a profound complexity of emotions: surprise, fear, and exhilaration. At that moment, the dragon's dual orbs were a tumultuous blend of feelings. "Dragon Wazi, this title was exclusively bestowed upon me by my father." The Crimson Dragon spoke, its voice choked with emotion. "Human, how do you know my father's name for me? Moreover, why do you speak to me in his tone? Who exactly are you?" "Dragon Wazi, I am your father," Lin Yuan replied earnestly. "In the past, I exhausted all my strength to bring you from the shattered realm of the immortals to this world, but I succumbed to injuries and perished, my dragon soul reincarnating into a human form. The moment I encountered you just now, the bond of our bloodline awakened my memories of my past life." Lin Yuan looked at the towering Crimson Dragon with a tender expression. Upon hearing these words, the dragon was still in tears. "My father, truly my father. But how can you prove this? What if you are deceiving me?" It was evident that the Crimson Dragon remained wary, shaking its head repeatedly and taking 3 cautious steps back, eyeing Lin Yuan with suspicion. Lin Yuan, however, simply smiled in response. Then, with a thought, a terrifying blaze of dragon fire began to coalesce around Lin Yuan. "This is my innate dragon fire. Though I am merely in human form in this life, I can still momentarily summon my dragon fire through the Zhurong Yin-Yang scripture," he explained. As the Crimson Dragon beheld the dragon fire swirling like a small drake in Lin Yuan's hands, it could no longer contain its emotions. In that instant, it was entirely convinced that the figure before it was the reincarnation of the father it had longed for over millennia. "Father!" The Crimson Dragon cried out in unrestrained joy, transforming into a 1-meter-long little dragon and soaring towards Lin Yuan, wrapping itself around him tightly. At that moment, 3 golden lionesses and their spectral companions arrived just in time. Upon reaching Lin Yuan's side, they were greeted by the sight of a true dragon weeping and calling Lin Yuan father. The group was left in a state of bewilderment. What? Father? Zhang Fei scratched his head, a puzzled expression on his face. Meanwhile, perched on Lin Yuan's shoulder, the little Qilin's expression shifted slightly. Oh no, it's coming from my father, trying to steal him from me. The little Qilin glared at the small crimson dragon with a tinge of jealousy. However, recalling Lin Yuan's words, it hesitated. Could it be that my father is truly the reincarnated form of this little dragon's father? It seemed increasingly plausible. The little Qilin sulked on Lin Yuan's shoulder, its mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. Father, you have no idea how much Dragonwazi has longed for you all these thousands of years. Really, truly longed for you. The crimson dragon tightly coiled around Lin Yuan, its voice trembling as it spoke. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan gently patted the dragon's head. My dear dragon, you have endured much over these thousands of years. It is not a hardship, father. As long as I can see you again, I would wait countless more years without complaint. A heartwarming scene of familial affection unfolded. Lin Yuan and the crimson dragon shared tender moments for half an hour before they finally ceased their embrace. The dragon transformed into a youthful figure, a strikingly handsome boy with a mane of red hair standing beside Lin Yuan. Are you telling me that after my previous life met its demise, a terrifying entity captured you and imprisoned you in this ancient forbidden realm to guard the bronze coffin, forbidding you from leaving? Lin Yuan expressed his astonishment at the dragon's revelation. Indeed, that supreme malevolent being declared that whenever someone could open this bronze coffin, I would be granted my freedom. Otherwise, should any being arrive here and behold this bronze coffin without unlocking it, I would be compelled to slay them, the dragon affirmed with a nod. Lin Yuan, contemplating the implications of this statement, responded, if that is the case, since I have just opened the bronze coffin, you do not intend to seize the treasures within it, do you? His inquiry was met with the dragon scratching its head in embarrassment. Well, I am aware of the nature of the treasures contained within the bronze coffin. They are the supreme treasures of my dragon kin, the ancestral dragon visualization scroll. Such a treasure cannot fall into the hands of outsiders, the dragon explained. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of enlightenment. Ah, I see. However, dear dragon, do you know how many bronze coffins exist within this ancient forbidden realm? He inquired, narrowing his eyes. There should be 9 bronze coffins, the dragon replied. Lin Yuan exchanged a glance with the chubby companion beside him. Do you know the locations of the other bronze coffins? He pressed. I cannot say for certain. However, one thing is clear. Each of the other 9 coffins undoubtedly has a guardian to protect it. If one cannot unlock the bronze coffins, they will be annihilated by the guardians, the dragon stated, shaking its head. Lin Yuan nodded in response, then slowly approached the massive bronze coffin, gently caressing its surface. The ancient forbidden realm houses 9 mysterious bronze coffins, each containing a supreme treasure. Previously, the supreme being of the sky might have accidentally opened one of the bronze coffins and acquired the divine treasure known as the Sky Repairing Sword, thus achieving unparalleled supremacy. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, yet, what mysteries lie within this coffin that stands so imposing? What secrets does it conceal? As he lightly traced the enigmatic coffin before him, Lin Yuan voiced his confusion. At that moment, Zhuge gently approached the tail end of the bronze coffin, gazing at the area where Lin Yuan had just used the bronze fragments to complete the structure. The irregular bronze fragments, once restored, revealed their true nature. A profoundly intricate yet remarkably enigmatic rune flickered into existence. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan hastily approached the rear of the coffin, gazing intently at the spot where he had just restored the bronze casket. Before him, the irregular fragment now revealed an exquisitely profound rune, shimmering mysteriously. As he beheld this peculiar symbol, Lin Yuan felt a shiver run through him. For reasons unknown, he sensed that he was enveloped in an extraordinarily unique state. At that moment, it felt as if he were on the verge of grasping something immensely sublime and transcendent, tantalizingly within reach. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not extend his hand to touch this wondrous entity. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow deeply, an expression of anxiety etched across his face. Suddenly, He became acutely aware of the distinct sound of his heart pounding in his chest, accompanied by a burgeoning radiance of 7 colors emanating from his heart, growing ever more intense.